Stand by. Behind the mic. Radio. With the switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But radio isn't all on the surface. There are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities, and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Charlie Noble. Thank you. Behind the Mic presents radio's most loyal fan. Ladies and gentlemen, there are fans who write in for tickets and make it a point to attend as many of the studio broadcasts of their favorite programs as they possibly can. But I venture to say that no fan has appeared in the studio audience as often as our next guest, Miss Wilmar Gray. Miss Gray, about how many broadcasts would you say you've personally attended?
I've never counted them, Mr. McNamee, but I'd say I've been to an average of 3 broadcasts an evening for 6 days a week during the last 5 years.
Wow. An average of 3 broadcasts an evening for 6 days a week during the last 5 years. That means altogether, during the last 5 years, you've been, 6 times 52 times... yeah, that's very interesting. How do you get entree to these broadcasts? What do? Tear off the top of your neighborhood grocer and write in for tickets?
Yes, I write to sponsors for tickets, and then again, some programs put me on their regular mailing list and send me tickets every week.
Miss Gray, before you were born, your mother must have been frightened by a sponsor. What other type of entertainment do you like besides radio, Miss Gray?
Well, I like the theater, too.
Oh, you like the theater. About how often do you go to the theater?
I was to one about 2 years ago.
I see. And if you didn't like the theater, you'd probably go very seldom, wouldn't you? What kind of radio programs do you prefer to see?
I prefer dramatic programs, like Arch Obler's plays.
Well, why do you prefer the dramatic programs?
For one thing, I like to see them make the sound effects.
Well, don't they have sound effects on comedy programs, too?
Yes, but the jokes.
Oh. Radio depends so much on illusion, and a lot of broadcasts are written simply to be heard at home. Can you really enjoy seeing so many of these broadcasts?
Yes. You see, I can just sit in the studio and shut my eyes and imagine I'm at home.
Well, isn't that a little waste effort, Miss Gray? Imagine going to a broadcast and shutting your eyes so that you can imagine yourself at home when you could stay at home in the first place and be home without having to go to the studio and shut your eyes so you could imagine you were at home. If you know what I mean. I don't.
I don't either.
Well, Miss Gray, what was the biggest thrill you ever got at a radio broadcast?
Well, that's easy. The time I sat in the control room.
Control room? Ladies and gentlemen, that's the sanctum sanctorum, where the engineer and the man who directs the show sit and work.
Well, I'd always wanted to sit in the control room, and I told some of the girls in my office where I work as a secretary, and they wrote to the president of the Firestone Company about me.
And what happened?
Well, he wrote a letter to the producer of the program saying that I could sit in the control room for a broadcast, and I did.
And that was your biggest thrill?
In radio.
In radio? Well, Miss Gray...
Excuse me, Mr. McNamee, but I must be going now.
Why?
There's a broadcast down the hall, and I simply got to get there if I'm going to get a seat.
Oh, well, thank you, Miss Gray. Thank you very much. And by the way, Miss Gray, if you can get me a ticket for information, please, I sure would appreciate it.
Oh,
Behind the Mic now presents an amazing story about an NBC page boy. Years ago, a 21-year-old page boy who had been with the National Broadcasting Company for a few months was called into the office of the supervisor of pages and prepared to take a bawling out. This is what happened.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, Livingston. I've been looking over your late record, and it's pretty bad.
Yes, sir.
According to your record, you've been late on an average of twice a week ever since you've been employed by NBC.
I'm sorry.
Being sorry doesn't excuse it. We don't ask much of you. Your hours aren't hard. Let's see, you've got the evening shift. You're on from 5 in the afternoon to 1 a.m. And it's only a 5-day week period. There's nothing very demanding about that. You don't have much to do besides collecting tickets at the broadcasts and showing people around the studios. Now, the next time you're late, you're through.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. I guess I'll just have to resign.
Well, if you feel that way about it, why, I suppose
You
there's nothing more to...
see, I can't help being late. I've got to fly down to Baltimore about twice a week.
Fly? Down to Baltimore?
Yes, I'm on the board of directors of a little business down there, and I've got to fly down to attend meetings and sign papers, and sometimes those meetings run pretty long, and I get back here and I'm late.
You're on the board of directors of a little business?
Oh, it isn't really so little. As a matter of fact, it employs about 3,000 people. It's part of a family estate that I just inherited. Oh, say, I hate to give up this page job, I really do, but I guess I'll just have to.
Billy, that's a mighty interesting story. But one of the things I'd like to know is, why did you ever become a page in the first place?
Well, Mr. McNamee, I always wanted to get into radio, and that seemed about the best way for me to do it. At least I'd be around the studios, and that was something. And then I wanted to show I could get a job on my own merits, and I did.
All of which goes to show that there's more to you besides a reputation as Cafe Society's glamour boy and Brenda Fraser's close pal. Incidentally, you've done more in radio than just being a page boy, haven't you? You've been doing some acting of late.
Yes, I have one of the leading roles in the daytime serial Society Girl, and I've played parts in quite a few other radio shows, too.
Yes, and you've done a mighty good job with them, too. Thank you, Billy Livingston, very much. Behind the Mic presents the story of how a radio engineer became a top-notch comedian. Back in 1932, working more or less industriously in the engineering department of NBC, was a young man named Ward Wilson.
Hey, Baker, get off the air.
Yes, lately he became famous as Beetle in the Phil Baker Show. Ward used to specialize in working with field units. Now, a field unit, in case you don't know, and why should you, is a group of men who set up equipment for a broadcast that originates outside of the studio and is then transmitted to the studio and sent over the air. You know, broadcasts from hotels and conventions, baseball, football, and so forth. Now, one of the duties of an engineer on a field unit is to test his microphones and other equipment before the broadcast begins to see if he can be heard back at the broadcasting station. And he does this in a two-way conversation with another engineer in the studio. Now, most engineers have certain stock phrases they use to see if they can be heard. They count up to 10, for instance, or they repeat the manufactured phrase, woof, woof, innumerable times. But Ward Wilson was different. To show you how different, we take you back to 1932, with Wilson out on a field unit covering the National Open Golf Championship.
Hello? Hello, 7-Eleven. Wilson coming up for a test from Fresh Meadow.
Hello, Ward. Go ahead.
Hey, is your subset weak or is it mine?
I think it's mine, but go ahead.
Okay, coming up. Woof, 34. Woof, 28. Woof, 40.
Okay, Ward. How about crosstalk?
Hello again. This is Jack Benny about to lay the first egg on the second program of our new series.
Okay, Ward. How about crosstalk? Phil Collins in the studio, and you got him listening to you.
Yeah, well, serves him right.
I ran into the Happiness Boys today at the golf matches. Billy Jones wants to be remembered to you.
Oh, say, you know who's down here? Amos and Andy. I never saw him look so worried.
What are they worried about?
Well, Amos, he thinks the public's getting tired of him.
Go on. I think they got another year left anyway.
I guess so.
Say, Ward, you better test emergency for crosstalk.
Okay. This is Rat Roywell, or Oi Ratwell, or Roy Atwell. Yes, Roy Atwell, and it's certainly swell, to squeak, or that is speak, on this auspicious position, or suspicious occasion, or malicious explosion. Delicious ovation. Oh, well, let it go.
Okay for crosstalk. Sounded like Roy Atwell in person. Hey, we got a few minutes to kill. How about doing that Greek dialect of yours? You know, your imitation of that vaudeville actor, George Gibbet.
Say, I ought to be charging you guys up there. Well, I suppose the ham will out, so here goes. Ladies and gentle pimples of United Schnips, it what makes me for to suffer with terrifical harpiness, what I'm getting an opportunity to graze in you radiator faces and undress you. Greeks was great peoples. Greeks was great riders. It was one Greek is riding most from any. His name's Anonymous. Mo Anonymous. He writes one hunk of stuff which is positively ducky. It goes like this. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, up above the sky so high, like a rainbow, believe me. Some hot stuff. But my subject tonight was terrifical hunk of stuff. It was called Oranges from Human Beams. Where is come from? What memes that's cracks? Oranges from human beams. Oranges from human beams, it was grapefruit. Is be why we got so many lemons. To prove that the oranges from human beams, it was grapefruit, take Napoleon. He was a little squirt. But what I'm going to say, I got a restaurant, Acropolis number 7, 42th Street, Times Square, open on night, stables for ladies. We got a blue plate lunch for 75 cents. It's the most sensational and lousy dinner what you ever eat. For 75 cents, we give you choice sea lime steak with green fritter potatoes, rusty beef, chicken fricassee, and corned beef and garbage. For vegetables, we got string beans, green beans, spinach, and asparagus. Desserts, we got all kinds of desserts. Cake, we got two kinds of cake. Apple cake and stomach cake. We got all kinds of pies. I got special chef for pies. He makes apple pie, two kinds of apple and pineapple. Cuspidor pie, lemon syringe, mince pie, two kinds of mince and peppermint. Strawberry, raspberry, huckleberry. Oh, yes, I'm almost forget. Gooseberry. How do you like that?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's how Ward Wilson used to test his equipment. And, Ward, how did that result in your getting a break in radio?
Well, Graham, one day Ed Whitney, one of the NBC producers, and incidentally, I hear Ed's home ill, and if he's listening in, we all wish him a speedy recovery. Well, he heard me doing this tomfoolery, and he thought enough of me to put me on a sustaining program called Personalities at 7-Eleven, doing imitations.
It wasn't long afterwards before you had commercials of your own, in which you proved yourself to be not only the first, but the greatest mimic on the air. You won further laurels as Beetle on The Phil Baker Show. And now you're doing a swell job on many comedy shows, and thank you, Ward.
Okay, sport.
Behind the Mic brings you the story behind radio song plugging.
That's my baby. Don't me maybe. That's my baby and how.
Haven't you ever wondered how songs are introduced over the air? How orchestra leaders get the songs they play in the first place, and why they play them and continue to play them? Well, we're going to bring you a man who is well qualified to tell you all this and more about the songs you hear through your radio. He's one of the best music contact men or song pluggers in the business. George Marlowe. George, will you please first tell our listeners exactly what is song plugging?
Well, Graham, song plugging is the business of getting songs played by orchestra leaders and sung by singers, principally over the air. Each time the number is played or sung, it counts as one song plug. A song plugger, of course, works for a publisher.
There are a lot of advantages to a publisher in having his music played on the air.
And how, brother? You see, in the first place, radio stations pay a certain amount of money each year for the music they use. 50% of the money they receive from radio depends on the amount of plugs they get.
Are there any other reasons why a music publisher wants his songs played over the air, George?
Well, for one thing, it widens his sheet music sales. If the listener at home hears a song played often enough, he's likely to go out and buy a copy to bat out on his old piano. And besides that, if enough important orchestra play the tunes, the smaller orchestras will go out and buy copies so they can play it too.
I see. And can you sell a lot of copies to small orchestras?
Graham, you may not believe it, but from our sales, we figure there are around 30,000 orchestras in this country.
Wow. Now, how do you get orchestra leaders to play your songs?
Persuasion, salesmanship, and friendship. It's like any other business.
And do you need a lot of breaks?
Like Gandhi needs a safety pin. There are 45 new tunes every week, and most orchestra leaders who are on the air can only use 9 numbers on any one program. Now, and all those don't have to be new ones. So you see our chances.
Well, where do you manage to see all these orchestra leaders?
Sometimes at rehearsal, and then if they're playing at hotels, we go over to see them between numbers. I visit on an average of 6 or 7 orchestras each evening.
What arguments do you use to get orchestra leaders to play your songs after you see them?
Well, of course, I try to convince them that it's going to be a hit. I'll tell you what. Let me give you a concrete example.
All right.
Let's say I go up to see a top-notch orchestra leader and songwriter like Johnny Green at a rehearsal of the Philip Morris program. I come into the studio and I say...
All right, fellas, take 5.
Hello, John.
Hiya, George. What do you got there? I can't guess.
Yeah? It's a brand new tune we've just put out, and I'd like you to look it over. It's called You Walk By.
Whose tune is it, George?
What difference does that make if it's a good one?
Well, not a bit. It's just a songwriter's curiosity. Tell me, is it a rhythm tune or a ballad?
A ballad.
Love, love, and more love. George, can't I ever get a light tune to open my program with?
Well, this is flexible enough to be played in most any tempo.
Well, let's see it.
Look at that lyric, John. I don't have to extol the merits of it to you. You're a songwriter yourself. Get a load of that line. You walk by and children pause at play.
Say, that's a nice line. Let me try a few bars of this thing on the piano.
Sure.
Say, that's a very nice tune. I'd like to introduce this song, George. Could I have it exclusively for the next 3 weeks?
It's agreeable to me. I've made no commitments. Say, I wish you'd record it.
Well, George, I'll certainly give it every consideration.
But when are you going to do it on the air?
Let's see now. Well, we'll do it the program after next because I want to take my time over the arrangement, and I'd like to play it a couple of times on the dance floor to work it in and get it well set, you know.
Program after next, eh? Is that a definite date?
Yes, sir. I'm sure the tune will show up, and I'll be very glad to do it for you.
Thank you, Johnny. And that, Graham, is how a song plugger gets a song plugged.
Thanks, George. Each week, we will invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio and those we considered of most general interest we will have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. Since the presentation of Behind the Mic was announced over various stations, we received a number of questions. Some of them will be answered now by the radio editor of the New York Post, Leonard Carlton. Leonard, Miss Etta Newman of Bell Harbor, New York, has this to ask. She says, "For years I've heard that Fred Allen make fun of Jack Benny's violin playing. Can it be that Fred's jealous of Jack because he can't play the violin?"
Well, Graham, I once kidded Fred about that. He gave me an answer and put it in writing. He said,
"No, I do not wish to play the violin like Jack Benny, if you call that playing. The violin is responsible for Jack's losing his hair. The instrument pressing against his throat is cutting off the supply of oxygen, and his hair isn't getting enough air. Either that or his hair roots are getting discouraged at what's going on inside his scalp and are checking out."
Oh, Ward, Fred couldn't have done a better imitation of himself than you just did. Leonard, Mr. George Pfeiffer of St. Louis, Missouri, writes, "I have a bet with a friend of mine as to whether or not Charlie McCarthy was the first dummy to be used on the air. I said that he was not. As I remember that back in 1927 or 28, Phil Cook did a ventriloquist act with a dummy on a national hookup for a shoe account. Do I or do I not win my bet?"
"Sorry, but Mr. Pfeiffer loses his bet. It's true that Phil Cook did a ventriloquist act, but he only pretended to use a dummy. Charlie McCarthy is the first actual dummy ever used on the radio. The first dummy, understand, Graham, who wouldn't say ouch if you stuck him with a thumbtack."
Well, here's a query from Miss Louise David, New York. Miss David wants to know how many hours is the average commercial half-hour variety show rehearsed?
Well, for Miss David's information, the amount of rehearsal for a half-hour program is very flexible. But including music, such a half-hour program is generally rehearsed, say from 8 to 10 hours.
And now for our last question. Miss Ann Lee Sims of 1843 North Cherokee, Hollywood, California, writes in to say, "I've often heard on the radio the announcers say after a radio program, 'This program comes to you through recordings and electrical transcription.' Will you please tell me what the difference is between a recording and a transcription?"
Well, I'd like to tell Miss Sims that a recording is a record made originally to be played on the phonograph, whereas a transcription is a record made especially to be played on the air. It generally runs at least 15 minutes aside. In the case of dance music, you'll find, let's say about 4 numbers on one side of each record. This generally just about fills out the 15 minutes. In some cases, in transcriptions, you'll find the music faded down near the end of the 15 minutes so that the announcer at the studio can do a commercial announcement.
Thank you, Leonard Carlton, for answering all those questions. Ladies and gentlemen, en passant, as the French say, if you have any question about the inside of radio that you wish answered on the air, write a letter to us. Address it to Graham McNamee, Behind the Mic, National Broadcasting Company, New York City. As many questions as possible will be answered by mail, and the 3 or 4 questions we feel to be of most general interest will be answered on this program. Thank you. Behind the Mic presents how a radio character played a part in a boy's fight for life. It's now our pleasure to introduce to you the leading character in one of the airwaves' most popular serials, Renfrew of the Mounted, Inspector Douglas Renfrew, known in private life as House Jameson. House, exactly how did Renfrew help this boy?
Well, Graham, a couple of months ago, I was at home when I received a telephone call from a stranger, a Bob Novak, who apologized for calling and then told me a very strange and tragic story. It seems his younger brother, Johnny, a lad of 14, had been snake hunting out in New Jersey with a group of friends. Upon Johnny's return home in Englewood, he had suddenly developed stomach cramps. Pain so severe, the doctor had ordered him taken to the Englewood hospital at once. He was examined by specialists, and it was not snakebite. But they couldn't find out what was wrong with him, except that the boy was dangerously ill and had, except for a brief moment every few hours, spent the last 3 days in a coma. Bob Novak went on to tell me.
Johnny.
He's still unconscious, Mr. Novak.
What can we do? There must be something that can be done.
We're doing about everything we can. Unfortunately, the intravenous medication doesn't seem to be helping him as much as we'd hoped.
But, Doctor, we can't just sit here and let him.
Well, we've got one chance, a desperate one. It all depends on whether or not we can keep him awake.
Keep him awake?
Yes. You see, every time he goes into a coma, not only does his fever rise, but his vitality is lowered. If we could keep him out of a coma for sufficiently long intervals, we could give nature a chance to fight for him.
How can we do it?
Well, we might be able to do it if we could excite his interest in something and make him want to stay awake. Fight off the coma. What's he interested in mostly? The usual kid things, baseball, football?
No, he's not much interested in sports. I'm not sure myself. Oh, look, Doctor, he's waking up. I'll find out while we have the chance. Hello, Johnny.
Oh, Bob. Gee, I'm tired.
Yeah, I know. Johnny, I want to ask you something. It may sound foolish, but it's important.
What is it, Bob?
What do you miss most since you've been here? Playing baseball with the kids or going fishing?
Yeah, I miss them, I guess.
What do you miss most?
Well, I miss Renfrew.
What's Renfrew?
It's a radio program about the Northwest Mounted Police. Johnny never misses it, and whenever it's on, Johnny goes into his room and turns on his set, and you couldn't tear him away from the radio with wild horses. It's on Saturday. Well, that's tomorrow.
Say, perhaps...
Yes, Doc, I've been thinking that. I'm going to get in touch with the man who plays Renfrew, and then I'll ask him.
And then, House, he phoned you?
That's right. And he told me how interested Johnny was in Renfrew. And he asked me if I couldn't send Johnny a message from Renfrew, and if there wasn't something else I could do to make Johnny want to fight off his illness.
And what did you do?
Well, first I sent a telegram to Johnny, and when it arrived...
Johnny! Hey, Johnny!
What, Bob?
Here's a telegram come for you. It's signed Inspector Douglas Renfrew.
Renfrew?
Yeah, and it says, Dear Johnny, I've missed having you with me on my recent trips through the Canadian Rockies. What kind of a story do you want to hear next? I'll tell it especially for you. Signed Inspector Douglas Renfrew.
Especially for me?
Yeah, and here's a picture of him that he sent, autographed to you. Look.
Hot diggity. Say, Bob, do you think I could hear Renfrew tomorrow night?
Sure, Johnny. I'll get a portable radio and you can listen.
And then what happened?
Well, after the broadcast next night, I got another phone call from Bob, who told me that Johnny's excitement and his desire to hear the program had kept him out of the coma, and the doctor thought that it had given him enough strength to fight it off from then on, and that he had a good chance to pull through.
And Johnny Novak did pull through. And here he is to tell you so himself. Johnny, how you feeling now?
I'm much better now, Mr. McNamee. I've just returned from a vacation in New Hampshire.
That's good. And you still have that picture of Renfrew, I'll bet.
Yes, sir. I've got it right on my bureau. Gosh, I wouldn't be without that.
Well, that was a dramatic story. And thank you, Johnny, for coming here, and thank you, House Jameson. Next week, when we will bring you the human interest and drama behind a radio actress's fight for a foothold in her chosen field. How one radio program actually prevented a woman listener from wrecking her married life. A thrilling dramatization of the amazing experience that befell Captain Tim Healy of Tim Healy's Stamp Club. How radio directors wishing to cast a radio program immediately reach the actors. And more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good night, all.
Appearing on this is the premiere performance of the new radio feature, Behind the Mic, where radio's most loyal fan, Miss Wilma Gray, former page boy Billy Livingston, orchestra leader Johnny Green, song plugger George Marlowe, comedian Ward Wilson, radio actor House Jameson, radio editor of the New York Post, Leonard Carlton, and Johnny Novak. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
piano, you have heard the well-known NBC pianist Vladimir Brenner. Mr. Brenner played Polonaise in C-sharp minor by Frédéric Chopin. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio, with a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But radio isn't all on the surface. There are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program, and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and the information that are Behind the Mic. And now, presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. Behind the Mic presents the story behind those radio babies. Have you ever wondered who those gurgling, clinging, bawling babies that you hear on radio programs really are? Well, we have a large number of them here in person. Introducing a dozen assorted babies in one, Janice Gilbert. First, I might explain that Janice Gilbert is an 18-year-old, dark-haired young lady and mighty attractive.
Oh, thank you, Graham. I ought to say as much for you.
I wish you could. Janice appears in an almost incredible number of day and nighttime serials, in which she specializes in playing baby parts as well as many children and ingenue roles. I might say that the only prop Janice uses is a pillow, which she holds in her hand and which she cries into. That's about right, isn't it, Janice?
Mm-hmm.
Janice, exactly what kind of babies do you play?
Oh, all kinds, Graham.
Well, do they differ much? I mean, for instance, does a newly born baby make different sounds from a 2 or 3 months old baby or a 5 or 6 months old baby?
Oh, yes. A newborn baby is very weak and can't do anything much but just cry and sputter and cough a little, like this. Now, a 2 or 3 months old baby sounds less strangled because it's able to get more wind into its lungs. And its cries are a little louder, like this.
Yes, Janice, the wind is doing much better. Now, how about an 8 or 9 month old baby?
Well, about that time, they can gurgle and coo. And when they weep, their cries have more volume. And every once in a while, they can work words like Dada into it. Now, suppose you help me out on this one, Graham. You make believe you're the baby's proud daddy, and you say things to make it gurgle and coo. You know, make me happy.
Right. Come on now, baby. Come to Daddy. Come to Daddy. Oh, that's a nice baby. Honest, folks, I didn't really sock Janice there. No. We were just fooling. You know, you must have broadcast from crib to crib.
Yes, on a safety pin hookup.
Well, you certainly play a variety of roles, Janice.
Yes, I do. On the popular daytime serial, The O'Neills, I play the part of the ingenue, the daughter Janice O'Neill, and the 3-year-old twins, Junior and Margie, and baby brother Bobby, who's 9 or 10 months old.
Don't tell me you do them all at once.
Yes, I've even done that. I remember in one scene, Janice O'Neill was crying because she had just lost her first boyfriend. And the twins came into the room to try and console her. Later, the baby cried, and there I was in a 4-way conversation with myself.
How did it sound, Janice?
Well, something like this. He told me he loved me. Why did he lie to me? He couldn't have loved me and done the things he did.
Johnny, why you
Margie.
That's why you cry.
Oh, hello, babies. I'm crying because you wouldn't understand anyway.
I'll tell Mommy. Me too, tell Mommy.
Don't you dare do anything of the kind. I'll be all right.
All right, Johnny, I don't care.
Oh, there's Bobby. And so on, Graham.
It seems easy for you to play several characters all at one time, Janice. You certainly can turn it on.
Well, I have a little fear, Graham, that someday I may mix up the characters and talk something like this. Mommy, I want my cereal.
Please get out of here, dear, so Mother can finish her ironing.
But me hungry, awful hungry.
If you wait until I finish reading the Encyclopedia Britannica and run on the Information Please program, I'll feed you myself.
Thank you very much, Janice Gilbert. You may do a lot of bawling on your program, but I don't think you will ever have to worry about balling up a script. The story behind the Blue Network's earliest morning personality. Ladies and gentlemen, long before most of you have risen from your downy cots, a certain young man is standing before a microphone introducing a radio program. His is the first voice you hear on NBC's Blue Network in the morning, provided you're up that early or that you haven't gotten to bed. We thought it would be a good idea for you to meet him. So here he is, Don Cordray, announcer of the Morning Patrol. Candidly, this is the first time I've ever seen him, and I've been around these many years. Don, what is the Morning Patrol, and what time does it go on the air?
Well, Graham, the Morning Patrol is a program of recordings, mostly dance recordings. We go on the air at 6:30 a.m.
Man, oh, man, 6:30 a.m.?
Uh-huh.
Since you're the first one on the air for this network in the morning, maybe you can tell us how the networks open up each day.
Oh, certainly. With the announcement of the station and the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner.
I get it. If the alarm clock doesn't get the listener up, that will.
That's right.
What time do you have to rise to be at the studio for your show, Don?
Well, I have to come in from Forest Hill, so I set the alarm for 10 to 5.
Oh, 10 to 5. Well, isn't that a little premature?
Well, you know what they say, Graham. The early bird catches the worm.
Yes, but until you develop feathers and a long beak, that won't interest you. What's your daily living schedule?
Well, I get up to 10 to 5, reach studios at 10 past 6, and I'm on call until 4 in the afternoon. Then I go home and sleep until 6, and then I'm fresh for the evening.
Go to bed about midnight and then get up at 10 to 5 again.
10 to 5. Not a bad price. And you have to be here at 10 to 6, do you?
Well, not always, Graham. You see, they used to have a rule here at NBC that if anybody was late for an early show, they were subject to dismissal.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, I'm very careful about setting my alarm clock. Well, one night after setting that alarm, I locked it by pushing down a gadget on top of the bell. When the alarm went off, it was pitch dark, but I arose and got to the subway all right. I didn't seem to recognize any of the regular crowd. When I reached NBC, the front of the building was locked, and I had to go in the side door. Now, this, to me, I thought, is on the strange side. But I went inside, and the elevator operator said, "Well, a special broadcast?" No. But to make that long story short, I reached the studios at, you want to guess what time?
No.
3:45 in the morning.
3:45?
Yes, when I locked the alarm by pushing down the gadget on top, it had thrown the setting hand back to 3:15. But generally, I get to the studios around 6.
Oh, I know that, Don. I see you right along here at 5:45 in the morning, yeah.
The only time, Graham, I ever saw you at 5:45 was when I was going to work and you were going home. And not from work.
Touché, Don. 10 minutes to 6. Oh. How a lovely singing star of radio got her start. Seven years ago, radio's most popular singing trio of that time was singing at the Century Theater in Baltimore. After the show, a little girl came backstage to ask for an autograph. She was admitted to the dressing room and...
Gee, thanks awfully. The 3 ex-sisters, Pearl, Vi, and Jessie.
Oh, I'm going to keep this just as long as I live.
If you keep it half that long, it'll be long enough. So you liked our singing?
I think you're wonderful. And the way you took that high note. Gee, and your rhythm singing.
You seem to know something about singing.
Well, I sing a little myself.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we sang for you this afternoon. How about you singing for us?
Well, all right.
And that little girl stood up and sang like an old trooper.
My, for a little girl, you have a big voice.
You like it?
Why, yes. I'd like our manager, Ed Wolf, to hear you. I'll tell you what. You come back to the theater tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Oh, gee, thanks. Bye.
The morning following at the theater, after the three ex-sisters had finished rehearsing their new song number.
Fine, girls. That'll make a swell number for the act. Well, I'll see you after the first show this afternoon. So long.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, before you go,
Yes, Jessie.
there's a little girl here I'd like you to hear. She's only 11 years old, but we heard her sing, and we think she has a beautiful voice.
Oh, another one of those child prodigies. I hear them every day, Jessie. Forget about it. I'll see you after the show.
Oh, but she's here now. Won't you please listen to her? I think she's really unusual.
Oh, she's here. Where is she?
She's sitting right behind you with her father.
Here I am, Mr. Wolf.
Well, suppose you run up on the stage and let's hear you do a number, huh? You brought your accompanist?
Well, no, but, well...
I'll accompany her. Here, let me have your music, Mary.
Wait a minute, young lady. I want to talk to you. Say, you know that you've got one of the best natural hot singing voices I've ever heard. How old did you say you were?
I'm 11, Mr. Wolf.
11? Say, I've got an idea. We'll call you the little girl with a big voice. Young lady, I think you're going places in radio.
And it was exactly 2 months later that on one of radio's most important shows, the voice of the master of ceremonies, Rudy Valley, said,
Hi-ho, everybody. This is Rudy Valley and Company. Mary Small, aged 11 years, of Baltimore, Maryland. Ordinarily, this program does not go in for child performers. Cute kiddies give us a small pain in the collective neck. But she has a genuine talent. The fact that she is 11 years of age is interesting, but not very important. Many of the better-known grown-ups might learn a few things by listening to Mary sing Louisville Lady.
Out of the river comes a melancholy wail. All the trees are a shiver, even the moon turns pale. Louisville Lady moaning as she drifts along. He was her man, why did he do her wrong? Oh, Louisville Lady, forgive him for being untrue. Now that you're gone, how can he live without? Can't you hear him calling to you, Lady Lou? Louisville Lady, can't you hear his mournful cry? Come out of the river, don't bid your man goodbye.
I remember your appearance very well, Mary, because I was announcing the Valley show at the time. Mary, you were a terrific hit, but you were the first act to get 2 successive weeks on that show. From then on, you came along mighty rapidly to your present success. Today, you're recognized as one of the best blues singers in radio. Thank you, Mary. And on the side, I'd like to say that you're still just as nice a girl as you were 7 years ago. That's my compliment. And Mary Small, when you make your appearance in the new Ziegfeld Follies, the very best of luck.
Thank you, Graham, and thanks, Ernie Watson, for that very nice accompaniment.
Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio, and the 2 or 3 we consider to be the most general interest we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. Tonight's questions will be answered by John McManus, radio editor of New York's newest newspaper, PM. Jack, Mrs. Catherine Bronston of Los Angeles, California, writes in to ask, why do the names of stations within the United States begin with W or K, such as WJZ or KDKA?
Well, Graham, we've had a W and K as first letters for our American stations ever since an international radio convention back in the teens, when first letters for identification were allotted. For instance, at this convention, C was allotted as the first call letter for all Canadian stations, G for England, W, K, and N for the United States, and so forth. You never see the N stations on your radio program because they're used only for government radio services. Incidentally, you might be interested to know that in the latter part of the 1920s, the old Federal Radio Commission made a ruling that all stations east of the Mississippi must begin with a W, and all stations west of the Mississippi must begin with a K. But stations which already had their call letters need not change. That's why, for example, you have KDKA in Pittsburgh, which is east of the Mississippi by a long shot.
Miss Margaret Braun of Brooklyn, Miss Margaret B. Dirker of Los Angeles, Miss Shirley J. Gassner of Upper Montclair, New Jersey, Mr. O.H. Howard of Jackson, Mississippi, and Mr. Benjamin Goldstein of Brooklyn, New York, have all written in to ask, what does newscaster Paul Sullivan mean when at the finish of his broadcast he says, good night and 30?
Well, Graham, there are 2 derivations of the expression 30 as used in this connection. When telegraphers telegraph stories for reporters to their newspapers, at the finish of the last story, they used to send 30 or 3 X's, the Roman numerals for 30. This meant that there were no more stories coming that night. This was adopted by newspapers, and on some newspapers right now, finish and 30 is marked at the end of the last word of the last story on the last page of the newspaper when this story is sent down to the composing room to be set up and printed. Finish and 30, that's the legend they sign on it, means that there are no more stories for that edition of the paper. Paul Sullivan simply adopted and 30 to mean that this was the end of his program.
Thank you, John McManus, for answering all those questions. The drama of how amateur radio has helped the physically handicapped. Standing beside me now is a man who helps children to build radio sets and to become amateur radio operators, sending and receiving messages in their own homes. This may not sound remarkable in itself, except when you know that his schoolroom is located in the New York Institute for the Education of the Blind. His pupils cannot see, and what is still more remarkable, the man who teaches them cannot see either. He, too, is blind, but a wonderful teacher, as I discovered, watching him teach his pupils. Here he is in person, Robert Gunderson. Bob, you're an amateur radio operator yourself, of course.
Yes, Graham, I'm an amateur, and my call letters are W2JIO.
How many students have you in your class now learning how to build sets?
14, Graham, and I'm sure that every one of them will have his amateur license, which means, among other things, that he will have to send and receive 13 words per minute.
I think it's an inspiration to watch kids like that build radio sets when you realize that they can't see what they're doing.
Well, one of the boys in our class is not only blind, but also deaf.
Well, how do you tell him what to do, Bob?
Oh, I communicate with him with my hands by writing the Braille alphabet in his, spelling each word letter for letter.
What a remarkable patience you must have. Well, how can he receive messages if he can't hear?
By the sense of touch, he can feel the vibrations of a buzzer, and in this way he can send and receive code messages purely by feeling vibrations.
Well, do you think it possible for him to become an amateur radio operator?
Well, I'm sure of it. Right now, he can copy 10 words per minute, and you only need 13 to get your license.
Radio will open up a new world for those boys, won't it, Bob?
It's done that for a lot of people, Graham. One day I was communicating by dot and dash with another amateur, but his words were rather jumbled, so I sent him a message saying, I can't copy what you're sending unless you'll space your letters more clearly. He immediately replied, saying that if I didn't want to talk with him, I didn't have to, and then signed off.
Well, what'd you do, Bob?
Well, I figured I'd hurt his feelings and went down to apologize to him. Upon entering his room, Graham, I found that the man was almost completely paralyzed. He had to send messages by tapping the sending key with his foot. Yet he was very independent and most cheerful. We never realize how well off we are until we meet someone less fortunate than ourselves.
That was a case of radio helping the physically handicapped.
Yes, and I can think of another good example of that, Graham. One day I was talking to another amateur in Boston, and we were discussing handicaps, and he said,
I've got a friend who's pretty discouraged. Got a bad ticker. Doctor says he can't live much longer. Now, I got an idea that if he had some real interest, he could hang on. Funny thing about that.
Well, that gave me an idea. That was on Wednesday. The following Saturday, I took a train for the town where this man was located. And after about half a day's searching, finally located him. At first, his wife refused to allow me to see him.
I don't care if you did come from New York, Mr. Gunderson. That won't make any difference to him. He doesn't like strangers. He's very touchy about his sickness.
Yes, but I might be able to help him. Please let me see him.
Well, I suppose it can't do any harm. Come on, I'll take you to his room. Charles, this is Mr. Gunderson. He's come all the way from New York to see you.
You came from New York to see me? What's the idea?
Well, I'll tell you, sir. I'm an amateur radio operator. A friend of yours in Boston, another amateur radio operator, and I were talking over our sets, and he mentioned you. He told me about your case, and I decided to come out to see you.
No, I'm not looking for sympathy.
Well, I didn't come here to give it to you, but I think I can help you.
Help? What help can you do?
I don't mean that I can help you myself, but I think I can help you to help yourself. Now, if you were to become an amateur radio operator...
A radio operator?
Yes, you're pretty lonely, aren't you?
Well, suppose I am.
Well, now, look. If you become an amateur radio operator with your own sending and receiving sets, you couldn't be lonely. You'd have friends wherever there are other amateurs with sets, and they're all over the world. Why, radio will stretch the walls of your room just as far as your set can send and you can receive.
Yes, but where could I get a set like that?
I'll build you one.
And did you build that set for him, Bob?
Indeed I did, Graham.
What happened to that man?
Well, I told you the doctor said his days were numbered. That was 4 years ago. And today, he's still alive and kicking and sending radio messages.
Good. And thank you, Bob Gunderson, for a most interesting and enlightening interview. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions about the inside of radio that you wish answered on the air, write a letter to us. Address it to Graham McNamee, Behind the Mic, National Broadcasting Company, New York City. As many questions as possible will be answered by mail. And the 3 or 4 questions we feel to be of most general interest will be answered on this program. Be sure to listen next week when we will bring you the amusing story of how a cab driver became Eddie Cantor's scriptwriter. Exactly what happens to your letters when you enter a radio contest. The amusing story of what happened when all the lights went out at a studio broadcast. And more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good night, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music is composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. Next week, Behind the Mic will be heard at our regular time, 5:30 to 6 Eastern Standard Time. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Well, with the switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But radio isn't all on the surface. There are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gil Martin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. Behind the Mic presents one of the most versatile character actors in radio. When a radio director is casting a show and he wants a man who can play a Scotchman in one part of the show and a pack of wolves in another, he probably hires our next guest. You might have heard him as the villain on the Dick Tracy program one night and as a funny voice on the Fred Allen show another. As a matter of fact, he plays so many parts that I suggest you be mighty careful about swatting a moth in your closet. It just might be Charlie Cantor. Charlie, exactly what kind of dialects do you do?
Well, Monsieur McNamee, I can do a French dialect like this if you prefer. I can also play the part of a blooming cockney from East 10 with pearl buttons. And if you don't like that, well, doggone bless my ass britches from Memphis, I can stand here with my bare face hanging out and talk like this here.
But I can talk a little like I've just been kissing the blondie stone.
Maybe you like a little Italian, paisan, eh? Like this? Then I can play the Scotchman. Like the Scotchman who went to the dentist and asked how much to pull my tooth. And the dentist says $2. And the Scotchman said, okay, here's $1, just loosen it.
And Charlie, I suppose you speak English, too?
My friend, you're asking, so I'm telling. You can take everything away, but don't take away my Yankee accent.
You not only do dialects, but you also play those two popular little characters on the Fred Allen show.
You mean the dopey man who talks something like this, yeah.
And the little man who talks way up here like this, yeah.
Yes, I do, Graham. Well, a couple of weeks ago, Charlie, we had a man on this program who impersonates animals.
What does he do with animals?
Impersonates animals, Charlie. Do you also impersonate animals?
Well, yes, Graham, for comedy purposes. For instance, on one program, I was called upon to do a lovesick chicken, which sounded something like this. And once I was called upon to do a parrot, which sounded something like this. Hello, buddy, 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 buddy. Hello. Another week, I was called upon to do a hen laying an egg, and it sounded something like this.
I wonder how a program sounds when it lays an egg, Charlie.
Well, I hope I never find out.
Besides playing dialects and characters on shows, what other unusual things do radio directors call upon you to do?
Well, lots of things, Graham. For instance, I'm generally called upon to do funny laughs. One show, I had to do the laugh of a man who was looking over the shoulder of another man who was reading the funnies in the subway, and as the paper doesn't belong to him, it was a sort of a repressed laugh like this. Then there's the timid laugh that I have to do at times like this. And then, still another comedy show, I had to do a laugh like a man who was waiting outside of the delivery room in a hospital. His wife is expecting a baby. The nurse comes out and tells him it's a boy. Also a girl. Another boy.
Oh. Folks, when I said he was versatile, I wasn't kidding. Charlie, just out of curiosity, did you have any theatrical experience before you got into radio?
Well, Graham, I've been in radio 11 years, but I did play in vaudeville for quite some time. When I was in school...
High school?
Well, I won't say it was college, but my brother was a vaudevillian, and he had a comedy act. During the summer, he used to fire his straight man, and I'd substitute for his straight man for 8 weeks, and in that way make my school tuition expenses for the whole year. And do you know who the first straight man my brother fired to make room for me was?
No, who?
Archie Leach, who is now better known as Cary Grant. believe
So
it or not.
Cary Grant was fired so you could take his place.
That's right, Graham.
Well, is there any chance of RKO doing that to Cary now?
So, I wouldn't let him, Graham. Gosh, I wouldn't let him railroad me into that.
No.
I'd hate to play those mushy love scenes opposite Loretta Young or Myrna Loy or Hedy Lamarr. No, 1,000 times no.
All right, Keeper, I'll come quietly.
Thank you, Charlie Cantor. Oddities in Radio. Presenting odd little true stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. Oddity number 1. A few years ago, newscaster Mark Hawley was master of ceremonies on a program for a shoe account emanating from Buffalo. The commercial announcement was done by 2 women, Mrs. Miller and Mrs. Johnson, who talked over the back fence about things pertaining to shoes. One day, the time of the broadcast was changed. Through sheer forgetfulness, the 2 women who did the commercials were not notified. Hawley and his announcer didn't realize this until just before the show, and nothing could be done. When they came to the commercial, there was only one thing to do, and the announcer and Hawley did it. They slipped into falsetto and...
How are you this morning, Mrs. Miller? Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Mr. Johnson. Oh, yeah, how's the family? Oh, everybody's fine except little Willie. His corns are bothering him, and he's got arch trouble. Oh, he has? Yes.
Well, you know, George Jr. had the very same trouble, and we found the most wonderful shoes.
That's
They're
all.
simply marvelous.
They went on and on. After the broadcast was over, Hawley, worried to death, got a phone call from the sponsor.
Yes? Yes, well, I can explain.
I want to know who those 2 women were.
Well, they were just 2 women who we called in because, well, we were in an emergency and...
Well, they were terrific. Get rid of those 2 regular women and we'll hire them.
Oddity number 2. Years ago in the early days of radio, when NBC was still at 711 Fifth Avenue instead of its present palatial quarters at Radio City, radio was not quite the almost perfect technical thing it is today. For instance, in those days, there was no emergency lighting system, and if the lights in the studio went out, the studio was dark until the lights were fixed. For a few brief seconds, we take you back to those early days of radio when there was an unwritten rule that if the lights went out when an orchestra was playing, the orchestra would perform Dixie, because that was the one number all the boys could play together without looking at their music. Well, one day, Frank Black was conducting his orchestra, and the lights went out at the finish of a number. Instead of the next regularly scheduled selection, the orchestra went into... At the finish of Dixie, the studio lights were fixed, and the orchestra resumed its regular program. Suddenly, the lights went out again. And that's exactly what happened. All I can say is, if that ever happened to our orchestra leader here, Ernie Watson, he'd drop dead. Oddity number 3. A few weeks ago, Samuel Kaufman, radio feature writer, hailed a taxi.
Hey, cab. Take me downtown to the New York Sun. Know where it is?
I know all the ways to get there.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, take me the short way.
Say, buddy, you got a radio back there. What do you say you turn it on?
No, thanks. I don't want to hear the radio.
Well, maybe you don't, but I do.
Oh, I see. Well, where do you want me to turn it?
You turn the dial, I'll tell you. Yeah, that's right there. Now turn on the juice.
Just a moment. And pot my curiosity. But who do you want to listen to?
A guy I never miss, Uncle Don.
And for those of you who don't know Uncle Don conducts a well-known kiddie program. Thank you, Sam Kaufman. You played the part of yourself to perfection. Your radio favorites' favorite food. In the upper reaches of New York's theatrical district, where actors are legion, Schubert is king, and Damon Runyon and Walter Winchell are court chroniclers, there is a restaurant which has become as much of a habit with some of your favorite radio stars as worrying about their Crosley ratings. And for no particular reason, we thought you listeners might be interested in some of the food habits of your radio favorites and what they eat. So we have brought you the man who can best give you this information, the proprietor of Lindy's, New York's famous restaurant, Leo Linderman, or Lindy himself. Lindy, suppose you start telling us about the food habits of the famous radio personalities who put on the feed bag in your restaurant.
Who would you like to hear about, Graham? Oscar Levant?
Yes. What is Oscar Levant's favorite food?
Well, Graham, I think it must be coffee, because when he comes into my restaurant, he will drink at least 10 cups.
That's probably what keeps him so wide awake on information, please.
Then do you know what he likes to do? He likes to steal cookies and macaroons out of the cake box.
Naughty, naughty Oscar. One more swiped cookie and Papa will take away your Encyclopedia Britannica. I can't say Encyclopedia Britannica. Did you know, sir? Well, how about some other favorites? Say Eddie Cantor.
Well, Eddie is crazy about well-done hamburgers. He generally starts his dinner with a little dry sherry, and then he's very fond of bologna and eggs.
Well, when he comes into your restaurant, does he eat by himself?
Oh, no. Eddie is crazy about company. He generally comes in with his wife, Ida, and a party of 10 or 12 people. How would you like to hear about Jack Benny?
Yes, I would. Because if eating has anything to do with the salary Jack makes, I'm going to change my diet.
Then you better start eating lots of fish. Jack's favorite seems to be sturgeon and Nova Scotia salmon sandwiches, and for dessert he has...
Yes, I know that product he advertises.
Boynes and Allen also like all kinds of fish.
Well, how about a real gourmet, like Paul Whiteman?
He's not a gourmet anymore. He used to love rich foods.
You mean the days when he was known as Two Sleepy People?
Yes, but that was before he went on his diet. Now when he does come in, which is very seldom, he eats things like boiled steak, a lamb chop, gluten bread, and for dessert, stewed fruit without sugar.
So that's how Paul keeps his schoolgirl figure, eh?
Yes, Walter Winchell has a pretty heavy appetite for a thin man. Because of his work, he generally eats dinner about 2 o'clock in the morning. He always asks if there's anything left over from dinner, and he will have that. He likes all egg dishes and fish, and like Eddie Cantor, he's a bologna and egg feed. He's also very fond of conversation and marinated herring.
Lindy, I think we have just about time for one more celebrity diet.
What about J. Edgar Hoover? He makes radio speeches once in a while.
Well, that's kind of stretching a point, but just out of curiosity, what is J. Edgar Hoover's favorite fodder?
He likes all meat and lots of it.
Uh-oh. Well, the next time I pass him, if I find myself without an arm, I'll know what happened. But thank you, Lindy. Thank you very much for the fodder folderol. The story behind how a cab driver became a successful radio and Broadway show writer. Recently, a new musical comedy hit came into Broadway to the applause of the critics. The show was Hold On to Your Hats, and it starred Al Jolson. One of those responsible for the funny book of the show is a fellow named Eddie Davis, who for the last few years has been very successful as a radio writer. But before Eddie Davis got into radio, but here he is, and we'll let Eddie tell it himself. Eddie Davis. Eddie, before we go into the start of your career, will you please tell the audience who are some of the radio comedians for whom you've written?
Well, for 6 years, I was one of Eddie Cantor's writers. He gave me my start in radio. Then I also written for Al Jolson, Ed Wynn, Jack Haley, Joe Penn, Milton Berle, and many others.
Mm-hmm. What did you do before you started writing for radio?
Graham, I used to drive a cab. And believe it or not, that cab actually helped me to get my first radio job.
How was that, Eddie?
Well, it was about 8 years ago. You see, between 8 and 9 in the evenings, I used to park my cab in front of the New Amsterdam Theater. In those days, Eddie Cantor was doing his broadcast there. I used to listen to the Cantor program and write down the jokes I thought he should have used on the show. Then right after the show, I'd go upstairs and see Eddie and tell him those jokes. Most of them were pretty punk. He wouldn't use them, but I kept right on trying. After giving him the jokes, I'd wait downstairs and drive him home. One night I parked my cab in front of the New Amsterdam Theater, listened to Eddie Cantor's broadcast, and I hurried upstairs to the studio and I...
Wait a minute, buddy. The only people who can get through this corridor are the actors on the show.
Listen, you're new around here, aren't you?
Well, yeah.
Then you don't know me. I'm Mr. Cantor's chauffeur. I just want to tell him where his car is parked.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Cantor.
So I says to the guy, how do you like that guy? Oh, hello, Davis. Say, look, you mind telling me just one thing? How were you able to pass the man at the door to get in here?
Just personality, Mr. Cantor. Plain place. But nevertheless, I got a joke I wanted you to do tonight.
Yeah?
Look, you could open up the program by saying, Jimmy, what do you think? This morning I opened up my closet and find a little Mort crying. And Jimmy says, wait a minute, who ever heard of a Mort crying? And you could say, well, didn't you ever hear of a Mort ball?
Well, maybe I could have used something like that.
Look, I got another one you could have used. You could use it next week. You open the program, you say, Jimmy, what does NBC stand for? And Wallington says, National Broadcasting Company. And you say, how do you like that? And all the time I thought it was nothing but Cantor.
Well, that's not bad. Look, just on the chance I might be able to use it, Eddie, here's a little something for yourself.
Can you imagine? I sold a gag to Cantor. Me, Eddie Davis, a cab driver. I'm selling jokes to Cantor. I gotta go before I faint.
Say, look, where are you going?
I gotta phone my wife. Helen, do you hear that? Tell the baby, Evelyn. I sold a gag to Cantor. How do you like that?
Wait a second. Maybe you can sell some more jokes to Cantor. I'm doing a routine on daylight saving time next week. I want some jokes on watches. You think you could write a couple?
A couple? I'll write 100. I'll write 1,000,000. I'll write... Say, give me a nickel. I want to phone my wife. I sold a kid. Oh, I'm so excited. I don't know what I'm saying, really.
Wait. You haven't written them yet. Gonna be waiting for me downstairs and drive me home?
Am I? You're gonna be driven like you never was driven before.
All right, Eddie, take me home.
Okay, Mr. Cantor. Say, I've been thinking about those gags. You know, you told me to write for next week. You know, the ones about the watches.
Look, Eddie, I'm a nervous man. I've got a wife and 5 children. Just as a favor to Cantor, please don't turn around when you talk.
All right. But look, about those watch gags. Suppose you were to come on a stage with a watch hanging out on the back of your pocket. And Wellington was to say, Eddie, what have you got that watch hanging out in the back pocket for? And you say, I can't help it. I'm behind times, Jimmy. You like that?
Hey, look out for that truck!
Why don't you look where you're going, you big baloney?
I'll flatten you.
Yeah? You and who else? I've got Cantor, my cab. I'll have him take a poke at it. Go ahead, Cantor. Show him how you fight. Go ahead.
Davis, listen, I'm a comedian, not a prize fighter.
That's the trouble with the cab business these days. These truck drivers think they own the street. Say, I got another watch gag. You could bring out a watch and show it to Wellington and say you call it your Woolworth watch because it's always 5 to 10. You like that? 5 to 10.
Where you going?
Just scrape the spend a little bit, and he puts up a big yell. How do you like a guy like that?
Listen, Davis, as a personal favor to my wife, my 5 children, and my sponsor, will you please keep your eyes on the road?
I'm keeping my eyes on the road. Say, how about this one? Show Wellington another watch, and he says, Eddie, there's something missing on that watch. And you say, yes, I know. Things are so bad, I laid off one of the hands. Like that.
Well, kid, there's one thing about you. You always keep on punching.
I thought of another one. Listen to this one.
Hey, look out! Say, Davis, as a matter of self-protection, next week I want you to work for me at a salary as a writer. I'd rather hire you than be killed by you.
Thank you, Eddie Davis. Thank you. That was a strange beginning of a fine career. Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio and the 3 or 4 we consider to be of most general interest we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. Tonight's questions will be answered by Al Newman, radio editor of the magazine Newsweek. Mr. Philip N. Lewis of Salt Lake City writes in to ask, how does a sponsor tell whether his program is popular or not?
Well, Mr. Lewis, there are certain organizations that specialize in finding out the comparative popularity of programs. This is mostly done by taking a cross-section of various areas in the country and finding out by telephone what programs people are listening to at the moment and what programs they've listened to during the day. The sponsor can sometimes tell about the popularity of his program by the increase of the sale of his product since the program went on the air.
Miss Beulah Allison of New York City asks this. What is meant by the expression soap opera?
Soap opera, or soap saga as it's sometimes called, is slang for a daytime radio serial. They're so called because so many of these serials are sponsored by large soap concerns.
Mr. William White of Saranac Lake, New York, writes in to ask, I have often heard the word stooge used as pertaining to a radio character. Will you please tell me exactly what a stooge is and how did the word originate?
Well, to take the last part of Mr. White's question first, there have been a great many explanations of the origin of stooge, but one of the most logical seems to be this. In the days when vaudeville was really vaudeville, and when an actor needed someone to say a few lines in his act, he'd sometimes hire an amateur to teach him how to deliver the lines and maybe even how to sing a song. Such a person was called a student. Either through mispronunciation or carelessness, the word became stugent and was eventually shortened to stooge. Through the course of years, the term stooge became applied to a professional actor who played a subsidiary part in a vaudeville act. On the air, the term stooge is generally applied to a minor comedy character. Some famous stooges of radio have been Park Your Carcass, Schlepperman of the Jack Benny program, Beadle of the Phil Baker program, and Tizzy Lish on the Al Pierce Show.
Thank you, Al Newman. Thank you for answering those questions. How a radio broadcast helped save the life of a great football star. This past July, Ken Strong, former All-American football player and star of the New York Football Giants, one of the greatest backs the game has ever produced, was deathly ill. But we'll let Ken tell it himself. Come on, he'll tell you about it. Ken Strong. Ken, exactly what was the matter with you?
Well, Graham, I had a bad case of stomach ulcers, and they had burst. I was operated on at the Flushing Hospital at 1 o'clock in the morning. The next night, I took a turn for the worse. I felt terrible. Not only physically ill, but mentally down. Not long before, my boy had had a ruptured appendix, and that and my own illness weighed upon me. There were two people I kept asking for, my two closest friends, Stan Lomax, a sports writer and commentator, and Tim Mara, the owner of the Giants. About 3 o'clock in the morning, the doctor phoned Stan, and he said,
Hello, Mr. Lomax. Well, Ken is terribly sick. Now, what worries me most, though, is his mental condition. It just doesn't seem as if he cares to get well. And he's got to if he's going to pull through. He needs something to shock him into one to fight and live. Isn't there something you can do? I think you can.
Stan was a real friend, Graham. The next evening when he went on the air for his regular sports broadcast, this is what he said.
Good evening, everyone. The greatest football player New York has ever produced, Ken Strong, is seriously ill at the Flushing Hospital. You've cheered him on the football field. Here's your chance to encourage him in something far more important, his fight for life. Write him and let him know that you're all pulling for him to win this biggest fight of all. Hello, Flushing Hospital. This is Herman Bagassi of Staten Island. Will you tell Ken Strong he's just got to get better and... Say, operator, I'm a cop, and Strong don't know me, but you tell him that all the boys on the force are pulling for him to come through. And be sure and tell him that...
Say, what'll I do with these wires, miss? They're all for Ken Strong.
I'll have them brought up to his room. Oh, look at all these letters, Mr. Strong. Thousands of them from people who want you to get better.
Well, Graham, when I found how people were pulling for me, I felt if I didn't get better, I'd be letting them and my family, my friends, and everybody down. And I knew this was one touchdown I had to make.
You not only made it, Ken, but you knocked the Grim Reaper for a goal. And you're still with the New York Giants, of course.
Yes, I am, Graham. And if any of those people that wrote or phoned the hospital are listening, I'd like to personally thank them from the bottom of my heart.
Well, thank you. And the very best of luck to you, Ken Strong, and also to your New York Giants.
gentlemen, if you have any questions about the inside of radio that you wish answered on the air, write a letter to us. Address it to Graham McNamee, Behind the Mic, National Broadcasting Company, New York City. As many questions as possible will be answered by mail, and the 3 or 4 questions we feel to be of most general interest will be answered on this program. Be sure to listen next week when we will bring you the inside story of football broadcasts, as told by Bill Stern and Swede Larson, coach of the Navy. What happened when a Zulu made his appearance on the radio broadcast? How radio brought help in the life and death crisis down in the Pacific Ocean. And more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions about the inside of radio that you wish answered on the air, be sure and write a letter to us and address it to Graham McNamee, Behind the Mic, National Broadcasting Company, New York City. Now, all the questions, and as many as possible, will be answered by mail, and the 3 or 4 questions we feel to be of the most general interest will be answered on this program. Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music is composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But radio isn't all on the surface. There are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities, and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you very much, Gil Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. One of NBC's most unusual programs features Joseph Marais. Joseph Marais was born in South Africa on the Bush Veldt, and his program, Sundown on the Veldt, consists of stirring dramas laid in Africa, interspersed with African songs which he has adapted. With his background, it would be strange indeed if he hadn't at least one interesting behind-the-mic story. He has, and here he is to tell it. Joseph, will you please tell our audience the interesting story you told me the other day?
Well, Graham, before I came to this country, I had a program on the British Broadcasting Corporation, or BBC, a program called On Trek. which was very similar to my present program, Sundown on the Veldt. It consisted of dramas and African songs. One evening, I was walking on a little street in Soho, London, going to get my car from the garage, when I passed a little native club which was in the basement of a building just off the West End. As I was passing, I heard a man talking Zulu. I turned and saw a magnificent figure of a colored man. My curiosity was aroused, and as I approached him, I heard him say, I beg your pardon. I thought I heard you speak Zulu. Was I right?
Yes, I am a Zulu.
I'm a South African myself. It's strange finding a Zulu in London. Would you mind telling me what a man like yourself is doing here?
Well, Nkosi, I came here with a Zulu choir to sing in a cinema. The rest of the choir went back to Zululand, and I stayed here to try my luck.
Oh, so you sing Zulu songs?
Yes, Nkosi.
Well, I have a program on BBC in which I use African songs. Do you mind humming something for me now, right here?
All right, Nkosi.
Very interesting. I wonder if you'd come to see me at the studio tomorrow. I might be able to use you on my program. Here's the address, Broadcasting House, Langham Place. Well, Graham, I auditioned him the following day at the studio, and he really had a fine voice. I might add that he was no ordinary Zulu. His name was Tsukili, and he informed me that he was a descendant of Ketshwayo, a famous Zulu chief, and was related to the present Prince Regent Msheweyeni. I believed him because he had all the poise and dignity of a noble. Well, the following week I had him appear on my program, and he sang the Zulu song he'd hummed for me in the street. Tsukili was a tremendous success, and I might add that later he got several very lucrative nightclub engagements and appeared in a London play. But to get on with my story, I announced that he would appear on our program the following week. The next day, I received a letter from a woman who signed herself Pendula. In the letter, she told me that she always listened to my program with a great deal of interest, but she had a particular interest in wanting to come to my next week's broadcast, and would I please send her a ticket, which I did. The following day after the broadcast, a very dignified colored woman approached me and said in perfect English,
How do you do, Mr. Murray? I wrote you a letter last week, and it was very kind of you to send me a ticket.
Oh, yes, you're Pendula.
Yes. You see, I listen to your program of African songs every week because I am a Zulu, although I have never seen Zulu land. My father was a chieftain who was exiled from his country before I was born. I was born in England.
Oh, were you?
Yes. When I heard that man Tsukili sing on your program last week, I felt I had to come here. I was very anxious to meet the man who sang that song, because I remember my father singing a similar song to me as a child, and it stirred up in my mind visions of a land I always loved but had never seen.
Oh, I'll be glad to introduce you two. I'm sure you'll both find together. And Graham, those two people, both with royal blood in their veins, were interested in each other immediately, and the interest grew, so that before I left England to come to this country, Tsukili told me that as soon as he had enough money, he intended to return to Zululand with Pendula as his wife.
Thank you, Joseph Murray, for the most interesting, very interesting story. Oddities in Radio, presenting odd little true stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. Oddity number 1. When radio broadcasting first started, studios were not nearly as careful in the choice of their personnel as they are today. Among the almost impossible to believe happenings that actually occurred is this story. A broadcasting executive took a fancy to the speaking voice of an elevator man at the radio station and actually had him installed as an announcer. Unfortunately, the elevator man's knowledge did not quite match his voice. One day, he came up to Milton Cross and said in a puzzled voice,
Say, Milt, I can't quite make out some of this musical stuff.
What's bothering you?
Well, what does it mean when they give you something like this to announce? Pictures at an exhibition. Mussorgsky Ravel. I can't get what they mean by Mussorgsky-Ravel.
Well, in a case like that, it generally means the first name is the name of the man who composed the music, and the last name, the one after the hyphen, is the name of the man who arranged it. In other words, pictures at an exhibition composed by Mussorgsky and arranged by Ravel.
Oh, I get it.
And that's why, about 3 days later, listeners were amazed to hear the following.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our concert orchestra brings you the melodious Hymn to the Sun, composed by Rimsky and arranged by Korsakov.
Oddity number 2. Ace announcer Ernest Chappell will take this over because this happened to him. Ernest Chappell.
Well, Graham, this is... This is another one of those early days of radio stories. I was an announcer at a station up in Syracuse. One day we were broadcasting an orchestra concert from a theater. Perhaps I should explain that our station was on the top floor of a hotel. It was before the days of special wires, and the broadcast of this concert was transferred over regular telephone wires through the telephone switchboard in the hotel up to our studio on the top floor for rebroadcast. Well, we'd been on the air for about 3 minutes, and the orchestra was playing the familiar Liebestraum, Love's Dream, when I got a phone call from the studio engineer who said to me,
Hey, Chappie, you might just as well cut that music. You're off the air.
Off the air? Well, what's the matter? What happened?
Well, I'll tell you. You know how our broadcast goes through the hotel telephone switchboard?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Well, while you were broadcasting that orchestral music, our wire got crossed with another wire in which your husband and wife were having an argument. You should have heard what went out over the air along with that Love's Dream music. It was the darndest.
Here, you sap. Here I am in Cincinnati without a thing to do while you're in Syracuse.
Listen, I don't have to get permission from you every time I leave town on business.
Business? Don't you start pulling that line on me
Don't you
again.
talk to me like that. Who do you think you are?
I'll show you who I am, you idiot. If you aren't in Cincinnati by tomorrow...
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll tell you a thing or two. Just you keep that up and...
So you can see from that, Graham, it was little wonder that the station did take us off the air.
Love's Dream, huh? You mean Love's Nightmare. Thank you. Thank you, Ernest Chappell. When you listen to NBC's sport expert Bill Stern broadcast a major football game, do you ever wonder how, when a play is run off, Bill is able to call off its minute details which you as a spectator in the stands would miss, and how he immediately identifies each player that took part in it, how he knows so much about the background of every participant in the game, and in short, how he is able to bring to you in your living room so accurately the football game you hear. Well, here's Bill Stern to tell you about it himself. Bill, you don't pull all that information right out of your hat, do you?
Good grief, Graham. I don't have to tell you how to do a football game. After all, you broke me into sports announcing. You were a pioneer in all this. All we're doing is copying what you've already done. You know, your name has always been a symbol of good football broadcast. And as you know, Graham, the accurate broadcast of the game with all the color material involved is only made possible by the cooperation of the coaches, the officials, and even the players themselves on the various teams.
Well, do you mind describing to our listening audience just what you mean by cooperation, Bill?
Well, I think the best way to do that, Graham, would be to recreate a telephone conversation between myself and Major Swede Larson, who's the coach in Navy, which I asked the Major for permission to broadcast the Navy-Notre Dame football game in Baltimore, which will be played on Saturday, November the 9th. Now, the Major's here in the studio now to help me do this, and so if you don't mind, a few weeks ago, I called the Major at Annapolis, and I said to him, "Hello, Major. This is Bill Stern at NBC.
Hello, Bill. What
what can I do for you?
Well, look, Major, we'd like to sort of broadcast that Navy Notre Dame taffy pull you're going to have in a couple of weeks. Will that be all right with you?
Yes, Bill, but it won't be a taffy pull.
Well, look, you have a lot of broadcasting booths down there at the Municipal Stadium. Now, if you could please let me know the number of the booth that NBC will be using, why, we can in turn inform the telephone company so they can run in the correct wires into our booth.
Well, yes, Bill. I'll let you know in plenty of time which booth you'll have. What material would you like to help you in the broadcast?
Well, Major, I wish you'd make me up an alphabetical list of the players with their corresponding numbers. And then, too, I'd like a description of the various players and information about their background as well.
Didn't you get most of that in our booklet, which we sent you at the beginning of the season?
Yes, I did, Major Larson, but I'd like to know if there's been any change in those numbers, or if you have any new men on the team, or perhaps if some of the boys have been dropped.
All right, Bill. I'll have all that material ready for when you get down here.
Oh, thanks very much. And look, Major, most important of all, I'm going to need a very good spotter to identify your players for me.
I'll have a good boy ready for you, Bill, a boy that's been on the squad all season. He knows all the plays and the players. He'll be with you in the press box to identify our men on the field. Is there anything else that you'd like?
Yes, I'd also, if it's not too much trouble, Major, like permission to watch your team practice. I'll try and stay out of the way. I'd like to get a pretty good idea on your formations.
Well, that'll be fine. I'll let you know exactly when we'll practice. I'd also like to show you some special plays that we have so that you'll be ready for them when we pull them on Notre Dame. Would you like to watch us on Friday, the 8th?
Well, if it's all the same to you, Major, I'd like to watch your team on Thursday. I'll tell you why. Notre Dame is pulling into Baltimore on Friday, and that's the only day I have to watch them.
Okay, that'll be fine with me.
And yes, here's one more thing. If possible, I'd also like to see some moving pictures of your Navy team in action. I know that those pictures were taken from the top of the press box, and they're going to give me a very good idea of what your team looks like actually from the broadcasting booth.
When you get down to Annapolis, we'll set up the equipment in the gym, and I'll show them to you then. Is there anything else?
One more thing, Major, before we say goodbye here. I wonder if you can let me have a list of the songs that your band is going to play during the game, and also in the order that they're going to be played.
Well, what does that got to do with a football game, Bill?
Well, you see, certain of these songs, Major Larson, are restricted on the air, and they can only be broadcast by the payment of a large fee. So if you'll be good enough to let me know in advance what numbers you're going to play and in what order that they're going to be played, why, if there are any that we can't clear, we'll just fade down the music, and I'll talk right over it, and the microphone won't pick up those tunes.
Fine. I'll have that ready for you, too, when you arrive. How many tickets do you want for the game?
Well, let's see. I'd like a ticket for your spotter. That's the Navy spotter. For the Notre Dame spotter, that's 2. The announcer's 3. 2 engineers is 5. Western Union operator, he's the one who gives us the scores on other ball games, is 6, and I think I'll need one myself. That's 7 in all. Is that all right, Major?
Just fine. Is that all, Bill, that I can do for you?
Yes, Major Larson, and a million thanks to you for your cooperation.
Good night, Bill. Stay on the 8th.
And that, Graham, is, if I ever had to tell you, is the real lowdown on how I or any other sports announcer goes about preparing for a football broadcast.
For a most interesting interview. And my congratulations to you, Major, in regard to that grand victory that your boys gave you yesterday afternoon against Princeton. Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in your memory. Programs you recall with nostalgic sweetness. And so each week, we intend to bring you a star or a part of some program you used to hear. A program that you loved. And tonight, Behind the Mic salutes the old Maxwell House Showboat. Who among us that once heard and loved the old Maxwell House Showboat program can ever forget it? What a swell program that was, with Charlie Winninger as Captain Henry, Mary Lou, Lanny Ross, Conrad Tebow, Molasses in January, Tiny Ruffner, and the rest of that grand group of entertainers. So once more, for a few brief moments, let this program you loved cast its spell upon you as the old Maxwell House Showboat wends its way down the swirling waters of the Mississippi. And there's a moon above casting a silvery gleam on the waters, and on the upper deck stands lovely Muriel Wilson, the original Mary Lou of the old Showboat, singing...
If you ask where love is found, the sort of love that's fond and true, I will bid you look around.
Thank you, Muriel Wilson, for recreating a glorious moment from the old Maxwell House Showboat, a program whose tradition is still carried on by the new Showboat now heard on the air. Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio, and the 3 or 4 we consider to be of most general interest we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. Tonight's questions will be answered by Miss Betty Coakley, radio editor of the New York Herald Tribune. James J. Connery of Bristol, Long Island asks, how are baseball games broadcast when the announcers are not at the actual game, and in some instances not even in the city where the game is taking place?
Well, Mr. Connery, in some broadcasts of baseball games, the sportscaster is sitting in the studio receiving reports of the game as it progresses through Western Union tickers. A real baseball expert knows enough about the idiosyncrasies of the players, their habits when at the plate and in the field, and all color material necessary to recreate the game so that the listener at home imagines he is actually hearing the real game. Sound effects of the crack of ball on bat, crowd noises, and so forth are produced by records which give the broadcast an authentic background.
Mrs. H.F. Unger of Plainfield, New Jersey, writes in to ask, do comedians write their own jokes?
Well, Mrs. Unger, almost every comedian has one writer or a staff of writers to assist him in preparing his program. One well-known comedian is known to have had from 10 to 12 writers working for him at the same time, but this number is unusual.
Mr. R.G. Thompson of Providence, Rhode Island, asked this question. Is there a rule in radio that our national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner, must be played to completion once it has been started?
As far as I know, there is no written regulation to that effect, but good taste and respect for the national anthem have suggested the policy that the Star-Spangled Banner be played until its completion.
Thank you, Miss Coakley, for answering those questions. Thank you. In May 1934, anchored in Tagus Cove, the Galapagos Islands, Pacific Ocean, was a 32-foot ketch, the Swap. Its owner was William Albert Robinson, Massachusetts shipbuilder and famed author of 10,000 Leagues Over the Sea and Voyage to Galapagos. His crew consisted of his lovely young wife, Florence, and his cousin, Daniel West. They had sailed from Port Washington, New York, on a trip of adventure, but suddenly tragedy had struck. In the cabin of the Swap lay Robinson, doubled up with pain. The pain had crept remorselessly over to his right side, down below his ribs, and had concentrated there.
Still hurts so badly.
It's awful. I think it's appendicitis.
Well, whatever it is, we've got to get you to a doctor as quickly as we can. We can steer for Guayaquil.
No good. We'll have to buck too many currents and winds. It would take us 2 weeks to get there.
And Panama's 1,000 miles away.
We couldn't get there in less than 10 days. Look, Florence, you and Dan take the boat across the strait to Narborough. There may be a fishing trawler there, and maybe we can use their radio to get some medical advice.
The next day, on Monday morning, May 21st, the Swap arrived across the strait. Fortunately, the fishing trawler Santa Cruz was anchored in the harbor. Florence Robinson explained the desperate situation to the captain of the Santa Cruz, and she was turned over to the radio operator, who sent a message to the RCA station in California describing William Robinson's symptoms, and then Florence Robinson, who was in the cabin with the operator.
Certainly seems to be taking a long time to get a reply.
Well, this is part of the RCA ship medical service, and it takes time. They communicate with the hospital and get the advice of surgeons. They've got to do that before they can reply to us. Oh, here's something now.
Good.
Allow patient no food or drink. Keep affected parts packed in ice. Move patient at once to hospital.
Move at once to hospital. But where? Here's more ice, dear. Does it still hurt so badly?
Don't bother about me, Florence. I'll be all right.
Well, one thing, you don't have to worry about your appendix bursting, Robbie. You've still got a lump there. I felt it when I put the ice on. As long as that lump is there, it hasn't burst. The captain of the Santa Cruz told me that. He once had appendicitis himself.
Of course it hasn't burst.
Well, I'm going to see that radio operator again. I'll be back in a little while.
As long as there's a lump, it's all right. Now, let me see. There is no lump. I can't feel any. It's burst. It means peritonitis. Peritonitis. That's dying. I'm tired. So tired. But I mustn't fall asleep. As long as I can stay conscious, I can't die. I mustn't fall asleep.
Operator, isn't there some way that we can get a doctor?
Well, Mrs. Robinson, I heard the captain speak of a case where the Navy once came to the aid of a sick sailor on a fishing boat off the California coast.
The Navy? Well, can't we get a message through to them? Maybe there's a ship nearby.
Well, let me see. We can try to get a message through to Admiral Crosley at the naval base in Balboa and ask them if a Navy vessel is in the neighborhood. There might be a doctor aboard.
Oh, there's got to be a ship.
Hours dragged by, but a radio dead spot between Tagus Cove and Balboa, Panama, 1,000 miles away, barred them off like a wall. The message couldn't be received. At last, the shore radio station at Chatham, Massachusetts, picked up the appeal and relayed it back to Panama. At midnight came word from the Admiral.
Regret. No ship in vicinity. Well, I've just about tried everything.
You know, Operator, it's a strange thing to say in a situation like this, but I can't help thinking that there's something wonderful about radio. The way it sends its messages on unseen wings through the air. At least that's the way it seems to me.
Unseen wings. That's a good way to put it, Mrs. Robinson.
Unseen wings. Planes. That's it.
Gosh, I never thought of that. I'll send another message to Balboa. Admiral Crosley, Balboa. Situation desperate. Can plane with surgeon reach Galapagos?
Oh, they've got to do something. I can't bear to think of Robbie suffering down there in that cabin.
I've got to stay awake. If I stay awake, I'll be all right. Look at those waves. We're in a hurricane. Lawrence. Dan. Don't worry. The swap has ridden out worse storms than this. Ready about. Hard to starboard. Now, steady on your course. Steady. Steady. I've got to stay awake. I've got to stay awake.
Robbie, we've just got this message. Destroyer and planes leaving with surgeons from Balboa at once.
A few hours later, 2 Navy planes with 2 surgeons aboard arrived at Narborough. Later, the destroyer Hale arrived as well. William Robinson was operated upon successfully in the wardroom of the destroyer, and he's alive today, both to tell about it and to write about it in his book, Voyage to Galapagos. Once more, radio had played its part in saving human lives. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions about the inside of radio that you wish answered on the air, write a letter to us. Address it to Graham McNamee, Behind the Mic, National Broadcasting Company, New York City. As many questions as possible will be answered by mail, and those we feel to be of most general interest will be answered on this program. Be sure to listen next week when we will bring you the story of how John J. Anthony's advice on his Goodwill Hour program
help prevent a murder. The unusual story of how Haven McQuarrie of Your Marriage Club accidentally effected a strange cure. A salute to another program you loved, and more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music is composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. There are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gil Martin. Thank you. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. We've had many people on this program who make their living from radio in strange ways. There was, for instance, one man who imitated animals and a young lady who impersonated a multitude of babies on script shows. But our next guest makes her living in radio in a way that tops all of them. And here she is to tell you all about it. Hildegard Halliday. Hildegard, what is your radio specialty?
Well, I make a living by sneezing.
You mean you're an expert in pseudonasal explosions. In other words, when a radio director has a character in a script who has a lot of sneezing, he casts you in the part, huh?
Well, it certainly seems to work out that way. I've done all kinds of sneezes on the Rudy Valley, Tommy Riggs, Fred Allen, Aunt Jenny, Robert Benchley, and many other programs.
Well, do you mind telling us how you're able to sneeze that way at a moment's notice, Hildegard?
Oh, I can sneeze like all get out if I just imagine very hard that I have a cold and chill.
I see. There's cold in them there chills. Besides working yourself into the part psychologically, do you get many hints from observation?
Yes, I do. I recently got a great many hints from observing a lady at a cocktail party. You know, Graham, I never realized how bad hay fever was until I saw her.
Yeah.
Oh, how do you do, Lulu? Oh, I've got well. Oh, my dear, I've got well at all. Well, it's just the hay fever, comes and goes. I really didn't feel like coming here today, but I just thought I should. Oh, no, I'll just stand here and chat with a few people. How do you do, dear? How are you? Oh, I've got well. Oh, I've got well at all. Well, I may look well, but nobody knows how I suffer. You know, I've been thinking so much about you lately. I saw your husband lunching with such a nice-looking woman the other day. Your sister, I suppose? Oh, you don't have a sister. Well, we never know, do we? Oh, Kate! Kate, my dear, I've been wanting to get... I've been wanting to get... Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I can't help it. They're serving martinis around here, and I'm allergic to vermouth. Oh, we start to sing up. I just been wanting to congratulate you on your husband being made a congressman. I hope he doesn't get besmirched. I always say politics is so common, what with letting everybody vote. Oh, I don't know a thing about politics, but I do know what I like. What, dear? Uncle Joe? Oh, he's doing very poorly. We expect to bury him before long. Well, he's lived his life. We never could tell when our own... We never know when our... Oh, you know, that's the silliest thing. You never know when you're going going to... No, my husband's away on one of his trips. Well, I wanted to go away with him, but he said he'd feel better off to have me at home. He said he didn't want anything to happen to me. He knew he'd never find another... Oh, I'm afraid one of my spells is coming on. Oh, no, they're not dangerous. I just sort of stretch off the floor and stiffen. I think I should go. Lulu. Lulu, dear, I'm going home. I really don't feel I can stay any longer, but I've had such a jolly time. Take care of yourself, won't you? There's so many people dying this year.
Thank you very much, Hildegard Halliday. You got me doing it now. Each week, puzzled, sometimes frightened, sometimes despairing people seek the advice of social expert John J. Anthony on his radio Goodwill Hour, hoping that he will point out a solution of their problems. You have heard him advise them. But here are stories of what happens to these people after they have left Mr. Anthony's program. Stories the radio public never hears. Tonight, for the first time, Behind the Mic brings you the story of the result of Mr. Anthony's advice in what he calls his most astounding case. Mr. John J. Anthony. Mr. Anthony, will you please tell us about that story?
Yes, Mr. McNamee. That case gave me the most terrific shock I've ever had during my career in radio. On one week's program, I asked one man to state his problem, and to my shock and amazement, he began like this. I said to him, "What is your business?" And he said, Mr. Anthony,
my business is killing.
What do you mean?
I'm a gunner in the Navy, and I'm going to kill a man.
Do you realize what you're saying?
Yes, I do, but it's the only way out. You see, I'm in love with a woman, and she's in love with me. But she's married, and her husband won't give her a divorce. He won't divorce her, well, out of sheer cussedness. He doesn't love her, but he doesn't want me to marry her. I've decided that there's only one thing to do, and that's to put him out of the way. That's the only way she'll get her freedom. So I'm going to kill him.
You must have been shocked when you heard that. What did you do then, Mr. Anthony?
Naturally, I pointed out to him that he certainly wasn't going to be able to marry this woman if he killed her husband. He'd be arrested and executed, and that would be the end of it. In the meantime, I wrote a note to the announcer and handed it to him. In the note, I told the announcer to have this man's overcoat, which he had hung outside the studio, searched. Inside the man's coat was found a large, heavy jackhandle, a perfect instrument with which to club someone. So I knew he was serious in his intention. I asked him to wait for me after the show, and he did. When the program was over, I told him that I could very easily have him committed to Bellevue Hospital for psychiatric examination to determine his sanity, but I was more anxious to straighten him out. I made him promise that he would do nothing that evening, but would come to see me the following day at my office. He promised.
Did you feel his promise was worth anything?
Oh, yes, in this case. After all, he had been contemplating killing this man for some time, and he'd come to me for help, and he still wanted it. So he wasn't going to do anything until at least after he had seen me again.
Well, why did you have him come to your office?
Well, because I wanted to get in touch with a well-known psychiatrist, have him see the sailor, and try to straighten him out, which was exactly what he did in a series of interviews.
And how did it all end? Did the man divorce his wife, and did the sailor marry her?
Oh, no, Graham. It might have happened that way in a story, but not in real life. That was different. You see, the psychiatrist confirmed what I had suspected all along. The sailor wasn't really in love with this woman. It was a case of frustration. He'd probably wanted to marry her at one time, but since he wasn't, and since she was married, that was quite impossible. But the fact that he couldn't made him all the more determined that he would, even if he had to kill her husband to do it. The finish of the story, Graham, is that the husband, when he discovered that the sailor didn't want to marry his wife, gave her a divorce. I got her a job. The sailor didn't marry her, but he didn't kill the husband either. And there you are.
And thank you, John J. Anthony, for an unusual behind-the-mic story. Oddities in Radio, presenting odd little true stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's oddity. A few weeks ago, Len Doyle, radio actor, best known perhaps for his interpretation of the part of Harrington, special cop, in the radio series Mr. District Attorney, was speeding along a highway near New York on his way to his broadcast.
Hey, when are you smart guys going to learn you can't go 70 miles an hour out here?
Yeah, officer, I was just driving along thinking of my grandmother. I just looked at the speedometer.
Baloney, I had you clocked. You're the third guy in the last hour I've had to give a ticket to.
Oh, you're not going to give me a ticket, are you? I'm awfully sorry.
So I'm not going to give you a ticket.
Well,
Well, it is. Let's see your license number.
Yeah.
70 miles an hour. Where do you think you're going? To a fire?
No, as a matter of fact, I was on the way to a radio broadcast.
And do you mind telling me why you have to go 70 miles an hour to a radio broadcast?
Well, officer, you've heard of Mr. District Attorney, haven't you? Well, I'm Harrington of the District Attorney's office.
You're what?
I'm Harrington of the District Attorney's office.
Hey, some of you guys talk too soon and some of you don't talk soon enough. On your way, buddy. I don't want to get in no trouble with the District Attorney.
Yeah.
Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in your memory. And so each week, we intend to bring you a star or a part of some program you used to hear, a program that you loved. Tonight, Behind the Mic salutes the old RKO Hour. One of the really top-notch programs of 10 years ago was this same RKO Theater of the Air. This was a program that was particularly dear to me because for some time I was its announcer. So come back with us for a few brief moments to 1930 and the RKO Hour with two of its original stars, Georgie Price and Tom Kennedy. The RKO Hour.
Hello, hello, the RKO is sending out this message so the world will know. From Maine to California and up to Montreal, down to dear old New Orleans, you'll hear a friendly call. The brightest stars from here to Mars will brighten up your radio. On Tuesday night when tuning in, remember I was crooning in the voice of the RKO.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. That was Tom Kennedy singing the RKO song, and this is Graham McNamee speaking. We welcome you to another weekly performance of the RKO Theater of the Air, sponsored jointly by Radio Keith Orpheum and Radio Pictures, who produce for the entertainment of you and your family the best in vaudeville and talking and silent pictures. The features are selected each week from among the Army numbering 12,000 artists, headliners and stars, who are now appearing on this great circuit of theaters spreading from Boston to San Francisco and from Ottawa to New Orleans. And now we are pleased to turn over the mic to that rising young star of musical comedy and vaudeville, Jack Benny.
Hello again, and thank you, Graham. It's pretty hard for a fellow who's used to working before an audience to face this thing they call a microphone in an empty studio, you know. Say, can you imagine doing this for a living? But thank goodness I'll never have to. Not as long as I got my violin. But enough of this chit-chat. And now a little of the latest gossip from Hollywood, as told by Bill Rainey.
Big things are expected of Radio Pictures' next great effort, Street Girl, starring Betty Compton and Jack Oakey, with an unusual musical score written by Sam Stepp and Oscar Levant. Rod LaRoque was wearing old clothes to the studio and was refused admittance by a new gatekeeper. He had to wait until he was identified by an assistant cameraman before being allowed to enter. Bebe Daniels has lost so much weight working on a new all-dialogue picture, Dixiana, that she has to drink a pint of cream a day. Dolores Costello enjoyed her vacation on the water so much that she is reluctant to return to work. George Sidney and Charlie Murray may fight on the screen, but around the studios they are inseparable companions. Now here is a real hot item. Radio Pictures has purchased the rights to Edna Ferber's Cimarron, and that picture will go into production soon and will be ready for release next fall. Richard Dix will be starred in the role of Yancey Cravat. That is one picture that I'm sure you'll all want to see.
And now I want to introduce to you a young fellow who is headlining at the Palace Theater in New York. One of the most versatile actors in RKO vaudeville. A man who can sing, tell jokes, do imitations. He's great doing all of them. Georgie Price. And now Georgie will sing in his own inimitable style, Bye Bye Blackbird.
I'll pack up all my care, oh, here I go, I'm singing low. Bye bye, my blackbird, where somebody waits for me, sugar sweet, and so is she. Bye bye, my blackbird, no one here can love and understand me. And oh, the hard luck stories they all hand me. So make my bed and light the light. I'll be home late tonight. Blackbird, bye-bye.
You know, it's really a bye-bye Blackbird for me.
What do you mean, Georgie?
Well, when I close at the Palace tomorrow night, I'm going on a 55-week vaudeville tour, and every week a different town.
Good old vaudeville.
Yes, sir. If it wasn't for the good old 2 a day, I'd be worried about eating my 3 a day.
Georgie, don't tell me the stock market got you, too.
Oh, no, I should say not. They didn't get me. I was too smart for them.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, yes. I bought a stock last year. It cost me $168 a share. I looked in the paper this morning. Where do you think it's selling?
I don't know.
2 minus. Yeah, but I don't have to worry. I bought mine outright. You know, that's the idea. The idea is to buy them and put them away.
That's right. Buy them and put them away.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid they're going to put me away with them. Yes, sir, Graham. I have it all figured out that if I sing 387,472 songs, I'll be exactly even for Goldman Sachs alone.
Well, 1930 is a pretty bad year, Georgie. I hear a lot of people complaining.
Isn't it the truth?
Yeah.
A lot of people are complaining this year, but something tells me that in a few years from now, we'll be looking back at 1930 and speaking about it as the good old days. But I'm not worried, Graham. Thank goodness there'll always be vaudeville. So I'll just pack up all my care and woe. Here I go, I'm singing low. Bye-bye, my blackbird, where somebody waits for me, sugar sweet, and so is she. Bye-bye, my blackbird, no one here can love and understand me. And oh, the hard luck stories they all hand me. Make my bed and light the light, I'll be home late tonight. Blackbird, bye-bye.
Thank you, Georgie Price and Jack Benny. Next Tuesday at this time, another Radio Keith Orpheum Hour will be presented. Next week, our guests will include that pennant-winning battery of songland, Van and Shanks, Fanny Ward, who is known throughout the world as the immortal flapper, the diving Venus, Annette Kellerman, and that rising young orchestra leader, Rudy Valley and his Connecticut Yankees, now appearing at Keith's Riverside Theater in New York. And so, until next Tuesday evening, we bid you good night as Tom Kennedy sings the Radio Keith Orpheum song.
Hello, hello, the RKO is sending out this message so the world will know. From Maine to California and up to Montreal, down to dear old New Orleans, you'll hear a friendly call. The brightest stars from here to Mars will brighten up your radio. Now, if you have enjoyed the show, then why not write and tell us so, the voice of the RKO.
Thank you, Georgie Price and Tom Kennedy, for helping to recreate a few moments from a great program. Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio. And the 3 or 4 we consider to be of most general interest, we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. Tonight's questions will be answered by Joe Ranson, radio editor of the Brooklyn Daily Eagle. Mr. Ranson, Mr. Ralph Spencer of Toledo, Ohio, wants to know what is the oldest commercial coast-to-coast program still on the air.
Well, Mr. Spencer, the oldest commercial coast-to-coast program still on the air is the City Service program. It originally started in 1925 and was on the air intermittently until 1927, at which time it went on regularly, summer and winter, and is now enjoying its 13th consecutive year.
Miss Helen Ruth Wegman of New York writes in to ask, can you tell me what was the earliest theme song used on the air?
Well, Miss Wegman, as far as I can find out, the earliest radio theme song was used by the Happiness Boys back in the early 20s. And it began something like this. How do you do, everybody? How do you do? How do you do, everybody? How are you?
Can't you sing it?
Not with this throat.
Miss Margaret Bart of Phoenix, Arizona asks, can you tell me if Yehudi, who Jerry Colonna mentions on Bob Hope's program, was Jerry's own idea?
Well, according to the advertising agency which produces the Bob Hope Show, Yehudi was created by one of the scriptwriters. Yehudi was originally to be used only for one show, but he proved so popular that they've been writing him into almost every script.
Mr. Henry Zukor of St. Louis, Missouri says this. Last week I heard Bill Stern interview the Navy football coach, Swede Larson, on Behind the Mic in a supposed telephone conversation. How was Swede Larson made to sound as if he was on the phone? Mr. Zucker refers to this type of sound, of course.
Every week, Behind the Mic brings you true, amusing, and thrilling stories behind radio.
Well, Mr. Zucker, this effect is achieved in this way. The microphone into which Major Lawson spoke was the same as any other microphone. However, the voice comes from the mic into the control room and goes through a device known as a filter box, which eliminates the high or low tones of the voice. Thus, the voice is thinned in such a way as to make it sound as if it was on the telephone.
Thank you, Joe Ranson, for answering those questions. Thanks. One of the most interesting behind-the-mic stories I have yet heard concerns Haven McQuarrie, who is now on tour with his popular Your Marriage Club program. This story might be entitled, The Strange Way in Which a Radio Broadcast Affected a Member of the Studio Audience. A couple of years ago, Haven McQuarrie was presenting his So You Want to Be an Actor broadcast from a theater in the Middle West. In that program, you know, McQuarrie would select several amateurs from the studio audience, explain to them the situation of a scene, and then have them act it out under his direction. Incidentally, Haven used to give his directions through a megaphone. For the studio warm-up before the broadcast, he'd call a stooge out of the audience, his brother, by the way, and they would do a comedy act in which Haven would direct him. The stooge would ball the whole thing up, and in the end, Haven would throw the megaphone at his head. He would duck, and the megaphone would strike a copper plate hanging over the door, making a terrific clatter. Everyone would think the megaphone had hit the stooge and that Haven was crazy. Well, one night, while Haven and his brother were doing their studio warm-up before the broadcast, they were in the middle of their act and...
Now, look, you're getting everything wrong. Here's the situation. You're trying to sneak into your apartment. You know that if you wake up your wife, she's going to sock you with a rolling pin, so you want to be very quiet. Now, open the door quietly. I said quietly.
Oh, you mean like this?
Oh, forget it. Just come inside. Now, you're closing the door, and you don't want to make any noise. No noise!
Oh, all right. I'll try it again.
No, I can't stand it anymore. This is the finish. You idiot!
Well, the megaphone hit the copper plate in back of Haven's brother, and a woman in the audience screamed. The following day, as Haven was coming out of his hotel, a tall, raw-boned man, looking like a prosperous farmer, came up to Haven and said to him,
Mr. McQuarrie, I feel I've just got to explain something to you. You heard a scream in the theater yesterday morning during your act, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, Mr. McQuarrie, that was my wife. She just hasn't been herself for the past 5 years, ever since our baby was a few months old and almost died. And she's been getting steadily worse. She doesn't recognize any of us at all. So I bought a farm way out in the country where we'd be away from everybody and I could take care of her myself. She had terrible headaches, but the doctor said there was nothing that could be done for her.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, it was. But yesterday I had a brain specialist come to see her. We were taking her to a hospital for observation. The doctor thought something might be done to relieve the pressure on her brain.
As we were driving through this town last night, our car broke down. Luckily, we were close to a garage. I called the garage man over, and after examining the car, he said...
Say, it's going to take about an hour to fix this.
We can't wait here in the garage. It's freezing cold. I've got my wife with me.
Well, let me see. You know what? We could go across the street to that theater and wait there. They're doing a radio broadcast there, but they might let you in. It's warm inside.
Doctor, do you think it'll be all right?
Yes, I think that's the best thing we can do. We don't want it to freeze out here.
All right, we'll go over to the theater, and we'll be back in an hour. We can sit back here, Doctor, in the last row. And here, 3 seats right here. You take this one, I'll sit here. That's better.
I said no noise! Oh, all right. Try it again now. Go. I'll try again. Oh, I can't stand it anymore. This is the finish. You idiot.
Ow!
Darling, are you all right?
Where is he? Where's my baby?
Doctor, did you hear that? Mr. McQuarrie, that was the first time that she'd asked for our baby in 5 years. The doctor said that the excitement of seeing you almost hit that man had relieved the pressure on her brain, and it won't be long before she's well. And all I can say is, thank heaven the car broke down and you were in that theater.
And Haven McQuarrie hears from that man every once in a while. And I can tell you that his wife is well and happy again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question about the inside of radio that you wish answered on the air, write a letter to us. Address it to Graham McNamee, Behind the Mic, National Broadcasting Company, New York City. As many questions as possible will be answered by mail, and those we feel to be of most general interest will be answered on this program. Be sure to listen in next week when we will bring you the unusual story behind one of radio's most popular programs, We the People. Inside stuff about quiz programs, as told by Uncle Jim of Uncle Jim's Question Bee, news commentator John B. Kennedy, and more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music is composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. Jack Benny and Haven McQuarrie were impersonated by Ward Wilson, and this is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. There are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy. And now, presenting a man whose name, since the beginning of broadcasting, has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gil Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. Those of you who are comedy program addicts know that a most important part of any laugh show is the genus Stooges, or common garden variety stooge, by which we mean a subsidiary comedy character. We had a male stooge on this program a few weeks ago, and just for the sake of variety this afternoon, we're going to bring you one of the best female stooges in the business, Minerva Pius, the only woman member of Fred Allen's Mighty Allen Art Players. Here she is, ready to give you the woman's angle on Stoogedom, Minerva Pius. Minnie, suppose you give us an idea of the sort of characters you play.
Well, Graham, on Fred Allen's show, I play all kinds of parts. I might be a glamour girl. You know, the kind who says to the butler, "Jeeves, we're entertaining tonight. Put some shoe blacking on the BB shot and serve it for caviar." Sometimes I play a tough character. Well, it's just like I'm telling you. He threw a chair at me, and I hits him on the head with a gravy boat. Then he pulls my hair, so I socks him in the eye. And the next thing you know, we find ourselves fighting, you know what I mean? Or I play French dialect like this. Or sometimes I play the part of an Irish Colleen. Or other times, then a Swede straight out of the boat. I also do Polish, English, Scotch, Russian, and what have you.
That's quite a list. Minerva, do you feel that to become a stooge on the radio, you've got to have theatrical experience beforehand?
Well, not necessarily, Graham. I didn't have any stage experience before I went on the air. I was just a parlor comic.
Well, how in the world were you able to do so many dialects?
Well, I guess it's because I've got a natural ear for dialects. If I hear one, I'm able to imitate it.
You've done these on shows besides Fred Allen's?
Yes, Graham. I've worked for Robert Benchley, Dr. Rockwell, and quite a few other comedians.
There's one other character you didn't mention you do on the Fred Allen show that I think is wonderful.
Graham, do you mean the lady that talks with a dialect but positively? Like this?
That's it, Minnie, that's it. Well, as that character, you did a valedictory poem on one of Fred Allen's programs last year that I thought was marvelous. I wonder if you'd do it this afternoon, just for me, will you? Just to demonstrate one of your best characters. I think you went into it something like this, introduced by Fred Allen.
And now, last and by all means least, a young lady who was outstanding in her class, Miss Bubbles Rappaport. And your alma mater, Miss Rappaport?
I am graduating Mrs. Rabinowitz's finishing but positively school.
I see. You were really the life of the school, I presume.
Socially, I am excelling. Studying, I am surpassing.
You studied languages?
Nasty pies?
Nasty pies?
Oh, this is French. French, I'm speaking like a pheasant.
Oh. Something tells me you were the life of the graduation exercises.
Yes, I recited a poem. It happened to be by Bubbles Rappaport.
Bubble? Why, that's you.
Who else?
What was the title of your class poem, Bubbles?
Was willst du, girls of 1940?
That's very nice. Well, how does it go?
Was willst du, girls of 1940? As out into the world we go. Some to Scranton, some to Oakland, some to Troy and Ohio. Girls of 1940, ponder. Are you weak or are you strong? Will you wear the housewife's apron or the wicked, sly sarong? Will you buckle down to business? Will you travel, take a tour? Will you turn to monkey business, thinking only of l'amour, toujours? Was willst du, girls of 1940? Facing life, don't play the fool. Let our motto be, Eureka! Girls of Mrs. Rabinowitz is finishing, but positively school.
Bravo, and thank you, Miss Bubbles Rappaport.
Thank you, Minerva Pius. Thank you. Since quiz programs are one of radio's most popular forms of entertainment, we feel that no behind-the-mic series of programs would be complete without at least one spot on quiz shows. So we have invited the man who conducts one of radio's most popular quiz programs up here to give you some interesting behind-the-scenes information about quizzes. Here he is, Uncle Jim of Uncle Jim's Question Bee. Uncle Jim, one of the things I'm sure our listeners would like to know is how are the questions selected that you ask your audience?
Well, Graham, $2 are given for each question submitted by a listener and used on our program. So naturally, each week we get thousands of letters containing questions. As a kind of first elimination, we have 4 girls read the letters and select what they consider the best questions. Then the questions are gone over again by the man who produces the show. The questions he selects are sent over to our sponsor's advertising agency, where a few more questions are eliminated. Then finally, I look them over myself, and the ones that remain are eligible to be used on the show.
Is that the general procedure on most quiz programs?
Yes, I think so.
Well, what type of question do you prefer to get?
Well, first of all, questions that are not too difficult. Questions within the knowledge of the average person. Then, of course, we like our questions to be worded in ways that are out of the ordinary.
For instance?
Well, here's an example. One question we used was this. Italy is shaped like a boot. If the boot would kick a ball, what direction would the ball go? And I don't mean up. The answer is, of course, toward the Western Hemisphere. Now, of course, that question could have been worded simply, in what direction does Italy face? But that wouldn't have been nearly as good, and we probably wouldn't have used it on our program.
Do you mind giving us another example of the type of question you like to get? That is, one worded in an unusual way?
Well, yes. Here's another one we used. What doctor is spoken of in this rhyme? And this was the rhyme. Way up north where the climate is shivery, he burst into fame by a special delivery. And the answer is, of course...
Dr. Defoe, yeah.
Why, you take the words right out of my mouth, Graham. That's a Dion shame.
Oh. Now, Uncle Jim, let's take the other angle. What type of question do you consider bad? One that you would definitely not use?
Well, for one thing, we don't like questions that are technical, such as what are Kepler's 3 laws?
I don't know, but I'm writing my congressman to get them repealed.
And you a star. Well, we also don't like questions about obscure technical terms used in a little-known profession like taxidermy. Questions we particularly dislike are ambiguous ones. Questions that can be answered in 2 or more ways when one answer is requested.
Can you give us an example?
Well, yes. A good example of that is this. Who is the highest-ranking officer of the United States Army?
The President, of course.
Well, that's the correct answer according to the Constitution. But that question might be taken to mean who is the highest-ranking active military officer in the United States Army, in which case it would be the Chief of Staff. Unless the question is made more definite, there might be 2 answers. And whichever one was given, we'd get hundreds of phone calls from people claiming that the other one was right. So we try to eliminate questions like that entirely.
On what type of subject are most of the questions sent in?
We get more questions about presidents than anything else. Questions like, who was our bachelor president?
Well, who was?
James Buchanan.
Why, certainly. I knew him intimately.
Oh, yes.
Well, thanks, Uncle Jim, for some very interesting information about quiz shows. Oh, incidentally, as long as we have a quiz expert like yourself up here, I'd like to ask you something that's been bothering me for a long, long time.
Oh, well, now, Graham, if it's not too technical, I'll be glad to answer it. What's your question?
Who is Yehudi?
I'm sorry, Graham. That's what we call too technical.
Oddities in Radio, presenting odd little true stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's oddity concerns Ted Malone, whose program, Between the Bookends, is a popular NBC feature. Recently, Ted was involved in a most unusual experience. Ted very often starts his broadcast by trying to make each woman listener feel that he is addressing her alone. In one broadcast, he began by saying,
Hello there. What are you doing? Well, can I help you? Maybe I could if you'd show me how. Oh, now don't get mad. I was just offering to help.
A couple of days later, he received a letter from a listener who informed him that he was leaving for the office right after lunch and was kissing his wife when Ted's program went on the air and the listener couldn't resist holding a conversation with Ted's radio voice. This is exactly what happened. Remember, he was just kissing his wife when Ted went on the air with his opening remarks.
Hello there. What are you doing?
You hear that, honey? Mr. Malone, I'm kissing my wife.
Well, can I help you?
No, thanks. This is one job I can take care of myself.
Maybe I could if you'd show me how.
Now, listen, brother. I told you I could take care of this.
Oh, now, don't get mad. I was just offering to help.
And that is a real radio oddity. Standing beside me at the microphone is the very competent supervising director of one of America's most popular programs, one specializing in human interest stories. The program is We the People. Our guest, Mr. Adrian Samish. Adrian, about how many guests do you have on We the People each week?
Well, that varies, Graham, but I'd say between 7 and 8 on an average.
And how do you find these people with such interesting stories in the first place?
Well, Graham, we get leads both from letters that have been written to us by listeners telling us their own stories, or from newspaper items which come to us. We have a staff of people who read all this material and investigate the most interesting stories. These are the stories that make up We the People.
Adrian, I understand that at times you go to considerable trouble to bring guests to your program. I have in mind that father and son story you told me. Would you mind telling our audience that story as an example of what you sometimes do to make it possible for people to appear on your program?
All right, Graham. To begin at the beginning, an item in a newspaper was brought to our attention about a young man who, together with a couple of other fellows, had been jailed for stealing an auto. He had escaped from the road gang of a southern penitentiary and had ridden 750 miles by freight to reach his home in Oklahoma. His father, instead of hiding the boy, decided that he must pay his debt to society, and he personally escorted his son back to jail to serve out the rest of his sentence. Well, that father struck us as being a man who would have something of great interest to say on We the People.
What'd you do about it?
Well, Graham, we first wrote him a letter and asked him if he would be willing to appear on the program to tell his story. He wrote us in return that the story would be more about his son than about himself. And he added, the boy would be pardoned on September 1st. His letter was written on August 11th. Well, that immediately gave us an idea as to how much better the interview would be if we also had the son on the program. So I phoned the father and told him that we wanted to invite his son to appear with him on our program. He said that would be all right. Well, September 1st went by, and we got another letter from the father saying that his boy had not been released. For some reason or other, his pardon had not come through.
What'd you do then, Adrian?
Well, this seemed rather strange. So to see what we could find out, we contacted one of the state officials, and he told us that the boy would soon be pardoned. As time went by, nothing happened. So we phoned the father and suggested that he get in touch with the same official. We thought that as the boy's father, he would be more in a position to get action. But more time went by and still no pardon.
That was a shame.
Yes, it was, Graham. And as a last resort, I phoned the governor of the state. I explained the situation to him, that the boy had been promised a pardon, and for some reason it had been skipped. He said he would investigate the matter and call me back.
The next day, the governor was on the phone. He said he appreciated our bringing this to his attention, and he had found that the boy should have received his pardon on September 1st, and steps would be taken to release him immediately. Then I asked the governor if he would pardon the son on our program. I said we would cut him in from the state capitol, and I added that in this way the country would learn from the governor's own lips that his state could, in the proper case, temper justice with mercy.
And did the governor consent?
Yes, Graham, he did, and the boy was released from prison. The young man and his father made an appearance on We the People, and with the rest of the country heard the governor issue the pardon over the air.
And another good deed had been accomplished through the medium of radio. Thank you, Adrian Samish. Behind the Mic salutes a program you love. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. Bobby Jones had just annexed the National Amateur Golf Crown. At Notre Dame, the four horsemen ran rampant over the football field and made themselves, their alma mater, and their coach, Knute Rockne, the giants of football. Douglas Fairbanks created his latest film sensation, The Thief of Baghdad. And the loudspeakers of those tuned to the National Democratic Convention echoed time and time again the cry of
Alabama cast 24 votes for Oscar W. Underwood.
1924. When the station furthest west on NBC's national hookup was Davenport, Iowa, and one of radio's most popular programs was two black-faced songsters, the Gold Dust Twins, Goldie and Dusty. This afternoon, let us recreate a few moments of that program with the original Goldie and Dusty, Earl Tuckerman and Harvey Hindermeyer, the Gold Dust Twins.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Gold Dust Twins are with us again, being sent by their sponsors who engaged these facilities as a tribute to the users of their products. We now present Goldie and Dusty, who will sing their usual opening song.
Good evening to you white folks and colored folks, how do? We worked all day, now it's time to play, so we're going to sing for you. A good old time, some ditties that were famous years ago. Although they may be new to you, just ask Granddad, he'll know. So to everybody listening in, don't matter near or far, we gonna brighten every corner while you are.
You know, that was mighty nice, Dusty. It
Yes,
was.
sir, sure was for fact.
Mhm.
It's mighty nice weather was having, too. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't notice it. Don't you find it a mite cold and sharp, maybe?
Well, sure enough and sharp. That reminds me of the next song we're going to sing.
Song
Yeah,
to it.
I'll cut you with this. It's got to do something with something awful sharp. You remember that old razors in the air?
Boy.
Oh, look out for your fingers now. Come, my love, and go with me. Oh, my love, and meet you.
Take you down to Tennessee.
Meet you by and by. Wipe your eyes and don't you cry. Come, my love, I'll meet you.
I'll be back, so don't you sigh. Meet you by and by.
Hold the corn, Moses. Hold the corn, Moses, hold the corn. Get away from that window, my love and my dove. Get away from that window, don't you hear? Oh, hear me. Come some other night, for there's going to be a fight. There'll be razors a-flying in the air. Suppose you got time for any more?
Just one more.
Well, listen, now get your hand out of the way.
Here we come.
This is sad. Old man has done gone to rest.
Oh, my love, I'll meet you. Dress yourself up in your best.
Meet you by and by. To the parson we will run. Oh, my love, I'll meet you.
Soon he'll make us dark as one. Meet you by and by.
Hold the corn, Moses. Hold the corn, Moses, hold the corn. Get away from that window, my love and my dove. Get away from that window, don't you hear? Oh, hear me. Come some other night, for there's going to be a fight. There'll be razors a-flying in the air.
Thank you, Goldie and Dusty. Every day and at any time of day, Goldie and Dusty, the Gold Dust twins, come into your homes and work hard to wash your cares away and brighten the corner where you are. And once a week, they take you completely into their confidence when they sing and joke for you by way of radio.
And now, folks, Goldie.
Him, Dusty.
Bid you all good night.
Thank you, Earl Tuckerman and Harvey Hindemeyer, the original Gold Dust Twins. Each week we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio. And the 3 or 4 we consider to be of most general interest, we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. Tonight's questions will be answered by Wilson Brown, Eastern editor of Movie Radio Guide magazine. Miss Grace McIntosh of New York City asks, do actors ever play more than one part in the same dramatic sketch?
Yes, Miss McIntosh, they very often play more than one part. Most actors are so versatile that they are capable of playing several parts in the same show without the audience detecting the similarity in voices.
Mrs. Leo Lowell of Beverly Hills, California, asks this question. If you have an idea for a new radio program, how do you go about selling it?
There are several ways you can go about trying to sell your program idea, Mrs. Lowell. You can outline it or write the entire script and send it to the continuity department of one of the networks. You can send or take it to an advertising agency. I suggest that you, at first, take it to an agency that has a lot of accounts and therefore would have more opportunity to use it. If the idea has to do with comedy material, you might mail it to the comedian you have in mind or to his agent. In most cases, the comedian or his agent will at least read it.
This next question is an amazing coincidence. In view of the fact that the last spot on today's program is devoted to the person about whom our letter writer asks. The letter is from Hollis McKim of 355 California Avenue, Oakmont, Pennsylvania. She asks if we can advise her as to the name of the person who played the violin and took the part of Donna Mazo on the old program for Mazola Syrup. And is he playing on any program today?
Well, the persons who played the violin and spoke the lines of Donna Mazo were 2 different men. One of them, the violinist, was Godfrey Ludlow. At present, I don't believe he's on the air. The speaking part of Donna Mazo was done by Colonel Charles T. Davis.
Thank you, Wilson Brown, for answering those questions. Thank you. As I have said, we in radio believe that radio has a tradition of good programs that lingers fondly in our memory. But it has something more than that. It has splendid tradition of radio pioneers, people who have acted in programs, who have created them, and who have helped to make radio what it is today. And here is news commentator John B. Kennedy to pay tribute to one of the finest of these pioneers, Colonel Charles T. Davis. He has a most unusual and dramatic story to tell. John B. Kennedy.
None of us who associated with Colonel Charles T. Davis in radio can ever forget him. I worked with him on the old Collier's Hour, on which he collaborated with my old friend Malcolm Leprade. Colonel Davis Graham was a most unusual man. He was a retired English army officer who had served in India and Mesopotamia. He was bronzed, of medium height, and quite handsome. I've always thought it amazing that an Englishman with his background should, in the early 20s, when radio was quite new, see the possibilities that American radio had, and should become a radio writer, director, and actor.
2 of the most famous characters he acted were Old Man Donaldson and Donna Mazo. Isn't that so, John?
That's right, Graham. They were 2 of the most famous characters in early radio, and he, with Malcolm Leprade, was the first writer to do dramatizations of motion pictures for radio. But the Collier's Hour, the first magazine of the air, which started in 1927, was really his baby. He helped write the script, he cast it, and he acted roles in it. And that program itself was a real pioneer. For instance, one day before rehearsal, we were talking in the studio. What do you think of that idea, John?
I think it's all right, John. I don't see why we shouldn't have people in the studio watching our broadcast. What do you say, Fred?
Oh, but, Colonel, it's never been done.
Well, just because no other programs have had an audience in the studio is no reason why we shouldn't.
Yes, but it's disillusioning for people to see us reading scripts.
Oh, we can't keep this thing a mystery forever. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if someday almost all programs had people in the studio watching them.
Well, Colonel, it's certainly an innovation.
It wouldn't be our first. After all, here we are on a Sunday night program, and people said we would never dare play popular music on Sunday night. But we did, and now a lot of other programs are doing the same thing. And now, if you people have your scripts, we'd better start rehearsing.
Sometime in 1929, the Colonel became very ill. But he continued directing the program, helping to write it and to act in it. He had to undergo a very serious operation, which he postponed until the show was off the air for the summer of 1929. Shortly before we returned to the air, he had his second serious operation. But he kept in touch with the program, even though he was far too ill to work on it or to attend to the broadcasts. I never can and I never shall forget the Collier's Hour broadcast of January the 12th, 1930. It comes to me again quite vividly. We were broadcasting from the lodge in what was called the Cathedral Studio of the old NBC building on Fifth Avenue. The cast was on the stage, and in front sat an eager audience. Our cast was in the midst of a dramatization of a current Collier story.
Don't get the idea I'm afraid of her, but she did go down to see Joe Smythe this afternoon.
Oh, and you ain't sure as to what she might do, are you?
No, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if she's up to something. I feel she knows more about the murder than she lets on.
Colonel, this is a surprise.
I jolly well had to come over, just to see how things were coming.
Well, old man, how do you feel?
Splendid, old man. Splendid.
But, Colonel...
Shh. John, there's a broadcast going on.
Well, I'm certainly glad to see you here.
There's enough. Oh, what's the difference? You might as well hang for two birds.
Graham, the Colonel sat in the studio during the rest of the broadcast. He was terribly ill. But he was just as interested in everything that went on as when he was helping direct the show and write the script. His courage never deserted him for one moment. But the most amazing thing that struck me was his attire. He was immaculately dressed in white tie and tails, as though his appearance at this broadcast marked some special occasion, and probably it did. It must have been an agonizing effort for him to appear at all. But something I'll never forget occurred when I made my sign-off announcement. I was announcing the features of next week's show. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will bring you an interesting dramatization of the new Guy Gilpatrick story, and John Erskine, the famous author, will appear in person. Tell you about it. Graham, that was what the listeners heard. But if they only could have been in the studio, what they would have seen was this. As I finished my final announcement, Colonel Davis left his chair, and he walked up to the microphone. He opened his mouth as if to talk into the mic, and I could see him desperately struggling to speak, but he couldn't utter a sound. He tried again. Then he shrugged his shoulders and slowly walked back to his chair. I always felt that he wanted to say a last goodbye to the radio audience in America to whom he had given so much. Several weeks later, I made this announcement at the close of the Collier's Hour. Since the inception of Collier's Hour 3 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard either the voice or the work of Colonel Thomas Davis. We regret to say that you will hear them no more. For on Wednesday morning, Tom Davis died. In his passing, radio lost a pioneer artist, Collier's Hour a valued associate, and I a very dear friend. Colonel Davis was a soldier and a gentleman. Epitaph enough for any man.
Be sure to listen again next week when we will bring you the story of a man who makes a living dying on the radio. Inside information on how the election returns will be handled over the radio. And more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Is written by Mort Lewis. Original music is composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. Fred Allen and Ted Malone were impersonated by Ward Wilson, and this is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With the switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gil Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon, Behind the Mic presents the story of how a radio character actor does his stuff, how sound effects are made, the odd story behind the time an announcer was supposed to broadcast from the famous Coconut Grove in Hollywood. We bring you back a few moments of the old Atwater Kent program. And finally, there will be a dramatization of a remarkable story told by Jimmy Wallington. You wouldn't be a radio listener if you didn't wonder, every once in a while, how those sound effects you hear on programs are made. The sound of a taxi, a shotgun, a train wreck, and all the rest of the noises that are necessary to a script. We have two of the best sound effects men in the business here tonight, and they will demonstrate various sound effects and tell you how they're made. Ted Slade will do the actual effects, and Ray Kelly, head of the NBC Sound Effects Department, will explain how each effect is done. Now, Ted, our sound man, has his equipment set up next to a microphone. And I'm going to tell a rather crazy story, which will use many sound effects, and Ray Kelly will explain how each effect was made. Our story begins with our hero's train pulling into the railroad station.
Ladies and gentlemen, that sound was created by using 4 records, each on a different turntable and all operated by Ted Slade.
Our hero goes to his home and walks up the snow-covered path.
That sound is produced by taking a box of cornstarch and squeezing it in the same rhythm in which a person would walk.
Our hero opens his door.
And that, believe it or not, is a door.
He discovers a burglar, and they have a terrific fight.
And that was accomplished by Ted Slade, the sound man, engaging in a civil war. He punched the open palm of his hand with his fist, he hit himself on the chest, threw several chairs around, broke some fruit baskets, and finally smashed some glass in front of the microphone.
You should have seen that boy beat himself up. Well, our hero now tries to phone the police, but his telephone wires have been cut, so he ties up the burglar and takes him to the police station in his old horse and wagon.
That wagon is a box mounted on casters which the sound effects man wiggles with his foot. Ted impersonated the horse by taking 2 rubber plungers and hitting them on his chest. Both the caster box and the plungers are worked simultaneously.
Our hero takes the burglar to jail, where he is safely locked up.
And that sound was done by closing a specially built door constructed exactly like a cell door.
How do you know?
You don't get me on that one. I saw the specifications.
And then, to give the scene a punch ending and still another sound effect, our hero, wearily enough, feeling pleased with himself, decides to go for a row on the lake.
The lap of the water is created by using a splash box. This is a tank of water with a paddle in it, which is turned slowly to produce the sound of rowing. The squeak of the oar lock was made by using a squeak box, a little gadget that's too complicated to explain here.
And as the moon rises, we leave our hero rowing to his heart's content. Equally pleased that he has captured the burglar and that he has made his first and last appearance on a radio program. Those Those of you who listen to our program regularly will remember that we have had as guests on Behind the Mic two of the best comedy character actors in radio. Tonight, we have as a guest a different type of actor, a legitimate character actor, a man who plays a large number of different roles, mostly on dramatic shows. He has appeared in Arch Obler's plays, on the Kate Smith Show, and in a great many daytime serials. Tonight, we'd like you to meet him in person. Introducing character actor Gilbert Mack. Gil, what background have you got for character acting?
Well, Graham, I played in stock and I sang in vaudeville and I was even a hillbilly yodeler. As a matter of fact, I broke into radio as a yodeler.
Don't tell me that being a Mountain William helped you to become a radio actor.
Well, as a matter of fact, Graham, I think it did. I'm sure that the flexibility of my voice was helped by my yodeling. I believe that one of the reasons I can play so many characters is because my vocal cords are so elastic.
Oh, so your vocal cords are elastic. You must come around and snap them for us sometime. Well, now that we've got your background stuff, how about showing us some of the characters you actually portray on the air?
All right, Graham. I'll do that in a little sketch in which I'm going to play all the parts.
The scene is the home of the rich Mr. Brownlee. In the spacious living room, a group of people are gathered listening to Mr. Brownlee.
So if you will tell me exactly what you heard and saw last night, we may be able to find some trace of that missing necklace.
Gee, Dad, I was in my room all night.
We're sure of that, Tommy. But did you hear any strange noise?
Well, Grandpa, I got so interested in my ghost story magazine. Ghost stories. That ain't for me. I just...
Quiet, Sam. We'll get nowhere unless we stick to facts.
Mr. Brownlee's right, Sam. Suppose we hear from our houseboy, Sato.
Oh, thank you, sir. Last night, about 3 o'clock, I was suddenly aware of presence of strange gentlemen in bedchamber. Then saw a gentleman putting Sato back to sleep with well-placed tap on head. And when you awoke this morning, the necklace was gone from the wall safe.
Gee, Dad, this looks like a case for the G-men. Say, look at that car pulling up outside.
Oh.
Say, I wonder who that man coming in there, huh?
Yes, and who's that little fella he's dragging along there with him?
Well, I'm Detective Manigan from headquarters, and I brought along a suspect. I found him snooping around outside the house.
Why, I know that man. He's Tony, our vegetable dealer.
That's right. I'm just a poor man. I'm selling fruits and vegetables. I'm doing nothing, and he said to me I'm a crook. Doing nothing, is it? Well, then, how come this pearl necklace I found in your pocket?
Yes, sir, that's the jewelry.
Hey, please, Mr. Cop. I'm going to tell you just what happened. When I come here before, I ring the bell. Sato, he's opened up the door and pushing his junk in my hand. What I'm going to do, eh? So I'm going to hang around and wait when you come along and pull me inside. That's all. So, Sato gave you that necklace, eh?
Oh, please, sir. Is this a serious mistake?
Never mind the alibis. Come clean or I'll take you down to the station house for questioning.
Oh, please, sir. I are willing to tell the truth if you'll promise not to give me no third-degree copper. Gee, Dad, Sato lost his accent.
That's right. Sato isn't quite what we thought he was.
Well, I thought I could get away with this disguise till I pulled this job off, but I guess it didn't work out.
But Sato, or whatever your real name is, where did you learn such a neat trick?
That was a cinch. After all, I did a 10-year stretch up in a big house, and I was a star performer every year in the annual show. And it looks like you're going back for return engagement.
Folks, Gilbert Mack not only played every character, but he also made the sound effects of the scream of the automobile brakes.
With my own elastic vocal cord.
And you sure did snap them that time. Thank you, Gilbert Mack. Thank you. Oddities in Radio, presenting odd little true behind-the-mic stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's oddity. One of NBC's prominent young announcers is Don Cordray, who appeared on this program a few weeks ago in an interview. Don has an unusual story of, shall I say, an amusing experience which we thought merited his reappearance. Don, suppose you tell us your story.
All right, Graham. This is going to take us back a few years, but I was an announcer at KFI in Los Angeles. At the time, my burning ambition was to broadcast from the Coconut Grove, where Gus Arnheim was playing at that time.
Why was that such an ambition?
Well, Graham, it may sound silly, but because the Coconut Grove meant getting a chance to meet those movie stars and be seen by them. For a whole year, I ate out my heart and soul just to do one broadcast on a Saturday night for a full hour from Coconut Grove. Well, on a Friday, the chief announcer, Tom Hanlon, called me into his office and said that Freeman Lang, the regular announcer of the Coconut Grove, was ill. I was to fill in for him on that Saturday. Well, Graham, believe it or not, I was so excited at the thought of doing that broadcast, I went out and hired a full dress suit for $12.50. The next night I was at Coconut Grove, but mind you, plenty early. I saw the engineer as I entered the Grove, and he called me when he saw me come in and said,
Hey, Don. What you doing here so early?
Well, I don't know, Paul, just sort of looking around. Boy, this is some place, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Don, as long as you aren't doing anything, I wonder if you'd help me out. See that microphone tied up against the wall?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's hanging from the ceiling, and I'm going to untie it so that it'll swing over the center of the stage. Will you catch it for me?
Oh, sure thing.
I'll be careful when it swings over. It's heavy.
Okay.
Here she goes.
Hey, Don!
Who's that? Why, Charlie, what are you...
Hey, look out! It's gonna hit you!
Oh!
There, stand back now. Come on, give him some air there. Step aside, will you? Doctor, he's got to do a broadcast tonight.
Broadcast? Not this boy. When that mic hit his head, it knocked him out for the evening.
And I was knocked out, Graham. They called for another announcer. I think it was Ken Carpenter. I never got a chance to broadcast from Coconut Grove.
You poor guy. Socked on the coconut by the coconut. Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week, we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. This afternoon, Behind the Mic salutes the old Atwater Kent Hour, which with its national auditions was designed to select the best non-professional singers in the country each year. We recreate part of the Atwater Kent auditions of December 11th, 1927, with the actual winner of the first national competition, the delightful concert soprano Agnes Davis. The Atwater Kent Hour. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. Tonight, Atwater Kent presents the finals of what is probably the most important musical competition ever attempted in the United States. Every singer in the United States under 25 years of age has had an opportunity to be heard. By the process of elimination in local auditions, the contestants have been reduced to 5 young women and 5 young men who have qualified for the national finals. They will sing tonight in the final competition. The Atwater Kent Foundation will award the young woman and young man winning first place $5,000 cash, a gold decoration, and 2 years of musical tuition. The winners of this contest will be selected by a jury of 9 eminent musical authorities. Each singer will be announced by name. The first singer is Miss Mary Sims, who will sing the Cara Nome. Here, Miss Marie Bronazik of Chicago, who will sing A Forza Lui from Traviata. Our next contestant, Benjamin P. DeLoach, Jr., will sing Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes. As the last of the 10 contestants, Miss Agnes Davis of Denver will sing Pace Pace Mio Dio by Verdi.
Oh
ascoltando Dio non ho pelo ancor ne togliermi dal cuore l'immagin sua saprò fatalità fatalità un delitto dispunta in acqua giù al mare io t'amo e sul nel cielo è scritto non ti vedrò mai più. Oddio, addio, fa che io muoia e la calma può darmi morte sol in vana pace qui sparò quest'almo in freddo a tanto e due in mezzo a tanto a due
Ladies and gentlemen, the contest which means so much to young singers who traveled so far to take part in the finals of the nationwide search for America's finest and most promising young artists, sponsored by the Atwater Kent Foundation, is ended. The judge's decision will be announced within the next hour, we hope, by the station through which you are listening. This is Graham McNamee saying good evening for the Atwater Kent Hour. An hour later, when the judges had made their decision, I was happy to announce over the air that Miss Agnes Davis had been adjudged the winner of the first prize for young women singers, $5,000, a 2-year musical scholarship, and a gold medal. Today, Miss Davis, who has appeared as soloist with the leading symphony orchestras throughout the United States, is rated as one of the best concert artists in the country. And as an old friend, Agnes, let me add that after Pace, Pace, we need no further proof. Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio, and the 3 or 4 we consider to be of most general interest we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. Tonight's questions will be answered by C.J. Ingram, radio editor of the Jersey City Journal. and for 10 years, conductor of his own program, Stardust. Miss Thelma Reed of Boston, Massachusetts, writes in to say, I am a constant listener to Bob Burns' program. I read somewhere that Bob Burns was an expert rifle shot. Is this true, or is it just publicity?
Well, for Miss Reed's information, Bob Burns is really a crack shot. As a matter of fact, he was rifle champion of the AEF and got a gold medal signifying his championship, a medal which was pinned on him by General Pershing himself.
Miss Rose Farrell of Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, writes in to ask, since radio is now celebrating its 20th year of broadcasting, can you tell me what was the very first broadcast and what were the call letters of the station that gave the program?
Well, we find there are two schools of thought as to which was the first station to broadcast a regularly scheduled program. The majority of persons in radio seem to think that KDKA in Pittsburgh was the first station to broadcast, and its program was the Harding-Cox election returns, broadcast November the 2nd, 1920. However, there are some who claim that station WWJ of Detroit broadcast the first regularly scheduled program on August 21st, 1920, when it broadcast the returns of the state primaries.
Miss Marjorie Miller of Birmingham, Alabama, writes, I am a frequent listener to the broadcast from the Metropolitan Opera. Can you tell me when was the first broadcast from the Metropolitan Opera House?
In answer to Miss Miller's question, the first broadcast from the Metropolitan was on January 13th, 1910, when an experimental station operated by the DeForest radiophone broadcast the voice of the great Enrico Caruso and Emmy Destin from backstage. The broadcast was picked up at sea by the steamship Avon.
Miss Martha Burnett of New York City asked this question. Can you tell me what was the first program ever to appear on a network?
The first program ever to appear on a network was that given by the Sweethearts of the Air, Peter DeRose and May Singy Breen, on a network consisting of WRC Washington and WEAF New York City, and the broadcast originated in Washington.
Thank you, C.J. Ingram, for answering those questions for us. Thanks a lot. A week or so ago, I was having lunch with a man whose voice must have been heard by every radio listener in the last 10 years. He's been an important cog in many big programs, and right now he's the announcer on the new Fred Allen Show. Yes, of course, I mean Jimmy Wallington. Jimmy told me a behind-the-mic story I thought was so good and so unusual that I invited him to come here this afternoon to tell you about it. And here he is to do that very thing. But first, I want to welcome him back to the East. Jimmy Wallington. Hello, Jimmy. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Graham. And believe me, it's good to be back with you and my other good friends in New York City. The story starts back in the early 1920s. The scene was the Mojave Desert, way out west in California. An auto was speeding along the dusty highway, and there was a good reason for it to speed, too. In the back seat were a husband and his wife. The wife, in agony, had suddenly been stricken with an attack of acute appendicitis. Their friend, the driver, was getting every last ounce of speed he could from the car in an effort to reach a doctor in the town of Mojave as quickly as possible, when suddenly...
What's the matter?
I don't know. Must be something wrong with the engine. I'll take a look at it.
How are you, dear?
It's pretty bad.
Well, don't worry. We'll get you to a doctor just as soon as we possibly can.
Oh, this is awful. We're out of oil and one of the bearings is shot.
Well, can you fix it?
I'm not here. I'll have to hail a car, explain the situation, and ask them to take her to a doctor. They can't refuse.
Oh, here's one now.
Hey! Hey, stop! Stop! Stop!
I'll try the next one.
This is terrible.
Darling, if there was something I could do. Here comes another one.
Hey, stop! 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 We've had an accident!
Oh, why don't they stop?
I don't know. Maybe they're afraid we're going to hold them up or something. I think there was a holdup along here not long ago.
But we've got to get her to a doctor.
There hasn't been a car along here for half an hour. Oh, here's one. This one's got to stop.
Stop! Hey, stop! Stop!
What's the matter? This lady is sick. We've got to get her to the doctor at Mojave as fast as we can.
We'll be glad to take him, won't we, Dad?
Why, sure thing, son. Come on, get in back, folks, and I'll have you there in a jiffy.
scene now changes to an Atwater Kent program in 1928. Although you did the actual program announcing Graham, as you know, I also worked on that program. On one Atwater Kent program each year, as you've shown tonight, 10 candidates for musical scholarships and large cash prizes would compete, and some of the foremost people in the musical world would act as judges to select the winner. And also, as you know, the judges did not see the contestants while they were singing, so they could judge them by the voice alone. Contestants and judges met for the first time after the program, when a little party would be held in an adjoining studio. And after this particular program, the evening's winner approached one of the judges who had awarded him the first prize of $5,000.
Oh, pardon me, sir, but may I speak to you a moment?
Why, certainly. I want to congratulate you, young man. You did splendidly.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. But I want to ask you something. Do you remember a long time ago when you were driving a lady to the doctor and your car broke down in the Mojave Desert? A man came along with his son, and they took you to the doctor in their car?
Well, yes, I remember that vividly. Do you mean...
Yes, sir. I was the boy.
Why, of course. Now I remember. The father's name was Novus, and you're Donald Novus, his son. This is remarkable.
Yes, sir. But even more remarkable to me is that tonight, for the first time, I should find out that the man we helped was the great Lawrence Tibbett.
Thank you for bringing us a very great story, Jimmy Wallington. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions about the inside of radio that you wish answered on the air, write a letter to us. Address it to Graham McNamee, Behind the Mic, National Broadcasting Company, New York City. As many questions as possible will be answered by mail, and those we feel to be of most general interest will be answered on this program. Be sure to listen in next week when we will bring you one of the funniest, most fantastic Behind the Mic stories you ever heard. A story behind Dave Ellman's Hobby Lobby program, as told by Dave Ellman himself. We will also bring you the story of a man who makes a living dying on the radio, and more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis, original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And now, that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gil Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. We've had some people on this program who make their living out of radio in unusual ways, but I think our next guest tops them all. His name is Milton Herman, and he makes his living by dying. Milton, will you tell us about it?
Why, yes, Graham. I guess you can say I make my living by dying. I specialize in playing the parts of heavies. That's to say, villains on programs. Rats who almost invariably get theirs in the end, and the listeners are glad of it. For 2 years, I played killers in True Detective Mysteries. I had the dubious distinction of playing the parts of Two-Gun Crowley, Babyface Nelson, and other thugs in Gangbusters. I was Lefty in the well-known sketch
Skyscraper, which was repeated 5 times on the air.
Tough guy.
Oh, I wasn't a gangster in that, Graham, but I fell off the top of a building and died that way. For the past 10 years, I've played sourdoughs in Death Valley days. And for 5 years, I was with Warden Laws.
Is that so? What were you in for?
Just the program, Graham. My characterizations are derived from observation, not experience.
Well, Milton, do you mind giving us a few examples of your peculiar art?
I'd be glad to, Graham. Here's one way I frequently have to die. In this, a squealer is facing one of his mob. I tell you, Dutch, I couldn't help it. The cops gave me the 3rd degree. I didn't want to die. They made me. Oh, no, I didn't want to talk, I tell you. Dutch, you're not going... Give me a chance. Put up that gun. Dutch, don't. Give me a break now. Oh.
That body you heard falling wasn't Milton. His life insurance agent just fainted. Is there a different technique, Milton, when you're bumped off by a knife?
Yeah. It's also longer drawn out. You can feel the knife.
A nice guy to have at a party.
Now, would you like to hear death by strangulation?
I sure would if you're sure it'll work.
Well, in this one, I'm a night watchman in a silk warehouse making my rounds. Well, everything seems to be all right in there, I guess.
I don't know how the audience feels, but I got chills playing tag up and down my spine.
In programs like Death Valley days, I sometimes have to die of thirst. See, I'm a prospector, and I'm trying to make the next water hole under the burning sun of the desert. Water. Gotta get to the water hole. You vultures, you aren't going to get me. You're never going to get me. Water. Gotta get water.
What a grand spot this would be for a soft drink sponsor. I'd just step in with, folks, you don't have to die for lack of a drop of water. No, sir. Go to your nearest grocer and buy 6 bottles of American wet ginger ale or something. Well, how about one last thrilling example, Milton?
Well, Graham, how about this? I'm a riveter on a scaffolding way up on top of a building when suddenly... I'm falling to my death! Oh, help! Where am I? Oh, boy, a dream. I was dreaming. Oh!
Sounds like more like the DTs to me. But anyway, thank you very much, Milton Herman. Thank you. Oddities in Radio, presenting odd little true behind-the-mic stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week, as a salute to radio's 20th anniversary, we present a whole series of oddities about the early days of radio, as told by a man who has New York's oldest daily newspaper column on radio. It dates from 1924. The radio editor of the New York Daily News, Ben Gross. How are you, Ben?
Hello, Graham.
Now, Ben, suppose you tell us about some of the odd happenings of the early days of radio.
Well, Graham, one of the strangest incidents that I can remember concerns a man who came to see me in my office. He was almost frantic as he walked in.
I tell you, Mr. Gross, I keep hearing a radio station in my head. I hear music and jokes and station announcements. Why, it's driving me nuts.
You hear it now?
No, not only when I'm only at home. I don't hear it through our radio. I hear it when the radio was turned off through my own head.
You know, Graham, I thought that man was crazy. But later I got the entire story. It seems that this man worked in a carborundum factory, and the filings of the carborundum had become embedded between his teeth. Now, living near the transmitter of a large radio station, he was actually receiving that station's programs through the filings in his teeth. You see, Graham, he had become an animated receiving set.
That is odd, Ben, very. How about some more oddities? Got any more?
I certainly have, Graham. Well, I remember one instance some years ago when Rudy Valley was at the height of his amazing popularity, and he was almost worshipped by his listeners. One time, I happened to print in my column a remark saying that perhaps, after all, Toscanini knew just a little more about music than Rudy Valley. And you should have heard the phone calls I got.
Say, how do you come to print that stuff about Valley? Rudy knows more than his little finger about music than anybody else in the business. Hey, Mr. Gross, what do you mean writing that about Rudy? If I ever meet you on the street, I'll scratch your eyes out.
And now, Graham, come back with me to the early 1920s. Were they glad to get radio acts in those days? Why, you just walk into a studio, pay a friendly visit to some announcer, and he might come up to you and say...
Say, listen, Smith was to go on the air tonight to sing, but they just sent word someone asked him to a party. He isn't going to show up. Can you sing, play the piano, or tell jokes? If you can, we'll put you on right away.
And, Graham, I finally remember when all the stations on a network had to be mentioned by the announcer at the finish of a program, don't you?
That's right, Ben. Before the day of the local station breaks for identification, we announced all stations on the chain from New York. Phil Carlin and I used to vie with each other for a couple of years, just to try to show which one could rattle off the most call letters in one breath. The sign-off sounded something like this. This program has come to you through stations WEAF, WRC, WTAG, WGR, WWO, WCAP, WAC, WTAM, WOC, WEEI, WJR, WJKSD, WCCO, WDAF, WGAN, WCSA, WIC, WLIT, WSAI. Want any more, Ben? Want any more?
No, that's enough. Well, Graham, those were the days, weren't they?
Yes, they were, Ben. No doubt of that. Thank you very much, Ben Gross. Behind the Mic salutes a program you love. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week, we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. This afternoon, Behind the Mic salutes Real Folks, written by and starring George Frame Brown. Real Folks was one of the most popular programs on the air between 1926 and 1932. Remember? Each week, millions of people throughout the country awaited the next episode in the lives of Matt Tompkins, who was the mayor of Tompkins Corners, as well as the owner of its general store, his wife, Marthy, and their friends. Real Folks. And now, an episode of Real Folks with the original cast of George Frame Brown, Elsie Mae Gordon, Irene Hubbard, and Ed Whitney. There's the evening train whistling for Hunter's Bottom. That's Tompkins' store over there. I see the lights on in the kitchen. Mrs. Tompkins seemed to be making apple butter. And Elmer, he's the boy they adopted, is earning his allowance by wiping the supper dishes. Matt's up in the store all alone. It looks like he's trying to pry up a floorboard.
How beautiful to walk in the steps of the Savior, stepping in the light. Stepping in the light. Ouch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cracky.
Oh, what's the matter, Mayor Tompkins?
Well, Sneed, I didn't see you. I hit my finger. Where'd you come from?
Oh, I come in the side door. What you tearing up the floor for, huh?
Oh, just cause. Why don't you go out and find Elmer? Run out and play.
Oh, Elmer can't play till he gets the dishes wiped. I'll go out and see you.
Oh, hello, Marthy.
What on earth are you doing, Matt?
I'm doing something, Marthy.
Matt, you see the article in the paper about putting your name up for the state assemblyman?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't hear you say nothing about it. Ain't you pleased?
Are you, Marthy?
I want anything you want, Matt. Oh, why don't you rest? You look worn out. You worried about Sneed Yeager's family?
No, I can straighten them out in a day when I've a mind to.
Well, there's only one thing that could get you in a state like this. Now, tell me the truth. Is it politics?
Marthy, if I was sent to prison...
Prison?
Yeah.
What on earth could you be sent to prison for?
Stealing.
Stealing?
Yeah.
Why, you never stole nothing in your life.
Well, of course I never, but if some folks thought maybe I'd get somewhere politically, they could make me look out like a thief and put me out of the running early. Martha, do you remember Miss Jones coming in here about 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago?
Don't you remember the day she come in here with a little package she wanted me to keep in the safe?
Yeah.
Well, she had some jewelry in that package. There was a small string of pearls with a diamond fastening.
She's got a big diamond sunburst.
That's what's caused the trouble, that sunburst. Miss Jones got nervous about having that jewelry up at her Sunnycrest Valley there. She asked me to keep it here in the safe.
Matt!
Yeah, I took them, and I insisted on giving her a signed piece of paper showing I'd received them. That big diamond sunburst is missing.
Missing?
Yeah,
Well, when did you discover it was gone?
Thursday a week.
Oh, why didn't you mention it before?
Well, I didn't want to give up hunting. I kept thinking maybe it was my fault for not putting the things in the safe like she asked me.
Oh, why didn't you?
Oh, the old safe's so light, anybody could break into it.
Oh, where'd you hide them?
I've been wearing the pearls around my neck under my undershirt. Yeah.
Well, what'd you do with the pin?
The first night I had them jewels here, I hid the diamond pin down in the flaxseed.
Oh, well, where else did you have it?
One night I had it in the navy beans, and then the next night I took the sunburst out of the beans and I pinned it way up under a banana on the stalk.
What night was that?
It was Friday, wasn't it?
Well, yes. You hollered in your sleep that night.
Saturday morning, it was, safe and sound, pinned in the banana. I took it off and I wore it all day. Then Saturday night, I hid it under the rat poison. And Sunday evening, before we went to service, I took a look. It was gone.
Dear. Well, why don't you talk it over with Judge Whipple or some of your good friends? The judge generally drops in for a few minutes talking.
Oh, not yet. I'll hunt for a day or two more.
Yes, now I'm going to do some hunting myself.
Well, all right.
Hi, Matt.
Oh, there's the judge now. Just pretend like nothing's wrong. I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, good evening, Judge.
Good evening, Matt. Matt, did you hear anything about the Yeager family?
What do you mean, Judge Whipple?
Well, I hear they haven't enough to eat down there.
Oh, land's sakes. Sneed Yeager plays around here every day. He seems chipper. He was around here tonight.
Well, that's good.
I hate to intrude. Bonjour, everybody.
Oh, good evening, Miss Jones.
Mayor Tompkins, I had the funniest dream about you last night. I dreamt I was being shown through a penitentiary and...
Good evening, Miss Jones.
Oh, good evening. Mayor Tompkins, I merely dropped in to collect those things I left for safekeeping.
Matt, I'll tell her.
Just a minute. It's my duty. I'll tell her. Miss Jones, I'm a-wearing your pearls here around my neck. But your big diamond sunburst pin, it's gone.
But maybe we'll...
Gone? Mayor Tompkins, surely you're joking.
Oh, I only wish he was joking, Mrs. Jones.
That sunburst, it was such a unique piece. He gave it me when my oldest son was born.
Well, Mrs. Jones, we'll make good for it if we have to lose the store.
Matt, is this the truth?
Yeah, it is, Judge. What's worse, looks like a put-up job to me.
Why, Matt, if this comes out in the papers, it'll mean goodbye to your political career.
I realize that.
Look at me now.
Wait, don't pinch my arm.
I'll find out soon enough if you're telling the truth, Sneed Yeager. You tell your story to the mayor.
What's all that fuss out there?
Mayor Thompson, look what I found Nessa playing with in your backyard.
Oh, merciful heavens, my sunburst.
Well, I didn't know whose it was, but I knew it wasn't his. I figured he stole it.
I didn't know.
Well, besides playing truant from school, is taken to steal it.
I have not. I never stole nothing in my life.
Wait a minute. Here, please. Sneed, did you steal this pin?
Why, I didn't intend to, Mayor Tompkins. No, sir.
Now, you answer me honestly. How did it come in your possession?
Well, I was passing a store one day last week, and no one was here, and I sneaked in and swiped a banana. Well, the pin was stuck to the banana, so I just kept it. I thought it was some kind of a prize or something, like you find in candy, and I've been playing with it.
Well, Sneed, after all the years we've been such good friends, why would you want to swipe one of my bananas? Why didn't you ask me for one?
Gosh, Mayor Tompkins, my pa ain't got a job, and Ma has to work away from home. Pa's always so worried and cross. Well, all the other kids at school have got a banana or orange or something for lunch. When I took that banana, I was hungry. Gosh, I wish I was dead.
Oh, selfish and miserable I feel. Worried about a diamond ornament when there are hungry children in the world who wish they were dead. Sneed Yeager, you've taught me a great lesson. From now on, I'm going to be perfectly charming to that dreadful pest from the Income Tax Bureau. Sneed, don't you want to ride home with me in my car?
Gosh, Could I, Miss Jones?
Certainly.
Hey, are you riding in a station wagon or your mausoleum?
The station wagon. Come along, Steve. Good night, Mary and Mrs. Tuckins.
Wait a second, Mrs. Jones. I'm going.
Oh, yes, Judge Whipple. I'll give you a lift.
Good night, Mayor Tompkins. Good night, Miss Tompkins.
Good night.
Well, they're gone.
Yeah, it's like having a prayer answered, finding that sunburst. Marthy, are you very tired?
Guess I'm not starved. You are. Why?
Would you go over there to the groceries and pick out a lot of good staple things while I lock up? I'm going to take them down there to Sneed Yeager's house first thing in the morning.
Of course I will, Matt. Oh, Matt.
Yeah?
There's a whippoorwill.
Yeah, I heard it.
My, don't it sound pretty?
It certainly does, Marthy. I guess there's a lot of folks way high up in politics tonight that wishes they was back living beside the country road, listening to a whippoorwill.
Thank you, George Frame Brown, Elsie Mae Gordon, Irene Hubbard, and Ed Whitney. And here's a little behind the mic touch. The part of Mrs. Jones was played by George Frame Brown, who also played Matt Tompkins. And the part of the boy, Sneed Yeager, was played by Elsie Mae Gordon. Behind the scenes of the broadcasting business in minor capacities are men and women, some of them with unusual talents. For instance, those of you who visit the studio on the 8th floor of the NBC building have often met our next guest without suspecting just how unusual he really is. He's in charge of the pages on that floor, but he does a good deal more than that in his own right. His name is Addie Amor, and we're going to have him tell you all about it. Addie Amor. Hello, Addie. Hello. Addie, besides working as a page at NBC, what do you do on your own time?
Well, Mr. McNamee...
Oh, cut that Mr. McNamee stuff. You're a celebrity now, Addie. Come on.
Well, Graham, I'm the master of ceremonies of 3 programs on a small New York station. Programs which I originated.
What are they?
One is a program called The Coffee Club. The second is called Back and Forth, and it consists of household hints. I do that program with a woman collaborator, and the other program is called The Swing High Club. It's a program for jitterbugs.
Oh, I know all about jitterbugs. A jitterbug's a fellow who's all rhythm and no neighbors.
Well, I'm a bit of a jitterbug myself. When I was at Villanova College, I played cornet in my own band.
Oh, you did? Well, how'd you happen to come in and be an NBC as a page boy?
Well, I'll tell you, Graham. Then later on, I had my own band in Boston, and we played at the Westminster Hotel following Mal Hallett.
Uh-huh.
And then about that question about my coming to NBC,
yeah,
it was love, Graham.
Love? You mean Cupid hit you with a microphone?
I had a girl in New York, and I was so unhappy being away from her that I gave up my job in Boston and came to New York and got married.
But why didn't you stay in the band business?
Because my wife wanted to lead a normal social life and not hang around until 3 in the morning waiting for me. So I got a job at NBC as a page, figuring that I could make contacts with radio celebrities and that it might be a good way for me to break into the business. Someday, I might get a job as master of ceremonies on some big program.
But don't you do more things musically than play the cornet?
You mean the songs I've written, Graham?
That's it.
I've written 4 songs which have been published. The latest of them is called The Sky Without the Stars. It was published recently by Broadcast Music Incorporated, and it's been played a few times on the networks. Rudy Valley told me that he was going to play it soon on his program.
Good. Imagine, folks, and he's just one of the boys who shows you into the studio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, one of radio's popular songstresses, and I mean that, the lovely-voiced Mary Small will sing Addie Amor's
The Sky Without the Stars.
I'm just like the sky without the stars, dear, when I'm away from you. What good is the sky without the stars, dear? What good am I without without you. There's an empty space where my heart should be, no smile to cheer me. Just an empty space when I look to see if you are near me. I'm just like the sky without the stars, dear. When I'm away from
Thank you, Mary Smalls. Thank you for your lovely singing, as always. And thank you, Adia Moore. I like your tune. I think you've got a great future. Recently, the National Association of Broadcasters, an organization representing most of the broadcasting stations throughout the country, sponsored an essay contest in the Connecticut high schools. This contest and the $100 prize offered for the best essay on the subject of the American system of broadcasting. Why it is best for Americans was won by a 14-year-old boy, Neil Axtell Blake of Hartford Public High School. Because we think his essay is not only interesting, but a timely slant on radio, Behind the Mic has invited Neil to read an excerpt from it. Neil Axtell Blake. Neil, will you please go right ahead and read a little of that essay of yours?
Thank you, Mr. McNamee. Often I think that the radio has become so thoroughly a part of us that we fail to realize how much we owe to its mysterious power. It enters our homes at will, past locked doors and barred windows. Its power to send information, entertainment, instruction, scientific achievement, the truth into 84% of the homes in this country has made every citizen more sensitive to the dangers that threaten, more determined to keep America what our forefathers made it, the land of the free. How different the scene abroad, where the government restricts and hampers. There the dictator argues, am I not the supreme wisdom? Should not my people learn from me? The account is no longer of sports, of happy homes, of freedom, but of hate, destruction, and death. I'm devoutly thankful that I live in America, for here the radio, with all its power for good or evil, is the instrument of democracy. Long may the American system last. American broadcasting policy helps to keep this continent the promised land.
That's swell, Neil. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Neil Axtell Blake. I've been in radio a long time, longer than I like to remember sometimes. And I've heard a lot of unusual stories about radio. But I don't think I ever heard a story as fantastic as the Behind the Mic story that will be told us by our next guest. And yet he assures me that every amazing detail of it is absolutely true. Our guest is Dave Ellman, whose new program, Contact, is fast growing in popularity. The story concerns an appearance on another delightful program of his, Hobby Lobby, a show which dealt with people's unusual hobbies. And here is the creator of that show, Dave Ellman. Hi, Dave. Exactly what was that fantastic story behind that appearance on your Hobby Lobby show?
Well, Graham, when I had been on the air with Hobby Lobby for just a week, a friend of mine called me on the telephone and gave me the telephone number of a woman who had a talking dog.
Did you say a talking dog?
Yes. So as soon as he hung up, I phoned the owner of the dog, and I said to her, hello? This is Dave Ellman in New York. I've got a new radio program called Hobby Lobby.
Yes, Mr. Ellman?
I was told that you have a talking dog. Is that
yes,
so?
Yes, that's true.
Well, it seems hard to believe. Would you mind putting the dog on the phone? I'd like to hear him talk.
Just a minute. I'll call him to the phone and have him speak to you. Here, Prince. Here, Prince. Speak.
Hello?
Hello.
What?
Yes, that's the dog.
Is that really a dog that talks?
It is. I'll have him say a few more words. Prince, say I love you. I love you.
Say, I want you to come to New York and appear on my program next week. I think that's the most amazing thing I ever heard. Well, Graham, the mistress and her 2 dogs arrived in New York.
2 dogs?
Yes, because she brought another dog along named Lady. She told me that Lady was Prince's closest companion, and that Prince might not perform unless Lady was along. Well, I called up the newspaper, and they sent reporters to my office to hear the dog. Oh, the dog really was wonderful. He talked beautifully.
Now, Prince, come on. Say Aunt Nora. Come on. Say Aunt Nora. Prince, Aunt Nora.
Aunt Nora. Aunt Nora.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Gee, that was swell.
Hey, can I take
really
a picture?
does talk.
Hey, can he talk enough for an interview?
Well, Prince was really in great form that day, but more and more reporters came into my office, and as they did, of course, the office naturally got hotter. Well, Prince suddenly stopped talking. His mistress explained that dogs perspire through their throats, and when the temperature of a room gets over 70 degrees, the perspiration in the dog's throat made it impossible for him to talk. Well, to cool the dog off, we tried ice water. Then someone suggested ice cream. We tried 3 different flavors. The only flavor he would eat at all was chocolate, and then he talked again. Well, as I said before, this was one of my first programs, and it was very important to me that everything go off successfully. Then, with the other dog, Lady, trailing along, we brought Prince over to rehearsal before the show and put him on a table before the microphone.
Come on now. Talk, Princey. Come on.
Nice, Princey. Come on, Princey. Talk. Say, are you sure that Lady's being here isn't disturbing him?
Oh, no. Princey likes Lady. Quiet, Lady. Quiet.
Well, maybe he doesn't like the shape of this microphone. Let's use this other mic over here. Maybe he'll like that. Come on over here, Princey.
Come on now.
Come on, talk.
Come on, Princey. Talk. Speak. Come on, speak.
Well, I couldn't get that dog to talk at all, Graham, at the preliminary rehearsal. And then to make things more difficult, his mistress told me that we couldn't put him in front of an audience because he never worked before an audience before and would be scared. So at the last minute, we took Prince and his companion, Lady, into a small studio which we had air-conditioned so it would be under 70 degrees. It was so air-conditioned, I almost froze. Well, the time came for us to go on the air. That dog just had to talk or it would ruin my show. Finally, we got to Prince's spot, and I introduced him something like this. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear this Daniel Webster of the doghouse, Prince. Well, he's having a little difficulty. Maybe he doesn't want to talk until he sees his lawyer.
Come on, Princey. Say I love you. Princey. Say I love you. Say I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we seem to be having a little difficulty getting Princey to gab just now, but keep listening, and you'll hear him. Well, that room was ice cold, Graham, but I never sweated so much in my life. I could see the crumbling ruins of a perfectly good show, and then suddenly, to my amazement, his mistress turned to the other dog, who was also in the studio, and said,
All right, Princey, since you won't talk, Lady will. Come on, Lady. Now you talk. Say hello, Aunt Nora. Come on, Lady.
Hello, Aunt Nora.
And so Graham, the stooge, who we never knew could talk, stood in for the star and spoke his lines instead. So just as we promised, we did have a talking dog on Hobby Lobby, even if it wasn't the one which was originally scheduled.
Well, thank you, Dave Ellman. That was a mighty good story. Thank you, and cold dog. What a story. Be sure to listen next week when Behind the Mic will bring back to you a few minutes of a favorite old program. Harry Horlick and the A&P Gypsies, with Harry Horlick himself conducting. And more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gil Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. We've said that there's plenty of human interest behind the mic, and if you still have to be convinced, Just listen to this story told by the singing star of the Eddie Cantor program and one of radio's favorite songsters, Dinah Shore. Dinah, will you tell our behind-the-mic audience that story about the truck driver who was such a fan of yours?
Well, Graham, he was a fan of mine who had often written requests for songs. I got the details of this story through a letter which he wrote me. Here's the story the letter told.
Dear Miss Shore, I want to tell you about something that happened to me. As I've written to you before, I'm an independent trucker. I own just one truck. A few days ago, I was bringing up a truckload of perishable goods from Florida to New York. I had a time limit in which to deliver the stuff or lose a contract that I needed badly. 2 days from New York, my helper came down with some awful stomach cramps, and I had to leave him in a hospital. I took the wheel myself. I'd been driving for about 40 hours without getting any sleep because, as I told you, I had to get my truckload to New York in that time limit. Keeping that contract meant a great deal to me because my business was in pretty bad shape. Gee, I'm tired. Boy, what I wouldn't give for a little snooze right now. Hey, you big lug! Why don't you look where you're going? Maybe I could pull up beside the road here and grab a little shut-eye for just a few minutes. Nope. Can't do that. If I ever start sleeping, I won't wake up till tomorrow. Gee, I'm tired. I gotta do something to keep awake. I'll try tuning on the radio.
Now we bring you the voice of Dinah Shore, one of radio's favorite
Dinah
singing
Shore.
stars.
Last time I wrote her, she promised to sing I Dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair for me tonight.
Very interesting.
I wonder if she will.
Dinah opens her program by singing I Dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair.
Say, she is going to sing it. Good girl, Dinah. Boy, I got to stay awake to hear this.
I dream of Jeannie with a light brown hair, born like a vapor on the summer air. I see her tripping where the bright streams play, happy as the daisies that dance on her way. Many were the wild notes her merry voice would pour. Many were the blackbirds that warbled them o'er. I dream of Jeannie with a light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer air. Many were the wild notes her merry voice would pour. Many were the blackbirds that warbled them o'er. Oh, I dream of Jeannie with a light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer air. I dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair.
feel sort of awake now. Let's see. 4 more hours and I'll be in. Thanks, Dinah. I feel like I just got up. I won't have no trouble from now on.
And did he reach New York okay and on time, Dinah?
Well, Graham, he wrote me the letter. That ought to prove it.
Well, thank you, Dinah Shaw, for a great story and, of course, always for your fine singing. The sound effect of the week. Each week, Behind the Mic presents some unusual sound effect which was used on a program of the past week and tells exactly how it was done. On the Bishop and the Gargoyle program this past week, this sound effect was used to denote a character being placed under a guillotine and having his head bobbed. I think it was the hero's hobby. This jovial sound effect was accomplished by the sound man on the Bishop and Gargoyle show, running a piece of metal up and down the side of a door to produce the sound of a guillotine knife falling. And then to complete the picture, taking a padded mallet and hitting the side of a wicker basket. There she goes. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we're going to let you in on something that is really unusual and genuinely behind the mic. A young man, a member of the NBC guide staff, wants to try out for an NBC announcer's job, and he's going to do it on this program. We have the chief of the NBC announcers department here, Pat Kelly, to give him the announcer's test. Pat Kelly. Hello, Pat. Pat, before we proceed with the audition, please tell our listeners what experience a man must have in order to become an NBC announcer.
Well, Graham, to get on a New York station, he has to have at least 2 years professional announcing experience. To get a job in one of our out-of-town stations, he has to have at least 6 months announcing experience and, of course, the qualifications we think necessary to make a good radio announcer.
When you test your announcers before giving them jobs, Pat, what do you look for?
Graham, the boys are judged on personality, voice, showmanship, their ability to project personality through the loudspeaker, and the ability to think fast and to describe events as they occur. They should also be able to read with style and without conveying the impression that they're reading in an artificial way. The tests that we will give our would-be announcer this afternoon are designed to cover these qualifications.
We have our candidate here at the microphone, the NBC guide whose regular job is showing visitors through a studio and who is now going to try for an announcer's job on one of our out-of-town stations. He's ready to proceed with the audition, and this is an actual test. Are you ready to listen to him, Pat?
Yes, Graham. But before I go into the control room to listen to him, let me say, ladies and gentlemen, that as his first test, our candidate will tell about himself and his background to enable us to hear his voice and to get an idea of his ability to sell himself. Because we feel that a man who cannot sell himself could not sell a commercial product or the program he's announcing. Now, I'll go into the control room, Graham, and will you describe the audition for our listening audience?
All right, Pat. Now, Bill Huck, Mr. Kelly is ready to listen to you. It's going to be tough, but the best of luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking to you for the purpose of trying to become associated with your announcing staff. Before proceeding with the audition, I should like to tell you of my qualifications and experience as an announcer. I attended Duke University, where I was a member of Duke Players, the dramatic organization on the campus, and of Theta Alpha Phi, National Honorary Dramatic Fraternity. I graduated from Duke with a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics. Having had some experience on a smaller station, I felt further and more valuable experience could be gained by coming to New York and the center of the radio industry, the National Broadcasting Company. The announcing class here at NBC has been of great value to me because I have learned how to read on the air, how to pronounce difficult foreign words, and in general the requirements of a good radio announcer. But now, after this resume of my qualifications, we'll go on with the audition.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next test is designed to show the candidate's adaptability to different types of sustaining and commercial continuity and news copy. First, he will read a commercial of the punch type.
If hot weather household cleaning wears you out, I'll tell you how thousands of other women keep fresh and happy. For your fault may lie with what you use to clean. You may be working too hard with an ordinary, lazy, inactive cleanser. So instead of cleaning this hard way, I urge you to switch to the amazing, quick-acting cleaner 2 million women now use.
And now the next commercial is to be read in a conversational style.
My buddy, nobody quite so true. This program is in honor of the most loyal buddy you will ever have, your dog. Presenting Dog Heroes, thrilling stories about heroic American dogs. Sponsored by the makers of the wonderful health-aiding food for dogs.
For our next test, Bill Huck is going to read a news bulletin to see how well he can handle this type of copy. Here's your bulletin, Bill.
Here's the latest news from the United Press. Athens. The Greek war ministry claims the Greek advance continues on all fronts. Vast stores of war materials are reported captured from the retreating Italian forces. And Athens claims Greek cavalry and British planes are spreading panic among the fleeing columns. London. German long-range guns shelled the Dover area for more than an hour this afternoon. No damage or casualties are reported. This news is from the United Press. Further details will be found in your newspapers.
And now for the final test, Bill Huck is to introduce a musical program and prove his ability to ad-lib, an ability every announcer must have by describing the studio from which the broadcast is taking place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue now with our musical program, which is coming to you today from the Ritz Theater in New York. And before introducing the first number, I should like to tell you something of our surroundings here. This theater is located on 48th Street, just west of Broadway and New York's famous Times Square. This is not one of New York's largest theaters, being conventional one, though, having the usual balcony, boxes on either side, and the orchestra, which today is mostly full and provides accommodation for approximately 750 people. But now, to get back to our program, which features another one of NBC's famous musical aggregations, Ernie Watson and his orchestra. NBC listeners have frequently heard the works of such celebrated composers as Bach, Gounod, Mascagni, Mussorgsky, and many other masters of classic music. However, today, Ernie Watson brings you Love Is.
Well, that finishes the audition, and here comes Pat Kelly to give you his criticism, Bill.
Well, I suppose you'd like to know about the audition, Bill.
I certainly would, Mr. Kelly.
Okay, then. I'll give you my frank opinion, if you don't mind.
Not a bit.
I made a few notes while I was listening to you out in the booth. I find that your voice is satisfactory, though, of course, a little voice training wouldn't do you any harm. It would develop a richer quality, particularly in your chest tones. However, the voice is not the most important thing. It's no more important than having a violin. You can give a man a violin, he's still not a violinist. Give a man a voice, he's still not an announcer. But I think you have the vocal qualifications for announcing. Your enunciation and pronunciation, your articulation are all good, though you do have a tendency to slur final consonants. For example, watch words like speaking. There is a G on the end. Your salesmanship, commercial punch. You have punch all right, but I think with a little practice and experience, you will be able to make it a little more convincing than it was. Your conversational copy, reading of commercial conversational copy, you lack the ability to get sentiment into that little my buddy. However, I'd rather you avoid sentiment than to try too hard and get sentimentality. Further practice, training will help that. In ad lib, you have the ability to put words together and to make a fairly conclusive picture. In other words, you have what an announcer must have, the ability to keep the show going. And I think you'll make good, and I hope in the very near future we'll find a position for you as really an NBC announcer here in New York someday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you both, Pat Kelly and Bill Huck, for giving us a real behind-the-mic scene. And boy, I'm mighty glad such tests were not in vogue when I broke into radio. Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week, we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. This afternoon, Behind the Mic salutes one of radio's most famous orchestras, Harry Horlick and his A&P Gypsies, which was on the air for 10 years from November 1926 to September 7th, 1936. We will recreate part of the A&P Gypsies program with leader Harry Horlick himself, leading the orchestra in arrangements that made his music famous. Harry Horlick and the A&P Gypsies.
You are listening to the familiar Two Guitars, the title of the composition with which the A&P Gypsies greet you each Monday evening. The Gypsies are here, ready and waiting to begin their hour of entertainment. Harry Horlick and the A&P Gypsies now play a composition of Harry Horlick's, Sen Sigan, Harry Horlick. They would be pleased to have some expression from you as to how you like their program. Harry Horlick and the A&P Gypsies now bid you good night.
Takes me back a lot of years, Harry. And thank you, Harry Horlick, for recreating a part of your A&P Gypsies program. Just to hear the selection, Two Guitars, played by you gave me a thrill, and I'm sure it affected our listeners, to whom you have given so much pleasure the same way. Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners to Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio, and the 3 or 4 we consider to be of most general interest we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding magazine or newspaper. This afternoon's questions will be answered by Mr. Mel Spiegel, radio editor of the New York Morning Telegraph.
Mr. Ralph Vogel of the Bronx, New York, asks this question. I listen a great deal to European broadcasts, and I would like to know if you can tell me when was the first transatlantic broadcast to regular radio listeners, and from where did it originate?
Well, Graham, the first transatlantic broadcast originated from Coventry, England. It was picked up at Ulton, Maine, and transmitted by wire to WJZ in New York, and from where it was broadcast. This first transatlantic broadcast was in 1924.
L.A. Carroll of Beverly Hills, California, writes in to ask this question about firsts. I had an argument with a friend as to what was the first coast-to-coast broadcast and when was the event broadcast. Will you please let me know?
The first coast-to-coast hookup was on January the 1st, 1927, and consisted of a broadcast of the Rose Festival Parade and the Rose Bowl football game from California.
Yeah, and I had the pleasure of being at the mic all that day, Mel. One of my real radio thrills. Miss Dorothea McCann of Darlington, Maryland, asks this. How is it that a star can appear on his own show, as Jack Benny did recently, and then right after that appear as he did on the Screen Guild show, which is on a different network?
Well, the reason Jack Benny was able to appear on these two programs, which followed each other on different networks, is that the NBC and the CBS studios in Hollywood, California, from where both shows originated, are right next to each other. As you remember, Jack did not appear in the first few minutes of the second show, which gave him time to travel from one building to another.
Thank you, Mel Spiegel, for answering those questions. Ladies and gentlemen, the scene of our true behind-the-mic story today is in a dressing room of an NBC studio on Thursday evening in June of 1934. It's an hour before the opening broadcast of the famous Maxwell House Showboat. The two black-faced comedians of the show, Molasses and January, whom you all remember, and whose real names are Pat Paget and Pick Malone, are sitting in their dressing room near the studio. They're in the middle of giving their script a final reading.
Well, doggone my time, Molasses, old fraternity sister. How is your little dog getting along?
January, you mean my dog Corset?
Boy, why you call that dog Corset?
'Cause I keeps him tied up all day and lets him out at night.
Oh, quit.
Think that's gonna numb him.
It sure will, boy. Well, come on now, let's get along with this.
Okay, next line's yours.
All right, now here I go. Okay. Tell me this, yeah. How's you getting along with your E-flat fiddle-footed gal's papa, Molasses?
Well, they don't let me in the house no more, 'cause last time I was there, I got in a fight with a papa and stepped on his pipe.
Well, what's the matter with the man? I don't see why he should be so mad with you. There ain't nothing so terrible about stepping on the old man's pipe.
Yeah, but this was his windpipe.
Now, that's all right, boy. That is funny. You know, this looks like a good script tonight.
Yeah, I think that windpipe gag is a great kicker.
It's a killer.
Let's go out and get a cup of coffee.
Yeah, well, all right. Now, wait till I wash up a little bit, will you?
Okay.
Oh, say, by the way, how's your wife getting along, Pat?
Oh, not so good, Dick. Ever since she had that operation of hers, she hadn't come along the way I hoped she would.
Oh, well, boy, now listen, don't worry about that. That Arizona air is great. It's going to fix her up all right.
Well, I sure hope it does. I got a letter from the doctor a few days ago and really got me worried.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute. There's no use in worrying about it, Pat, old boy. Listen, you know doggone well that Diane's going to be all right.
I sure hope
I'll bet you'll be having her back with you before very long. Now, you wait and see. Now, wait till I get this soap out of my eyes here, and we'll go grab a cup of wrench down.
Okay. Come in.
Telegram for you, Mr. Paget.
Telegram? Well, thanks, sir.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, Pick.
What? What's the matter? What is it, Pat?
Diane.
What?
She passed away in her sleep a little while ago.
Oh, gee. Gee, I'm sorry, Pat.
I can't believe it. Just don't seem possible, son.
I know.
Oh, Pick, I'm gonna miss her.
Yeah, I know. That's all right. I know you will, sure. But I'll be right back in a minute, Pat, old boy.
Huh? Where you going?
Well, I'm going out and find out about the trains. You want to catch the first train out there that gets out there, don't you?
Oh.
I'll be right back. Now, wait a minute. I'm going to tell Bill Becher that we won't be on the program tonight.
Yeah, go on. Oh, wait a second, Pat.
Yeah,
wait,
what is it?
Pick, come here.
What?
Don't do that, son. We got 8 minutes of material in this show.
I know.
Well, they won't be able to fill that in without messing up the whole program.
Oh, but listen, wait a minute, Pat.
No, listen.
You can't...
Listen. It can't do any good whether I'm there a few hours earlier or later.
I know.
She wouldn't have wanted it any other way anyhow. She was in show business herself.
I know that.
If it'd do her any good, I wouldn't go on this show or any show ever. But it won't. It won't do nobody any good.
Oh, but Pat, now, really, you don't think you'll be able to go out there and...
Diane. Pick, listen. Listen, son, don't tell this to anybody till after the show.
All right, boy, I won't say nothing.
And when the Maxwell House showboat went on that night,
And now, molasses and January!
Doggone my time, molasses, you fiddle-footed E-flat ape, you. How you getting along with that farm of yours?
We had a little explosion on my farm yesterday.
An explosion? How was that?
Well, I fed a chicken some layer bus feed.
You fed the chicken some layer bus feed?
Yeah.
Well, how come the explosion?
She turned out to be a rooster.
I'll be doggone. Well, no wonder. Say, I hear you get up very early down on that farm of yours.
Yeah, that's right.
In fact, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Uh-huh.
That's a.m. How come you get up so early?
I use a parrot and an alarm clock.
A parrot and an alarm clock?
Yeah.
Do the alarm clock wake you up?
No, sir. But the alarm clock wakes the parrot up. And boy, what that parrot say wake anybody up.
Yeah, well, boy, that's unusual, you know it?
I should smother to replay.
Yeah.
I got another little pet out there.
Yeah, what's that?
A whip-sniff bird.
A whip-sniff bird, all right.
and again the actor's creed, "The show must go on," had been given further proof. Not in a novel, not in a play, but in a really true behind-the-mic story. January was played by January himself, Pick Malone. Molasses was impersonated by Ward Wilson. Be sure to listen next week when I will talk with NBC News commentator Fred Bates, who will tell you from London how he gets the news he broadcasts, and more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music written and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name, since the beginning of broadcasting, has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon, Behind the Mic brings you Fred Bates, NBC's news commentator in London. Hilarious mistakes by your favorite announcers, the ones they've made on the air. Lee Bristol, a real live sponsor. we will salute the old Palm Olive Hour with Olive Palmer here in person. And finally, 3 actors will demonstrate their resourcefulness in a most unusual behind-the-mic stunt. Ladies and gentlemen, practically everyone who listens to the radio nowadays has heard news broadcasts from London by NBC reporters. But this afternoon, for the first time, we are going to bring you the behind-the-scenes picture of broadcasting from a war capital. In a few seconds, I am going to have a 2-way conversation with the NBC chief commentator in London, Fred Veldt, who is going to give you the behind-the-scenes picture of broadcasting from a war-torn capital. At this moment, NBC's Assistant Director of Special Events, Jack Hartley, in our New York studio, is in communication with Fred Veldt, Chief of NBC's staff of radio reporters in London.
Hello, Fred.
We're going to let you hear that conversation first.
Hello, Fred.
Hello, Jack.
You're going on the air in about 20 seconds. We lost you here for a few minutes. Technical difficulty, I believe.
All right.
And due to the technical setup, I won't be able to come back and give you a report on this program, but I will at 7:15 tonight when we contact again.
All right, Jack.
Okay, Fred, you stand by. You'll be on in 10 seconds.
I'm standing by.
Stand by.
Folks, watch your clock. In a few seconds, we'll be talking to London. Hello, Fred Veldt in London. This is Graham McNamee from New York.
This is Fred Graham. How are you?
Pretty fine, Fred. Fred, I'm going to ask you for some behind-the-mic scenes, some information about the way you broadcast. First, are you speaking from a regular broadcasting studio?
Well, it's been regular since Sunday, September 3rd of last year. Before that time, it was part of the restaurant section in the basement of this studio building.
Well, do you and any of your staff live far from the studio?
For the moment, about 300 yards. That is, counting the stairs down to it.
Well, do you sleep in an air raid shelter like the rest of London?
No, I sleep in NBC's ground floor office apartment. As a matter of fact, Graham, you should have said like some of London, because only something like 20% of the people do sleep in shelters. I have slept in this studio a few times.
How many members of your staff are there to help you cover this material, Fred?
3.
We're told, Fred, that all broadcasts coming from war capitals are censored. What's the purpose of this censorship in London?
Mainly to prevent military information going to the enemy.
Uh-huh. How much in advance of broadcast time do you have to have your material ready for censorship?
Well, theoretically, according to the rules, half an hour. But actually, Graham, in time to enable it to be read before a broadcast goes on the air.
Well, Fred, if a story breaks while you're on the air, can you use it?
Yes, if it's under no ban. That is, if no part of it contravenes defense regulations.
How do you get the information you broadcast?
Well, you get it through usual news service sources, official bulletins, and then personal observations, trips, conversations.
Well, do you have to go out during an air raid to get material concerning some story?
Oh, sometimes, of course. But as a matter of fact, we're out every night. And there's nearly always an air raid on then.
Uh-huh. Well, do you have to wear a tin hat, Fred, when you're out covering a story?
Well, there's no obligation, but it's only sensible to wear one if you're out doing a raid. Yes, I always do. They'll turn a small splinter, we hope.
How do you get around town in order to get news and make necessary contacts?
Well, by auto or taxi or on foot. I must admit, I don't like being stuck behind a wheel if it's a bad night. It's the one thing that gives me claustrophobia. I take my hat off, Graham, to the drivers who are out night after night, no matter what it's like.
I'll bet you.
Incidentally, being an alien, I have to have special permission to have a car.
Being an alien, do you have to have special permission to get anything else?
Yes, to stay out after midnight and to visit prohibited areas.
Can you interview pilots who take part in raids, Fred?
Oh, yes, and have several times for NBC Network. Their names are never mentioned, however.
Why not?
Well, I think it's primarily a strong feeling of teamwork. The individual is merged in his unit. Then, besides, mentioning a man's name might disclose his unit, and that might disclose military information.
I see. Well, what do you do for amusement, Fred, in the little time that you're not working?
Oh, play golf once in a while, go to a movie occasionally. Newsreels, usually. They only last an hour.
Do you see my newsreels, Fred?
No, not yet. When's it coming?
Anytime. Go ahead.
As a matter of fact, Graham, I find you neither miss nor particularly want amusement these days. There's a grand crowd of fellows here and plenty of amusement and conversation. But you know, a bit of fresh air, a glimpse of quiet countryside, bridges, hedges, and cattle, and the smell of burning leaves. That's the break that really counts just now.
Uh-huh. There's one last question I think most of our listeners are curious about, Fred. On those European roundups, when we in America hear from your colleagues in Berlin, in Vichy, Rome, and other capitals, do you hear them broadcast too?
Oh, yes, Graham, usually quite clearly. Sometimes on their way to America, that's when broadcasts are routed through London from, let's say Dublin or Cairo. When they go from European points direct to NBC, by shortwave, for instance, via RCA communications receivers, we hear them coming back from New York over the transatlantic circuit set up between NBC studios and London.
Thank you a lot, Fred. Thank you. Fred Bate from London for taking us behind the mic on your broadcasts.
I'll bet, Graham.
Good night.
Good night, Graham.
Good night. Oddities in Radio, presenting odd little stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's oddity. To show that even the best announcers make mistakes once in a very great while, we present what people in radio call fluffs, or mistakes of famous announcers. Milton J. Cross, years ago, in announcing a program of the A&P Gypsies, said,
"You will now listen to the music of the A&G Pipses."
David Ross, introducing Tito Guizzar and his guitar, once said it this way.
And now we present Tito Guitar and his famous Guizzar.
Frank Knight, in announcing the weather report, said,
"Today's weather rainy, followed by claim."
Ralph Edwards, now emceeing on Truth and Consequence, once introduced a singer as follows.
"And here is one of radio's most charming and lovely young sinners."
Jerry Lawrence, describing the ceremonies welcoming the King and Queen of England, uttered this little masterpiece.
"You will know the King and Queen have arrived when you hear the 21-son galoot."
Art Whiteside, in presenting the Crown Prince of Norway on his station, made this remark.
"It is our extreme pleasure to introduce the Brown Quince of Norway." Oh, but Graham, we mustn't forget the most famous flop of all.
You mean...
Yes, when a certain announcer on the Ed Wynn show, in mentioning his product, said,
"Be sure to fill up with a tank full of Fire Chief gasoline." Yes, and when Ed Wynn got through kidding me that night, I never wanted to see the word gasoline again. It gave me the shivers for a month, I'll tell you. No program could pretend to give you the behind-the-mic picture of radio without devoting some attention to the man who pays and pays and pays for the radio program you listen to, the sponsor. Heaven bless him. So this afternoon, we have as our guest a real live sponsor. His outfit sponsors the Eddie Cantor and Mr. District Attorney program, among others. He is going to tell us just how and why the sponsors buy the programs you listen to. Introducing the Vice President in charge of advertising of the Bristol-Myers Company, a regular fella, a swell guy, a grand talker, and an old-timer in radio, Lee Bristol. Lee, you know, after that build-up, the least you could do is to buy our program. Well, we'll skip that. Seriously, what does a sponsor look for in buying a program, Lee?
Graham, he buys a program for two purposes, and they go hand in hand. To put a sales message across to sell his product, and to please the public, not himself. Because if he doesn't please the public, he'll never sell his product.
Exactly how do you go about buying a show?
Well, the first thing we do is to see what programs are available. We know what programs are available for resale, that is, programs which have been sponsored and are of proven popularity but which can now be bought. We also consider new programs which are being offered for sale by the networks and by private radio producers and by our advertising agencies.
Well, once you have a list of the programs you can buy, what else do you have to consider?
Well, Graham, you have to consider the time available on the networks, because that would influence the type of show you'd have. The hour at which people tune in influences the type of entertainment they're willing to hear. Daytime serials, spot news, comedy shows, dance bands, or what have you. The time also influences the type of audience willing to listen.
Well, let's say that any time is available to you. What do you consider next?
Well, there are two types of programs that you might decide upon. One is the program with a close connection between the show and the product, by which I mean that the Encyclopedia Britannica, for example, might, but doesn't, sponsor a program such as Information Please. On the other hand, Graham, you might have a program of entirely flexible construction, which can fit any product, and which you might use if you're advertising two dissimilar products on the same show.
Is there any way to guarantee that the program you buy will be a popular one, Lee?
No. Of course, if the star of your show or the program itself is an established one, then you have a pretty good idea that what you buy will meet with favor. You also have to consider popular trends, and you follow those trends as much as possible, by which I mean, Graham, that if quiz shows are the trend, you might buy a quiz program.
You know, Lee, I heard a program last week that wasn't a quiz program.
Oh, you mean last Wednesday night?
Yes. Isn't that Fred Allen terrific?
Yes, he is, but we're sponsoring Eddie Cantor now.
You can tell he's a sponsor. Does your organization only buy established talent, Lee?
No, Graham. We might buy a program on some small station which is making a local sensation because we could get it for little money. And the question of price must always be considered. If a sponsor can buy a program for less money, and he thinks the program will do a good job, he'll sometimes take a chance, even though the program has not been tried out on a big network.
Well, all I can say, Lee, is that if you're looking for a darn good radio program for one of your products, I heard a terrific one last Sunday.
Well, what was that called?
Behind the Mic.
Behind the Mic?
You've heard it?
Oh, no. Oh, is that the one with Wallington?
No, that's the one with McNamee. Listen in next Sunday on NBC's Blue Network from 5:30 to 6 Eastern Standard Time. You'll love it, Lee. But seriously, thank you, Lee Bristol, for that inside information. Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. This afternoon, Behind the Mic salutes the old Palm Olive Hour, starring Olive Palmer and Paul Oliver, which was heard from 1927 to 1931 at 9:30 to 10:30 on Wednesday evenings. And now for the next few minutes, it is 1930, and we're in the midst of the listener's favorite, the Palm Olive Hour.
I've just heard the golden voice of Paul Oliver singing The Dream, and now the lovely Olive Palmer lifts her clear, beautiful voice in The Kiss by Arditi.
Palmer and Paul Oliver. They will be back again with you next Wednesday.
Olive Palmer was, of course, merely the stage name for a lady who was then, and has been ever since, one of radio's favorite singers, Virginia Ray. It was that program which began her rise to radio popularity. And Virginia, you certainly did a swell job this afternoon, and thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, we had an ulterior motive in bringing those announcers' fluffs to the air early in the program. We hope that they encourage Bill Huck in case he makes any boners on his new announcing job. Bill Huck is the young man whom you heard audition on our program last Sunday. As a result of his appearance here, station WGAC of Augusta, Georgia, telegraphed an offer for Bill to join their announcing staff. Of course, Bill's sorry to leave his associations here in Radio City, where he has had the valued training and experience of NBC's famous announcers, when they weren't making fluffs to help him. Bill, before you leave for your new job in Augusta, have you got a word to say?
Yes, Graham, I certainly have. I want sincerely to thank Behind the Mic for making it possible for me to get this opportunity. And I should also like to thank Pat Kelly, NBC's announcing chief, for giving me that audition last week.
Attaboy, Bill, and I want to wish you plenty of good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, the first Blue Network program which WGAC is carrying to its listeners in Augusta is Behind the Mic. We hope Behind the Mic will help station WGAC to continue on the road to success and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes on a radio program, because of the illness of an actor or for some equally important reason, another actor is called in at the very last moment to act a part on a program. On some occasions, the actor actually goes on the air without having rehearsed with the rest of the cast, and even without having had much of a chance, or any chance at all, to read his part. This may sound incredible to you, so this afternoon, we're going to show you, in an unusual fashion, the resourcefulness of radio actors. We have in an envelope a short playlet written especially for this program. We've called upon 3 actors to act in it. They've never seen the script, but they're going to perform it for you entirely unrehearsed. I am now taking the scripts out of the envelope and distributing them. You, Mr. Hampton, are to play the part of a 17th century English artist, a good-natured scamp. You, Mr. Harrison, are to play his blustering Cockney landlord. And you, Mr. Shirley, are to be a very proud and disdainful English gentleman who wants our artist to paint a picture for him. You ready, boys? Are you ready? Come on, answer up. Are you ready?
Well, almost.
That's better. Very well. Let's begin. The time is late 17th century. The place is London, in a poverty-stricken, scantily furnished garret. A young artist, William Hogarth, destined to become one of England's greatest painters, is busily painting one of his realistic street scenes for which he later became so famous.
Ah, a patron, no doubt. Enter, sir, you are... Oh, it's you.
Yes, it's me, Master Hogarth. Who do you think it was? His Majesty?
His Majesty... Oh, Master Matthews, do you mind standing over here in this light?
And now, look here.
No.
What the...
Quiet, please. Turn your face to the side a little more, Just as I thought. You are absolutely right, Master Matthews. You do look very much like His Majesty.
I do. Now, really. Oh, some more of your eye-sounding talk. I came here to collect my rent.
Your rent, sir? Do you mean to say I haven't paid you your rent? Oh, how careless of me to forget.
You've been careless for 3 months, and you know it. And as my wife was telling me... as I was telling my wife, it's long enough, and you pay today or out to go into the street.
My dear Master Matthews, what's my account? How much do I owe you?
£1, 14 shillings.
Oh, a mere trifle. And you were upset about that? Why, when you know my rich Uncle Marmaduke's only heir, I am he. My poor uncle. He's at the point of death.
He was at the point of death a month ago.
He was? You'll be pleased to know that he has recuperated.
Now, see here. Look here. Do I get my rent or don't I?
Master Matthews, I will have it for you next week. Her Grace, the Duchess of Norfolk, was saying to me only yesterday, Hogarth, she said, will you paint my portrait? At a price, of course. And I bowed, and I said to her,
You know her Grace.
Know her? Why, Master Matthews, it will please you to know she admires my work immensely. She may even pay a visit to my poor lodgings here. It'll make you famous. So wait for your rent a while.
The Duchess of Norfolk here? Oh, I'll go and tell the missus.
Fly, my good man, fly, and bring a message of glad tidings to your wife. I'll have to get the rent somehow. I can't keep putting him off much longer. Back again? I thought I told you...
Master Hogarth?
Your servant, sir. I'm sorry, I mistook you for another.
Fellow, are you, Hogarth?
At your service, your Highness.
Nonsense. Mr. Abingdon's the name.
At your service. Will you sit down, Mr. Abingdon? Oh, no, not there. The leg of that stool is broken.
Mr. Hogarth, I have no time to waste. I have a commission for you, if you wish. If not, I shall take it elsewhere.
A commission? In that case, your humble servant, sir. What is the commission?
I have a rather large wall space over the stairway in my house which I want to have covered with a painting. I want the painting to represent a biblical incident, the pursuit of the Israelites across the Red Sea by the Egyptians.
The pursuit of the Israelites across the Red Sea by the Egyptians. What are the dimensions of the space to be covered?
Oh, it's about 16 feet long by about 6 feet in height. Now, as to your price...
That's a pretty big task, Mr. Abingdon. I should say £15 would be a fair price.
£15? Ridiculous. I'll pay you £3.
£3 for all that work? Why, an apprentice would receive more. And I, sir, am a master artist.
Master artist living here? Pray, Hogarth, what do you take me for, a fool?
My dear Mr. Abingdon, don't judge my state by the poverty of my lodgings. It is mere sentiment that makes me stay here, instead of in the fine house I could well afford. The landlady here was my nurse. And I was telling the Duchess of Norfolk only yesterday. She's having me paint her portrait, you know. I said to her, Your Grace...
£5 is my price.
£5? Why, even that is...
See here, Mr. Hogarth.
No, my good man, wait outside. Wait outside, can't you see I have a visitor? I'll ring when I need you.
Then you'll ring from outside in the street. I've talked it over with my wife, and she says, if you don't give me £1 15 shillings you owe us, you'll go out in the street.
Former servant of mine. Yes, Mr. Abingdon. Quite mad, you know.
Master Hogarth, I've changed my mind. I'll pay you £1 14 shillings to paint that wall.
£1 14 shillings? For all that work?
Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, I'll find someone who does.
£1 14 shillings. Well, Mr. Abingdon, I'll do it. I have no choice. The £1 14 shillings must be paid now.
Ridiculous. Oh, very well, fellow. Here's your money. But the work must be done immediately. I'll expect you at my house tomorrow, the Duchess of Norfolk.
Gad. £1 14 for all that work.
Well, there you are, Hogarth. Busy, I see. Well, at least you're industrious.
Industrious indeed, Mr. Abingdon. I was just about to step down from the ladder. Your painting is finished.
Finished? Impossible. You've been in my house scarcely 3 hours. Let me see. Why, what's this? You've nothing on the wall but a large red smear.
Are you not familiar with the incident you wished painted? The crossing of the Red Sea by the Israelites?
Certainly I am, you lout. I insist that all I see is a red smear.
But that is the Red Sea.
Nonsense. Where are the Israelites?
The Israelites have already passed over.
Where are the Egyptians?
The Egyptians? The Egyptians, sir, are drowned.
Thank you, Burford Hampton. Alfred Shirley, and Stanley Harrison. That was an amazing piece of acting when you consider that the first time you saw the script was when you stepped up to the microphone this afternoon. Thank you all. Be sure to listen next week when Behind the Mic will bring you the unusual story of how a song sung by Lanny Ross changed the lives of several of his listeners as told by Lanny himself. We will salute radio's first dialectician, Henry Burbig, and more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities, and radio people you never heard of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now presenting a man whose name, since the beginning of broadcasting, has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
This afternoon, Behind the Mic brings you an explanation of the use of musical bridges on dramatic programs. You'll hear more of that later. The sound effect of the week, we salute radio's first dialect comedian, Henry Burbig. We bring you an actual tryout for a part on a dramatic radio program, a well-known radio editor to answer listeners' letters, and finally, a gripping human interest story as told by Lanny Ross. Few radio listeners realize what an important part music plays on any radio drama. But it does play a most important part. And here is a man who can not only tell you about it, but who will demonstrate with our orchestra some of the different types of music used on radio shows. The man who writes and arranges the music for our program, our orchestra leader, Ernie Watson. Ernie, what part does music play in radio dramas?
First of all, music is used to help set the mood of the drama so that the listener is in a receptive state of mind.
You're talking about music that's used at the beginning of a radio play, aren't you, Ernie?
Yes.
Well, let's show the radio listeners a few examples of how music is used at the beginning of a radio play to set the mood, and incidentally, this will show your ability to write such music, too. Let's suppose we're going to introduce a radio playlet which takes us into the zoo. Now, how would you get us mentally ready for that, Ernie?
Well, first, a little African touch, like this.
Then, a lion. A seal. An elephant. Very good. I almost fed that saxophone player some peanuts, Ernie.
Well, he was imitating a seal. You should have thrown him a herring.
But Ernie, music isn't just to introduce dramatic shows, is it?
No, Graham. It's more important when used in what we call a bridge. That is, a link in a radio show between two scenes of that play having different locations or to mark the passage of time between scenes.
Well, Ernie, show us what you mean by using music as a link between two scenes. Let's say a scene ends at a football game, and the next scene is to begin with our hero well liquored up, walking out of the stadium and down the street towards his home. Now, how would you go musically from a football game to the drunk?
Here you are, Graham. First the football game, then the drunk.
Fine, Ernie. I sort of felt a little touch there myself. Well, anyway, Ernie, here's still another bridge for you. Let's say one scene ends with our hero leaving on a train, and the next scene begins with his train arriving in Scotland. How would you link those two scenes musically?
Like this, Graham. First, the train.
That was marvelous, Ernie. You certainly created an illusion of Scotland. Even that cornet player had an aroma of Scotch about him. There, ladies and gentlemen, are two of the most important uses of music on a dramatic sketch, bridges and introductions. And incidentally, Ernie, as long as I mention musical introductions again, I'd like you to set a scene that's really tough. See if you can do it.
Well, what is it, Graham?
Well, suppose a radio play takes place at Coney Island. Could you set the scene musically for us so that we'll be all ready to hear about Coney Island? First, let's hear the gay Coney Island throngs. Prove your strength, boys. Ring the bell and win a box of cigars. All aboard the merry-go-round. What about a roller coaster, Ernie?
Here it is.
When that roller coaster dropped, I sure thought I was a goner, Ernie. Thank you, Ernie Watson, for showing us the part that music plays in radio drama. And now for another of the unusual glimpses behind the mic that you have come to expect of this program. Probably sometime or other you have wondered how actors or actresses get the parts they play in the sketches you hear on various radio programs. This afternoon we are going to conduct an actual audition or tryout for a part in a play to be given over NBC next Sunday afternoon. The program is Great Plays, heard on the Blue Network 3 to 4 p.m. on Sundays. And the audition is for one of the leading parts in the radio adaptation of Molière's The Imaginary Invalid. It will be heard on Great Plays next Sunday. Here is the director of next Sunday's Great Plays to conduct the audition, Tom Riley, who is also a director of television for NBC. Tom, this is actually a tryout for a part in The Imaginary Invalid next Sunday Great Play, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Graham, and we have already selected the male lead, Mr. Charles Webster, who will play the part of Ardan. But I haven't as yet selected the part of Beline, and we have two well-known actresses here who will try out for that part in just a few seconds.
How are you going to conduct the audition?
Well, I'm going to do exactly what I would do at any regular audition, because that's just what this one is. I'm going to ask our two candidates for the part, Miss Linda Watkins and Miss Marjorie Clark, to read two separate scenes with Mr. Webster and select one of them, the one who seems best fitted to the part of Beline.
And the one you select will be used next Sunday on the air?
Yes, that's right. Now, Miss Linda Watkins will read the first scene with Mr. Webster. Of course, now, you people here have read the play, but for the benefit of our listening audience, I'll explain briefly that it concerns an elderly hypochondriac, Ardan, who marries a young wife of about 30. Her name is Beline. She married him for his money in the hope that he will die quickly. In this little scene, Ardan, the husband, the imaginary invalid, is complaining to his wife about a servant who is called Toinette, who has had the impudence to say that he wasn't ill at all. Now, this is 17th century French farce, so therefore it's somewhat exaggerated as compared to our present-day theater. Now, Miss Watkins, I'll go into the control room, and will you and Mr. Webster please start reading?
And now, Tom Riley is making his way into our control room.
The wench will kill me.
Do you really think so?
Discharge her, my dove. She's at the bottom of all my ills. I say again, send her away.
All servants have their faults, my sweet, and we have to bear them for the sake of their good qualities. I'm sure she meant well.
You've no idea the evil of that wench. Now I shall have to take 20 elixirs to repair my tortured body.
Poor, poor invalid.
No. You are my comfort, my life. And to show you my love, I'll make my will.
Oh, please do not speak thus now. The very thought makes my heart sick with grief.
I asked you for a notary, but you don't want.
Oh, he's waiting outside.
Oh, then let him in, my love.
Alas, my love does not allow me to think of such things. Monsieur de Bonnefoy, come in. Hurry.
Hold it there. Thank you very much, Miss Watkins. Now, Miss Clark, will you read the same part of Bellini, but let's try a different scene. Say page 12 there in the script. Let's start about the fourth speech down. Now, prior to this scene, Monsieur Ardin has been told by his lawyer that he cannot leave his wife, Bellini, money in his will according to Paris law. He must make a gift of his money to her while he is still alive. And so he discusses giving her some money that he has on hand. All right, Miss Clark, will you go right ahead?
Oh, but, sir, you don't know what it means to love your husband deeply.
Monsieur, I'll follow then your advice. In my study, there are 20,000 gold louis and 2 notes, due me and payable to bearer, all of which I'll put into my wife's hands at once.
Oh, no, I won't think of it. How much gold did you say is in your study?
20,000 louis, my wife.
Oh, don't mention wealth, I beg you, at such time, my darling invalid. And the notes for how much?
One is for 4, and the other for 6,000 louis, my angel.
Oh, all the gold on earth means nothing, darling husband, compared to you. Shall we make the will?
Indeed. We shall go into my study, Monsieur de Bonfoy. Here, my love. Help me.
Oh, come, my poor dear sweet.
Hold it there just a minute. By the way, I have an idea for something that I'd like to try here. Graham, we got about 30 seconds to spare on the show.
Ed Whitney, our production man, has just nodded okay.
Well, look, Miss Watkins, I wish that you'd read the part of Angelique, which has not been cast as yet. And she's a young girl of about 18. She is Ardin's daughter. I want to hear just a few lines of it, and if you'll turn, I think, here it is, on page 6, and read the second speech down with Mr. Webster. Got it?
Yes, I have it.
All right, go right ahead, please.
Thank you, Toinette. I have not seen the fellow, but I hear we shall all be satisfied.
I know it, Father.
What? Have you seen him?
I cannot lie, sir. And your consent to our marriage frees my heart. The truth is, we met 6 days ago and fell instantly in love. The request you have received...
That's fine, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I've heard exactly what I was looking for. Now, it's obvious, I think, that, both of you actresses are very excellent actresses. Otherwise, you would not have been called here in the first place. Now, I don't believe that voice alone is the important thing in casting. It's what's back of the voice that's important. I'm more interested in this instance in a certain mature quality for Bellini, the wife, and a certain youthful quality for Angelique, the daughter. Now, Miss Clark, I want you to play Bellini. For I think that you displayed the necessary contrast between Bellini, the loving wife, and Bellini, the scheming woman who's after the old man's money. Now, remember, this is a French farce. Now, Miss Watkins, your interpretation, brief though it was, is exactly what I think Angelique needs, and so I want you for that part. Now, please, rehearsal Wednesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. All right, Miss Watkins?
Thank you, Mr. Riley. I'll be there.
All right with you, Miss Clark?
That's fine for me, Mr. Riley.
Well, thank you both very much.
And thank you, Tom Riley, Charles Webster, and the Mrs. Linda Watkins and Marjorie Clark for giving us an actual behind-the-mic scene. The sound effect of the week. Nearly every week, Behind the Mic presents some unusual sound effect which was used on a program of the past week and tells exactly how it was done. On the program, Salute to Your Birthday, this sound effect was used to denote the crumbling of the wall of an ancient temple. Sounds just like the crumbling of the wall of an ancient temple, doesn't it? This was accomplished in the following way. The sound man has a large hopper or receptacle with a chute attached to it. In this hopper are pieces of rock of various sizes. He also has a turntable in front of him on which there are several recordings of sound effects. One record of the crashing of a stone wall, another of trees falling, and so forth. And now, as he tips the receptacle slowly first, a few large pieces of rock tumble down the chute. Bit more, and a lot of small rocks go down. As the sound reaches a climax, he plays the records, completing the effect. Behind the Mic salutes a program you love. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in your memory. And so each week we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you love. This afternoon, Behind the Mic salutes radio's first great dialectician, Henry Burbig, whose hysterical historical tales brought merriment to millions of listeners. Tonight, in a recreation of his program, The Seco Courier's Show, which was on the air from 1929 to 1931, he tells you his most famous hysterical historical tale, the Henry Burbig Program.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We now present Henry Burbig in his famous hysterical historical tales. Tonight, Henry tells you the history of Little Red Riding Hood. Henry Burbig.
Thank you. I'm going to kick over the story from Little Red Riding Puss. There was living in the year $1,866.53 a little girl from the name Little Red Riding Puss. She was living very happily with her mar-mar and her par-par. But one day it gave to her old grandma a sickness in the throat called tonsillitis. Red's mama was a nice little lady, so she called Red over to her side like this. Hey, Red, come over here. I'll change your profile.
So Red says, okay, Mama, old kid. If you're going to beat me, please beat me 8 to a bar.
Stop the jive talk and listen to me, dope. Your grandma's sick. She has a bad case of inflammation fleas on her bronchial tubes. So take this basket of fruits with nuts, with soup, with 4 Roosevelt and 2 Wilkie buttons to your grandma. Don't stop to pick flowers, or old Massa Wolf from that old south near the Macy Ginsburg line will get you all, I reckon. Yuck, 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 yuck. Page 2.5, marked down from $1.98. So Red started soon she should go to her grandma's house.
And why I shouldn't block maybe a couple Willie the Whippers and Jakeys from the pulpits for my wholesale grandma? I guess I would, I should, I will. So Red started soon she should block all kinds of roses with I'm glad I owe yous, with 2 lips and 3 lips and 4 lips. But just when she was reaching down for a cockeyed Susie, out from the bushes came a 14-carat no-good crook wolf, period, no sentence. The wolf laughed. That's the wolf. Ah, my darling Little Red Riding Pants. Where are you going all alone with that pretty basket? I'm going to my granny's house. If you don't mind that I'll stick my 2 cents in where angels fear to tread with 2 pairs of Solomon's heels. So the wolf said, Well, what could be the difficulty with your poor old granny, if I may ask? You may ask.
I just did.
Then I'll answer. The old buzzard has a bad case of income tax on the pocketbook. Page 2. Well, slap my slippers. That's very serial, Red. You better hurry. Goodbye for everything. And the wolf was off like a flashlight to Granny's house. When he got there, he scared Granny out from her pajamas and jumped into the bed and discussed his voice. It should sound like Granny's. 1 hour later, Eastern standing and sitting down time, Little Red came into the cabin. When she saw the crook wolf in bed, she thought it was her granny. So she said, My darling granny, what big Eddie Kenters you got?
That's better to see you with.
And granny, what ears you got? They look like a taxi cab with both doors open. That's better to hear you with. But, Granny, look at your mouth. Those teeth. What big bicuspids you got. That's better to eat you with. The wolf jumped out from bed, red saw red, and she said, take this and that and this and that and this and that. If you don't like this, take that. And she gave the wolf a 1-2 punch in the punch, and the wolf went for a long sleep into the arms of Morphus Moofus. So the story ends with the moral. If a rolling stone is worth a stitch in the bush, how many tons does the subway? Answer, 2 tons. Uptown and downtown. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Henry Burbig, for making us laugh again at your hysterical historical tales. Incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, you might be interested to know that Henry Burbig has become a very successful inventor of ingenious gadgets, one of which is a letter sealer, blessed by almost every secretary. We would like to be guided by the wishes of our radio audience in bringing back old favorites of yours. So if you'll drop us a line and let us know what programs you would like to hear, we will try to oblige. And if you enjoyed Henry Burbig this afternoon, drop him a line in care of this program and let him know about it. Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio, and the 3 or 4 we consider to be of most general interest, we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. This afternoon's questions will be answered by Nick Kenny, songwriting radio editor of the New York Daily Mirror. Howard Lipton of the University of Missouri writes, last week Behind the Mic did a broadcast from London as its first spot on the show. I read that about a minute before you went on the air, something happened to the London station and you couldn't contact it. The trouble was fixed just as your program began. What would you have done to fill in time if you hadn't been able to get London?
Behind the Mic always has another spot already rehearsed on the chance that something might go wrong with any remote pickup. And that spot was the first spot used this week, the one with Ernie Watson and his musical bridges.
Mr. Morris Goldsmith of New York City wishes to know who selects a program's announcer and orchestra.
On a commercial program, the announcer and band are selected by the sponsor, generally after considerable auditioning. You will sometimes find a sponsor auditioning 10 or more announcers to get one like you, Graham, one that he thinks can best put over his sales talk to the public.
Ora King of East Orange, New Jersey, writes in to ask whether quiz programs are run separately or is there a general clearinghouse used to prevent duplication of questions?
There is no general clearinghouse for quiz programs. Each one is run separately. Generally, someone connected with one quiz show will listen to other quiz programs of the same type to prevent duplication. Once in a while, the same question does manage to slip in and is used on 2 different quiz programs.
Thank you, Nick Kenny. Thank you very much for answering those questions. Incidentally, Nick, for the benefit of your readers, I'd like to tell you that next week, Behind the Mic will be on the air 1 hour earlier, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. There is plenty of drama behind the mic, as you will readily believe when you hear the Behind the Mic story told to you by our next guest, whose grand voice gives pleasure to millions, Lanny Ross. The story concerns his present program for Franco-American, on which he is heard 5 times a week. Here's Lanny Ross himself to tell it to you. How are you, Lanny? Before you tell that story about your program, I want to ask, and I want to tell you first, how glad I am to have you on the same show with me.
Well, Graham, I certainly am glad that you're glad.
Well, Lanny, I'm glad that you're glad that I'm glad.
Well, Graham, I'm glad that you're glad that I'm glad that you're glad.
Well,
in other words, I'm glad.
I'm glad we got that out of our system, and now we'll get into the story. What was it, Lanny?
Well, now we'll just have to calm down here and speak seriously, Graham, because last summer I received a rather pathetic letter from a woman who simply signed herself grandmother. In this letter, she said,
Dear Mr. Ross, I'm writing to ask you to do me a great favor.
My daughter and her son have lived with me ever since her divorce. This past week, she left home without telling us where she was going and has not returned. Her little son misses her terribly. He cries for her constantly. My daughter used to sing her son to sleep each night with Brahms' lullaby. You were her favorite radio singer, and she listens to you every night. Would you please sing the Brahms lullaby on your program? If you do, my daughter might hear it. It might remind her of how she hummed this song every night to him, and she might return home to us. We both miss her so very much.
Well, Graham, that was an appeal that I think neither I nor any other man could resist. So 2 nights later, on my program, I sang. Lullaby and good night, with roses bedight, creep into thy bed, there pillow thy head. If God will, thou shalt wake when the morning doth break. If God will, thou shalt wake when the morning doth break. About a week later, I received a letter from her daughter, who said that she had been tired of living in a small town and had left home to go to New York City to try to find a job. But she had listened to our program, and when she heard Brahms' lullaby, it had just the effect her mother thought it would. She thought of her son, whom she had sung to sleep with that song, and she returned home. And so, Graham, the family was together again.
Well, that certainly was a most interesting and a most touching story, Lanny.
Yes, but that wasn't the end of it, because another story grew out of this one.
What was that?
I told the first story on my program, and about a week later, I received a letter from still another woman who told me this unusual tale. It seems, Graham, that she was a widow with a small son from whom she had been separated by the necessity of earning a living in a different city. While working in this other city, she had fallen in love with a man who had asked her to marry him. She accepted him, but didn't tell him that she had a son by her first marriage, because she felt that if he found this out, he might not care to marry her. They were driving to the minister to be married, and they turned on the radio just at about the time that I was telling the story about the other mother who had left her little boy and who had returned to him. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this mother has returned to her son, and the happily family has been united. And now for that little family, I'll once more sing the song that they say helped bring them together. Lullaby and good night.
Turn that off.
Well, what's the matter, honey?
Please turn it off.
Well, sure. Why are you crying, honey? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, something must be wrong. Darling, this is the one time when you should be happy and...
Yes, I know it. John, I wasn't going to tell you this, and maybe I'm a fool to tell you now.
Oh, you talk like a melodrama, darling.
I almost feel like one. But, John, you're going to hate me for this. John, I have a little boy, 4 years old. He's living with his uncle. I couldn't have him live with me because I couldn't afford a nurse to take care of him. And that's why you've never seen him. I wasn't going to tell you this until after we were married, but I love you so much. And I felt that you wouldn't want to become the father of another man's son. I know how a lot of men feel about that. But when I heard that story over the radio tonight, how that other mother left her boy, I felt I had to tell you about my little boy.
I see. So you've got a little boy.
Yes, I know I should have told you about him before. Why are you stopping the car?
We're going back.
Oh.
We're going back to get our son.
And when they got married the next day, the little boy was present at the ceremony.
Thank you, Lanny Ross, for a grand human interest story and for your always delightful rendition of Brahms' Lullaby. Next week, Behind the Mic will be heard 1 hour earlier at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. Be sure to listen next week when Behind the Mic will salute an old favorite of yours, the Eno Crime Clues program, with the original cast and more of the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. Remember, next week, Behind the Mic will be heard 1 hour earlier at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic was written by Mort Lewis. Original music was written and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite radio program, and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gil Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon, Behind the Mic brings you the unusual demonstration of a well-known radio actress's dramatic ability. The human interest stories behind shortwave broadcasting. The sound effect of the week. The amusing story of why a radio singer was almost late for her broadcast. And finally, an episode from that old radio favorite, the Eno Crime Clues. One of the things that I marvel at most is the amazing ability of some of radio's outstanding dramatic actresses. I mean their talent for being cool, perfectly normal human beings at one moment, and working themselves into all sorts of emotions as soon as they go on the air. Well, we've brought one of the best of these dramatic actresses of the air here this afternoon to tell you how she does this and to give you a few examples of her art. The young lady is Gertrude Warner, now starring 5 times a week in the dramatic serial Ellen Randolph, through the courtesy of the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company. Miss Warner. Gertrude, one thing I think our radio audience would be interested in is this. When you throw yourself into an emotional role, do you let yourself go completely?
Well, no, Graham, I don't. I don't know how it is with other actresses, but as for myself, I feel that I must have my mind in control and be mentally clear. Otherwise, I can't enact a part intelligently. I myself am generally very nervous and keyed up before I start playing an emotional scene. I find I can do a better job that way. But I still have to have complete control over my emotions.
Do you mind giving us a demonstration, Gertrude, to show how radio actresses can go from one emotion to another?
Well, no, Graham.
Well, let's hear you give an example of, well, hysteria.
All right. In this little scene, a woman has been found with a gun in her hand beside the dead body of a friend of hers, of whom she was known to be jealous. A detective is giving her the 3rd degree. She's rapidly losing control of her emotions. No, I didn't do it. I know it looks bad for me, but I didn't do it. I came in and saw her lying there on the floor. I picked up the gun, and you found me that way. You don't believe me, do you? You think I killed her. Well, I didn't. I hated her enough to kill her. I'm glad she's dead. But I didn't kill her. I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't. How's that, Graham?
It's all right, Gertrude. I believe you. You didn't do it. Now, how about an example of hate?
Well, here's one of hate and anger together. A woman asks a wife to give up her husband so that she can marry him. And this is the wife talking to the other woman. So, you want me to give up my husband so that you can marry him? As easy as all that. Well, if you think that just because Tom has lost his head over a little snip like you, that I'm going to step out of his life just like that, you're wrong. Look at you. An overdressed, stupid, pasty-faced little girl. Wanting something else just because it doesn't belong to you. Well, you're not going to get it. Now get out of here. Get out of my house. And don't ever set foot in here again.
Okay, I'll leave. How about some happiness for a change? You dramatic actresses are happy once in a while, aren't you?
Oh, yes, Graham. Generally, whenever we get a part that lets us be miserable. But here's a happy scene. A brother has just told his sister, a poor young girl, that she's won $50,000 on a sweepstakes ticket. Oh, you're fooling. But don't tease me. Now, stop it. I don't believe a word of it. In the papers? Where? Why, Jack, it's real. I've won it. Why, I'm a millionaire. I can get that coat for Mother and new furniture and an automobile and toys for Bobby. I can even give up my job. I can travel. Jack, I'm going to Bermuda. I've always dreamed that someday I'd go there, but this time I'm going. And maybe I'll meet someone there I like. And maybe there'll be a moon, and maybe... Oh, I'm rich. I'm rich.
Gertrude, could you slip me $1 until tomorrow?
Well, not until I cash this ticket.
I see. And right now, Gertrude, do you feel any of those emotions you went through? Hate, happiness, or hysteria?
No, Graham. I just feel perfectly normal.
Ain't radio wonderful? Well, thank you, Gertrude Warner. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we take you back to a broadcast of this past summer on station KPO in California, where lovely Jane Cousins, NBC songstress, is finishing her program with Beautiful Dreamer.
Just heard Jane Cousins in a program of songs. Jane will be back on the air next week with more songs for your enjoyment. This is station KPO. Okay, Jane, we're off the air. Nice show.
Thanks.
You know, I never thought you'd make the show on time, Jane. You just popped in the door when we were about to go on the air.
Well, I was lucky I made it at all.
What happened?
Well, before leaving home, I changed my purse but forgot to put my cash in it. I got to the streetcar line, which is several blocks from my home, and felt in my pocketbook and found I didn't have a cent. I was so late for the broadcast, I just couldn't go back to get any money. There was a streetcar coming along, and I had to make it.
What'd you do?
Well, I saw a panhandler selling pencils near the car tracks. So I went up to him and said, I beg your pardon, but I wonder if you could help me out.
If I could help you out?
Yes. You see, I'm a radio singer. I sing on station KPO, and I'm late for the program. If I don't get that streetcar coming down the tracks, I'll miss my broadcast.
Well, but what can I do?
Well, I wonder if you could lend me a dime for car fare.
Lend you a dime for car fare? Hey, here's a quarter. It's the smallest I got.
And, Jane, did you give him back the quarter?
I did, the very next day, with a nickel interest.
All right. Thank you very much, Jane Cousins, for an amusing behind-the-mic story and for showing us a delightful voice and some very lovely singing. Behind the scenes of broadcasting by shortwave to foreign countries, which is done by the International Division of the National Broadcasting Company, you will find stories as dramatic and with as much human interest as you will find anywhere. And here is Carl Watson, of NBC's International Division to tell you a bit about our shortwave broadcast to foreign countries and to introduce those stories. Carl, exactly what is your job?
Well, Graham, I'm an announcer for the English hours in NBC's International Division.
And what does the International Division do?
The International Division broadcasts special programs to foreign countries. For instance, from 9 to 1 every day, we broadcast in English to England, later in Italian to Italy, then in German to Germany and Switzerland, and still later in French. Then from 4 to 1 in the next morning, we change the direction of our beam and broadcast direct to South America in Portuguese and Spanish and, of course, English. All these broadcasts are picked up all over the world by people who speak these languages.
What sort of programs do you send these countries?
Well, for one thing, we regularly send news bulletins every hour on the hour. Then we generally have talks about America in the native language of our listeners, and of course we broadcast a great deal of good music.
The International Division receives a great deal of mail from people throughout the world, doesn't it, Carl?
Yes, Graham, and some of these letters are really amazing.
Do you mind telling us about some of them?
Not at all. Here are some actual letters. From England.
I write these few lines to the National Broadcasting Company in request of another photograph of that great statesman and politician, President Roosevelt. NBC sent me a most beautiful picture of the president on my request for it in 1939. I had this picture framed, and I took it with me when I was called to the colors in the Royal Navy. When I joined my ship, this picture was with me until my ship took part in the evacuation of Dunkirk. There it was smashed on one of the occasions when we were bombed. I trust you will answer my request, as I treasured that picture, and I was proud to display it everywhere I was. I would like to place it above my cot. Sincerely yours, Douglas Glenn, Royal Navy Hospital, Hasler's Gosport, Hants, England.
During the early part of the war, we received one letter from a group of French soldiers on the Maginot Line who were bored stiff with an action. It told a most amazing story.
Ah, that is enough of this card game. I'm sick of it. Why don't they come over here? Anything rather than sit here in this infernal hole waiting for things to happen.
What is the use of complaining? We all feel the same way about it as you do. We've been here 4 months. But I would not give to see my little Germaine again. Here's her picture, look.
Yes, very nice. Maybe you don't think I would like to see Louise. 4 months. It's a long time not to see one's sweetheart. What are you doing, Henri?
I'm trying to get the French hour from America. I want to hear what the latest news is.
News? What news is there?
Shh, quiet.
Associated Press Bulletin. It is reported that the French High Command has decided that all soldiers of the class of 1919 who have been on the Maginot Line for more than 3 months shall be granted 10 days leave beginning November 1st or 3 days from now.
No, don't. You hear that? We are to get 10 days leave.
Sacre bleu, can you imagine? We hear that from America before we are told by our own officers.
I hear your broadcast from the home of a friend. For an antenna, we use the steel springs underneath the bed. And in this way, hear your station very well on all the wavelengths at your disposal. With most friendly greetings, Wilhelm, Königsberg, East Prussia, Germany.
For obvious reasons, Graham, you can see that the complete name of the writer of that letter has been omitted.
Yes. Well, thank you, Carl Watson. Thank you very much for bringing us a fascinating side of radio. The sound effect of the week. Each week, Behind the Mic presents some unusual sound effect, which was used on a program of the past week and tells how it was done. On the Grand Central Station program, 2 sound effects were used. Here is the first of them, the sound of a baby crying. And here is the one used later in the program, a man in delirium tremens. Now, what makes these sound effects interesting is this. The first sound, a baby crying, was made by playing a record at its usual speed of 78 revolutions per minute. And the second sound, that of a man in delirium tremens, was made by playing the very same crybaby record a little less than half speed. Now, the baby cry. And now the DTs, the same record at half speed. Behind the Mic salutes a program you love. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week, we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. And this afternoon, Behind the Mic salutes one of radio's great series of mystery dramas, Eno Crime Clues, by Stuart Sterling, the pen name of the well-known fiction writer Prentice Winchell. The Eno Crime Clues were on the air from 1933 to 1936 and had millions of loyal listeners who each week eagerly awaited the further adventures of those two brilliant detectives, Spencer Dean, played by Clyde North, and Dan Cassidy, played by John McBride. This afternoon, with the original cast, including Arlene Blackburn, Mark Smith, John Mitchell, and John Brewster, we recreate the Eno Crime Clues broadcast with one of the best of the Eno Crime Clues episodes, especially condensed for this program by its author.
The Eno Crime Clues. Eno Crime Clues, another thrill-a-minute manhunter mystery Tommy talk by Stuart Sterling, a punch-packed radio riddle to test your skill as an amateur criminologist. Listen closely. When you hear the single stroke of the Crime Clues gong, you should be in possession of sufficient evidence to point your finger at the guilty person and say with Spencer Dean, "You are the murderer." So match your wits now with the manhunter and see how good a sleuth you are. We pick up the trail tonight with Spencer Dean and his good right hand, Dan Cassidy, in a combination bowling alley and billiard academy on one of the less respectable streets of Manhattan's West Side. The manhunter is at a window looking out into the street. Dan is trying a three-cushion bank.
Uh-oh. That tears it. Just blew another setup, Spence.
Nerves jumpy, Danny?
Well, why wouldn't they be? Waiting to find out if this Lorraine Jenner's going to show when we never saw the dame in our lives and don't know for sure if she's heading this way.
Well, that phone number is scribbled on the pad. Back at the hotel she checked out of this noon. That indicated a special interest in the Club Swanee, Danny.
Well, it would have to be special to drag her down here to that honky-tonk across the street. Now, why would a nice little mouse from the country go for a root-or-toot joint like that?
Well, one man's guess would be that Lorraine plans to come here to meet someone.
Ah, romance rears its lovely head, eh?
Well, it might be, Danny, could be, but taking another shot in the dark, I'd say it was her brother.
Oh, I didn't know she had one.
Well, he's hardly the flower of the family tree. Fact is, he's been blooming in Leavenworth.
Oh, he's a con, huh? In the federal pen?
Until 3 days ago. One of those broke out last Wednesday. You remember they killed a guard in the getaway?
I see. Well, that's why the kid didn't tell her folks where she was going.
Why it's doubly important to get hold of her before she's tangled up helping her brother escape.
You know, it's queer a nice little frill like that would have a stir bump for a brother.
Yeah, well, authorities don't give him a very attractive build-up at that. I wired for his description. Charles, alias Rumnose, Genter, 32, 6'1", 130 pounds, sandy hair, bad teeth, very short-sighted, wears thick-lensed glasses. Convicted Chicago, May 1935, counterfeiting.
Well, we ought to be able to spot that mug a mile away with those thick glasses.
Oh, in any case, Denny, we've spotted the girl.
Huh?
See her?
Oh, that streamlined honey in the blue tailored suit?
Yeah.
Wow.
Ash blonde hair, 5'4", and a worried look on her face, Danny.
She's heading into the Swanee, Spence. Let's go.
No, not yet. We might get her in bad jam if we crashed right in after her. We'll wait a bit.
Okay.
A little early for the show, honey.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just waiting for someone.
Couldn't find a better place, sugar. Bring you a nice cocktail?
Oh, no, thank you. Just some coffee, please. No cream or sugar.
Old Black Joe coming up. Yes, ma'am. Hey, rum nose.
Easy on that downbeat, Clint. Those G-boys got long ears.
Well, I just wanted to tell you, Rum Nose, his sister's here.
Copacetic, Clint. Tell her I'll be out in a couple of minutes, will you?
And don't bust in my office again without knocking, you hear?
Sorry, boss. I'll tell her, pal.
You sure this sister of yours will level on this thing, Rum Nose?
She'll do anything I tell her to, Skipper.
You better. I wouldn't want to have to send you back to the pen with a chair wrap hanging over you for snapping the switch on that guard. But I got to get those phony plates for the 20s from the safe deposit vault.
That's why I sent for Lorraine to meet me here. I know you wouldn't want to show your puss around that vault.
No more than you would with the cops after you. So it's up to sister.
Yeah, but I'll have to fool her. Lorraine's strictly on the up and up. I'll tell her she's going to get evidence that'll clear me of that counterfeiting rap.
She is, in a way. You'll stay here till she gets back with the plates. Yeah?
Here in your office? I can't stand being cooped up no more. I had my belly full of that.
We'll fix it so you can get a little fresh air, Rum Nose. First, get sister started.
You just go to this safe deposit vault and use this key, kid. That's all there is to it.
I won't do it, Charlie. I know what'll be in that package you want me to get.
Now I told
know
you.
That counterfeit money ring that got you in trouble before. I came down here because you told me you needed help.
I do, too, what I mean. If you don't get that stuff, my number will be up. Here, take the key. Sit right here, think it over a while. You'll do it for your brother.
Hey, Spence.
Yeah?
The Club Swanee's going ritzy. They got a doorman now.
Yeah, so I noticed. That's odd, Danny. Very odd.
How do you like the Cossack overcoat on that big bruiser? I'll keep an eye on him if we run into any rough stuff over there.
Well, I hope there won't be any, Danny. But if there is, we want to be in it. Let's get underway.
Okay.
Evening, gentlemen. Just in time for the first show.
Hey, you got big doings, eh? Hey, you got yourself bundled up right warm for the Swanee River, friend.
It's cold out here, all right, sir. But we got the hottest show in town inside.
There's the girl, Spence.
Yes, I see.
Over at that corner table. Now, if we can only spot her brother, huh?
You mean to tell me you didn't mark him outside there, Danny?
What, that doorman?
Yes.
He couldn't be rum-nosed
What
yet.
makes you think so?
Well, that wire said he weighed around 130.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that Cossack must top 250.
That's padding under the uniform, Dan.
Oh.
That fur cap hides Genter's prison-cropped hair.
I see.
He simply removed his glasses and used the sun lamp for a few minutes to kill the worst of the prison pallor.
You know, it's not such a dumb spot for a breakaway convict to hide, either.
No.
Right out there on the street where nobody'd think of looking for him. But tell me, how the devil did you recognize him, Spence?
He shouldn't talk out of the corner of his mouth, confession. And he ought to use that sun lamp on his ears so they'll match the rest of his skin. Let's get a table close to the girl. Table waiter, please.
What's the matter, Clint?
Something sour. I talked to the dame, and she's wise. She gave me back the key to the safe deposit. Told me to turn it over to Rum Nose.
She's still at her table?
Yeah. Thinks I'm going to get Rum Nose for her. She don't know he's stooging out front. Say, boss, she'll squeal to the cops about them plates. What'll we do?
Do? Let Tommy talk to her.
Tommy?
Yeah? Just a little whisper in her ear, eh? Show.
Lorraine's leaving, Spence.
Let's give her a head start, Danny. I don't like the way that manager's been eyeing us. We wouldn't want to get that girl in wrong.
They machine gunned that girl. Daddy, come on. All right. The girl's been shot. I guess she's done for. Who shot you, kid?
Who was it, Lorraine?
The man.
Yes.
Man that runs the club.
Hey, who was that shooting? Oh, say, the poor babe. I'll get a doctor.
Too late. She's gone.
Terrible. Awful.
You run this hole in the wall, don't you?
That's my job, yes, sir.
We asked this poor girl who shot her. She said the man who runs the nightclub.
Yes.
Well, she couldn't have meant me. I didn't shoot her. Besides, I don't really run the club, Swanee. I just work for Cole John McCorkle.
Dan, get McCorkle. Drag him out here.
Okay, where'll I find him, Lug?
Right down the hall. Name's on the door.
Make it snappy, Danny.
Right. All right, come on. Get out there.
Don't shove me around, Gumshoe.
Watch yourself, John. These mugs claim the dame squawked before she died.
What do I care if she did?
You'll care plenty. She says you did it.
Don't be a fathead. I'm in my office every minute. Where would I hide a Tommy gun?
Well, we'll take you both in. It's a cinch one or the other of you did it.
There's a missing witness who can tell us what we want to know, Danny.
Who, Spence?
That doorman.
Well, maybe they knocked him off, too.
No. Only one burst of the machine gun. That got the girl. You find Rumnose. He'll be hiding down the block somewhere. Bring him here. Tell him who... He's got to tell us who killed his sister.
Okay.
Who held the Tommy gun that killed Lorraine Genter? Where was it hidden? Do you know? Listen now and see how good a sleuth you were.
Don't try any more tricks or I'll break your back.
I don't know nothing about no killing. I heard the shot, so I hot put down the block.
What sort of a man are you, Genter? To stand by and see your sister shot down and not do anything about it.
My sister.
Yes, there she is, right at your feet on the sidewalk. Can't you see?
Lorraine. I can't see nothing without my glasses. Lorraine.
Tough break, Rummy.
Don't do no talking now. We'll get a mouthpiece for you.
I didn't mean to do it, Lorraine. I couldn't tell. They made me take my glasses off. I didn't know.
Shut up.
You want me to shut up, eh?
Keep still.
You think I'll keep still?
Which one shot her?
I shot her. Cole John said it was just a little job I had to do, knock off a dame. He didn't say who it was. He said I had to do it or else he'd turn me in.
They framed you, eh? Where'd you hide the gun?
You've still got it with you, haven't you, Rumnose?
Sure, I've got it under my overcoat.
Look out, Rumnose. Don't be aiming at it, me.
Drop it, Cheddar, or I'll drop you.
You made me kill her. Maybe the law can't do nothing to you two, but I can.
I got Jenner. But Lord, he got those other two, Spence.
Better this way, Danny. We'd never have convicted them for instigating her murder.
You figured this was going to happen, eh?
I had an idea Genter might want to see things squared up for Lorraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed Eno Crime Clues, drop a line to Behind the Mic and let the cast know about it. They'll be glad to hear from you. January 1st will be the 15th anniversary of my first broadcasting of the Rose Bowl football game at Pasadena. And I'm going to be in California to talk a little on this year's Rose Bowl broadcast. I'm going to leave for California a little early. And therefore, for the next 2 weeks, Behind the Mic, we'll have another master of ceremonies, Ben Grauer. I'll be back, I'm glad to say, for the January 5th broadcast. But until then, Ben Grauer will carry on. And so be sure to listen next week when Behind the Mic will have as guests those old favorites, the Mills Brothers. An absorbing human interest story is told by Cheerio, and more of the glamour, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis, original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With the switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program, and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting the man who will carry on in the absence of Graham McNamee, one of radio's foremost announcers, the popular Ben Grauer.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, Behind the Mic brings you the man whose name has been a stumbling block in announcers' tests, the famous radio actress and dramatic coach, Elsie Mae Gordon, a well-known radio editor to answer letters from listeners, your old favorites, the Mills Brothers, and finally, an unusual human interest story told by Cheerio. Well, boys and gals, our first guest is a man who for years was a legendary figure in the announcers group around NBC. All he represented to a great many new announcers was a practically unpronounceable name. You see, the applicant for an announcer's job must pronounce difficult names that come up in musical programs like Mussorgsky or Mascagni and so on. Well, one of the names in the tests was spelled Yoichi Hiraoka. It was spelled Yoichihiraoka. Well, it was pronounced by many taking that announcer's test as Yoichi Hirokawa or Yoichi Hiroike, and a great many other variations, all of which are wrong because, right from the voice of the authority itself, it should be pronounced Yoichi Hiraoka. You see, anyone can pronounce it just like he did. And Yoichi is the name of one of the world's greatest xylophone virtuosos. Mr. Hiraoka will reveal the skill which makes him a musician important enough for his name to be part of that test as he plays the Czardas of Monty. Thank you, Yoichi Hiraoka, for your magnificent playing. When a radio performer is just getting his or her start, or an experienced performer feels that he wants to widen his field, learn how to interpret different types of roles and dialects than he's used to doing, he'll sometimes go to a person who plays a very important part in radio, the dramatic coach. As a sideline to her being one of the best and most versatile of actresses in radio, Elsie Mae Gordon is a dramatic coach. And here she is to tell you about and show you something of this art. I'm very happy to present Elsie Mae Gordon.
Benny? Don't mind if I call you Benny?
I love it. Elsie, what ability must a dramatic coach have?
Well, personally, I believe a dramatic coach should be a pretty good actor, should have a thorough knowledge of acting and of voice production, and to be able to teach both.
Well, now, you're an expert on how to speak correctly. As a matter of fact, Elsie, you had a program of your own on voice.
Yes, I had a program called Your Voice and You, an NBC feature.
I've announced it many times. Well, now, you're not only an expert dramatic character actress, you're also a dialect expert. You do practically all dialects. I wonder if you could give us an example of your dialect coaching technique.
Well, I'd be glad to give you an idea, at least.
Well, fine. For example, here's a young actress, Elaine Kent, Elsie, who has appeared in such shows as John's Other Wife, Our Gal Sunday, Great Plays, and other productions. Yes. And Miss Kent's problem's this. In 3 days, she's going to try for a role in a daytime serial in which she has to do an Irish dialect.
Yes, it's a part of a cook, and I know very little about Irish dialect. Miss Gordon, I wonder if you could coach me in it in time for me to try out for that part.
Well, Miss Kent, to really do a good character job, you have to know your people, and that requires time and study, of course.
Oh, I understand that. But you see, I haven't got the time to do that because I have to do this audition in a couple of days.
I know, and I'm frequently called upon to coach in just such a hurried manner. So we have to learn by imitation purely. And in imitating, we approach it from 2 or 3 points of view. First, physical aspect, then the mental, and then the sheerly technical. In other words, we're going to pick a character that is typical. If I'm going to show you how to do a Negro dialect, don't mean that every colored person talk like this, but I'm going to pick something that's typical. And if we're going to do a Frenchman, they don't all say this and that, but we'd pick a this and that, n'est-ce pas? So to get back to the Irishman, I'm going to select Bridget O'Halloran, an Irish washwoman. So to give the physical aspect, separate your feet and get a good broad stance there, and put your hands on your hips, elbows akimbo. And I'm going to ask you to demonstrate how we get to the mental state of mind of Bridget to imitate me as I say a few phrases, characteristic phrases. Go on with you now.
Go on with you now.
The loons, they talk about will they be fighting.
The loons, they talk about will they be fighting.
Sure, and you've kissed the blarney storm.
And sure, and you've kissed the blarney storm.
Well, now you begin to feel more like the Irish washwoman, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And it helps a bit to wave the head and to talk from the hips. Now, I'm going to give you this sentence, and it reads, yes, the gentleman told me if I came to you, you would show me how to speak with or without an accent. And I want you to give it to me in your best Irish. Go on now.
Yes, the gentleman told me if I came to you, you'd show me how to speak with or without an accent.
And that's pretty good because you got the R's there and all the rest of it. But it's not good enough. So I want you to imitate me, and we'll change yes to yes. Listen carefully, and the gentleman to gentleman. Yes. Oh, yes, the gentleman told me.
Oh, yes, the gentleman told me.
And you notice what we did with the word told? We put an extra L or two. We want to twist the tongue around to make it a good brogue. Oh, yes, the gentleman told me.
Oh, yes, the gentleman told me.
If I'd go to you.
If I'd go to you.
Now, we put in a phrase, a technical phrase. You'd be after showing me.
You'd be after showing me.
And we don't spell after, A-F-T-E-R. We say A-F-T-H-E-R. Say, after showing me.
After showing me.
How to speak. S-H-B-A-K-E, speak. How to speak.
How to speak.
You see how we go at these words? How to speak with or without me accent.
How to speak with or without me accent.
Now, would you be reading it for me that way?
Yes, the gentleman told me if I came to you, you'd be after showing me how to speak with or without me accent.
Well, would you girls be after pardon me? I'm making this interruption here.
That's all the time we have. Well, I'll be seeing you tomorrow, lass.
Right.
Thank you very much, Elsie and Elaine. Oddities in Radio, presenting odd, true little behind-the-mic stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's oddity. Now we'll give you further examples of your favorite announcers' flops, mistakes on the air. David Ross, in advertising a popular mouthwash, said,
"You will be delighted with the taste of this new, invigorating mouthwash."
Yes, and some years ago, the Dean of Announcers, Milton Cross, was giving an announcement from the Veterans Bureau about financial assistance to indigent World War veterans with 50% disability. But Milt said it this way.
Requests to the Veterans Bureau should be sent by indignant veterans who can prove 50% desirability.
And a couple of weeks ago, our own announcer on this program, my colleague Gil Martin, made an announcement on behalf of the government, and he was supposed to ask, do you want a civil service job? But it came out like this.
Do you want a Chival Jervis sob?
Carl Dickerman of WEEI in Boston, in plugging a well-known dishwashing machine, said,
"Try a Conover dishwashing machine to wash your dishes."
Then we recall Harry Von Zell, who, in introducing the then President of the United States, said,
"We pay tribute to our great President, Hubert Heaver."
And finally, the announcer, who shall remain nameless, who, in plugging a well-known beverage, said,
"Fill up your glass with Boopert's Rear."
Behind the mic salutes a program you love. We in radio believe that our profession has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in the memory. And so each week we recall a star or a part of a regular feature you used to hear, a program you loved. This afternoon, Behind the Mic brings you one of the most popular singing groups in the history of radio, the Mills Brothers, who were on the air from 1931 to 1937. They've but recently returned from a successful tour of South America and are now appearing at the Flatbush Theater in Brooklyn. So let's go back to October 5th of 1933 and one of the early programs of the Mills Brothers.
Good evening, everyone. To open their program tonight, the Mills Brothers, four boys and a guitar, present their own unique arrangement of that old-time favorite, Swanee River.
Way down upon the Swanee the whole creation sadly our home, still longing for the old plantation and for the at home. All the world am sad and from the old folks have
Unique style of theirs which has become so famous, Funiculi Funicula.
Some think the world is made for fun and frolic, and so do I, and so do I. Some think it well to be all melancholic, too fine inside, too fine inside. But we love to spend our time in singing some joyous song, to set the air with music bravely ringing is far from wrong, is far from wrong. Listen, listen, echo sounds so far. Listen, listen, echo sounds so far. Funiculi, funicula, funiculi, funicula. Echo sounds so far. Funiculi, funicula.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been entertained by the music of the Mills Brothers.
And on behalf of our listeners, I want to thank the Mills Brothers for the pleasure they've given us in the past and express the hope that they'll soon be on the air regularly again. Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio, and those we consider to be of most general interest we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. Today's questions will be answered by Fred Sammis, editor of Radio Mirror magazine. Mr. Sammis, Fred Lewis, Jr. of Saginaw, Michigan, writes in to ask, very often on radio programs, you hear actors' voices fading out, usually at the end of a radio scene. How is this done?
There are two ways in which actors' voices are faded. As they are talking, they gradually step away from the microphone, and the farther they get away from the mic, the more their voices fade. Or you may have what is known in radio slang as a board fade, in which the actor talks normally at the microphone, but the engineer in the control room twists a dial and gradually fades out the voice.
Miss Ida Hollander of Miami Beach, Florida, sent this one in. How are stations on a network able to receive the same program at the same time? Do the programs travel by radio from one station to another?
No, on a network broadcast, the program travels from the point where the program originates, as for instance, let's say in Radio City, New York, by special telephone wires to the various stations on the network. When the program is received at the station by telephone wire, its volume is then amplified or increased, and sent out by each individual station over its own radio transmitter.
And Mr. Henry Bott of New York writes in to say this. Jack Benny is now in New York to publicize the opening of his new picture starring himself and Fred Allen. Can you please tell me why he doesn't stay here and broadcast regularly from New York as he used to do?
The reason Jack broadcasts from California is that he now makes his home there and has done so for the past several years. Furthermore, it is a matter of convenience, as he has various picture commitments, and living in California finds him right on the spot.
Well, thank you, Fred Sammers, for answering those questions. There are certain names in radio which are remembered with genuine and lasting affection. High in this list is the name of Cheerio, who for many years conducted one of radio's most popular inspirational programs. It was always a boon to the ill in health and in spirit. And now, here is Cheerio himself to tell us a human interest story behind his old programs. I'm proud to present Cheerio. Cheerio, first I want to tell you that we've received a great many letters from our listeners asking what's become of you, just what you've been doing since you left the air last April.
Well, Ben, I've been spending the past year putting together the material for a book. Cheerio's Book of Days. Comfort, cheer, and encouragement for every day of the year. It's made up of favorite selections that I've used on my broadcasts over a period of 15 years. It's published at last, and I've got writer's cramp, Ben, autographing copies.
Sure. Well, it must be a great book, Cheerio, because you've broadcast some really grand material, and your old, loyal audience, I know, will be glad to hear about your book. Now, come on, Cheerio. You must have some extraordinary human interest stories behind your broadcast.
Well, Ben, I don't know how extraordinary this one is, but it does stand out in my memory.
Well, tell us about it.
Once upon a time, I received a letter from a veterans hospital from a soldier enclosing a poem and asking me to read it on the air. He said it had been given him by a nurse who had helped him back to health after the war. I read this poem over the air, and a few days later, I received a letter from a woman who said that she had been the nurse who had given the soldier that poem. She told me why she'd given it to him. The story starts in a base hospital in Paris in 1919. She was taking care of a patient who seemed to be particularly grateful to her. One day, as she was dressing his wounds, the soldier became very...
There. How's that?
All right, now that the dressing's over.
Yes, I know. Changing the bandages does hurt. Have a cigarette?
Thanks. Gee, nurse, I don't know how to thank you. You've been pretty swell to me.
Oh, that's just my job.
Yeah, maybe, but you're swell just the same. I'm not the sentimental kind, Miss Wilson, but there's just one other person I think as much of as I think of you.
Yes?
He's dead now. He was my buddy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here, even with this bum leg. I remember going over the top. We ran into a machine gun nest that almost wiped out the whole company. Got me in the leg. The rest of the boys beat it back to the lines. They had to. But there I was, out in no man's land. My leg felt like it'd almost drop off with pain. Then Fritz started dropping shells all around me. But I didn't care. And then I felt myself being lifted. It was my buddy. He'd come out after me. He started dragging me back to our trenches. He got me up to the parapet, and one of the boys pulled me down into the trench. Just as my buddy began to climb down, the machine gun started again and got him. He never knew what hit him.
Your buddy must have been a brave man.
He sure was. There was never a better, finer guy than Bill White.
Bill White? Was he tall, good-looking man with black hair? Did he have a small crescent scar on his forehead?
Yeah. Yeah, that was Bill. Did you know him?
Know him? He was my fiancé. He was reported missing. I never knew what happened to him. I thought for a while that he was captured, but then somehow I knew he was dead. I used to wake at night screaming, seeing Bill lying in some muddy field, suffering horribly before he went. I'm glad he died the way he did. Fast. I'm glad. Thank you, soldier, for letting me know. Now at least I know what happened.
You see, later, the nurse gave the soldier this poem. It had become her favorite because she said it expressed her experience.
And Cheerio, what was that poem?
It was by a woman, Jessie B. Rittenhouse, and that nurse explained that the poet speaks for all women in war. I have no lover on the battlefield. I do not go with sickening fear at heart. And when the crier calls the latest horror, I do not start. I have no lover on the battlefield. I am exempt from terror of the night. I can lie down serene and unregarding until the light. But on the battlefield, had I a lover, how life would purge itself of petty pain. And what would matter all the petty losses, the petty gain? I should be one with those who suffer greatly, with pain, all pain above, and I should know then, peradventure, the heart of love.
Thank you, Cheerio, and success to your book. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed hearing the various artists on Behind the Mic, why not drop them a line and let them know about it? They'll be glad to hear from you. And be sure to listen next week. And now this is Ben Grauer speaking behind the mic and saying good afternoon.
Friends, be sure to listen again next week when Behind the Mic will bring you a salute to Roxy's gang with members of the original gang, an actual rehearsal of a radio version of The Citadel, with screen and stage stars Ralph Forbes and Jill Esmond. In addition to which there'll be more of the glamour, the human interest, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. By Mort Lewis. Original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now presenting the man who will carry on in the absence of Graham McNamee, one of radio's foremost announcers, the popular Ben Grauer.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, Behind the Mic brings you the performer with the hardest job in radio, Phil Cook, the sound effects of the week, an actual rehearsal of a radio script starring stage and screen stars Ralph Forbes and Jill Esmond. A salute to Roxy's gang, with 3 members of the original gang. A well-known radio editor to answer letters from listeners, and finally, an unusual story told by Allie Lowe Miles. Well, our first guest is a man whom I honestly believe has the hardest job of any performer in radio. For 17 years, he's been a favorite with radio listeners, and here he is, the man of 1,000,000 voices, Phil Cook.
Well, Phil, just to show our listeners that I meant what I said about your having the hardest job of any performer in radio, I want to ask you this. What time did your program, that's Phil Cook's Almanac, go on the air yesterday?
Well, I do 2 editions of the Almanac, Ben.
Yeah.
On the air first from 7 to 7:45 in the morning, and then for the second time with different material from 8:30 to 8:45 in the morning.
And how often do you do this program, Phil?
Only 6 days a week.
2 programs totaling an hour.
Every day, 6 days a week. Who writes your material, Phil?
Yours truly.
All by yourself?
Said he modestly, yes. I plead guilty, and I do mean guilty.
No, it's a swell show. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine, Phil does a comedy program. Now, your average comedian has a staff of from 2 to 12 writers who write a half-hour or an hour comedy program that goes on the air once a week. Now, here's a man who writes an hour program a day for 6 days a week, and he does it all by himself.
Wow.
Phil, how many characters do you use in this comedy program?
Well, it varies, Ben. Sometimes I have as many as 16 in the show.
And who acts these characters?
Oh, he does, Ben. Every one of them. Can you imagine?
That's Phil talking. Phil, if you're on the air at 7 in the morning, what time do you get up?
Oh, that Almanac alarm clock ring at 5 o'clock. Oh, dear.
Yes, I have to get up in time to look the script over before we get to the station, Ben.
That's some job. Well, Phil, I wonder if you could give us an example of the type of sketch you do on your Phil Cook Almanac program.
Yes, I'd be glad to, Ben. Of course, obviously, with the name it has, my program is based on the idea of being an almanac. Most of the sketches refer to the anniversary of some event that happened on the day of the broadcast. I generally have about 18 different sketches every day, and here's one little outburst that I had on the show while the time is talking. You say your listener asks if bringing in the Yule log originated with the Pilgrims. Well, I can tell you it didn't. No, sir. Bringing in the Yule log started way back in the medieval times in England. Yule being a Germanic word for Christmas. Lots of people went back to the old-fashioned Christmas spirit this year. I know Mr. Jones did. I can see some neighbors now standing in the snow, admiring his new home. Say, look at Jones's house, would you? Ain't it pretty? Yeah, he certainly has gone into the old-fashioned spirit. Look at those holly wreaths in every window. Look how he's got the fir trees out in the front yard all lit up with bulbs. Gracious, sure is pretty. He's even got mistletoe over the door. Certainly does this Christmas spirit thing up brown, don't he, Joe? Yeah, it does. Certainly hasn't missed any of the old-fashioned touches. Look there, would you? Look. Look. Where? Right there, see? Coming up through the snow. Why, they're even dragging in a Yule log. That ain't no Yule log. That's Jones.
Thank you, Phil Cook. Thanks for showing us how versatile you are and for giving us a chance to get some interesting behind-the-mic information about the hardest working performer in radio. The sound effect of the week. Each week, Behind the Mic presents some unusual sound effect which was used on a program of the past 7 days and tells exactly how it was done. On the daytime serial program, The O'Neills, this past week, a record played on a turntable was used to produce a certain sound effect. Now, what makes this sound effect interesting is this. When the record is played at its normal speed, it consists of a man talking Spanish.
Lugar sombrío, cercano al palacio de Cries, la mansión señorial de los Ravenswood.
See? But when the same record is played at a faster speed, it produces the sound that was used on The O'Neills, the voice of Donald Duck. Here's the same record at high speed. Muchas gracias, Senor Donald Duck. for another behind-the-mic glimpse of something that people who are not in radio seldom ever see or hear. The rehearsal of a dramatic script. Tomorrow, the Wheatina Playhouse, a program which dramatizes famous books in episodic form, will begin A.J. Cronin's The Citadel, as adapted by Dave Victor and Herbert Little. Starring in The Citadel will be motion picture and stage stars Ralph Forbes as Dr. Andrew Manson and Jill Esmond as Christine, his sweetheart and later his wife. Now may I introduce the man who will direct The Citadel, one of radio's best and therefore busiest directors, Carlo D'Angelo, who will tell you something about this rehearsal. Here's Carlo D'Angelo. Glad to see you again, Carlo.
Glad to see you, Ben.
Carlo, what scene are you going to rehearse?
Well, Ben, a week from this Monday, January 6th, is the 6th episode of The Citadel. We're doing an episode that takes place shortly after Dr. Manson's marriage to Christine, you see. We'll rehearse a scene that occurs the very day that they've moved into their new house. All right, Miss Esmond and Mr. Ralph Forbes. Now, Ralph and Jill, dear, excuse me, I'll go into the control room, you see, and hear how the scene sounds, over the microphone.
All right.
Okay, Peppy.
Carlo D'Angelo has left our studio stage and is going around the little corridor into the glass-enclosed control room, where he sits next to the studio engineer, looks out, watches the performers, Miss Esmond and Mr. Forbes, and gives them their direction over the studio talkback mic. Go ahead, Carlo.
Thank you, Ben. All right, folks. Go ahead. Take the scene.
Oh, Chris, I feel rotten about this. Me without a farthing, using your furniture.
Ralph.
Yeah.
Ralph, could you feel a little rottener than that, please,
Oh, yes, very easily, Pappy. Oh, Chris, I feel rotten about this.
That's good and rotten. That's fine.
Me without a farthing, using your furniture, sponging on you, and dragging you off here in such a rush,
I've loved every minute of it.
That's it. You're so good about it.
Jill, dear, couldn't you love it just a little more, please, huh?
I'll try. I've loved every minute of it.
That's it. You're so good about it. And I'm a selfish lout.
Look, you're not, Ralph, you're not enough of a lout. Could you, a little more, please?
Bigger lout?
Yeah, that's right.
You're so good about it. And I'm a selfish lout.
That's louty enough. That's enough.
I should have come ahead first and got the place decently ready for you.
Andrew Manson, if you dared to leave me behind.
Well, go ahead, Ralph. What are you waiting for?
Huh?
Oh,
I'm sorry. I've lost the place.
Andrew Manson.
Wait a minute. I tell you what you do, dear. Make that a broken speech, you see.
Oh, yes.
Andrew Manson, if you dare leave me behind,
Right.
And then break it.
Yes. Andrew Manson, if you dared to leave me behind, Come on, Ralph.
I see. I know how romantic a girl feels about things, and well, we haven't, we were just married this morning, and this is supposed to be our honeymoon, and...
Darling, you're blushing.
What? Oh, am I? Oh, Chris, I want to do so much for you. To be good enough for you.
Now, sweet, you just sit down somewhere. If you can find a chair. I think I shall make you an omelet.
Now, wait a minute. Who's on sound?
Me.
Who, Ted?
Yeah.
Ted, change the sex on that sound, will you? Female,
Okay.
I'm glad
Oh, that's sweet, Ted. Thank you.
I'm glad I thought to pick up eggs. I'm sure you're famished. You know, Andrew, I'm really a very good cook. This gas makes such a beautiful flame.
Oh, Chris, I still can't believe we're really married.
Oh, you'll get used to having me around.
Yeah, wait a minute. Excuse me, what's that?
Frying eggs.
Oh, no, it's more realistic.
More realistic? How's this?
That's better, that's fine. Go right ahead.
Oh, you'll get used to having me around, all right. Throw a little butter in the pan.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Do You eat very much, Dr. Manson?
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Tell you what you do now. Go right at the beginning of the scene, you see, and play it right to the end without stop. And watch your butter. A little too heavy, Ted. Huh, please? Right. Thank you very much. Go right ahead.
You mean really as though people were listening?
That's right, Ralphito, dear.
Oh, Chris, I feel rotten about this. Me without a farthing, using your furniture, sponging on you, and dragging you off here in such a rush.
I've loved every minute of it.
That's it. You're so good about it. And I'm a selfish lout. I should have come ahead first and got the place decently ready for you.
Andrew Manson, if you dared to leave me behind...
Oh, I know how romantic a girl feels about things. And, well, we haven't... I mean, we were just married this morning, and this is supposed to be our honeymoon, and...
Darling, you're blushing.
What? Oh, Chris, I want to be so much for you. To be good enough for you.
Now, sweet, you sit down somewhere. If you can find a chair. I think I shall make you an omelette. I'm glad I thought to pick up eggs. I'm sure you're famished. You know, Andrew, I'm really a very good cook. This gas makes such a beautiful flame.
Oh, Chris, I still can't believe we're really married.
Oh, you'll get used to having me around, all right. Throw a little butter in the pan.
Huh? Oh, sure.
You eat very much, Dr. Manson. You know, you really must make a list of your habits so that I'll just know how to please you.
Well, one incurable habit I know I shall have. To kiss you when you least expect to be kissed. Now, for instance, while you're making an omelet.
That ought to be fairly easy to cope with. Now, if you'll just be sure to kiss me when I most expect it, everything will be all right.
Oh, Chris.
Darling.
That's fine. As a matter of fact, not. Thank you.
Yes, sounds that way to me, too. And thank you, Ralph Forbes, Jill Esmond, and director Carlo D'Angelo for a most interesting behind-the-mic scene. Oddities in Radio. Presenting true little behind-the-mic stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's oddity. To show you how resourceful announcers sometimes have to be, we give you the following true example. An announcer on station WBZ in Boston was supposed to give a time signal. Now, he started this time signal when suddenly he couldn't remember which of two well-known watches was sponsoring the signal. But that didn't stop him. No, siree. Here's the way he did it.
It is now 4 o'clock, courtesy of, folks, this one's on the house.
Behind the Mic salutes a program you love. We in radio believe that our profession has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in the memory. And so each week we bring you a star or a part of the feature you used to hear, a program you love. This afternoon we salute one of radio's best-loved pioneer programs, Roxy's Gang, conducted by one of the world's greatest showmen, the late and beloved Roxy. This program was heard each Sunday and ran from 1922 to 1931. This afternoon, we recreate part of this program with several of the original members of Roxy's Gang performing, and Roxy himself impersonated by Ward Wilson, who, when he was an engineer at NBC, worked with the great showman himself. Roxy's Gang.
We assume that the children have been put to bed, the supper dish is cleared away, and you are all comfortably seated for your evening's radio entertainment. We are sure that Roxy and his artists have an interesting program, and that they're just as pleased to go on the air as you may be to hear what they have for tonight's offering. And now, here is Roxy himself.
Hello, everybody. It's a beautiful evening, and the gang is all ready to entertain you. Here's our baritone, Douglas Stanbury, at the microphone. How are you feeling tonight, Doug?
I'm feeling just great.
In other words, Doug, you feel like you could lick the world. What song are you going to sing for us?
Invictus.
Invictus. Invictus is Latin for unconquerable, isn't it?
Yes?
Well, then, the song you're going to sing is very appropriate to the way you feel. Invictus, sung by Douglas Stanford.
The night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever the gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbound. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Bravo. Bravo, Doug. That was really beautiful, Doug. You're going to sing for us later, aren't you?
Yes, Roxy.
Fine. Now, don't leave now. I want you to be here for that next number. Now, I see our star two-piano team of Bert Schefter and Vladimir Brenner are seated at the twin pianos, ready to play for all they're worth. And their selection, Malagania Valaquona. bravo. And now where's Gamby? Come here, Gamby. I want you to say a few words to our
Yes, that was a grand program with Gamby, Gladys Rice, Waldo Mayo, Wee Willie Rabine, our guest this afternoon, Douglas Stanbury, Bert Schefter, Vladimir Brenner, and those other stellar entertainers who helped to brighten up your Sunday evenings. And I think the sweetest memory of the great showman was the way he signed off each and every one of his programs. And at the finish of the broadcast, Roxy would say,
Good night, pleasant dreams, and God bless you.
Letters from listeners. Each week, we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio. And those we consider to be of most general interest, we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. This afternoon's questions will be answered by Albert E. Son, radio editor of the Newark Sunday Call. Mr. Son. Ralph Spencer of Tulsa, Oklahoma, writes in to ask, I've been listening with interest to the sound effect portion of your program. Will you please tell me how I can become a sound effects man? I've but recently graduated from college.
To become a sound man, ingenuity and inventiveness are important, and a mechanical or an electrical engineering degree won't hurt. Since a sound man has to invent a great many of his own effects, technical knowledge is very helpful. First, get a job in some local station. Any job. It may be one in charge of the sound effect record files. Anything that will give you a chance to be around the sound effects and observe how they work. Work yourself into a sound man's job, and finally, you will be ready to tackle a job with a large station.
Ruth Carroll of Shreveport, Louisiana writes, I've done a small amount of acting in amateur shows, and I'm thinking of coming to New York and trying to become a radio actress. Can you give me any advice on how to do this?
Well, may I offer Miss Carroll this advice? Don't come to New York looking for an acting job in radio without having had experience. I suggest that you first try to gain experience by acting on your local station. You will pick up many microphone tricks this way that are necessary for an actor's success. Radio in New York is crowded with experienced performers trying to make a living. Unless you have some radio background, your chance to connect is very small.
Thank you, Albert E. Song. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is the radio commentator and feature writer who is the confidant of thousands of men and women. Her radio feature, The Allie Lowe Miles Club, and continued success with her popular program, Husbands and Wives, has brought her a wealth of confessions about love and marriage. Here she is to tell you one of her unusual, true, behind-the-mic stories. I'm happy to present Allie Lowe Miles. Mrs. Miles, what was that story?
Well, Ben, I think I should first explain for those who didn't hear it that Husbands and Wives was a program in which various husbands and wives would get up before the microphone and tell about their marital problems. We'd then invite other husbands and wives to give their solutions. Well, one evening, about an hour before the broadcast, a wife who was to be a speaker, let's call her Mrs. Jenkins, came up to me and said,
Mrs. Miles, just before I left the house, my husband told me that if I spoke about him on the radio tonight, he'd lock the door and never let me in the house again. And he also said he'd be waiting on the porch and might even kill me as I came up the front steps.
Oh, Mrs. Jenkins, then I don't want you to go on the program if it's going to cause you any trouble. We want to straighten out marital difficulties, not increase them.
But I want to go on. I'll show him he can't dominate me.
Oh, but you want to be happy with your husband. It would be better not to anger him anymore.
Well, I won't let him bully me. Mrs. Miles, I'm going on.
Well, if you feel that way about it, let's talk over what you're going to say, and perhaps you'll admit that you don't blame him for everything.
But it's all his fault.
Oh, it is, huh? Well, if it does, you know, it takes two to make an argument. And if you'll admit that much on the air and take a little of the blame, it may smooth life out for both of you. Now, let's change your story with that idea in mind. I think we can do something. Well, we talked it over. And Mrs. Jenkins appeared to take part of the blame for the marital disagreements when she went on the air. But being the determined, abused person she was, she began her broadcast.
I never saw such a finicky man in all my life. Take his eggs. He wants them boiled exactly 3.5 minutes, and if they're boiled 3 1/4 minutes, he won't eat them. He thinks he can tell the difference by tapping on the unbroken egg with a spoon and listening to the sound. Well, once I timed the eggs to exactly 3.5 minutes, and after he sounded them, he said they weren't right. Well, he never thinks I do anything right. Of course, maybe it's a little my fault. Maybe if I were just a little more...
Well, after the broadcast, Mrs. Jenkins came up to me a changed person. Not at all the confident, belligerent wife who'd been on the air.
Mrs. Miles, my husband said he'd be waiting on the front porch, and I'm afraid. Mrs. Miles, I don't know what that man will do after what I said.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Jenkins. I have an idea. Oh, Mr. Richards?
Yes, Mrs. Miles.
Mr. Richards, Mrs. Jenkins is afraid of what her husband will do to her after hearing her talk about him on the program tonight. He threatened that if she went on the air, he might kill her.
Kill her?
Yes. I wonder if you'll escort Mrs. Jenkins home and wait outside to see that she gets safely in.
Why, Mrs. Miles, I'd be glad to.
Oh, fine.
Nothing's going to happen to this little woman while I'm around. Come on, Mrs. Jenkins. Wait till I get my overcoat.
Well, Mr. Richards was one of the husbands who had appeared on the same show. He was a big, strong man. Well, later that evening, he phoned me at my home and said he'd waited outside the house and had seen Mrs. Jenkins go up on the porch. The door was unlocked. She'd waved to him that everything was all right, and then he left. But I was worried because he'd not waited longer. Perhaps the angry husband had been waiting for Mrs. Jenkins inside the house. I'd asked Mrs. Jenkins to phone me, too, because I wanted to know that everything was all right. And about half an hour later, the phone rang. Hello?
Hello? Is that you, Mrs. Miles?
Yes, Mrs. Jenkins.
Yes. Oh, Mrs. Miles. Mrs. Miles.
Oh, are you badly hurt?
Mrs. Miles, it's terrible.
What happened? Tell me.
Oh, Mrs. Miles, he fell asleep at the radio and never even listened.
Thank you, Allie Lowe Miles, and Agnes Moorhead as Mrs. Jenkins. Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed hearing the various artists on Behind the Mic, why not drop them a line and let them know about it? They'll be glad to hear from you. And be sure and listen next week when, with Graham McNamee's return, Behind the Mic will bring you, as a program we salute, Sigmund Space, the Tune Detective, a demonstration of the important part a studio engineer plays in the programs you hear. And in addition, there'll be more of the glamour, the human interest, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Ben Grauer, who enjoyed being with you in Graham's absence, wishing everybody a happy new year and saying good afternoon.
Behind the Mic was written by Mort Lewis, original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name, since the beginning of broadcasting, has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gil Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. First, my best to Ben Grauer for doing such a grand job in carrying on the program while I've been out in California these past 2 weeks, watching football and so forth. That was fun, too. This afternoon, Behind the Mic presents the strange interview of a prospective guest for Behind the Mic. The sound effect of the week, an interesting demonstration of how necessary a studio engineer is to a good broadcast. A salute to a program you loved with Sigmund Spaeth, the Tune Detective. A well-known radio editor to answer letters from listeners. And finally, a unique true story of what happened when a radio program portrayed a rescue at sea. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a genuine bit of what goes on behind the mic. It seems that our scriptwriter, Mort Lewis, tried to get an interview for this broadcast from a whimsical chap named Henry Morgan, who has a comedy program called Here's Morgan. Mort took down almost verbatim what happened at this weird interview, and we present it here in condensed form as it actually happened, with Henry Morgan here in person. This will conclusively prove why script writers die young or go crazy. Mort, will you tell us what happened?
Well, Graham, I want to say I've written many gag routines like this, but this is the first time it's really happened to me. I had an appointment to meet one, Mr. Morgan, for lunch in a restaurant in the basement of the RKO building where I'd try to get an experience of his for behind the mic. He has an announcer's job as well as his own program, and he told me he had to get back to his studio at 2:15. So we decided to meet at 1:15. At 1:35, he showed up, and the restaurant was jammed. Looks pretty crowded. We can't get seated now, but while we're waiting, I want you to give me a behind-the-mic story, and I'll take it down, Henry.
Well, Mort, I don't know what you think is funny, but we had a program in Philadelphia one time you might be interested in. It was called The Old Joke Book.
I beg your pardon, but would you care to sit down at this table with these two other gentlemen?
No, thanks. You see, that's why I don't eat at the Automat. I want to sit by myself. Oh, about that story. Well, I had this program in Philadelphia, Mort, called The Old Joke Book, and we used to dramatize old jokes. See? Hey, wait a minute. Look, we can sit down there at the table with the two gals.
But you don't know them either.
Well, if we sit down with them, we will. Come on. I beg your pardon. May we sit down here?
Of course.
Now, Henry, about that story.
Oh, yeah. Well, this program in Philly was called The Old Joke Book, see? Which explains itself, really. And we used to do dramatizations of old jokes. Well, one day...
If you gentlemen would care to sit by yourselves, there's a table over there that's clear now.
Yes, we would. Come on, Morgan. Let's
Okay.
Right over here.
Now, suppose you tell me that Philadelphia story.
Yeah. Well, it was called The Old Joke Book, and we dramatized old jokes, see? One day there was a blizzard, and a couple of the actors didn't show up.
Will you give me your orders, please, gentlemen?
I'll take this turkey with stuffing and green peas.
Look, waitress, is this right? Canadian bacon and eggs, 95 cents?
Yes, that's because it's imported.
Oh, it's imported.
Yes.
A little man swims across the St. Lawrence River with Canadian bacon on his back, and it's imported, 95 cents.
Imported.
Yeah. Well, I'd like some domestic home-fried potatoes with that and some string beans.
Now, Morgan, about that story. You say the actors didn't show up one day, and what happened?
Oh, this'll kill you. Well, they didn't show up, and I was there practically alone in technically a quandary, I guess you'd call
Sorry,
it.
there's no string beans. How about some green peas instead?
I don't like green peas.
So they're good for you. I'll bring you some green peas. Huh?
Green peas. The program was called The Old... All right, green peas.
I got that stuff about the program being the old joke.
Yeah, well, you see, the actors didn't show up.
Oh, Morgan.
Hello, Art. How are you? Glad to see
you're
you.
on the same time as Lowell Thomas, aren't you?
Yeah, how do you like my show?
Well, I heard you 3 times. Now I listen to Lowell Thomas.
Well, when I get home, my mother tells me what Lowell Thomas said. Tomorrow night, I'm going to listen to Lowell Thomas.
Now, look, you've got to get back to your studio at 2:15. It's getting late. How about the story?
Oh, yeah, the story. Well, one day the actors didn't show up. Or did I say that?
You did.
So I sent upstairs for the guy who runs records, and I brought him
I beg your pardon. Look out for the hot plate. Very hot.
It doesn't look so hot. Oh!
You had a program in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
and...
well, one day the actors didn't show up, see?
What'd you say? I didn't get that.
One day the
Will you gentlemen,
actors didn't...
You gentlemen have your coffee now or later?
Now!
Later.
The actors didn't show... Oh, look, Mort, it's 2:15. I got to get back to the studio. I'll leave you $1 and get the change from you later, okay?
But how about the story for my program?
Well, it isn't such a good story. I'll tell you what, Mort. Instead of putting the story on the air, why don't you put the interview on just the way it happened? Nobody will believe it, but it's behind the mic, isn't it?
See, that's an idea.
See ya.
Okay, that's what we'll do. We'll put this interview on exactly as it happened.
And that's what they did. And now you see what sometimes happens when we try to get a behind-the-mic story for our show. And thank you, Henry Morgan, and the best of luck to you and your program. Practically nobody outside of radio, and a lamentably few inside, realize the important part that the studio engineer plays in making a broadcast sound right when you hear it through your loudspeaker. The engineer is the little man in the control room who has a lot of instruments and dials and gadgets in front of him and who is responsible for the broadcast being as technically near perfection as possible. We're going to show you just how important his job is and how bad broadcasts would sound if he didn't know his business. Here's the man who can tell you about it, the head of NBC's Eastern Engineering Division, George Milne. How are you, George?
Again?
George, first, in cooperation with our studio engineer, Fred Walworth, let's show our listeners the part the studio engineer plays in making music sound right over the air.
Well, very often the quality of music depends on how the engineer controls the microphones in front of the orchestra.
Well, suppose we give them an example of controlling the microphones, George.
Well, let's say we have two microphones placed in front of the orchestra to pick up the music. One of these mics is near the strings and one near the brass and woodwinds. Now, the man in the control room, the studio engineer, controls with his dials the volume of the strings, woodwinds, or brasses that go into these mics. Here's a demonstration of what we mean. Your orchestra leader, Ernie Watson, has arranged a little selection. It's a violin melody of Swanee River with a background of humoresque played by the woodwinds and the brass. In this particular selection, the violins playing Swanee River should be heard, and the woodwinds and brasses playing humoresque as a harmony should be heard too, but not too strongly. Let's suppose woodwinds, brasses, and violins are in perfect balance. It sounds like this. But suppose the engineer lets too much volume go into the microphone that's near the violins. Here's what it sounds like. All you hear is Swanee River played by the violins and practically none of humoresque played by the brass. Suppose he lets the microphone that's near the woodwinds and the brass open too widely. It would sound like this. In this case, you heard mostly humoresque played by the brass and practically none of the real melody of Swanee River played by the violins. The engineer has a tougher job, though, and there are people speaking on two separate mics, there's sound effects coming over another mic, and the orchestra is playing the theme for the same scene on still a fourth mic. Everything has to be in proper balance, and if they aren't, one element will overshadow.
Will you give us an example of this, George?
Well, a few weeks ago, on your Salute to the Crime Clues on this program, you did a scene in a nightclub with a man talking to a woman. There were various nightclub sound effects and an orchestra in the background. Now, here's the way the scene should sound.
You just go to this safe deposit vault and use this key, kid. That's all there is to it.
I won't do it, Charlie. I know what'll be in that package you want me to get.
Now, I told you.
I know that counterfeit money ring that got you in trouble before. I came down here because you told me that you needed help.
I do, too, what I mean.
But if the mic near the sound effects is open too much and too much volume comes through it, the scene might sound like this.
You just go to this safe deposit vault and use this key, kid. That's all there is to it.
I won't do it, Charlie. I know what'll be in that package you want me to get.
Now, I told you.
I know that counterfeit money ring that got you in trouble. I came down here because you told me you needed help.
I do, too, what I mean.
And if the orchestra mic is left open too much, the scene would sound like this.
You just go to this safe deposit vault and use this key, kid. That's all there is to it.
I won't do it, Charlie. I know what'll be in that package you want me to get.
Now, I told you.
I know that counterfeit money ring that got you in trouble before. I came down here because you told me you needed help.
I do, too, what I mean.
So you see, he's got to work those dials in the control room properly, or the broadcast won't be very good.
In other words, a good engineer has to do or dial for NBC. Thank you, George Milley, and our engineer, Fred Walworth, for giving us the most interesting behind-the-mic demonstration. Oddities in Radio, presenting odd little true behind-the-mic stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's oddity, one which has just been brought to our attention. A few weeks ago, we had Dave Ellman as a guest on Behind the Mic. He dramatized the difficulty he had to get a talking dog, to talk on his Hobby Lobby program. Well, near the finish of the dramatization, Dave had the dog in the studio and was trying to get him to talk without success. Just then, at the psychological moment, the announcer of a Texas station receiving this program broke in ahead of time with station identification. Here's the way it sounded down in Texas. First, Dave, in our dramatization in New York, was trying to get the dog to talk. He was saying, "Come on, Prince, come on, talk. Prince. Prince doesn't seem to want to talk, folks." I'll try again. "Come on, Prince, talk. Talk like a good dog. Say something."
This is KGKO, radio service of the Dallas Morning News.
Every time he sees him now, the station engineer waves a dog biscuit at that announcer. Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week, we bring you a star or part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. So this afternoon, we salute Dr. Sigmund Spaeth's program, The Tune Detective, which was devoted principally to showing how well-known melodies were derived. The Tune Detective was on the air from 1931 to 1933 and was so popular that it received regularly more than 2,000 letters per week from its listeners. And now, Dr. Spaeth, The Tune Detective.
Thank you, Graham. The idea of the Tune Detective program was not to decompose anything, but rather to arrive at certain patterns of melody that are common to all music. Everybody can at least recognize a tune, even if you are as limited as General Grant, who said he knew only two tunes. One was Yankee Doodle, the other was not. Well, at least he had a starting point, and his starting point was a tune. Music runs in patterns, just the same as carpets, lampshades, curtains, and wallpaper. And anybody at all can recognize these patterns by the simple process of listening. For instance, here's a four-tone pattern that we were hearing just the other night. The Westminster Chime, played by Big Ben in London. If you play those four tones in their original order from the bottom up, you get a very old tune. Most people think of that as How Dry I Am, but actually it's a very respectable tune. It was originally a hymn, Oh Happy Day. Note for note the same as How Dry I Am. And there's some other hymns that start with exactly the same four tones in the same order. Here's a very beautiful one. Lead Kindly Light. And here's another one called Alsace. That was originally written by Beethoven in his Second Symphony. And there was a Song Without Words by Mendelssohn. And the old French Plaisir d'amour. And perhaps the most amusing example of this four-note pattern is at the start of the famous Merry Widow Waltz. Franz Lehár took those four tones, put them into waltz time, and there's the pattern of the Merry Widow Waltz. One of the commonest of all melody patterns has only three tones and comes right out of the bugle calls of the world. The bugler really has only three different tones, and those are the natural tones that come out of any tube. The bugler plays Reveille, for instance. Using just three tones. When he gets to the top tone, he's merely repeating the tone an octave below. It's the same tone. And those three tones can be played in any position on the keyboard. They're always the same three tones. Now you can play, when you play them in this way, you get the start of the Blue Danube Waltz.
And the same notes from the top down start you on Dixie. And if you play them down and then up again, you get the start of the Star-Spangled Banner. And sounding them together gives you the perfect major chord. That chord is the start and finish of harmony. The perfect major chord. It's the end of the piece. Everybody recognizes it. The interlocutor in a minstrel show says, "Gentlemen, be seated." Ta-da! That's what they sit down on. It's the logical conclusion. And that chord pattern, coming right out of the bugle, appears in most of the national anthems of the world besides our own Star-Spangled Banner. The old Russian anthem had it right after the start. And that tune has also been used by a lot of colleges and as a hymn. The French Marseillaise puts it higher up. But you still have the same three notes with the martial effect that comes from the bugle or the trumpet in the background. Today we even hear those three tones on the automobile horns. Now, you might take a pattern of three tones right in a row, simply following the scale. 1, 2, 3. Or from the top down, 3, 2, 1. When I play them that way, you recognize your old friend, Three Blind Mice. But the same pattern was also used by the French philosopher Rousseau in a famous lullaby. And you have the same three notes at the start of Swanee River. And General Grant's Yankee Doodle. And Merrily We Roll Along. In fact, if you want a complete tune on those three notes, just whistle that old slogan, "Over the Fence is Out." Well, that's just a suggestion of the way the tune detective used to work out the patterns of music at the piano. After all, the final object of that program was to make people listen to music. And I find that anybody at all will listen so long as he has something to listen for. It's just as easy to follow a pattern of melody through a symphony as to find it in a popular song. It may take a little longer, maybe a little more worthwhile, but it's not any more difficult. So I hope to go on being a tune detective the rest of my life, showing you all the real relationship between serious and popular music. Thanks for your interest, past, present, and future.
Thank you, Dr. Sigmund Spaeth, for reviving a portion of your fascinating radio program. And incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, you will be interested to know that there is a very good possibility of the Tune Detective returning to the air in a more elaborate form. Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio, and the 3 or 4 we consider to be of most general interest we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. This afternoon's questions will be answered by columnist Sid Weiss of Radio Daily. Miss Lillian Dick of Bridgeport, Connecticut says, on your revival of the Roxy's Gang program on December 29th, the man who impersonated Roxy did a remarkable imitation. Roxy passed away 4 or 5 years ago. How could he imitate him so well after all this time?
Miss Dick, I am told that a few days before he went on the air, Ward Wilson, a man who imitated Roxy, listened to a record which NBC has of a program which Roxy did called Roxy Comes A-Callin'. This record was made in 1935. Furthermore, before becoming an actor, Ward Wilson was a studio engineer and often engineered Roxy's program, so he knew his mannerisms.
Mr. Carol Latrobe of New York City writes in to say, on the December 29th radio program of Behind the Mic, that's last week, you showed us how a radio script is rehearsed. The voice of the man who directed the rehearsal seemed to come almost from another world. Can you tell me how this effect was produced?
Mr. Latrobe, the effect that you heard last week was one which is rarely heard on radio. The man who directed that rehearsal, Carlo D'Angelo, was sitting in the control room of the studio, and he used what is called a talkback mic, a microphone which is used mostly for actual rehearsals, so that the actors can hear the director speaking from the soundproof control room. It did sound rather weird.
A listener from Bay City, Michigan asks this question. Is there some way in which radio stations or networks know how many radio sets are tuned in at any time by some device in the control room?
No, but if some such device were originated, it would be heaven sent to sponsors who could then accurately tell how well their programs were received. At the present time, telephone surveys are used for the most part to determine the approximate amount of sets which are tuned in to any program.
Thank you, Sid Weiss, for answering those questions. Thank you very much. This program has featured some amazing behind-the-mic stories. But in point of being unusual, I don't think that any story we have had surpasses the one you're about to hear. I can guarantee that it's a true story because I was on the same program. Here's the man who will tell you about it, Mr. Fred Turner. How are you, Fred?
All right, Graham.
Fred, will you please tell our audience this almost incredible story?
Well, Graham, as you know, I was one of the first people who did a series of descriptive stories on the air.
Mm-hmm.
I had a program called Trip and Adventures, which I did in 1924 and 25. These broadcasts were designed to take the radio audience on some kind of trip which would enable them to experience an interesting and exciting adventure. One broadcast was designed to take our audience on a trip on a Coast Guard cutter and show what happened when the Coast Guard received a distress signal. This was to demonstrate the use of a new rescue device to get seamen off a sinking vessel. You were the announcer on that particular show and were actually in charge of the studio.
Yes, I remember that night very well, Fred.
I was describing our trip on a Coast Guard cutter over the radio. How we had just gone through New York Harbor, past Sandy Hook, and out into sea. The weather is quite rough. Hold on. The first officer's just come from the radio room. Did you hear what he said to me? A distress signal has just been received, and the captain is proceeding at full speed to render the ship aid. Already the Coast Guard men are moving swiftly to their posts with no wasted effort. Here's the captain. He tells me they've received more reports from the stricken ship. Messages urging us to hurry. Other ships are battling through those mighty seas in their willingness to help. There's a cry from the lookout. The vessel in distress has been sighted.
Cut it, Fred, cut it.
And now we're going
No
to...
use, Fred. We're off the air.
Oh, what's the matter?
A real distress signal has just come in. All stations are off the air.
Can you imagine that happening just
well,
now?
If that isn't a coincidence. Yes, I remember that, Fred. In a few minutes later, I was called to the telephone. When I came back, was I excited. I think my hair was standing on end. Great guns. Do you know what just happened, Fred?
No. What, Graham?
We've stopped all broadcasting along the North Atlantic coast. We've done it. That was Naval Communications on the phone, and they want to know where we heard a distress signal. Someone heard our show and thought a vessel was actually in distress. Good grief. They'll blame it all on us, Fred.
Gosh, what'll they do to us? Well, if this isn't the blameless. Well, I was really scared. I later found out what had happened was that some Syracuse listener had been tuned into our program and thought I was describing an actual attempted rescue of a ship at sea. He immediately called the Syracuse Post-Standard to tell about the SOS. The Post-Standard got in touch with the New York World to find out about it. And the World called Naval Communications, and they stopped all broadcasting so that they could catch this supposed distress signal. You see, in those days, the ship band was right next to the broadcast band. And when a ship sent out a distress signal, all station broadcasting was stopped so the signal could be heard.
Well, that certainly was an amazing story, wasn't it, Fred?
It was, Graham, but what follows was more amazing. At the same time we were on the air, a ship at sea, a trawler, had been in trouble. The captain had been seriously injured by a rolling cask, and the boat sent out a distress signal trying to get medical advice. The ship's radio was very weak, and under ordinary circumstances, the signal would never have been heard. But at that very moment, because of our broadcast being mistaken for a real SOS, all programs were off the air. Therefore, the distress signal from the trawler was heard.
That's mighty interesting, Fred.
The Coast Guard station radioed to one of the big liners, which was near the trawler, asking them to transfer a doctor. However, because of the storm, the doctor could not be transferred, but the liner radioed medical advice. The advice so helped the injured captain that when the trawler put into port 3 days later, he was still alive and eventually recovered. And so, what looked like a tragedy to you and I turned out to be a blessing in disguise.
And all because back in 1925, some listener thought that a broadcast was the real thing. Well, you certainly beat Orson Welles to the punch. Thank you, Fred Turner. Thank you. The reason we're playing this number now is the same reason that many programs play extra numbers at the end of their broadcast. This afternoon's program ran a little shorter than it had rehearsed, and we're using this number to fill in. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have enjoyed hearing the various artists on Behind the Mic, why not drop them a line and let them know about it? They will be glad to hear from you. Be sure and listen next week, when Behind the Mic will bring you a condensed episode from a favorite old serial, Harbor Lights, with the original cast, an actual audition of an actress trying to get a job on an NBC program, and more of the glamour, the human interest, the comedy, and the drama that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities, and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin. Thank you. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon you will hear more amusing stories of the early days of radio as told by one of radio's earliest scriptwriters, Catherine Seymour. We will present an unusual musical soloist, an actual audition of a young actress aspiring to secure roles on NBC's programs, and finally, a salute to an old favorite, Harbor Lights. And now I want to introduce a lady who, in spite of her youth, is a radio pioneer. She is one of the first scriptwriters in the business, and right now, she is the very successful author of one of radio's most popular daytime serials, Light of the World. She's going to tell about the good, old, hilarious, mad days of early radio. Catherine Seymour. Kay, suppose you tell us about the early days of radio by describing your own experiences.
Well, Graham, in 1925, soon after I'd graduated from Barnard College, I wanted to be a writer. But most of all, I needed a job. I heard that a strange place called radio station WEAF was taking on people. I walked into their tiny office, managed to get an interview with an executive, and said, "I'd like to apply for a job as typist. I hear you're in need of one."
Yes, we are. Can you play the piano?
Play a piano? I thought you wanted a typist.
We do. But, well, we've got to be able to double the work here. You see, Johnny Johnston, our publicity man, plays a magnificent jazz piano. Mr. Podine, our sales manager, has a beautiful baritone voice. And Miss Jackson, the girl at the switchboard...
You don't mean to tell me that even the girl at the switchboard...
Well, sure, she's a pianist.
What's my next program?
Oh, here you are, Mac. You're on in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Who's that?
That's Graham McNamee. He sings.
Well, I could play the piano a little, Graham, so I did get that job typing, as you remember.
Yes, I remember those days, Kay. Phil Carlin was the black sheep of the outfit. He was an announcer, and all he could do was announce, but mighty good. Things were certainly wild in those days and different. For commercials, we used to ad-lib the names of our sponsors into their programs. Practically nothing was ever said about the products themselves.
Yes. Radio was a strange business in those early days. Most of us were ashamed to say we were working in radio. During our lunch hours, a lot of us used to go out looking for jobs because everyone knew there was no future in radio, and we just couldn't be sure when the whole business would fold up. When friends asked me what I was doing, I'd say, "Oh, I'm in radio right now, but it's just until I get something worthwhile."
Well, how did you become a scriptwriter from being a typist, Kay?
Well, as you remember, we already had one scriptwriter. At last, I went to my boss and told him I didn't want to be a typist anymore. I wanted to be a scriptwriter. I remember what he said when I told him.
But we already have a man writing scripts.
Yes, but I think we should have another scriptwriter.
Young lady, no radio station will ever need more than one scriptwriter.
But I kept after him till I got his grudging consent.
No station will ever need more than one scriptwriter. Wow. Kay, remember the bright idea you had about Scheherazade? That was when you experimented with the notion of using music as a background for narration. Seems to me it was the first time this was ever done.
Yes, I think it was. My idea was to have somebody recite each week one of the stories from the Arabian Nights and use orchestral music for a background. We had no rehearsal for the show since the musicians were union men and had to be paid, and we couldn't afford that. So just about half a minute before the broadcast started, the orchestra rushed into the studio, and I had only a few seconds to explain to the orchestra leader that we wanted something special. I said, "Now look, Graham McNamee is going to read a story into the mic, and you're to play softly as background music. It's something new." Well, the leader looked bewildered, but he tapped for his orchestra, and the program began. Remember, in those days, the engineer couldn't control the broadcast as he can today because we only had one microphone for both orchestra and speaker. So the program started like this.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present tales from the 1001 Nights. Once upon a time, there lived in Arabia a king who had a most wicked custom. Every day he would wed some fair maid, and the following day he'd have her killed. But one day there came to the king a lady who was wise as well as beautiful, and she said to the king...
Well, as you remember, Graham, the listeners didn't hear a word that was spoken during that entire half hour. I was in tears when it was all over. I went up to the orchestra leader and said, "Why didn't you soften the music?" And he said,
"Listen, I got 22 men, and they got to be paid so that they can be heard. Listen, and they got to play so that they can be heard. And I got a reputation as a band leader. I should soften down the music so an announcer can talk? No, not me."
And from such quaint beginnings came the smooth, almost technically flawless radio we have today. Thank you, Catherine Seymour, for your most interesting stories. And now for another one of those behind-the-mic scenes you have come to expect on our program. We are going to present a real audition of a young actress who aspires to perform on NBC's sustaining programs. Before we begin the audition, let us introduce to you the people who do the auditioning. NBC's Dramatic Audition Department, Miss Marjorie Lober and Mr. Al Williams.
Thanks, Graham. Now, first, here's Marjorie, one of the most sought-after people in radio, sought after by every person who even thinks they have talent as an actor or an actress.
Good afternoon, Margie.
Hello, Graham.
Now, I know that many people would like to have you two on the spot answering questions about how to get into radio. So, speaking for all of them, here goes. What exactly do you two people do?
Well, first,
Before we even come to the auditions, I interview everybody who comes knocking at the door. They have to convince me pretty thoroughly, because of their background and experience, that they have something valuable to offer professional radio.
If they pass the audition, that is, if you like their work and think they have possibilities, does that get them a job on our various programs?
No, as a matter of fact, it doesn't, Graham. They first have to come... Excuse me, I'm sorry, I was counting up the audition applications for this week. We first have to audition, then we recommend them to the various program directors when they are casting dramatic parts, and we introduce them to the directors with the hope that in the future they may be able to someday use them.
About how many applications a week do you receive from people who want to get acting jobs on the air?
Well, including letters, I should say roughly about 200 applications a week.
How many people do you audition a week?
Well, Marjorie weeds out most of those original applications in her interviews. Of the 200, we find only about 30 who have had sufficient background to warrant an audition. Of those 30, possibly only 5 show definite talent or promise. Those are the people that we recommend to the directors.
What do these people do in their auditions?
Well, instead of telling you about it, I think it would be a better idea if we actually conducted an audition right now.
That's a real behind-the-mic scene.
All right, Marjorie, will you produce an applicant?
Here's a young actress, Patricia Bright. She's 18 years old and quite attractive. She acquired theatrical experience this past summer by playing in professional stock at Litchfield, Connecticut. When she was younger, she appeared many times on a small station on various children's programs, and of course, she's done considerable amateur theatrical work.
But you've never appeared on an NBC program.
No, I haven't, but I'd like to.
Well, that's just what we're going to try to make possible. But first, we want to be sure that you have the necessary talent. We're going to the control room, Margie and I, and listen to you through the microphone. Will you please read the material from which we're to judge?
And now Al Williams and Marjorie Lober are going into the control room to listen to Miss Bright over the microphone. Okay, I see the signal to go ahead. Good luck, Miss Bright.
Thank you. By the way, Miss Lober, I've written this material myself. A 19-year-old girl has just regained her sight after 16 years of blindness. She is speaking to her fiancé, whom she's never seen until a few short minutes ago. You're wondering, aren't you, how I was able to recognize you this afternoon in a crowded room before I heard your familiar voice. You see, I had a peculiar feeling when I looked at you. The same feeling of joyful excitement that I experienced a long time ago when first I heard you speak. Always there was something about you which made something glow inside of me. That must have been why I recognized you, because it was that very same brightness that shone today, when for the first time in 16 years, I opened my eyes and saw you. Speaking to a number of foreign-born women, one gets the impression that there's a particular temperament reflected in each dialect and country represented. For example, suppose it is a Viennese girl. She would be humble and strikingly sincere in her manner of speech. There would be a touch of bewilderment and wistfulness about her voice. Now, a Cockney English girl would possess none of these qualities, as indicated by her manner of address. She's the happy-go-lucky type, you know, and her voice is louder, more boisterous, and covers many ranges of pitch, from a deep, rough tone to a high, squeak-like tone. The little Scotch lassie, with a roll of her R's, exemplifies her nationality by even economizing on her words. Now, a Russian girl has perhaps the deepest quality of all. She's dramatic, even in ordinary conversation, and has a personal and clinging whine type of voice, especially when she talks about love. Even in our own city, we have several modes of speech. Now, a common subway variety is one which sounds pretty much like this. So it's like I was saying, Millicent. I'm sitting at this party, as you recall, and up he walks to me, and all of a sudden he asks me to this classy affair. Well, as much as I enjoy a nice party, I don't want to be too anxious, so I said, well, as much as I'd like to accept your flattering offer, I'm afraid I'll have to recline it. But listen, I said, It ain't that I wouldn't like to go, you understand, but the truth is I ain't got nothing to wear. Well, Millicent, you could have thrown me over. Why, he's so gallant. What do you think he says? He says to me, "That's okay, Lady Godiva. I got a closed car."
Thank you very much, Miss Bride. And now, I suppose you're anxious to hear the results.
I certainly am, Miss Lober.
Well, your voice quality is excellent, clear and sharp. We judge your age range, 17 to 20 years. You read your lines intelligently, and you're evidently quite versatile. I like your dialects. Your little love scene showed that you have emotion, and you're very real and convincing.
Well, I suspected you would be good, and I will have no hesitation at all in recommending you to our directors for parts in their programs. And I wish you the very best of luck.
Oh,
Right.
thank you very much, Miss Lober and Mr. Williams.
Congratulations, Patricia. And thank you, Marjorie Lober, Al Williams, and Patricia Bright, for giving us another scene of what goes on behind the mic. In the various, what we call house orchestras that play on NBC sustaining shows, you will find us good musicians, and in some cases better than most of the highly publicized orchestra men whose names you hear on the radio and read about in the various radio columns. For instance, in our band on Behind the Mic, you will find some of the best players in radio, pinochle as well as instrumental. Every once in a while, we're going to ask one of these musicians to demonstrate his talent. Our first guest is one of our own violinists, Zeli Smirnov. Zeli Smirnov. Isn't that a beautiful name? He didn't make it up either. It's really his. Zeli, before you play your violin, I want to ask you a few questions.
What are they, Graham?
What qualifications must you have in order to hold a job as an NBC instrumentalist?
Well, Graham, you may not have to be known to the public, but you do have to be known in the business as a thorough musician, and a pretty versatile one, too.
Versatile?
Yes, because you not only have to play in the jazz idiom, but some of us have to play in the symphony orchestra as well.
You fellows don't only play on sustaining programs, do you?
No. A lot of us play in the radio orchestras of important commercial band leaders.
Fine. Now, how about that solo, Zeli?
Well, Ernie Watson, our orchestra leader, and I have worked out a little arrangement of Wings of Song, and here it is.
And I'm sure everyone is going to enjoy it, Zeli. Smirnoff, Ernie Watson, and the orchestra. Behind the Mic salutes a program you love. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. This afternoon we salute Harbor Lights, a half-hour series of dramatic tales of the sea. It started sailing the airwaves in the spring of 1930 and ran until 1933. This afternoon, Behind the Mic recreates an episode from Harbor Lights, especially condensed for this program by its author, Burr Cook, and starring Edwin Whitney, the original Captain Jimmy Norton. Harbor Lights.
The harbor lights are beckoning. Once again, we're ready to go aboard the old New York ferry boat, where we'll meet white-haired Captain Jimmy Norton and his young friend Joe, and hear another of Captain's stories of the days of the clipper ships and high adventure. All aboard!
Captain Jimmy Norton.
Well, howdy, Joe. Back aboard the old ferry boat for another yarn, eh?
Tonight, remember, you promised to tell the story of the two old friends, Peter Gassett and Seth Lewis, and the time that you were stuck in the Sargasso weeds.
Aye, that's right, Joe. The story of Peter Gassett, who made the sacrifice to friendship and to one of the oldest superstitions of the sea. I was the first mate of the Lucy Barry, big three-masted schooner out of Boston. Captain was Seth Lewis. We'd made a record run to Rio and was clearing again for Boston when Peter Gassett come into the sea.
Well, just who was Peter Gassett, Captain?
Well, Peter was an old beachcomber down at Rio, but he'd been a seafaring man in his day. As I recollect, I was with Captain Lewis in the shipping office of the Rock of Wreck the afternoon that Peter came in. He was a wreck of a man. Shabby clothes and dirty gray beard. His watery eyes gazing across at Captain Lewis with a half-scared look in them. Well, for a second, he stood fiddling with his cap.
I don't know if you remember me, Seth Lewis. Peter Gassett, that was shipmate with you years ago, right or right?
Aye. I remember you, Peter Gassett. I had cause to remember you.
I was thinking maybe you'd forget your feeling again, me, Seth. Being 'twas so long ago, and we was friends once.
Why did you come here?
I'd like to ship back to Boston, Seth, back home. I'm an old man, but still fit to stand watch or man the wheel.
Well, the crew's filled and no room for supercargo.
Can't you take pity on an old beach rat, Seth? I've done a heap of paying for being the man I was. And I got a daughter back home in New Bedford, Carol. I'd like to see her again before it's too late.
Can you make room for an extra hand, Mr. Norton?
That may be on the port watch, sir. Baldy the Duke's not overfit.
Very well. I'll take you, Peter.
God bless you, Seth.
Sign with Mr. Norton here. We weigh anchor at sundown.
Aye, sir. If you'd forgive me, Seth, in the bargain.
Don't bear on that score, Peter. Go and sign up. I'll take you home.
So we put to sea, Joe. But off Cape St. Roque, a whole gale hit us and drove us far to the eastward and then laid us up. One hot, sultry evening without so much as a ripple to mark her going.
And you were becalmed in the dread Sargasso Sea?
Aye, motionless as a statue. And there we lay, while 1 week went by and another and another. And by the end of the 4th week, the crew was ugly and mutinous, sick with scurvy, and a sort of blindness had come over them.
And Peter Gassett?
Aye, each night a change of watch, Old Peter'd heave his spare limbs to the toggle and forecastle, spin wild yarns, and croak his shanties to try and make 'em forget. Then one evening, a bunch of the men staggered aft, and Baldy Leduc stepped out ahead of 'em.
We've had enough of it, Captain Seth Lewis.
Yes, we have. Put up with him. What's in your addle pate now?
Aye. The sea wants us. One of us. Or it'll take all of us. Someone's got to go. And we picked the one.
A lot of seamen talking witch magic, eh?
Aye. Call it superstition or whatever you like. We picked the one to go. It's you, Captain Seth Lewis.
That's who it is, you. What is this, mutiny? Get back there!
Aye, we'll get you.
No, it's me, eh? Well, heart to this. There's lead enough in these pistols to rest 2 slugs apiece in your bellies. And now, go forward, where you belong.
Aye. We'll take a chance with him. And it'll be tonight at midnight. We'll put an end to him.
We'll take the cabin on 2 sides, Baldy. Me and 6 men to port, and you and the rest to starboard. Hey, you spindly lot of ghosts. Up on the forecastle deck here, and I'll serve you another yarn.
Hey, spin away, old timer.
It's your voice, Baldy, by the foremast?
Aye.
Aye, we're all here in the dock. Spin your yarn, Pop. This is the last yarn I'll tell you. It happened the summer of '84, when the trawler Frobisher was lost in the North Atlantic. Her sticks ripped out, all right, and all hands lost but the 2 of them. 2 friends in a dory, 2 men in a boat, and a gal back home they both loved.
Aye, get on with it.
That 4th morning was the worst. The dory scudding the crest like a scared petrel, and a gale a-blowing and a whistling and a whine.
Well, I don't reckon Carol Adams will see either of us again.
I ain't giving up yet, all right. Look out, Seth, here comes the big one.
You all right, Peter?
Aye. Still hanging on, Seth.
Carol was to give her answer to us, coming back from this cruise. Funny, eh? 200 miles to a landfall and 1 biscuit and 2 drinks of water left between us. Let's take it now. Let's take it now.
Leave it alone, Seth.
Pete, the water, it's gone. You.
Aye, me. I couldn't help it. I was dying of thirst. And I'm going to live to see her, all right, because I love her. I love Carol Adams more than you do. And I won't die. I won't die.
So that's your yarn, old timer. A low-bellied skunk stealing his dory mate's water.
Aye, that's what he was. For that's a law of the sea no man's a right to break.
And did they get ashore, Pop?
Aye, nearer dead than alive. And Carol Adams chose the man you call a skunk. But he was branded with his shame, exiled and forgotten 25 years ago. Hey, 'tis the last yarn I'll spin you.
You're gone daft, man.
A Yankee sloop came down the river. Rolling John. Oh, what do you think that sloop had in her? Rolling John. A monkey's hides and bullock's liver. Dead men's bones that'll make you shiver.
Peter Gassett! Where are you?
Hey, men, feel it. There's a breeze stirring, men.
Aye, the wind's coming. The calm is over.
All hands on deck. Stand with the gas.
Square the billiards. Square away.
Men, we're moving. Come, the wind's come. We're free. Heave ho! Heave ho! Heave ho!
Peter Gassett? You can't find hide nor hat of him, sir. But I just found this note pinned to his bunk. It's for you, Captain.
Well, let's have it. What's this? My last word to you, Seth. I've squared accounts. If you see my daughter Carol, when you get back home, tell her you knew her dad. And he was an honest, seafaring man. Goodbye, and God bless you. Peter Gassett.
And that's the story, Joe.
You mean Peter Gassett jumped overboard in the dark? The human victim that set the rest of you free?
Hey, that's what he did, son.
Oh, but you don't think his throwing himself overboard had anything to do with the wind coming up just then?
Well, I was never a superstitious cuss myself, Joe, but who knows? Now I see we're coming in, so up forward with you.
Okay, thanks for the yarn, Captain Jimmy. Good night.
Good night, Joe. Take care of yourself.
So the harbor lights fade out. The mists of memory close around the figure of old Captain Jimmy Norton, and we return once more to everyday scenes.
You will be interested to know that Ed Whitney, who played Captain Jimmy Norton, is the man who directs this program. Be sure to listen next week, when Behind the Mic will bring you another type of audition. Singers trying out for a sustaining spot on the NBC network. A salute to an old favorite, Cook's Travel Talks, a human interest story behind Death Valley Days program, and more of the glamour, the tragedy, and the comedy that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education. A whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program, and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, with Graham McNamee in Washington, in preparation for the broadcasting of tomorrow's inauguration ceremonies, Behind the Mic will be carried on this afternoon by the genial master of ceremonies of one of radio's newest programs, Your Happy Birthday. And now, here he is, Tiny Ruffner.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this afternoon we first take you behind the scenes of NBC's hookup for the broadcast of the inaugural ceremonies from Washington, D.C., then an audition of two singers for a possible sustaining spot on the NBC Blue Network. More humorous mistakes your favorite announcers made on the air. A salute to an old favorite program, The Man from Cook's, with Malcolm LaPrade. And finally, a powerful human interest story behind radio's oldest dramatic show still on the air, Death Valley Days. Tomorrow will mark an historic occasion. For the first time in the history of the United States, a president will be inaugurated for a third term. This afternoon, we give you the pre-inauguration behind-the-mic scene. We take you to Washington to the various points from which the description of the inauguration will be broadcast to the United States and to most of the rest of the world to show you the radio hookup being tested. All so that tomorrow's important program can be brought to you with technical perfection. And now we take you to Washington for these tests, where first you will hear the voice of Behind the Mic's regular master of ceremonies, Graham McNamee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. NBC's corps of 40 engineers, announcers, commentators, and news observers are this afternoon preparing for the radio coverage of the third inauguration of President Roosevelt. More than 24 microphones have been installed in observation booths along the streets of the nation's capital. Other mics are in Army bombers, in Army scout cars, in the tip of the Washington Monument, in the Capitol Dome, in the inaugural stands, at the White House. Let's listen to NBC's men and women behind the mic getting ready for the inauguration. Let's listen to the engineers at work.
Woof, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's some pigs. Woof, 60. Woof, 60. Woof, 40. Woof, 60. Woof, 100. Woof, 80. 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Here's some more pigs. Woof, 60. Woof, 80. Woof, 80.
And covering the Capitol will be Carlton Smith, the presidential announcer. What do you see, Carlton?
I see the focal point of the nation's spotlight, the inaugural stand at the United States Capitol building, where tomorrow a new governmental administration is begun. John Nance Garner, present vice president, retiring from public service after 38 years in Washington, will administer the oath to Henry Agard Wallace. And the 79-year-old Chief Justice of the United States will, for the third time, swear in Franklin D. Roosevelt as President of the United States. Here the drama takes place. Here will be 100,000 persons watching and listening. From here, NBC will send its word picture to its tens of millions of listeners.
And at the Treasury building is Buckage. Come in, Buck.
Buckage talking with my two colleagues here from the corner of the Treasury. We're looking down this wonderful sweep of Pennsylvania Avenue. Way down there, I can see the dome of the Capitol floating in this blue haze that is typical of the atmosphere of Washington. Right up here, they'll march tomorrow, and we'll watch them, won't we? Here they come right up to our very feet. Then they swing around to the left, go up 15th Street and make one more turn, then come up to the Court of Freedom, where the president will review them. We'll see every one of them. We'll expect to hear from you, too, about those. You know, this is a wonderful spot. It was here that famous picture was taken when the Union armies marched up this very street. There are buildings over there. The Willard Hotel was there. It's in the picture. You can see it sometime if you look at it. They swung up here, came around, finally were reviewed by President Lincoln up further. And tomorrow, perhaps this parade that we're going to see is going to be one of the greatest pageants in all history, as great as any of these others.
And with Buckage are Patricia Lou Head, age 11, and Townsend Pagter, 10. They'll describe the event tomorrow for the nation's school children from coast to coast, who, of course, will be at their classes on Monday. What will you talk about, Patricia?
I will talk about the inauguration of the first president who has had 3 terms. It is also the first inauguration I've ever seen.
Well, you see those, look over there, you see those little boys sitting up in those empty seats in the bleachers? You think they'll be over there tomorrow?
No, I certainly don't.
Any of your friends up there, do you suppose?
Well, I don't believe so, but I hope all of them won't be there tomorrow because I want to describe the parade to them over the radio.
And you, Townsend?
I'm hoping to see tomorrow Franklin D. Roosevelt being inaugurated for his 3rd term. He is the only president ever to be inaugurated for 3 terms.
Well, that makes it very important.
Incidentally, the entire world will hear this inauguration. It will go out in Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, French, and German, to Central and South America, and to Europe. Some 70 stations in South America will rebroadcast the entire inaugural ceremonies. Let's listen to the international division as we test their mics. Come in Italian.
Innanzi al Campidoglio, dove il Presidente degli Stati Uniti presterà giuramento per il suo 3° termine in ufficio. Una folla visibile di migliaia di persone ed una invisibile di milioni di gente ascolteranno alla radio in tutto il mondo le sue parole.
And now in French.
Avant de vous décrire la scène que nous avons sous les yeux, quelques mots sur la portée de l'inauguration. Nous avons tenu à ce que vous soyez présents ici à Washington par l'intermédiaire du micro pour plusieurs raisons.
The Portuguese language.
Os ouvintes da National Broadcasting Company está apresentando programa especial, programa descrevendo essa cerimônia, programa que está sendo transmitido ao mundo inteiro em 6 línguas diferentes, sendo que
Come on in German.
Die National Broadcasting Company bringt Ihnen heute eine Sonderübertragung aus der Bundeshauptstadt Washington anlässlich der Einweihung des Präsidenten Roosevelt zu seinem 3. Amtstermin als Präsident der Vereinigten Staaten. Es ist das erste
And now finally in Spanish.
Minutos que nos quedan, quiero repasar rápidamente el programa que tenemos por delante. Primeramente, el vicepresidente saliente John Nance Garner oficiará en el traspaso del cargo y el juramento de su sucesor Henry
And that's only part of the vast arrangements being completed by NBC to bring you a ringside seat for tomorrow's inauguration, which you will hear over this station beginning at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And now, back to New York to continue with Behind the Mic.
Thank you, Graham McNamee and the NBC Special Events Division for making this broadcast possible. Now we present another Behind the Mic first. You're about to hear two singers auditioning for NBC's program board so that they might be considered for a sustaining spot on the Blue Network. But before you hear them, here is Robert E. Button, Assistant Program Manager of NBC's Blue Network, to tell you something about this audition. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Button. Tell me, Bob, before singers can appear on a network-sustaining program, they have to audition before the program board. Isn't that so?
Yes, Tiny.
Well, when do these singers audition?
Well, provided any have been presented for audition, we listen to them once a week after the program board's business meeting.
Incidentally, what does the program board consist of?
Well, Tiny, the program board is made up of the manager and assistant manager of the Blue Network, and mostly the heads of various departments.
Well, Bob, after listening to these singers, and provided that the board believes that they have real possibilities, does that secure them a spot on the networks?
No, Tiny. However, when there's a spot open for a singer, it means naturally that the approved artist will get consideration.
Well, does this entire board decide who will sing on network-sustaining shows?
The final decisions are up to the manager of the network. He makes the decisions himself. Of course, the enthusiastic approval of a singer by the rest of the board would certainly influence the manager in making a decision.
Incidentally, Bob, who are these singers who audition for the board?
They are, generally speaking, people who have been recommended by the members of the sales force or talent division or other departments of NBC, or by members of the boards themselves. If we hear a singer at a nightclub or at a hotel or on a smaller station who seems to have a great deal of talent, such a singer is very often recommended for an audition.
In other words, you've got to have a lot on the ball before you get the tryout in the first place.
Absolutely.
Well, this afternoon, Bob, Behind the Mic is going to present two singers to be considered for sustaining spots on the Blue Network. Now, we're told that the members of the program board will be listening to this broadcast, and that next week you'll be back here to give us their reactions. Isn't that so?
That's right, Tiny.
Now, ordinarily in an audition for the program board, as I understand it, the singer usually has a piano accompaniment. But since it's Behind the Mic who's presenting these young ladies, we're going to give them a better break and use a full orchestra. First, we present Miss Jane Clifton, whose lovely voice has been heard on various smaller radio stations in New York, but who has never appeared on NBC before. Miss Clifton will sing Let's Dream This One Out.
It's such a lovely night, swell orchestra, fine crowd, so gay. And now to make it perfect, oh honey, let's slip away. It's been so nice dancing, now how about chancing a moonlight view? Darling, let's dream this one out. You look so inviting, I'd put it in writing that I love you. So, darling, let's dream this one out. The music will follow us sweetly out where the blue shadows start, and while the stars wink discreetly, we won't be a heartbeat apart. And maybe we'll say things, those let's name the day things, that thrill us through. Let's try it. Let's dream this one out. That music will follow us sweetly out where the blue shadows start, and while the stars wink discreetly, we won't be a heartbeat apart. And maybe we'll say things, those let's name the day things, that thrill us through. Let's try it this once. Let's dream this one out.
present for an audition Miss Anne Francine, who has been a hit at the Persian Room of the Plaza and at other swanky spots. Miss Francine sings I Hear a Rhapsody.
And when I hear you call so softly to me, I don't hear a call at all. I hear a rhapsody. And when your sparkling eyes are smiling at me, then soft through the starlit sky, I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so won't you stay? My darling, hold me tight and whisper to me. Then soft through a starry night, I'll hear a rhapsody. It's funny, dear, but when you're near, the murmuring of the breeze becomes a rhapsody. The rustle of the trees becomes a symphony. Every breath you take is music to my ears. My darling, hold me tight and whisper to me. Then soar through a starry light, I'll hear a rhapsody.
Thank you, Jane Clifton and Anne Francine. Bob Button will be back next week to tell us on Behind the Mic just what the program board which heard you this afternoon thought of your performances. Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week we bring you a star or part of a program you used to hear. A program that you loved. Now this afternoon we salute WJZ's first commercial program, The Man from Cook's, sponsored by the famous travel agency, Thomas Cook & Son. Written by and featuring Malcolm LaPrade. This program started in April 1925 and ran continuously until the spring of 1939. Now with Malcolm LaPrade in person, we present a portion of that program, The Man from Cook's. This particular program dates back 8 or 9 years. Ladies and gentlemen, Malcolm LaPrade.
One of the great attractions of traveling in Europe is this. The complete change of scene adds a new interest to everything you do, even to such routine matters as 3 meals a day. Now, suppose we look over the map of Europe for a few characteristic settings that give special flavor to breakfast, luncheon, and dinner. To the average American, his cup of coffee is the most important breakfast item. And you may have heard that it's impossible to get a good cup of coffee in Europe. Vienna is an outstanding exception to the rule. Good coffee is universal in this historic city, which, after all, introduced coffee drinking to Europe and to America via Europe. This happened more than 250 years ago when the Turkish armies laid siege to Vienna and camped around its walls. Eventually, they were forced to retreat and did it so hurriedly that they left behind them most of their equipment and supplies. Among these were bags of coffee beans, fine Arabian coffee, favorite beverage of those old Turkish generals. Now, a certain Viennese pastry cook got hold of a bag of coffee, and he baked a lot of rolls shaped like crescents. And through the streets of Vienna he went, carrying his tray from door to door, inviting the people to drink the Turkish drink and to eat the Turkish emblem to celebrate victory. Coffee and crescent rolls at a cafe on the Ringstrasse. A table on the balcony of your favorite cafe, where you can watch the crowds go by and enjoy the atmosphere of this city, which can never forget that it's the home of the waltz. And when you're there, something of the rhythm of the beautiful blue Danube gets into your bones, yes, even into your breakfast. Now for luncheon, a luncheon with pictures, let's hop across the map to Belgium, famous for good cookery. 17 miles south of Brussels, on the edge of the field of Waterloo, there's a little tavern where they know how to serve a typical Belgian lunch. And you'll look out over the rolling wheat fields where the most dramatic pitched battle of history was fought 125 years ago. Off to the southwest, on a little hill, seated on his white horse and surrounded by a few staff officers, you will see Napoleon, watching with troubled eyes the heroic efforts of his cavalry to break the British squares. 4,000 men in steel breastplates surging around immovable rocks of infantry. And you'll hear the sound of the bagpipes, and you'll see the kilties of the Black Watch rise up and swarm down the hill after the retreating French, hanging to the stirrups of their own Scots greys. You'll have a glimpse into the past, a mighty panorama of action floating over these fields of wheat that are so quiet and peaceful today. Venice is an ideal setting for dinner. Dinner at Florian's on St. Mark's Square, a restaurant that hasn't closed its doors for more than 300 years. Make it a late dinner, with a moonlight view of this square, the most harmonious collection of ancient buildings in all the world. The pigeons have all gone to roost now among the domes of St. Mark's Church, except for the clothes of the people who sit at the cafe tables and walk about the square. This picture belongs to 1,000 years ago, to the days when the Venetian galleys sailed up the Grand Canal with their cargoes of silks and spices from the east. Dinner in the moonlight on St. Mark's Square.
Yes, we all remember those travel hours with the man from Cook's. And we remember how pleasant it was to go to Europe in those days. Do you think it'll ever be the same again, Mr. Leprade?
Yes, I do, Tiny. Nothing can end the romance of travel. Europe will again be Europe. There'll always be an old world.
And the man from Cook's to tell us about it, I sincerely hope. Thank you, Malcolm Leprade, for recreating such a fine program. Oddities in Radio, presenting odd, little, true behind-the-mic stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's oddity, examples of fluffs or mistakes of your favorite announcers, which we presented to you twice before on this program, have been so entertaining that we decided to bring you more of them, with some fluffs of other personalities thrown in. A few years ago, Mel Allen, in announcing a comedy program, was supposed to say, "Pick and pat in pipe smoking time." But it came out like this.
"Pick and pat in smike poking time."
An announcer who will be anonymous in announcing the demise of a United States senator was supposed to say, "Today, this famous senator died of septicemia." But he actually said,
"Today, this famous senator died of skepticism."
Deems Taylor, in introducing Sigmund Romberg, was supposed to say, "Sigmund Romberg is a great Kern fan." Here's what he said.
"Sigmund Romberg is a great fern can."
Gabriel Heater, well-known commentator in quoting somebody, was supposed to say, "This is a fine state of affairs when we have privately manufactured munitions." But it came out like this.
"This is a fine state of affairs when we have privately manufactured musicians."
And finally, a former guest of this program, C.J. Ingram, on his own show and interviewing a movie actress, said,
"Tell me, Miss So-and-so, what was the dirt of your birth?"
Now for a real-life story behind the oldest dramatic half-hour program still on the airwaves and now going into its 11th consecutive year. I mean the Pacific Coast Borax Company's Death Valley Days, which dramatizes true stories of the pioneers who settled the Old West, told by people who live in the famous Death Valley section of California today. After one broadcast, a letter was received addressed to the narrator of Death Valley Days, the Old Ranger. He's the man who tells these stories which are dramatized. And here is Jack McBride in the character of the Old Ranger to read us the actual letter he received from a woman listener after a broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, the Old Ranger. And now, Old Ranger, will you please read us that letter?
It was written to me by a woman in Ohio. For obvious reasons, I won't mention her name. It said, "Dear Old Ranger, here is a true life drama that even you have never thought possible. One of your stories saved 2 lives, my baby's and mine. It was in late summer. One night, my husband left me and my child. He'd done it many times before, sometimes for weeks at a stretch. It was on a Thursday that this happened. I thought we were just in his way and would be better off dead. So I made plans to kill both my baby and me that night. It was just getting dark here when I happened to remember that it was Death Valley Days time. I hadn't missed a program since it started, so I tuned in and sat down with my little 2-year-old boy in my arms. Finally, the story came, and incidentally, Tiny, this ain't in the letter, but I play the part of Pratt in this Death Valley Day story. And now the letter goes on. It told of a lady that was running an eating place. For some reason, she had no use for men at all, and as soon as they'd finished eating, she made them clear out. Well, this night, one of them lingered on. He'd offered her a job to go into partnership with him. At first, she didn't want to, but...
What's that you said, Pratt?
I want you to go along as my partner in the business.
Me?
Yes, you see, my scheme is to have a combination store and eating place where folks can stop their teams and get outfitted and fed.
Yeah?
Well, I can run the store part of it, but you see, I got to have help with the restaurant. I need somebody who knows how to feed folks and feed them well. Well, somebody just like you.
Oh, thank you. And tell me, how come you picked on me instead of somebody else?
Well, you're a blame good hasher. Besides, I don't want to run no chance of getting roped in by a woman. I was married once.
Oh, so you figured you'd be safe with me, huh?
Well, I know you like men just about as much as I like women.
I hate men, all of them.
Well, I don't hold that against you. In fact, I look on it as a distinct advantage.
Queer partnership we'd make.
Oh, you're just the person I want. All business, no sentiment, and a darn fine cook. Well, how about it, Mrs. Preston?
I'll do it.
And her letter goes on. So they went into business together. And it was just that. It was strictly business. Many years later, a man from the city stopped for lunch. He knew her, but she denied that he did. He'd been the cause of her hating men. When her partner came in, she made the stranger clear out by telling him that she was married to her partner. Then when the stranger left, she turned to her partner and said,
I shouldn't have lied like that about our being married, but to see him standing there sneering,
Well, that's all right. Suppose that feller that was just here should go repeating to folks what you told him, that we was married.
Oh, I never thought of that.
You know, he struck me as just the kind who would go blathering about.
Well, you don't think he really would, do you?
Well, he might. You'd hate to be caught in a lie, wouldn't you?
By him of all people.
Well, then suppose we turn the tables on him and get married.
Pratt. Hey, after all these years, well, I thought you was a woman hater. Besides, I'm an old woman.
Oh, fiddlestick.
Well, I'm 59, my next birthday.
Well, I'm 62 myself, Mrs. Preston.
Well, all right.
Good. Oh, by the way, if I'm going to marry you, I can't keep on calling you Mrs. Preston.
Oh, hardly.
What shall I call you then?
Well, all my life, I wish somebody'd call me Baby.
What? All right, that's fine. And, you know, I'd like it if you'd call me Bill. Will you?
Yeah.
Well,
Before we get married, Bill, I want to tell you about that man who was just here.
Oh, you don't need to tell me anything.
Well, I said I'd never seen him before, but...
That's your story, and you stick to it. Now, come on along, baby. Well, now the letter concludes. That story, old Ranger, put more spunk and pep in me than anything ever done. She didn't let a man lick her, and I made up my mind right there that I wasn't going to let any man lick me either. So with tears, I laughed at what a fool I come near being. And the funny part of it was my husband came back about midnight that night, and when I told him what I'd almost done, almost killing my boy and me, he promised on his knees never to go away again. We never miss your program. See what it did for us.
And that's the actual letter.
Yes, Tiny, it is. I have the original letter in my possession.
Well, thank you, Old Ranger, for your contribution to our store of interesting true behind-the-mic stories. Be sure to listen next week when you'll hear the dramatic story behind one of Frank Luther's broadcasts. A salute to an old favorite program, Andy Sinella, his Pennzoil Orchestra, and more of the glamour, the tragedy, and the comedy that are found behind the mic. Graham McNamee will return to this program next Sunday. This is Tiny Ruffner saying good afternoon.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program, and favorite personalities and radio people you've never heard of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name, since the beginning of broadcasting, has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. Here's a bit of behind-the-mic information you might care to know. Today, our regular studio, the Ritz Theater, is being used by Ted Weems and his orchestra for their broadcast, and we've been placed for this week in a studio too small to permit a studio audience. So you will hear no applause or audience reaction during the program. And now to the show, and it's a mighty interesting one. This afternoon, Behind the Mic brings you a story behind a broadcast of the popular singer Frank Luther. A contest expert to tell you exactly what happens to your entries in a radio contest. The sound effect of the week, a salute to a program you loved, the Three X-Sisters. The results of last week's singing audition. And finally, a dramatization of a thrilling story told by Captain Tim Healy. There's no doubt that radio deeply influences the lives of many of its listeners. And here is another behind-the-mic story told by one of radio's most popular tenors, Frank Luther, to prove it. Frank is heard regularly on his program of the Luther Layman Singers and on Luncheon at the Waldorf. Frank Luther. Frank, what is that story?
Well, Graham, in 1935, I received a letter from a trained nurse. It said,
Dear Mr. Luther, I am writing to ask you a favor. I have a patient who is very ill. Her husband died a few months ago, and the shock was so great that gradually she lost her vitality and became sick. She has been in a coma for the past few days, and the doctors haven't been able to bring her out of it. Her father heard you on the air a few days ago and noticed that your voice sounded almost exactly like his dead son-in-law's. When you speak on the air, my patient seems to hear you through her coma and shows traces of consciousness. Now, I have a plan which the doctors have agreed to try. My patient's husband had a pet name for her, Dream. I wonder if on your next program you would say the word dream over the air. It might penetrate her coma and, seemingly being the voice of her husband, shock my patient into recovery.
Well, what did you do, Frank?
I rewrote the script for my next program and put in the word dream wherever I could. So when I went on the air, I thought very hard about that girl, and I said something like this. Well, hello there, how are you? Isn't today been a dream? A dream of a day to daydream. You know, Liebestraum, don't you dream of love? Well, I wrote new words to it to sing today, especially for you. And the words say, you're my dream.
You're my dream. Your lips are sweet surrender. Softly the night wind sighs. My dream of love and beauty, moonlight drowned in your eyes, heaven's here with you, in a rendezvous, oh, you are my dream. A nightingale is singing, my throbbing heart replies.
And now I hope you've enjoyed that song and will. A few days later, I got this letter from the same nurse.
We sat around the radio when your program came on the air. My patient's father, myself, and of course, my patient. She was in bed, and the radio was near her.
I wonder if you'll do what you asked, Miss Evans.
Oh, I hope so.
If this doesn't help, I don't know what will do. The doctor says she just doesn't want to live.
Well, I'll turn on the radio now. It's time. Maybe if your daughter thinks she hears her husband's voice, it'll shock her out of the coma.
Well, hello there, how are you? Hasn't today been a dream? A dream of a day to daydream. You know, Liebestraum, don't you dream of love? Well, I wrote a new word.
Martin. She called for Martin.
That was my son-in-law, her husband.
Sometime later, the father said,
Nurse, how is she now?
Heaven be blessed. She's fallen into a healthy sleep. I think she's going to be all right.
And Graham, I received another letter shortly afterwards from the father, telling me that his daughter was better, and that he was taking her on a sea trip to help win back her strength.
Thank you, Frank Luther. Thank you very much for giving us another example of the way in which radio has helped its listeners. The sound effect of the week. Each week, Behind the Mic presents some unusual sound effect which was used on a program of the past week and tells exactly how it was done. On the Mr. District Attorney show last week, a certain sound effect was used. We're going to show you how it was created from the very beginning. It was made up originally of some fruit boxes being broken, like this. The sound of fingers being rubbed on a balloon. A thunder drum being struck continuously. And some heavy wrapping paper being crushed into a ball in front of the microphone. All these were done together and continuously, and 3 records, all alike, were made of the sounds. The records, when played, then sounded like this. These 3 records were then played at half speed, and they sounded like this. which wasn't quite the effect that was wanted, whatever it was. And then 2 of these records were played at half of that speed, and 1 record was played at the same speed as before. And the records, when played at the same time, sounded like this: the sound of ice breaking about a ship. When you enter a contest that is promoted over the air, a letter-writing contest, for instance, in which you have to enclose a box top, do you ever wonder how thoroughly your entry is read and how much care is taken to assure your entry of a fair chance? Our next guest, Herbert Lewis, is a man who can tell you all about that. Herb, exactly what is your job?
Well, Graham, I'm contest manager of the Reuben H. Donnelly Corporation, which is the largest company handling radio and other contests. We sometimes originate contest ideas for sponsors, and then we conduct the contest, judge the entries, and run the whole thing. Of course, under the sponsor's supervision.
Herb, let's suppose there's a radio contest in which the contestant is to send in 50 words on how he likes the sponsor's product. He has to enclose a box top or a reasonable facsimile. There are a few big prizes and thousands of small ones. Exactly what steps are taken to ensure contestants getting a fair break?
Well, first, the mail is opened by a group of preliminary judges, and letters that are obviously without merit, letters that are so bad that they just wouldn't have a chance of winning any prize, are discarded.
Mm-hmm. Well, do people who send facsimiles instead of the actual box top, when a choice is given them, ever win a prize?
Oh, yes. I've never seen a radio contest that wasn't strictly on the level. I will add that in the time you could copy 1 facsimile, you could write 2 additional entries.
Well, after the first judges finish the reading, what then?
The remaining letters are turned over to a second group of judges who check each entry against a standard rating sheet, which has been especially prepared for this particular contest.
Well, how are the entries rated?
Oh, they might be checked for smoothness, easy readability, naturalness of expression, sincerity, or originality. A certain percentage is given for each point. A perfect score would be 100, of which, of course, no one ever hits. Then, those letters which have been rated so low that they have no chance of winning a prize are eliminated from the contest.
That sounds like one of mine. After the second group of judges have rated the mail, then what?
The letters go to another group of what we call senior judges. They may disagree with the rating of the preliminary judges and revise the ratings.
Well, you certainly seem to use a lot of care to see that everyone gets a fair chance.
Yes, we do. And finally, the best letters, those with the highest ratings, are turned over to the executive judges, consisting of myself, my assistant, and 2 other executives of our company. We again rate the letters and select the winners.
Still not me. The sponsor and the advertising agency sit in on the contest, don't they, Herb?
Well, yes, Graham, but they're very fair. They always accept the verdict of the judges.
Well, Herbert, now that I've got you here, I want to ask you one question that's always bothered me. Why is it that you find more people from small towns winning in contests than people from large cities?
Well, Graham, that primarily is a question of percentage of entries. You see, a great many more people from small towns enter contests than people from large cities do. And it's only natural that there should be more winners from the small towns.
Well, would you say that a person needs any special skill or technique to win one of the major prizes?
You would be surprised, Graham, to know how many of the grand prize winners never won any kind of a contest prize before.
And now, Herb, before you go, tell me in just a few words, how can I win a contest?
Well, Graham, that's a cinch. Don't try to use your imagination. Buy the product. Read the instructions for its use. Read what the advertiser claims for it. Try it out thoroughly. Compare the results with those that you get from competitive products. Then, sit down and write the exact truth about those things for which you found it to be satisfactory or superior. Keep it simple, and above all, be sincere. Do it that way, Graham, and you can't miss.
I'm going right out and spend that prize money now. One last question, Herb. People take these contests mighty seriously, don't they?
And how, Graham? In a recent contest, one woman sent a letter saying that before the contest, her husband used to take her to dances and to shows. Now all he does is sit home and work on the contest.
What'd she want?
Graham, she wanted the contest stopped.
I can't blame her a bit. Thank you very much, Herbert Lewis. Thank you. week we had an actual audition on this program of two girl singers trying out for a sustaining spot on NBC's Blue Network. The young ladies were Jane Clifton and Anne Francine. Neither of them had previously sung on NBC. Their tryout was introduced by Robert E. Button, assistant manager of the NBC Blue Network. The program board heard the tryout last week, and here's Bob Button back again to tell us the verdict. Bob, what was the verdict of the program board?
Well, Graham, Billy Hillpot, the manager of the Blue Network, and the rest of the board liked both of the girls. However, as far as Miss Francine was concerned, Billy, and he's the court of last resort, felt that as good as she is, the Blue Network already has a number of singers of her type being presented to the public. Therefore, he thought that it would not be advisable to give her a sustaining spot at this time, but better at some later date.
Well, how about Jane Clifton?
Billy and the rest of the board liked Miss Clifton in what she did, but she only sang one song, and they wish to hear her in a couple of other numbers to see if she can put over a variety of songs. So the program board is going to re-audition her shortly.
And if she proves she can put over other types of numbers as well, will she be presented on a sustaining spot?
Very possibly.
Thank you, Bob Button. Thanks a lot for the information and for your cooperation. Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. This afternoon, Behind the Mic salutes one of radio's great trios, the Three Ex-Sisters, a group which was on the air from 1931 to 1937 when they retired from radio. We think they still are just as good as ever, and we're proud to salute them. The Three Ex-Sisters first do a number from one of their early programs. At this time, they also used to sing and do sound effects on the Max Fleischer cartoons. Girls, where have you been these last few afternoons?
Over at Max Fleischer's, helping make cartoons.
We impersonated instruments, and then next, sang, did imitations, and made sound effects.
Imitated instruments? How can that be?
Just listen and you'll hear our calliope.
Give us more, gals. Just keep rolling right along.
We also did a kind of hillbilly song.
Can you make like a bagpipe? That sound uncanny?
Listen, Graham, we'll knock you right on your head.
Did you imitate animals like the horse?
We could say nay, nay, but we wouldn't, of course. We also did a chicken and a siren, too.
And then all together, an auto horn blew. Beep, beep.
And now the Three Ex-Sisters, Pearl, Vi, and Jessie, swing into Frenesy, or maybe it's Frenesy.
It was fiesta down in Mexico, and so I stopped a while to see the show. I knew that Frenesy meant please love me, and I could say Frenesy. A lovely senorita caught my eye. I stood enchanted as she wandered by, and never knowing that it came from me, I gently sighed for the sea. She stopped and raised her eyes to mine. Her lips just pleaded to be kissed. Her eyes were like the candle shine. So how was I to resist? And now without a heart to call my own, a greater happiness I've never known. Because a kiss is all for me alone. Who wouldn't say Tennessee? Mexico, and so I stopped a while to see the show. I knew the fantasy meant please love me, and I could say Tennessee, Tennessee, Tennessee. A senorita caught my eye. I stood enchanted as she wandered by, and never knowing that it came from me, I gently sighed, Tennessee, Tennessee, Tennessee. She raised her eyes to mine. Her lips pleaded to be kissed. Her eyes were like the candle shine. So how was I to resist? And now without a heart to call my own, afraid of happiness I've never known. Because a kiss is all for me alone. Who wouldn't say Tennessee?
Thank you, Pearl, Vi, and Jesse. Oh, you got me doing it now. Anyway, really, thank you, Pearl and Vi and Jesse. It certainly gave me a big kick to hear the three ex-sisters again. Letters from listeners. Each week, we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio. And almost every week, the questions we consider to be of most general interest, we have answered on the air. This afternoon's questions will be answered by Behind the Mic in the person of our announcer, Gilbert Martin. Hello, Gil.
Hello, Graham.
Mr. Monroe Bernstein of New York City says this. Sometimes children's voices are heard on those 15-minute serial programs. Are real children used? I am referring to children speaking simple words and babies crying.
Well, in the case of babies crying, these sounds are made almost exclusively by adults who specialize in such effects. A number of adults specialize in playing the parts of children, but sometimes actual children enact the roles.
Mr. Bill Whitaker of New York City writes in to ask, what was the first heavyweight championship fight broadcast?
The first heavyweight championship fight broadcast was the Dempsey-Carpentier fight in 1921 over station WJZ. It was described over the air by Major Andrew White.
Miss R. Miller of Des Moines, Iowa, asks this. A couple of weeks ago, during a news roundup, the announcer said a couple of times that the listeners would be taken to Washington, and part of the Jack Benny program was heard instead. How did this happen?
Well, that happened through an error. Stations on a network are connected by telephone wires which carry the program from the point of origin. Now, somebody at the telephone company, in attempting to make the switch to Washington on the Blue Network, which was carrying the news roundup, plugged in the telephone wires carrying the program of the Red Network instead, which was the Jack Benny program.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had some peculiar things happen in preparing this week's program. One of our prospective guests became ill, and two of them had to go out of town on important business, which made it impossible for them to appear. This put us in sort of a bit of a hole until we suddenly remembered that we had some spots on this program when we first went on the air, which were so good that we felt they could well bear repeating. One of these stories was told by a pleasant, thick-set gentleman standing next to me at the microphone. A man whose broadcasts by shortwave probably go to more countries than any commercial broadcast on the air. He is Captain Tim Healy, conductor of Captain Tim Healy's Stamp Club of the Air. Captain Tim, exactly what was this broadcast you did? You know, the one that had that strange result?
Well, Graham, back in 1935, I told the following spy story on the air. During the visit of the Kaiser to London in 1913, Scotland Yard assigned various Secret Service men to watch the visitors. Not to spy on them, you understand, but to guard them and to keep them out of trouble. One night, shortly before midnight, a Secret Service man was disguised as a footman in Buckingham Palace. He rapped on the window to catch the attention of another officer stationed outside.
What is it?
General von Kleber is leaving the palace.
I'll keep an eye on him.
The general drove off in his car, followed at not too great a distance by the intelligence officer in his car. The general's chauffeur twisted and turned through the streets as if trying to shake off any possible pursuit, a maneuver which, incidentally, was not successful. Finally, about midnight, the general drove up before a barber shop. He got out of his car and, after looking around very carefully, knocked at the barber's door.
Der Schafskopf, der Dämliche. What's the idea of keeping me waiting?
Sorry, Herr General.
The intelligence officer hung around the outside of the barber shop, and it was an hour before the general emerged. The general was then driven back to Buckingham Palace. The intelligence officer thought this very strange and, of course, naturally reported it immediately to his chief. The chief found it equally strange. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the barber shop was owned by a man named Hans Ernst, a naturalized British subject. The chief assigned different officers every day to hang around the shop and see if there was anything in the barber's action to arouse suspicion. One day, the chief himself was in the shop, waiting to get shaved, when the postman entered and threw a large brown envelope on the table.
Hello, Ernst.
Hello, got something for me?
Here's your money from Germany.
I wish it was. Goodbye.
Right there.
I say, Barber, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh, but you're next, sir.
Yes, but I must get a check cashed at the bank, and it's almost closing time. Hold my place for me.
All right, sir.
I say there, postman. Postman.
Hey?
I want a word with you.
Well, Romeo, I got to deliver these letters and...
See?
Oh, Scotland Yard, eh?
Yes. Let's pop into this pub for half a moment.
Righto.
First, as a loyal British subject, I want you to keep your mouth shut about whatever I ask you.
You don't have to worry about me.
That large brown envelope you brought into the barber shop. Does the barber get letters like that often?
Well, depends on what you might call often. He gets one of those envelopes regularly. I think about once a month.
Oh, he does he?
The chief then arranged with the post office department for the next of those letters to be delivered to him personally. And when it was delivered to him, the envelope was opened by a secret process known to military intelligence, opened in such a way that it could be closed without the tampering being detected. He discovered 26 letters within that brown envelope. The letters seemed harmless enough, but when they were decoded...
Gentlemen, this one is addressed to a German agent in Portsmouth. They want to know the disposition of our fleet there. This one is to an agent in Manchester. They want to know about the production capacity of one of our munitions factories. It's undoubtedly clear that Ernst is acting as a kind of post office. These letters are sent to him in this big envelope from Germany. Then he mails the individual letters himself, using English stamps, and the letters are postmarked England. And so the agents are not suspected of receiving mail from Germany. We'll just keep an eye on Mr. Ernst.
The British intelligence did keep their eye on Mr. Ernst and 26 German agents as well, so that when the war was declared in 1914, they were all immediately clapped into jail, so that at first Germany was in complete darkness concerning the British troop and naval movements.
What happened to Ernst and the other agents, Tim?
Of course, Graham, Hans Ernst paid the penalty for being a spy. What makes this story so strange is this, Graham. The day after I told this spy story on the air, I received a telephone call from a man who'd heard the broadcast, and he asked me to give him an interview. I did, and he told me this strange story. He had been in complete ignorance as to what had happened to his grandfather, who had disappeared in England more than 20 years before, until he heard my broadcast. His grandfather, Graham, was Hans Ernst.
Well, thank you, Captain Tim Healy, for a very interesting and a most entertaining tale. sure to listen next week when Behind the Mic shows you how a radio program is put on the air from the moment the ideas for the week's program are originated to the moment of the broadcast. Amusing fan letters that have been written to the networks. Another salute to a program you loved. And more of the glamour, the comedy, and the tragedy that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee saying good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio, with a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now presenting a man whose name since the beginning of broadcasting has been a byword in radio, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon, Behind the Mic shows you how today's program was put together. We bring you amusing letters that have been written to the network by radio fans. A salute to the old Royal Vagabond program starring mimic Ward Wilson, a well-known radio editor to answer questions from listeners, and finally a dramatization of a radio singer's attempt to stage a comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we're going to show you in a condensed version, a highly condensed version, I might add, how a radio program is put together. And since we take it that you are interested in this program or else you wouldn't be listening, we're going to show you how this particular Behind the Mic program, the one you will hear this afternoon, was put together. Now, the ideas for Behind the Mic are generally originated by the writer of the program, Mort Lewis, and his brother Lester, who assists him. They usually discuss the ideas of the program at home.
What'll we do for an opening spot, Mort?
Well, how about doing that one we discussed the other day, Les, how the program's gotten up? It's a good technical spot.
It can be entertaining, too.
Yes, I think so. But you know what we need most, Les, is a good, socky human interest story for our last spot.
Say, I ran into Norman Sickle yesterday, and he said...
Sickle, who's that?
You know, the radio production manager of the National Youth Administration.
Yeah.
He told me about a girl he knows who sings in Philadelphia. Her name's Carlotta Dale, and there's quite a dramatic story in back of her. He told me the details, but he's going to phone you himself and give you the story.
Will she sing on the show, Les?
Oh, certainly.
Well, that's swell. We can tentatively put that down for the last spot. And say, I've got another idea. Remember those letters written by fans of the networks? We were going to use them a couple of weeks ago, but we couldn't because we ran overtime in rehearsal?
Sure. We can use them this week. That'll give the show a comedy touch.
That's what I thought. Say, and you know what program we can salute, Les? Ward Wilson's old show, the Royal Vagabonds.
After the script is written, he writes better than he talks. After the script is written, the writer gets together with the production man of the program, Ed Whitney, and with the orchestra leader, Ernie Watson, generally at Whitney's desk in the NBC production department.
How's the show look to you this week, Ed?
Well, it's got a lot of variety this week, Mort.
What about casting?
I see you have Jan Samet in the Dale sketch. Will he be here?
No, he's going to be out of town, but I've already gotten his manager's permission to have somebody impersonate him.
Good.
Well, why not have Norman Sickle do it? He gave us the story.
Well, that's okay with me.
Well, that's swell. Then we'll have to get an actress to read a couple of those letters that were written to the networks by radio fans.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll try and get Elsie Mae Gordon. I'll have Gus Cisco call her and see if she's available.
Well, you'd better have him call her quick then, because she's pretty busy. She may have another show at that time that'll conflict.
Now, look, how about this number of Carlotta Dale? She sings, say, May I Never Love Again? In what key is she going to do it? That's the one.
Yeah, I called her in Philadelphia. She told me she sings it in the key of F and G. The first chorus in F and the second in G.
Oh, all right. Then I'll make an arrangement of that and make it in both keys for the band.
Say, Mort, on top page 18, you have a voice fading and Graham picking it up. I think we need a music bridge there.
You're right. I think that would be better.
Ernie, will you do a 10-second dramatic bridge right in that spot?
Sure thing, Ed.
When do you want to rehearse?
Usual time, 2 o'clock Thursday. I'll get a studio.
On Thursday, there's a script reading, primarily for timing. The script is almost always written long for the first reading, where the director and the writer get an idea of approximately how long the show will run.
Mort, it looks to me as though we're going to be about 5 minutes over.
Lad, you and I had better start cutting it. I know one spot where we can take 2 minutes out of the script.
Yes, and we can get about a minute out of the Dale spot.
The program must be cut down so that the music and applause, it runs about 29 minutes and 40 seconds. If there's a comedy spot on the program, some more time must be allowed for spread through audience laughter. And another rehearsal is called for Sunday, that is, this afternoon at 12:30. Here the script is rehearsed on the microphone with sound effects, but without orchestra. The orchestra doesn't come in until about an hour later. The director directs the show from the control room, and during the rehearsal makes frequent interruptions, as you may have heard on Behind the Mic a few weeks ago.
I say, Ward.
Yes, Ed?
Will you read that line, there was a short, Miss Dale. It's off the air. We can't go on. I'm sorry. Read that and leave out, I'm sorry, and go on.
Okay, Ed. While we're stopped, shouldn't that be we're off the air instead of it's off the air?
Yes, you're right, Ward. Take it that way.
Okay. There was a short, Miss Dale. We're off the air. We can't go on.
Oh, I'm jinxed. I'm through. I'm through.
And then at 1:30...
Quiet.
The orchestra comes in and starts its rehearsal.
All right, quiet, will you, fellas? Quiet, please. Look in your books and get the routine straight. First is the theme. You got that? Second is the theme called Amusing Fan Letter.
I haven't got that.
Why not? It ought to be there.
Here it is. I got it. All right.
All right. Third cue is called Two Oddities. Next, quiet, please. Next, salute to the favorite program.
And at 3 o'clock, there is a dress rehearsal which ends at about 3:30. But we're not quite ready yet.
Hey, Mort, we're half a minute over. We run 30:10 instead of 29:40.
Does that allow for applause and laughs, Ed?
And for a little spread in case somebody reads their lines a little more slowly.
Okay, I'll make the cuts.
Fine. And, Wes?
Yes?
That sound effect of running footsteps was a little too loud. Take it a little further off mic next time.
Sure. Do you want to try it now, Ed?
Oh, no, it'll be all right.
Okay.
Well, looks like we're ready to go, Marge.
And that, folks, is approximately how a radio program is put together. The program you'll hear this afternoon. Most of the letters written to the networks and to the various performers are serious, but every once in a while, rather odd requests for information or unconsciously amusing letters are received. The following are actual letters which have been written to the National Broadcasting Company. For obvious reasons, the names of the writers are not mentioned. From Phoenix, Arizona.
Gentlemen, please ascertain whether I or someone claiming to be me has ever appeared in any broadcast since I have been told so. To my knowledge, I've never been on the radio, and I would appreciate your enlightening me if it is so.
From Coshocton, New York.
Dear sirs, in the song South of the Border, does the girl get married or enter a convent? If neither of these is true, what's the meaning of the song?
We'll continue. From Denver, Colorado. This letter was written to Walter Damrosch, who, of course, conducts the famous Music Appreciation Hour.
Dear Mr. Damrosch, would you do a total stranger a favor? Years ago, 18 to be exact, I was in Washington, D.C., and heard a concert. I was sitting very near the front, and one of your players, a young man who played the cello, took an interest in me and came to the front of the stage after the concert and insisted on my coming to the stage to talk to him. I was afraid to do as he wished. I have been sorry ever since that I didn't make his acquaintance. Now, every time I hear your program on the radio, I think of this young man who was very nice looking. Would you be so kind as to help a prospective romance by asking your present cello player if he is the man? I am a widow now and thought perhaps this person might be contacted.
From Boston, Massachusetts.
Friday, while listening to your early morning program, I heard a song which went la-di-do-di-do-la-do. Will you please sing it again on Monday?
And finally, here is a letter which was received by a character known as Guffey on the Eddie Cantor program. He's no relation to the United States Senator, but nevertheless, he got this letter.
Mr. Guffey, United States, Pennsylvania Senator, care of Mr. Eddie Cantor, radio program, New York, New York. Dear United States Senator, Mr. Guffey, dear sir. All my friends and neighbors feel the same way as our family does about this. We think we pay you to go to Washington and make laws for us and our benefit and the welfare of the people of Pennsylvania. And when you fritter away your time making arguments out of everything a nice fellow like Mr. Cantor says, you're wasting your time and his time and our money. And furthermore, lots of the things you say about him are not true. You should know what's what about big people like him. And if you stayed in Washington, you wouldn't have to make a fool out of yourself on the radio chasing after him and hollering.
The sound effect of the week. From time to time, Behind the Mic presents some unusual sound effect, which was used on a program of the past week and tells exactly how it was done. On the Star-Spangled Theater last week, an effect was used which in itself is very simple, but it is used on so many different programs we thought you'd like to know how it's done. I refer to the noise of thunder in the distance. Now, wouldn't you be surprised to know that what you hear as thunder was simply an ordinary window screen being shaken and the sound being increased or amplified? You might be interested in knowing how this sound effect was originated. It happened when Ray Kelly, the head of NBC's sound effect department, was carrying a window screen up the stairs of his home, and in turning a corner, the screen knocked against the wall. Ray's ear was close to the screen, and it sounded very much like thunder to him. He simply amplified the sound on the microphone, and that's how that thunder effect was originated. You might be interested to know that the sound of a sharp clap of thunder is made in a very different way, by shaking a bladder filled with ordinary buckshot close to the microphone. Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. And this afternoon, Behind the Mic salutes the program of the Royal Vagabonds, which starred Ward Wilson and which decorated the air lanes from 1932 to 1933. It was on this program that Ward, appearing 3 times a week in a 15-minute show and doing an imitation of a different star on each program, established himself as radio's #1 mimic. We took some of Ward's typical imitations that he did and welded them into one short program. The music used, however, in this revival is not that of the original broadcast. The Royal Vagabonds, starring Ward Wilson.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen, and how's everything tonight? This is yours truly, Ward Wilson, making inquiries on behalf of the Royal Vagabonds and myself. Our show is due to start, and the Ghost Master of Ceremonies will be my impersonation of that great Frenchman, Maurice Chevalier. Okay, Maurice? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody tonight? Oh, that is swell. Well, I'm so glad to know that everything is okay with you, too. But I must tell you about one of your funny American customs. Take the way you drink. First, you put in whiskey to make it strong. Then you put in water to make it weak. then lemon to make it sour, then sugar to make it sweet. Then you say, here's to you, and drink it yourself. So, boys, how'd you like to go to work for a change, eh? Swell. That's the spirit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Vagabonds are all ready to play their first selection. Here's a very beautiful number called Love Is. And they will play it not tomorrow, not next week, but right now. Well, sir, this one looks like Dr. Walter Damaraj. Good morning, my dear children and friends of the Music Appreciation Hour. This morning we are going to take up the subject of the art of mimicry in music. How the different instruments can be made to sound like the buzzing of the bees, for example. Possibly the growling of the bear. To illustrate our point more clearly, Mr. Caron, our trombonist, will now give us the sound of the bird. And the members of the orchestra will, together, I hope, play for you, You Walked By. Now, how about a few words from the old maestro, Ben Burney?
Greetings, and salutations to all yous guys and yous gals, yowza. This is the old maestro, Ben Burney, speaking at yous in his imperturbable baritone. So help me. We're about to perpetrate a bit of a radio program at yous, ladies and gentlemen. The good old Royal Vagabonds will thrust their music at you with a bit of a crescendo, a bit of a diminuendo, and mayhap a bit of a fortissimo. Hear, hear, yowza, yowza. And now, lend thine ears to I Hear a Rhapsody. I Hear a Rhapsody.
My, who have we got here? Well, if it isn't the two black crows, Moran and Mac.
Boy, quit shoving me around. Doggone, I wish I was back in Rome.
Rome? What do you know about Rome?
We used to have a farm in Rome. We used to raise gopher feathers for the king's pillow.
Gopher feathers?
Yeah, ain't you never hear the gopher feathers? Boy, it is so soft.
Well, what is gopher feathers?
The fuzz from peaches.
Well, tell me, did you raise any olives?
We made olives. We knew how.
You made olives?
Yeah, we put green peas in vinegar, and when they swell up, they are olives.
Well, how'd you get the seeds in them?
What's your idea in bringing that up?
Well, look who just walked in, our old friend Seth Parker.
Folks, the purpose of these Sunday evening sings and gatherings is to get better acquainted with the Lord, so's we'll feel right that He's one of us while we do our daily chores. Religion ought to be sort of comfortable and neighborly. Lots of folks put it on now and then, like a spare suit, and they don't seem to be to hum in it. But it don't make no difference what church a feller belongs to if he needs help, does it, Seth? No, Captain. I found you can sing about as loud in the Methodist church as in the Baptist. And I ain't noticed a whole lot of difference at church suppers twixt coffee in the cups of the Congregationalist and the Presbyterian. When you pour it out in the saucer, it cools about as quick one place as in t'other. Now, let's all sing number 12. I think that's right fitting. You give us a note, Ma? Thank you, Ma, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ward Wilson. Those were swell impersonations you did on your old program, and you still are the airwaves' first mimic and a mighty good actor and comic besides. Thanks a lot, Ward. from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners behind the mic to write us questions about radio, and almost every week the questions we consider to be of most general interest we have answered on the air by the radio editor of some outstanding newspaper or magazine. This afternoon's question will be answered by David Gregory, radio editor of Stage Magazine. Miss Grace Sargent of New York City asks this question. Are radio stars exempted from the Selective Service Law?
For Miss Sargent's information, Ezra Stone, star of the Aldrich Family, just filled out his questionnaire. And Buddy Rich, Tommy Dorser's drummer on Fame and Fortune, was called for service but released because he's the sole support of his family. And unless the Board of Appeals changes the Selective Service ruling, Ziggy Elman, famous hot trumpeter with Dorsey, will be in the Army by February the 6th.
Mrs. A. Pam of Jacksonville, Florida, writes in to ask, you salute favorite old programs and stars. I wonder if you could tell me what has become of some of my favorite stars. Radio's first great singer, Vaughn DeLeaf. The Sweethearts of the Air, Peter DeRose and May Singy Breen. Ray Knight of the Old Cuckoo Hour, as well as Molasses and January.
For Miss Pam's information, Vaughn DeLeaf has moved to the coast and has been heard on local NBC sustaining programs there. Peter DeRose and May Singy Breen are at present not on the radio, but Peter is still busy writing songs. Ray Knight of the Cuckoo Hour is busy writing a column for a chain grocery store magazine, is also writing plays and review sketches. Molasses in January will soon be heard on a new radio program over a Southern network for a soft drink sponsor.
Thank you, David Gregory, for answering those questions. Thank you. Here is a story of courage, a story of what happened to a beautiful young radio singer. Her name is Carlotta Dale. She was one of the most promising young singers on NBC with her own radio program called Songs by Carlotta, and had a regular job as vocalist with Jan Savitt's orchestra. Early one morning a couple of years ago, she and Savitt were returning from an engagement at a party given by the most prominent family of Wilmington, Delaware. They were both very tired.
Gosh, I'm about worn out.
Why don't you curl up and take a nap?
That's an idea.
Carlotta woke up a little later to discover that her chintz gown had been caught in the door of the car. Half asleep, she opened the door of the car to release the dress. A fast-moving car, a windy night, an open door, and...
Carlotta! Carlotta!
I'd been swept out of the car and had landed face first in the gravel along the roadside. The result had been pretty terrible. My face was torn beyond recognition. My body was a mass of burns from the impact. I was rushed to the hospital. First, it was a question of actually saving my life. Then I found I had to go through a long series of plastic operations before I could be seen again in public. I spent months in the hospital. When I was almost ready to leave, it was decided to have me make a rather dramatic return to the airwaves from my hospital bed. A two-way hookup was to be made. The band was to be in an airplane flying over the hospital. They were to play in the plane high above the clouds, while I, still in the hospital, would sing with them. Contact was established during dress rehearsal, and the show was set to go on over a nationwide hookup. The program went on the air, and the band played two numbers, and then...
The next voice you will hear will be that of Carlotta Dale. Carlotta Dale will sing from her hospital bed while the band accompanies her flying overhead in a plane. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry to say that there's been a technical difficulty which will make it impossible to bring you any more of this program. We are now returning you to the studio where Joseph Hunty will...
Meanwhile, at the hospital, I was terribly shocked. What's the matter? What happened to the orchestra?
It was a short, Miss Dale. We're off the air. We can't go on.
Oh. I'm jinxed. I'm through. I'm through. Seemed like a bad omen to me. I had fits of hysteria for the next few days. Finally, I realized it was just another bad break, and I snapped out of it. I left the hospital, and after a short rest at home, I went back with Jan Savitt's band. We opened at the Hotel Lincoln in New York, and I was featured on NBC with the orchestra practically every night of the week. But the shock had been too much, and at last I went to Jan. Jan, I'm sorry, but I guess I can't keep on.
Yeah, I know, kid. It's tough. I've noticed you haven't been looking so well lately.
I haven't felt so well either. I'm going home to rest. And I did go home. After resting, I went out with Will Bradley's band and had a series of successful engagements with them on the road and in New York. My recordings started to become rather popular, and then...
I'm sorry, Miss Dale, but you need complete rest.
All right, Doctor, if you say so. So I had to leave Bradley's band and go back home again for a rest. But I couldn't stop wanting to sing in public. I started working. I was billed throughout the city as a featured attraction for some months, but again the strain was too great. My nerves had been shattered by that accident. But this time I decided that I just wasn't going to give up. I joined Dick Wharton's band, which is now playing at one of the leading hotels in Philadelphia.
And that's where she is now. Determined that in spite of everything, she's going to get to the top, towards which she was headed when she had her terrible accident. And now, Carlotta Dale will sing May I Never Love Again.
May I never see the sun go down. May I never feel the falling rain. If the love that I declare isn't all that's right and fair, may I never love again. May I never see the blue of the sky, nor the moon and stars down Lover's Lane. May I never live a day if I don't mean what I say. May I never love again. Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I'd surrender. May I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never, no, I'll never love again. May I never see the sun go down. May I never feel the falling rain. If the love that I declare isn't all that's right and fair, may I never love again. May I never see the blue of the sky, nor the moon and stars down Lover's Lane. May I never live a day if I don't mean what I say. May I never love again. Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I'd surrender. May I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never, no, I'll never love again.
Thank you, Carlotta Dale, and here's hoping that you do get to the top. A girl with your courage deserves the best of luck. Thank you, Carlotta. Next week, Behind the Mic brings you a story behind the broadcast of America's foremost home economist, Ida Bailey Allen. Jimmy Dorsey. We salute one of radio's first dramatic shows, Great Moments in History, and more of the glamour, the drama, and the tragedy that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic was written by Mort Lewis. Original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. Permission to impersonate Ben Burney was given by his sponsors, Bromo Seltzer Incorporated. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. Ah, but there are stories behind radio. Stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name has been a symbol of the best in radio since the beginning of broadcasting, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon, Behind the Mic brings you a story behind a broadcast by Ida Bailey Allen. The sound effect of the week, America's best-known woman amateur radio operator, Dorothy Hall. A salute to an old favorite, one of radio's first dramatic programs, Great Moments in History. More mistakes made by your favorite radio people on the air. And finally, a dramatization of how a successful orchestra is organized with Jimmy Dorsey as narrator. You'd expect that America's number one home economist, Ida Bailey Allen, who conducts that popular program, Ida Bailey Allen's Homemakers, and whose name is familiar to millions of women, would have interesting stories behind her broadcasts. She has many interesting stories, and here she is to tell us one of them, Mrs. Ida Bailey Allen. Mrs. Allen, suppose you tell us that story about the lady from Oklahoma.
Well, Graham, on one of my programs, I did a broadcast on sensible diets. How to eat and, yet lose weight. Well, right after the broadcast, I received a telephone call from a lady in Oklahoma. She said she was desperate, and she told me...
Mrs. Allen, you've got to help me.
Yes, my dear, but how?
Well, it's a long story, Mrs. Allen, but you must listen to it. Please do.
All right, go ahead.
Well, my husband used to own a cigar store when I first married him. I kept the books in order and helped in the shop. We didn't make much money, and things were pretty hard because we had 4 children to take care of. To make a long story short, Mrs. Allen, we owned the land the shop was on, and oil was discovered right in our backyard. We became rich practically overnight.
Well, you certainly were very lucky.
Oh, I don't know about that, Mrs. Allen. Ever since we became rich, my husband changed. He says I don't dress right, and I don't know how to entertain his new friends, and he says I'm fat. He likes thin women.
I see.
Oh, Mrs. Allen, our home is breaking up, and you've just got to help me do something. He doesn't even want to come home anymore. What can I do?
Well, Mrs. Allen, what did you do?
Well, Graham, I became interested in her case, and since I knew she could easily afford it, I suggested that she tell her husband she wanted to take a vacation and see New York, and that she'd be away for about 4 weeks. Well, sure enough, she did come to New York, and I put her through a whole new regime. My dear, first of all, here's your diet list, and I want you to stick to it.
But, Mrs. Allen, this looks like an awful lot to eat. Do you think I can take off weight that way?
Oh, don't worry. You stick to this diet, and you'll not only have plenty to eat, but you'll lose lots of weight in the next 4 weeks.
But it's so tight on me. I can hardly breathe.
Madam, this is our very latest in foundation garments.
You get so used to it, my dear, that you won't want to do without it.
Oh, very well, if you say so.
Voilà, madame. Now, how do you like your new coiffure?
My what?
Your coiffure. Your, what you call, hairdo?
Let me look. Oh, my goodness, is that me? Ouch! Do you have to slap me that way? Oh.
Madam wants a good figure?
Well, yes.
Madam will have a good figure.
But this hat, it's so silly.
Well, my dear, that's what they're wearing, and you've just got to be right up to the minute.
Oh, I wonder what John will say when I get home next week. Hello, John.
Hello. Why, Mary.
Well, you act like you don't recognize me.
Well, I didn't. Why, Mary, what did you do to yourself?
Well, don't you like it?
Like it? Why, you're a knockout. I've never seen you look. Boy, oh, boy, what a gal. Wait till the kids see you. They'll love it.
She wrote me about the reception she got from her husband. And I hear from her every once in a while, Graham. And that's one home that isn't going to break up. She's become an #1 hostess, and she's very happy.
Oh, that's a mighty interesting story. Thank you, Ida Bailey Allen. Thank you. The sound effect of the week. From time to time, Behind the Mic presents some unusual sound effect which was used on a program of the past week and tells exactly how it was done. The sound effect this week is a very simple one used on so many different programs that we thought you'd like to know exactly how it is done. On the radio serial, The O'Neills, this past week, the sound of wagon wheels going over a country road was used. It sounds like this. This effect was made by actually using two wheels held stationary by an axle while a large circular container filled with gravel is rotated by a motor underneath the wheels and touching them, which has the effect of turning wheels. What makes this effect so interesting is that unlike a real-life situation in which wagon wheels roll over a road, it is the road which moves, not the wagon. The speed at which the wagon is supposed to move is regulated by the speed at which the container revolves. If you revolve the container filled with gravel faster, the wagon seems to move faster. If you revolve it slowly, the wagon seems to move more slowly. Behind the scenes of radio, such as most listeners know it, are some 65,000 amateur radio operators, men and women, boys and girls with their own transmitters, talking to each other, exchanging gossip, and doing considerably more. Here is one of the best known of these amateurs, Dorothy Hall, to tell us some of the fascinating stories behind amateur radio. Mrs. Dorothy Hall. Dorothy, most people seem to have a misconception about what amateur operators are. They aren't, for instance, people not good enough to be professionals in radio, are they?
No, Graham. A great many of the amateurs are people who make their living from radio, but who like to have their own private stations in their own homes. They spend hour after hour, when their regular work is through, chatting with other amateurs and exchanging information.
Well, you talk with people at quite a distance, don't you?
That's one of the thrills of having your own transmitter. With the exception of when I was a baby, I've never been out of the New York area. But up until the time the war started, I used to talk regularly with a Chinaman on Banker Island, with amateurs in Australia, and a great many other foreigners. By the way, and at one time or another, I've talked with people in 126 countries. Of course, now with a war on, Amateurs are forbidden to communicate with other amateurs outside of the United States and its possessions.
Well, how long do you stay on the air yourself?
Sometimes 22 to 23 hours at a stretch.
Wow. But your listening and transmitting sometimes leads to more than just casual conversation, doesn't it, Dorothy?
Yes, Graham.
What was your most dramatic experience in amateur radio?
Well, one of them was this. On May 24th, 1939, I was on the air and was listening when I heard...
XE1A calling CQ, New York. XE1A calling CQ, New York.
XE1A, this is W2IXY, coming back.
W2IXY, this is XE1A. Mexico's greatest flyer, Francisco Sarabia, is on a non-stop flight from Mexico City to Floyd Bennett Field. He is trying to break Amelia Earhart's record of 14 hours. He thinks he can do it in about 10. The Mexican government has asked me to contact amateurs in cities along the line of Sarabia's flight so that they can let us know how he is progressing when he flies overhead. If you are near Floyd Bennett Field, I wonder if you could let me know when he arrives at the airport.
I'll keep on the lookout for Sarabia, and I'll send a friend over to Floyd Bennett Field. He'll let me know when Sarabia arrives, and I'll let you know immediately.
Oh, fine. The markings on his plane are XBAKM. The plane is cream color with red stripes.
XE1A, this is W2IXY again. A friend of mine has just phoned me from Floyd Bennett Field. Sarabia arrived at 5:45 p.m.
Oh, good. That means he made the flight in 10 hours and 48 minutes. Would you please do me a favor?
Yes.
Will you get in touch with Sarabia and ask him to speak through your transmitter to my station, from where his talk will be broadcast to all of Mexico?
It's too bad, Mr. Sarabia, that you couldn't talk yesterday to Mexico. They are so eager to hear from you.
Yes, that is true, but I was still deafened from the roar of the plane. I couldn't have heard them speaking to me in return.
Are you ready now?
Yes.
We're tuned in. Go ahead.
Damas y caballeros, amigos en la República Mexicana, me da grandísimo gusto saludarles desde Nueva York, en los Estados Unidos americanos.
Mr. Sarabia, are you leaving soon for a return trip to Mexico?
I am leaving tomorrow from the Hoover Airport in Washington.
W3FII calling W2IXY.
W3FII, this is W2IXY coming back.
I'm in Washington, D.C. I know you've been handling the Sarabia transmission, and I have a message for you that you'd better send to Mexico. I've just come from the airport, and...
This is W2IXY calling XE1I, Mexico City. W2IXY calling Mexico City.
W2IXY, this is XE1A coming back. What is it?
I've just heard from an amateur in Washington, and I've checked it by calling Floyd Bennett Field. In taking off for his return trip, Mr. Sarabia crashed in the Potomac River. He has been drowned.
And it was through your station that Mexico first heard of the death of their greatest flyer?
Yes, Graham, it was. I learned about that disaster from the amateur in Washington before Floyd Bennett Field even knew about the tragedy. They had to verify my information by calling Hoover Airport.
Well, you've given us a swell picture of the importance of amateur radio, and I want to thank you on behalf of Behind the Mic and its listeners. Oddities in Radio, presenting odd, little, true, behind-the-mic stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's Oddity. Again, we present examples of fluffs or mistakes made on the air by your favorite announcers or radio people. Des Johnson, star of Hilltop House, while doing a commercial for a former sponsor, was supposed to say, "Do you want to look like a wax model in a window?" But she said this instead.
Do you want to look like a Max Waddle?
A couple of weeks ago, Ed Hurley, announcing the Alec Templeton program, was to say, "This number is designed to put you in a musical mood." But it came out like this one.
This number is designed to put you in a musical mood.
One of this afternoon's guests, orchestra leader Jimmy Dawsey, in introducing a stout opera star on a musical program, said,
This is the first time I've ever had the privilege of introducing an opera steer.
An announcer who should have said, "It is now 8 o'clock, Eastern Daylight Saving Time," did it in this most quaint manner.
It is now 8 o'clock, Eastern Standard Time. Oh, nuts, I mean Eastern Daylight Saving Time.
Our own announcer, Gilbert Martin, in signing off behind the mic, was supposed to say, original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. What he said was this:
Music composed and compacted by Ernie Watson.
And finally, Milton J. Cross, in introducing the NBC Symphony Orchestra conducted by Arturo Toscanini, said,
"As usual, the orchestra will be conducted by Arturo Toscariri."
Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it well may be proud. A tradition of good programs which linger fondly in our memory. And so each week, we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. This afternoon, we salute one of radio's first dramatic programs, and possibly its very first, Great Moments in History, written by Henry Fisk Carlton, which was heard from 1926 to 1929. The title of Great Moments is self-explanatory. This being 3 days before Lincoln's birthday, we have selected a portion of a script entitled Abraham Lincoln, which was presented on February 8, 1927. We're going to bring you that part of the story dealing with the famous William Scott episode exactly as it was done on that program. Great Moments in History. The scene is General Meade's headquarters. Lincoln talking to Meade.
Oh, Meade, this is the horrible part of the business. These court-martial findings. Now, this one, Meade, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. William Scott asleep on post. Meade, why must you have the boy shot?
It was a critical post, Mr. President, at a critical time. That breach of discipline might have caused the loss of a regiment.
I know. May I talk to the boy?
Why, certainly, Mr. President. Orderly, go to the guardhouse. Bring William Scott. Mr. President, I trust you'll forgive me, but I do hope you understand our point. It was a clear case. If we had found otherwise, Army discipline wouldn't be worth a continental.
I understand, Meade. You have done your duty. Now I must do mine. You don't know how hard it is to let a human being die when you feel that a stroke of your pen will save him. Did the boy have any excuse?
Yes. He was doing double guard after a hard march and volunteered for the post of a sick friend.
Volunteered? Sick friend? Double guard? Well, Meade,
Yes, come in. Here he is, Mr. President. I'll leave you.
Come here, my boy. You are William Scott?
Yes, sir.
You know who I am?
Yes, sir.
You've been court-martialed for sleeping on guard.
Yes, sir.
It's a very serious offense.
I couldn't keep awake, sir. We'd marched 20 miles
I know. You were doing double guard. Why did you volunteer for double duty?
My friend was sick. I thought I could keep awake. He and I came from the same place, sir.
Where's that?
Vermont. My mother's got a farm down there. I've got her picture here, sir. See?
Oh. Yes. Yes. Does she know about this?
Oh, please don't, sir.
There now. There, my boy, you're not going to be shot.
Not going to be shot?
I believe you when you tell me you couldn't keep awake. I'm going to trust you and send you back to your regiment. But I've been put to a great deal of trouble on your account. How are you going to pay my bill?
Oh, sir, we'll sell the farm, and I could raise my friends that helped me 600, maybe 1,000.
My bill is a very large one. Your friends cannot pay it, nor your bounty, nor the farm, nor all your comrades. There's only one man in the world who can pay it, and his name is William Scott. If from this day William Scott does his duty, so that when he comes to die, he can look me in the face as he does now and say, I have kept my promise. I have done my duty as a soldier. Then my bill will be paid. Will you make this promise and try to keep it, William Scott?
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Lincoln.
Then go, my boy. You are free.
In the Lincoln sketch, the role of Abraham Lincoln was played by Charles Webster, that of William Scott by Frank Butler, and General Meade was J. Jostin. Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners of Behind the Mic to write us questions about radio, and almost every week the questions we consider to be of most general interest we have answered on the air. This afternoon's questions will be answered by Behind the Mic in the person of our announcer, Gilbert Martin. Mr. Al Clipper of San Francisco, California asks, are Leighton Noble and Ray Noble brothers, and with which one of the Nobles is Yvette singing?
Well, for Mr. Clipper's information, Leighton and Ray Noble are not brothers. In fact, they're not related at all. But Yvette is singing with both. She appears with Leighton Noble at a leading New York hotel and with Ray Noble in a New York theater. Now, in addition, she sings each Thursday night with Xavier Cugat's orchestra on the air.
Miss Judith Green of Boise, Idaho says, last week on Behind the Mic, you had a sound effect of an auto starting and stopping. How was that effect produced?
Well, the effect of an auto starting and stopping was done simply by playing recordings of such sounds on the turntable. I'm sure Miss Green will be interested to know that in making such recordings, automobiles are actually started and stopped and the sounds recorded. Now, in the sound of an automobile crash, two automobiles are sometimes actually crashed and then the sound recorded.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin. When you hear a top-notch radio band, has it ever occurred to you how that band was originally organized, how the band leader welded those men into a unit? Well, here's one of radio's outstanding orchestra leaders to tell you how this is done. He is here through the courtesy of 20 Grand Cigarettes. We introduce a star of Your Happy Birthday program, Jimmy Dorsey. Hi, Jimmy. Jimmy, tell us how a prospective band leader gets a band together. Let's say a man who has never led an orchestra before, but has been a star instrumentalist and wants to have his own band.
Well, Graham, this isn't exactly how I got my band together, but in general, it's how a band is very often organized. Now, you say the leader is a star instrumentalist.
Yeah, supposing we say a man who's made his reputation as a saxophone player.
Well, first he has in mind certain men he'd like to get in his band. Let's call our leader Joe Smith. Joe approaches some musician and says,
Now, look, George, I'm going to form a new band. I need a trombone player, and I've got you in mind. Would you like to come with me?
Sure, I'd be glad to. I always figured to have a band of your own. You might just as well be a leader and make the real jack instead of just being featured.
Swell.
I'm sorry, Joe, but I've already signed up to play with Joe Venuti. But Pedro Snyder's band's broken up, and he had a drummer who was terrific. Phil Gilbert's the name. Why don't you go after him? He'd be glad to go with you.
Sure, Joe. I'd be tickled to play clarinet for you. When do we start rehearsing?
Hey, wait a minute. I've got to get my band together. Now, look, I need a good trumpet player. Do you know where I can get one?
Sure, I know just the kid for you. You know, there's a boy playing in a little place called The Hidden Cave. This kid's terrific. Get hold of him.
Through friends in the business, through personal contact, and sometimes by picking up unknowns, our leader gets his band together. Now, the next thing he's got to do is get a good arranger. Practically all the best bands depend on arrangements for a great deal of their appeal. So he approaches an orchestra leader whose style of music he likes.
Say, Billy, I think your arrangements are great. Who does them for you?
Well, I have done by quite a few fellas, but, well, George Pfeiffer does most of them.
Is he exclusive to you?
No, he works for other bands.
Do you mind if I ask him to do arrangements for me, too?
Not at all. Go right ahead.
After the leader has his band and his arrangements, he rehearses for about 2 weeks at Nola's studio. At the end of that time, he finds that some of the musicians don't work well with the rest.
Okay, fellas, that's all until tomorrow.
Okay.
Say, Phil. Phil, can I speak to you for a minute? Look, Phil, we've been working out for a couple of weeks now, and frankly, I don't think you fit in with our sax section. You got a little too much vibrato, and your tone's a little harsh. You know, I'm sorry, but...
After the band has been welded into a unit and rehearsed in its arrangements, the next thing to do is to get an engagement. This is very important. And the band leader's manager has been working on it all the time.
Well, Joe, I got a little spot for you out at Atlantic City. It's a hotel right on the boardwalk.
Has it got a wire?
Wire? What do you want? Of course it hasn't got a wire. You expect a broadcast when you're first starting out? It'll give you a chance to break in your music and play before an audience, smooth out the rough edges.
How's about the dough?
Well, isn't much at first, but it's a start.
Every orchestra leader wants to play in a spot where his music will be broadcast, as it's through radio and recordings that a leader's music obtains popularity. Well, at the end of 4 weeks, we find that Joe's engagement ends.
Now, look, how's about getting me a spot where I can broadcast?
I'm working on something, but, well, it hasn't come through yet. In the meantime, though, I've booked some one-night stands for you, nightclubs and public dance halls.
One-night stands?
Yeah.
Well, I'll take them, so I can keep the band together. If they don't work, I'll lose some of them.
So Joe charters a bus and does a series of one-night stands, sometimes traveling 500 miles or more between engagements. His manager may stay in New York or travel with him and book dates by phone. But at last, after maybe many months of one-nighters...
Well, I got it, Joe, I got it.
Spot with a wire?
Yeah, the village barnyard. They got a wire there from one of the small New York stations.
Swell, now we're getting someplace.
Meanwhile, as soon as the band starts working at the village barnyard, the manager gets to work sending messages to various hotel managers and owners out of town. He asks them to listen to his new band, and he also sends pictures of the orchestra to show that they have hair. He'll even wire transportation and expenses to some of the hotel managers so that they can personally come in and see the band work. At last, the band is booked at a good hotel in, let's say, Cincinnati. This spot has a radio wire, too, only it's a big radio wire. Maybe even a network. The band leader is now starting to develop a little reputation. At last, his manager comes to him and...
Joe, I've got it.
Not New York.
Yeah, New York. 6 weeks at one of the good hotels, starting on the 18th.
This is Joe's real break. He may not make much money out of this engagement, but he's being heard by a public which can make him popular. Meanwhile, his manager lines up a recording contract for him. When he and his band are in New York, from now on, they'll make recordings. If the orchestra clicks, their engagement in New York may be extended. Then if the band has started to attain real popularity, they'll go out on the road and play college dances, ballroom dances all over the country, Milligan, Nebraska included.
Jimmy, how thick is a big radio wire? Well, anyway, by this time, I suppose, Jimmy, you're really in the big dough, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, Graham. May amount to 60% or more of the gross. That is, sometimes, when you're lucky.
But you mean $2,000 or $3,000 for a night?
Sure.
Well, of course, now the men in the band are really getting most of the sugar, aren't they, Jimmy?
And I'm losing my hair.
Yeah.
Then when the road tour is over, the band may be booked at a spot like the Hotel Pennsylvania or the Waldorf Astoria Kitchen. From then on, the band goes to radio and theater engagements and whatever fate has in store for it.
Well, thank you, Jimmy Dorsey. Thanks. I'm going to remember about that big, thick radio wire. Thanks for giving us an interesting information and for showing us how a successful orchestra is created. And really, Jimmy, congratulations on the way you're packing them in down at the Hotel Pennsylvania. Thank you. Next week, Behind the Mic brings you a salute to one of radio's really great programs, the Ever Ready Hour, in which we will recreate this program's most famous broadcast. How difficult it can be to become a successful radio singer, as told by a well-known singing star, and more of the glamour, the comedy, and the tragedy that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee saying good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting. Company. radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With the switch of your dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now presenting a man whose name has been a symbol of the best in radio since the beginning of broadcasting, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon we present one of radio's most versatile character actors, Alan Drake, who will explain how he does his characterizations, the sound effect of the week, a sketch of the Actors Club, NBC's second floor, the story of how a well-known radio singer achieved success after a grueling struggle, and finally, a salute to one of radio's really famous programs, the Ever-Ready Hour. We have had as a previous guest one of the most versatile actors in radio exhibiting his ability to take various roles. But so far, we have never presented an actor and dialectician who would tell us about the technique of portraying his characters. And that is what we present this afternoon. Another one of radio's all-round actors, Alan Drake. Come in, Alan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, character actors in radio, or characters in radio, and there are a great many, are created solely by voice placement and change in the voice and by accent, etc. So, to just get a glimpse of how some are created, suppose we take an imaginary trip. And we'll start off over in England. Now, to get over in England, you simply put in a bit of an accent like this and add a little bit of a lilt, and you find yourself right in the very heart of London, you see? Now, of course, it didn't take very long to get there. It doesn't nowadays, not with shipping facilities and so forth. Now, there are many types in London. We haven't got time for them all, but I'll illustrate one or two. For instance, there's the silly ass type that everybody knows. Now, to get that, you place the voice a little higher. You see, you make it rather silly. Then you add a dash of English lavender and a silly little laugh. You see, it is rather silly, isn't it? Yes. But it's altogether too silly to stay around very long. And then, of course, we come down to what I term the snob type. It's very nasty. Oh, dear, it's too nasty to stay around at all. So we slip over across into the Whitechapel section. And as we get over into there, we find ourselves in with a lot of limeys. Now, a limey is commonly known in America as a cockney. Is a bloke that puts on his hitches and leaves them off where he oughtn't to. He talks with a funny little talk in his voice like this, you know. I can't tell you how to do it. I suppose you got to be English. But anyway, that's the way it is. But we've stuck around there long enough. Suppose we get out and go up into Ireland. And as we get up into Ireland, why, the voice changes over like this, and the brogue changes over, and now you find yourself right in the heart of the land of the lakes of Killarney and the Blarney Stone. Of course, there are many different types in Ireland. We haven't got time for all of those. There's one or two that you know, I'm sure. There's the little bantam cock type. Now, he's the little fella with a little high voice like this. He's a very peaceful man. He's never looking for trouble. But if he sees a little altercation going on, he'd screw up his face to knot, and he'd pull up his pants, and he'd spit in his hands, and he'd walk over and he'd say, "Is this a private affair, or can anyone get in it? Everybody knows him." You know. Now, to get another type. Thank you, that's very nice of you. Just one of our men laughing. Get another type, you lower the voice and make it rather rough and spread on the brogue as thick as you possibly can. Step back from the microphone and yell, "Hey, pull over to the curb. Where do you think you're going?" And you have the good old radio cop. Now, I don't know why they play him that way, but they always do. Anyway, that's a part of radio. But so we leave him for giving him a sucker, a ticket, you know, for not doing what he was supposed to do. And we get up into Dublin, and there you find that the language is more a matter of lilt than it is a matter of brogue. And it's sweet music to the ear to listen to. Well, we can't stay there all the time, so we'd go back to America, and we'd take a boat over, and we land up in New England, and as we do, and we take a train across New England, we run into a lot of nice old New England folks, and finally find ourselves out west, out in Death Valley days, with the old Ranger type, and the men that make up that God's glorious country. And if you take the roughness out and
Make it a little authoritative. You've got a police chief. Now, of course, the police is always tied up with the gangsters. They're looking after them.
Show you how to get a gangster. You bring up the voice natural like this, and then you put a bit of fog in. And you get plenty of menace if you get fog in, like I'd say. Come on, stick up your hands or I'll drill it for the holes. Another guy says, come on. He says, we stuck around this town too long. It's too hot for us here. Let's go down south. So we take a train, and we start down south. And as you start down south, you get just a little of the southern in there. You see what I mean? And now we come to an old plantation, and over there in the corner, sitting on the cabin steps, is poor old Pappy, and he just tired of living, that's all. He said he wouldn't die. Another body said, buddy, you don't want to feel that way, Henry. The life is beautiful. He said, yes, but not for me. And then you have the head man type, you know. He's the buddy that dresses himself all up to make a hit with the gals. You know what I mean, yeah. He walk in the ballroom and everybody call him mister. He's somebody. He said, boy, step one side, let me pass. Then last but not least, you got old Lazy Bones himself, you know. He's just too tired to work. His feet never move unless he hears music. And then there's my music now. You hear that, feet? Feet up. They're going away from here. Yes, sir. Yeah, boy. Hallelujah. So long. Goodbye. Everybody.
That's the fastest trip around the world I ever made. Thank you, Alan Drake, for the most interesting demonstration of character acting. The sound effect of the week. From time to time, Behind the Mic presents some sound effect, which was used on a program of the past week and tells exactly how it was done. Those of you who have listened to this part of our program realize that practically all sound effects are not produced by the actual objects they are supposed to represent. On the Alka-Seltzer program, for instance, a sound is used to represent 2 tablets of the sponsor's product being dropped into a glass of water and fizzing. You know what makes this effect so remarkable is that it consists of dropping 2 tablets of the sponsor's product into a glass of water and letting it fizz, like this. Those of you who seem to think that the road to success for a singer in radio is an easy one, listen to this story. It's the actual experience of a popular radio singer. Our story begins in 1929 with the Atwater Kent Hour's national auditions, with the 10 best men and women amateur singers in the country competing over the air for 2 $5,000 first prizes and smaller prizes as well. Our singer today is one of them.
Ombra mi cara, corriamo gara, resta con me al mio bene.
And now that this year's audition is completed, the lucky girl to be adjudged the $5,000 prize winner is none other than Miss...
Our singer, after winning the Atwater Kent national auditions, went back to college in Ohio to finish her education. And then in 1930, she came back to New York. She lived at an inexpensive women's club. And then she went to inquire about singing lessons from a very well-known teacher.
Signorina, I think you have a fine voice. I am sure that within the next 2 years you will be in the Metropolitan.
You don't really think so?
Oh, without a doubt. Now I think 3 lessons a week will be sufficient at first.
Yes, Signor. I haven't very much money, and I must live on what I have. Will the lessons be very expensive?
Oh, no. For you, I will make a special rate. $15 a lesson?
Meanwhile, our singer, full of hope, goes out to conquer the world. As an Atwater Kent winner, she sings 4 times on the Women's Radio Review, an NBC sustaining program. She gets a few opportunities to sing as church soloist and in church choirs. But as time goes on and expenses pile up, she writes,
Dear Dad, although I'm very hopeful, things haven't turned out quite as well as we expected. I hate to ask it, but I wonder if you could please send me a small check.
1933. She wins the McDowell Scholarship, financing a professional debut. 1934.
Dear Dad, I still haven't managed to get as far as we hoped. At times I feel terribly discouraged, but I can't let down the people who have believed in me. If I could only really crash radio.
1935.
Dear Dad, I know you will be glad to hear that I've been awarded a Juilliard scholarship, which will give me free coaching in singing and languages by some of the best teachers in those fields. I'm going to try.
In 1936, still trying to crash radio in a big way, Alfred Wallenstein hires her for a program called Musical Impressions, which pays all of $20 a week. She also gets a job singing in the chorus of the Chrysler program. 1937. Ray Bloch, orchestra leader and chorus master, hears her on the Chrysler program and offers her a job with his group, the Swing 14, on the Philip Morris program. But she's ill at the time and she can't take the job. 4 weeks later, one of the girls of the group who also sings solo goes to Cincinnati. Because of the floods, she can't return to New York in time for the broadcast. Our singer gets a telephone call.
Hello? Yes? Oh, she is? That's too bad. Oh, yes, I'll be glad to substitute.
But she was so good that instead of merely substituting for one broadcast, she was kept on the show and was later given solo parts. And so 8 years after she had won the Atwater Kent audition, success finally started to pile up. She was given 2 sustaining programs on her own, in addition to the Philip Morris commercial. She has just signed up as a starred singer with another commercial program. I wonder if you've guessed who our singer is. Well, she's Genevieve Rowe, and I think her career illustrates how much sheer nerve, persistence, and ability it takes to sometimes hit the heights in radio. And now, Genevieve, you've sung snatches of songs for us. I wonder if you'd sing something in its entirety.
I'd like to sing a favorite of mine, The Last Rose of Summer.
And Genevieve, I remember very well the first day you came into New York back in the fabulous 20s from Ohio. Thank you, Genevieve Rowe. That was beautiful. To many of the actors and actresses who appear on programs, the second floor of the RCA building, home of the National Broadcasting Company, is almost a kind of a club. It is on this floor that the NBC directors and members of the casting department have their offices. It is in front of the second floor information desk that almost any time of the day you can find large crowds of radio talent congregated waiting to see directors, gossiping, and discussing business. Let's wander through this second floor, and we'll give you a cross-section of what might be overheard.
Say, Graham, did you hear George on a district attorney program last night?
No, I didn't hear it, Frank.
Well, he did one of the worst jobs I ever heard. He projected too much, fluffed 2 lines, and really I never heard a worse portrayal in my life.
Why, hello, Bill.
Hello, George. Say, great job you did on Mr. District Attorney last night. I was just telling Graham here that you did one of the best jobs.
Oh, hello, Mr. Whitney. Can I speak to you a moment?
Sorry, but I'm on my way to rehearsal now.
When are you casting for your new program?
Auditioning tomorrow. Call me and I'll be glad to see you.
Thanks, Mr. Whitney.
Well, I say, Charles, old boy, this is all very embarrassing, you know, but I left in a hurry this morning to come up here to see Billy Hillpodge. He intends to give me a big build-up on the network, and I left my wallet at home. I wondered if you could let me have a 10, you know, just till tomorrow.
I played in stock with her years ago, and look where she is now. And, my dear, she can't act at all.
Listen, Joe, there's a part on the Wheatina Playhouse that'd be perfect for you. You'd be terrific in it. Why don't you go after it? It's a sort of a refined gangster.
Thanks a lot for the tip, Billy. Who do I see?
Herb Wolf does the casting. I told him about you.
Hey, Donald, I've got a part in my script for a cuckoo clock. Can you do it?
Certainly. Listen. Well, I can do a different kind of a cuckoo, too. Maybe you would prefer this one.
No, I like the first one better.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Say, if you can work in a sea lion sometime, I'd appreciate it. You know, I do a very nice sea lion.
Throw him a fish.
The heart of the second floor is the desk behind which presides a member of the NBC guest relations staff. He phones the directors for the actors, takes messages, gives information, and passes the time of day with everyone. Let's wander over there.
Second floor desk, Lighton speaking. All right, I'll see if he's here. Mr. Johnson, call for Mr. Johnson.
I'm Johnson.
Are you here to make an appointment for an audition?
Yes.
Miss Lober will see you now.
Any message for me?
All messages are in that folder. I think Radio Registry called you.
Are there any tickets left here for Arnold Elbaum?
Well, let me see, Mr. Nussbaum. Ah, here they are, Mr. Nussbaum.
No, Elbaum, please, Elbaum.
I'm sorry. Yes, here they are.
Can you tell me how to get tickets for a Toscanini broadcast?
Mister, there's only one way to get that.
How?
Tear off the top of an NBC announcer and send it in.
And there you have a pretty good cross-section of what goes on NBC's second floor. Behind the Mic salutes a program you loved. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it may well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week, we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. And this afternoon, we salute one of radio's most famous old programs, the Ever Ready Hour, which was on the air from July 1923 to December 1930. And we bring you what was undoubtedly an outstanding feature of that program. A feature that was so good it was repeated 5 times. This was the true story of the experiences of one Red Christensen, at the time of the Ever Ready Hour, a taxi driver, but a man who had been a sailor and who had been cast away on the barren Galapagos Islands. It was the story of that ghastly experience which made up his broadcast. Originally, this was an hour program, but for Behind the Mic, we have condensed it to 11 or 12 minutes, giving you some of the highlights of the story. A salute to the Ever Ready Hour. And here's Red Christensen. He's here to tell you his story himself. Red, come in.
The story begins when I signed up on the bark Alexander in November 1906, leaving Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. She was loaded with a cargo of coal bound eastward across the Pacific to Panama. She carried a captain, mate, second mate, cook, and 16 of us men. The captain had made the same trip before in 70 days. Louis, the cook, had rations for twice as long. After being out a few weeks, I came up one morning off my turn for watch. We weren't moving, no wind, sails empty. To make a long story short, we had drifted out of the ship's lanes, and no one came up to help us fight our way back. We began to realize we were in the doldrums. We drifted this way for over 5 months, and we had food for a voyage of only 140 days. On April the 10th, the captain ordered us all aft.
Men, we're still drifting. I don't know more than you do, and a spell of wind will get us out of this. It's over 5 months now since we sailed from Newcastle. Maybe you've noticed rations have been light lately. Well, we gotta make them still lighter. We're on less than half rations from now on so as we can stay with the ship. That's all.
Oh, we're sick of squeezes. Let's have a little action.
And so another month dragged by. Then May 8 came, 6 months since we had sailed. It was all called aft again. The captain looked sick and old. He wasn't a young man, but he was white and shaky this day.
Boys, I got you all here now. I want to put the case to you. You got just 2 pails of water and mighty little food. I don't see no signs of the weather changing. Don't look like the wind is ever going to blow. Off here to the northwest, there's some islands. Galapagos, they call them. It's a long pull, 400, maybe 500 miles. I don't know nothing about them, inhabited or not. I think we can make them in the boats. Now, who wants to stay by the ship, and who wants to leave her and try for the islands?
Let's get out of this.
There's no use sticking it out.
Steamer pick up there, maybe?
The boats, sir, the boats.
All right, men. The boats it is.
There were 2 boats, the captain in one, the mate in the other. I was in the captain's boat. The 3rd night out, we lost the mate's boat. The 3rd day, the food gave out. The 4th day, the water was gone. We dipped our hands in the sea and sucked the water off our fingers. This kept up for 11 days and 11 nights. Around the dawn of the 12th day, the cook said something.
Boys, this suffering's near over. What do you mean, Cook, near over? There's land ahead.
That ain't land, that's cloud.
You're seeing things, Louis. That's haze.
No, it ain't. It ain't haze, and it ain't clouds. It's land. It's land.
Now, boys, don't argue.
When it got a little lighter, we seen it really was land. The minute we hit land, we scattered hunting for water. But there was no water, except a little water in pools on the rocks where the waves had been breaking. It was salty, but we drank off the top. When we went back to look for our boat on the beach, we saw that the tide had come up and smashed it to bits. Compass and everything was smashed and washed away. And there we was, with nothing to eat, no water, just the island. The island itself was just a big lump of jagged lava thrown up by some volcano years ago. There wasn't anything worth eating that should grow on it, and no spring could break through it. Them lava rocks was just like sponges, only the edges of the pores were sharp as if they were made out of glass. Shoes didn't last any length of time on that kind of ground. In a few hours, we were just the same as barefoot. The 2nd day, the captain called us to the top of the bluff. The old man pointed, and we looked down, and we sees a big turtle asleep in the sand. A big fellow, 4 or 5 feet long.
That's mighty good eating. Here, Red, you and Jeff get down there and turn that turtle over on his back.
Jesus. That baby's 5 feet long if he's an inch.
Look at them flippers. They're 2 feet long. What'll he do when we tackle him?
Come on, turn him over, Red. He can't hurt you if you got him on his back.
So we done it. The old man yells to cut the turtle's throat. And we did. When the blood spurted out, Fred Jeff was so thirsty that he got right down and drank it. And he says to us, "Say, that's sweet." After that, we all drank it. All of us. There wasn't nothing else to think. Well, after we got the turtle on his back, we cut off his undershell and ate the raw meat. For months we lived on this fare, raw turtle meat and blood, with a little blackish water once in a while. After getting rested and something in our stomachs, we felt better. Then we started talking.
Men, no ship will come near us where we are.
You're right. What'll we do, Captain?
Well, we'll work along the coast and find an anchorage where a ship might come.
And that's what we started to do. One day we tackled a seal. We ripped off his skin and say, it made the swellest shoes. Our feet was all cut and hurting, but never after that. We tried eating the seal meat, but it was awful tough and fishy. We could eat the tails of the big lizards, though, and we did, but raw turtle was our best bet. We couldn't cook anything. Nobody had a watch to make a burning glass, so we never had a fire. Poor Fred Jeff got worse. We had to go slow for him. One day he lay down on a little beach. We all stood around him, captain and all. There wasn't nothing we could do. Jeff knew it. He looked up at us.
Boys, I'm done for. Red, lean down. If you get out of this, Red, promise you'll see my father.
I will, Fred. I will. We didn't have nothing to dig with. We carried him back a piece and piled lava rocks over him so the birds wouldn't touch him. The captain said a prayer. Fred was my shipmate on 4 voyages. Night was the worst time. All day we were pretty busy, moving slowly on the rocks and getting seals and turtles. Kept our minds occupied. Nights was the worst. One night we was all together, stretched out, and somebody said,
For the love of Pete, start a song, somebody.
Let's sing.
Be it ever so humble.
No, I tell you, not that one. Oh, fellas, please, I'm cracking. You don't have to tell me. My mind's cracking here. If you want to help me save what's left of it, don't sing that song. Any other, all right, but Home Sweet Home here, in this place, don't sing it. Don't. Don't.
We went through 2 months of this, creeping along the shore. Then one day we got to the top of a high rock that went straight down to the water. And the land made it so that a pretty bay as ever you saw. If any ship was to ever come to pick us up, this was a port where she might made for. Here was a place for us to wait. If you'll pardon my saying so, we were all sort of inhabited, living the way we was. Louis the cook hadn't roughed us as much as some of us. He was old, and he still had some clothes on. 2 flannel shirts, in fact. It got hotter than usual, so Louis thought he'd take off his top shirt. When he pulled it off, something fell on the ground. The captain saw it.
What's that, Louis?
I don't know.
The captain picked up what fell, and what do you suppose it was? A match.
Where did that come from, Louis?
I don't know.
The captain sort of inspected Louis. Well, sir, that cook had had a box of matches squashed flat in his underneath shirt pocket for 2 months and a half, and was living on raw turtle. Can you beat it? But from then on, we had cooked turtle meat. One day, we just finished eating, when suddenly the old cook yelled out,
Ship ahoy! Ship ahoy!
We all looked up. There, coming around the east point, was a sail. Then a rush to the beach. And we sailed for home that night.
Yes, Red, I remember when you first met Dr. Beebe and told him your story. This is Graham McNamee saying, good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of your dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio. Yes, stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now presenting a man whose name has been a symbol of the best in radio since the beginning of broadcasting, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon, Behind the Mic shows you how a radio comedy broadcast is written. We bring you the sound effect of the week, a dramatization of an amusing little incident involving orchestra leader B.A. Rolfe. How a singing trio is being groomed for radio success by NBC. A salute to one of radio's favorite old programs, Whittall's Anglo-Persians, featuring the music of Louis Katzman. And finally, a dramatic story behind a broadcast by Tom Powers, well-known star of radio and stage. For those of you who wonder how your favorite comedian puts together a program, we're going to show you how this is sometimes done. And if you think it's easy, Gandhi is India's best-dressed man. And now, writing on a comedy program very often starts 2 weeks before the broadcast, as most comedians like to keep at least a week ahead of their scripts. Nowadays, a comedian may have, say, 2 main writers or more and a number of subordinate writers. Let's say we attend the meeting of a comedian whom we'll call Eddie McGee and his 2 main writers, Jack Pun and Joe Gagg, at Eddie's home, where they're getting their first program ideas.
All right, fellas. Now, what'll we do for our opening routine?
Well, how about some jokes about you going to the racetrack and losing your shirt?
No, I think that's been overdone. Comedians have lost their shirts so much, laundrymen are picketing the bookies.
I think he's right, Jack. But look, I've got some good gags for it. How the racetrack had a beautiful infield, and after the 3rd race, you had it for lunch. Oh, another guy picks your pocket and takes your wallet and the list of the races you were betting on. Then the guy takes one look at the list, and he hands back your wallet with an extra dime for car fare.
Very funny.
Don't like it?
Didn't Bob Hope do something like that?
Well, so what? We'll twist him.
What twist have you got?
Well, instead of eating the infield after the 3rd race, you eat it after the 5th.
Oh, fine.
I don't like the jokes anyway for Eddie's program, Jack. Even your wife wouldn't laugh at him. What do you mean, wife? I'm married to my jokes. It'll never be a successful marriage. Why not? Your wife's older than you are.
Oh. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. We can use that in the script.
Hey, boys, we're forgetting something.
What is it, Joe?
That's going to be the Washington's birthday program. We've got to have the first routine on George Washington. How you never tell a lie and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. Now, for our second routine, we'd better carry on the feud between Phil and me about the money I say I lent him.
Mm-hmm.
He still refuses to pay me back.
Yeah, we could carry that on for 2 spots.
Well, how about the last spot, fellas? We need a good sketch.
It's getting around income tax day.
That's a goodie, an income sketch.
Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio. Stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. Now presenting a man whose name has been a symbol of the best in radio since the beginning of broadcasting, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon, Behind the Mic devotes its entire program to the pioneers of radio entertainment. During this program, you will hear such old friends as one of radio's first pianists,
Winifred T. Barr, violinist Godfrey Ludlow, Joe White, the silver masked tenor, my old radio twin Phillips Carlin, Milton Cross, and WJZ's first announcer, Tommy Cowan. I'm going to first call upon two of the real pioneer announcers in radio. Milton J. Cross, who was the second announcer at WJZ, and Phillips Carlin, now manager of NBC's Red Network. Phil and I were together as twin announcers in the early days at WEEF, when JZ was under different ownership and our station's rival, before the National Broadcasting Company was formed. We continued as announcers until Phil decided to branch out into an executive position. Here they are, Milton Cross and Phillips Carlin. Don't get scared now, fellas. I asked both you birds up here for a regular gab fest about those early days in radio. Those were the days, weren't they?
Yes, Graham, they certainly were. Do you remember the fish?
I certainly do, Phil. You haven't heard this one, have you, Milt?
No more than 50 or 60 times. Jealousy, Graham. Remember, he was on JZ.
Well, you people were commercially minded. You on WEAF. Sole time for commercial programs.
You people on WJZ would have, too, if you could have found somebody to buy it.
We were in business simply for the sake of art.
You're not kidding either, Mouse.
Graham, how about telling the fish story?
Well, we people at WEAF used to get all sorts of presents.
Confidentially, not as big as the ones we got on JZ.
Ignore him, Graham. Go ahead.
Well, it was the middle of the summer, and one afternoon somebody sent me a large fish. We didn't know what to do with it, so we put it on the ice, with which we used to cool the little control booth that was hotter than any hinges I ever heard of. And this was before the days of air conditioning. We forgot all about it. We left the fish there overnight. When we came in the next morning, it was obvious that the ice had melted sometime very early during the evening. And the fish and the intense heat, oh!
You know, I never knew that a fish or a studio could smell so high.
Those were the days, Phil. You fellows remember our radio shows used to go on and off the air right on the dot?
Yes, on the dot of 3 minutes before the program was supposed to end or 4 minutes afterwards.
Yeah.
After all, there weren't any commercials in the early 1920s.
On WJZ.
Remember, boys, we're all part of the same company.
The executive speak.
I'll never forget those standby orchestras. If a program ended a few minutes ahead of time, there'd always be a string trio or a pianist to fill in the time.
Yes, that was when a big station only had a couple of studios, and not very big ones at that.
And remember how a dramatic program would be rudely interrupted near the finish by the musicians of the next program walking into the studio and calmly setting up their chairs, dropping bass fiddles and so forth while everybody went... Oh, those were the days.
Things were a lot more informal then than they are today.
Informal? I remember one time when WJZ was at the Aeolian Hall, I was doing the stock market report. There I was at my desk. Adams Express 94. Ahumada lead, 12 and an 8. Ajax rubber, 13 and a quarter. I beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by for just a moment, please.
What happened, Milt?
Nothing. Some fire engines were going by the studio at the moment, and I wanted to see where the fire was. So I went to the studio window, watched the fire engines for a few moments, and then I stepped back to the microphone and resumed the stock market report. Ladies and gentlemen, to resume the stock market report, Allied Chemical and Dye, 92 and a half. Allied Chemical and Dye Preferred, 119 and a quarter. Anaconda Copper, 93.
Those were the days. Here's a little spot devoted to the radio listener of the early and middle 20s. So let's hark back to a typical scene in New York City in which John Smith is listening to Bill Brown's new Fada Nutridyne, the latest model, with a gorgeous Magnavox horn-type speaker. Bill's wife is also present.
For Pete's sake, will you leave that radio alone? I was just starting to enjoy that music.
But I'm trying to get Davenport, Iowa.
You get it yet, Bill?
I think I had it last night.
I get KDKA Pittsburgh once in a while on my radio.
That's nothing. I got chilly last night listening to my radio.
You don't say. You really got chilly?
Yeah.
I opened the window too wide. Hey, say, Mary, did you hear what Bill said? He got chilly on the radio last night. He opened the window too wide.
What's that got to do with chili on the radio? As far as I know, you never got further than WIP Philadelphia.
Wait, I think I got it now. Do you hear that?
Well, how about turning on the Happiness Boys?
Quiet.
I want to hear the Happiness Boys. They're on now.
Listen.
Oh, it sounds like traffic to me.
Yeah, now on my feet, Wait a second, I've got something.
Well, how about the Happiness Boys?
As I was saying, on my feet, Listen, somebody is speaking it. Yeah, it's Chinese. Hot dog, I think you're right. Hey, come here, Mary, listen to this. I got China.
Oh, I don't hear...
My God. China. Get that on your feet, Eichmann. Gee, can you imagine?
This is Lee Wong, broadcasting from Long Fang Chinese restaurant in New York City.
I want to hear the Happiness Boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we introduce another radio pioneer who was stationed WJZ's first announcer and who helped in the actual construction of WJZ's first studio. Tommy Cowan. Where are you, Tommy? How are you, Tom?
Very fine, Graham, and you?
Tom, how did WJZ start?
WJZ, Graham, was originally part of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company at Newark, New Jersey. It was built for experimental purposes. Nobody knew whether radio was going to last or whether it was just a passing fancy.
Well, do they know now?
No, not definitely. That was in 1921. At that time, I had a very responsible position in the factory, and I was also in charge of dramatics for the Employees Association. Naturally, through this contact, I was selected to take charge of the radio station.
Well, I suppose WJZ's first studio was a bit less palatial than the studios are today.
A little less, but far more interesting. For our first studio, we curtained off half of a recreation room in the Westinghouse building at Orange and Plain Street in Newark, New Jersey. I got some ideas for soundproofing the studio from the Edison Laboratories at West Orange. For instance, we hung heavy monk's cloth around the studios to deaden the echoes.
Well, that's an idea that's still used today in most studios. What was the first broadcast of an event from WJZ, Tom?
The first game of the World Series, October 5th, 1921.
Mm-hmm. Well, WJZ was the first station in the New York metropolitan area, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, Graham. And incidentally, we used to sign ourselves on the air with these words. Very naive when you imagine it now. This is the telephone broadcasting station of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company located at Newark, New Jersey. Please stand by to tune. We repeated this 3 times.
But WJZ was a rapidly growing station, wasn't it, Tom?
Yes, it was, Graham. It had to be. It wasn't long before we took over all of the recreational facilities in the plant because room was scarce, and we renovated a few of the offices and made them into additional studios for practice.
Well, how long did WJZ stay in Newark?
Well, until May 15th, 1923. Then we moved to Aeolian Hall in New York City when WJZ was taken over by the RCA. A couple of years before the formation of the National Broadcasting Company.
Tommy, I have one last question. What was the first broadcast over WJZ? Not the first regularly scheduled broadcast, but the first real entertainment.
You mean our first use of studios with artists? Well,
yeah.
The first song was Slumber On, My Little Gypsy Sweetheart, from Victor Herbert's Fortune Teller, with the Shannon Four, now famous on radio as the Revelers.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Tommy Cowan. Thank you so much for coming up. So long, Tom. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the sound effects of yesterday compared with those of today. We will first show you how a sound effect was made in the early 20s, and then how that same effect is achieved today. And remember, in those days, there was no sound effects department. Sound effects were made by the actors and musicians on the show. First, the simple effect of closing a door. Yesterday, it was made like this. They raised the lid of a grand piano and slammed it down with a bang. Hear it? But later on, some genius discovered that the sound of a door's closing could best be made by closing a door. So today, in order to make this effect, we simply close a specially constructed door within a frame, like this. Sounds exactly like a door closing, doesn't it? It was. Yesterday, the sound of cannon fire was made by striking a kettle drum and hitting the low notes on the piano, like this.
Today it is made by playing a recording of cannon fire on a turntable. Yesterday, the sound of walking upstairs was made by rapping on the top of the piano like this. Today, the same effect is made by the sound man actually walking up a specially constructed flight of stairs, next to which a microphone is placed to catch the sound, like this. Very good. Yesterday in radio, a moving automobile sounded like this. But today, by using a recording of a moving automobile, it sounded thusly. In the early days, the sound of a zooming airplane, of a moving locomotive, of a wind blowing, and of a forest fire were made like this.
Look at that airplane zoom. My, isn't that train moving fast?
Isn't this a terrible wind?
Good heavens. A forest fire. It's coming this way.
There just wasn't any way to make these and the myriad sound effects that today we take for granted. But all honor to those actors and directors whose fertile minds contrived those early sound effects before the networks ransacked the lunatic asylums and raked up the ingeniously screwy personnel that makes up today's sound effects department. Letters from listeners. Here are some typical letters sent by listeners to radio editors in the early days of radio. And these letters will be answered by one of the pioneer radio editors who is now radio editor of the New York Times, but who in 1924 held a similar position on the Pittsburgh Post. Tom Kennedy. Tom, come in. Remember, these letters were written in 1924. A listener wrote, "I'm thinking of buying a radio. Which do you think would be better, a crystal set or one of those newfangled sets with tubes?"
If I were you, I would not buy a crystal set. I will go out on a limb and say I wouldn't be surprised if time came when crystal sets will be completely outmoded.
Tom, another letter said, "I was listening to my radio last night when suddenly the station went off the air. Can you tell me why it did that?"
Yes, Graham. There was an SOS at that time, and since radio stations broadcast on channel bands very close to that which the ships use, whenever there is an SOS, all stations are ordered off the air, so that messages to and from the ship in distress will not be interrupted.
Another listener asks, "I understand some stations are using commercial advertising. Do you think this is ethical?"
You must remember that the radio stations have no revenue, and small though the amount of money they make from advertising may be, the additional revenue enables them to conduct further experiments for the benefit of radio. However, you might be interested to know that in a recent magazine article, the Secretary of Commerce stated that direct advertising on radio will never pay.
A lady says this, "I bought one of these new type radio sets, and I hooked it up, as you advised, and left it on my table all afternoon, and it didn't play. What shall I do?"
Madam, turn on the set.
Well, thank you, Tom Kennedy. Thank you very much for that latest information on radio. And now we pause a few moments in our program of pioneers to pay tribute to some of the pioneers in the world of radio entertainment who are no longer with us. To Madame Schumann Hank, Billy Jones and Ernie Hare, Roxy, Joseph Pasternak, Countess Olga Albani, to Will Rogers, Russ Colombo, Robert Strauss, John B. Daniel, Helen King, the M of Clara Lou and M, Gerald Stopp, Colonel Charles T. Davis, to Tim Frawley, the original Old Ranger, and to all the others of that grand crew who helped entertain us in those days of early radio. We also think it fitting to add to the list of those whose passing we regret the names of Donna Damarel, who was the Marge of Merton Marge, Hal Kemp, and Joe Penner, great artists all, and beloved by the radio audience.
No broadcast about radio's early days could be complete without presenting a condensed version of a day's program of a radio station in the middle 20s. And announcing the program, a man who was one of radio's favorite announcers, my old sidekick and radio twin, Phillips Carlin. The incidents used in this condensation are all true and prove anything could and did happen in those days.
Good evening. And now we will hear our studio hostess and staff pianist, Winifred T. Barr, play the Chant de Voyageur of Paderewski. Thank you, Winifred. Winifred T. Barr will now play...
Miss Barr.
Oh, Miss Barr has been called away to her duties as studio hostess. She'll be back as soon as she finishes answering the telephone. In the meantime, I will read The Shooting of Dan McGrew by Robert W. Service. A bunch of the boys were whooping it up in the Malamute Saloon. The kid that handles the music box was hitting a jagtime tune. The back of the bar in a solo game sat Dangerous Dan McGrew, and watching his luck was his light o' love, the lady that's known as Lou. When out of the night, which was 50 below, and into the din and glare, there stumbled a man fresh from the creeks, dog dirty, and loaded for bear. He looked like a man with a foot in the grave, and, Miss Barr has returned to the studio, and she will now play the A-flat waltz of Chopin. We welcome the silvery notes of radio's most popular singer, the Silver Mass tenor. He will sing for us, Passing By.
There is a lady sweet and kind, was never face that pleased my mind. I did but see her passing by, and yet I'll love her till I die, and yet I love her till I die.
Is she here yet?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we were supposed to hear the voice of the well-known singer, Miss Carol Latrobe. But unfortunately, due to the fact that it's raining, Miss Latrobe has not appeared at the studio. And so we bring you Miss Winifred T. Barr at the piano playing Romance of Rubinstein. I'm happy to say that Miss Carol Latrobe has appeared at last.
Where do I stand?
Here, in front of the microphone.
This thing?
Yes, that's the microphone.
For her first selection, Miss Latrobe will sing Elegy of Massenet, accompanied by Miss Winifred T. Barr. Miss Latrobe.
Gone by, once my delight, you have forever taken flight. Oh, dear, where's the rest of my music?
I'm sorry, audience, but I've forgotten my music.
And Phil, after tearing his hair out by handfuls, that's probably why he hasn't got so much left now, drew a deep breath and continued with the day's work.
Our program will be carried on by Miss Winifred T. Barr, who will play Paderewski's Minuet in G. And now, we hear from the kiddies' favorite, Milton Cross, in his regularly scheduled bedtime stories.
Good evening, children. When last we left Francis Frog, he was sitting on a lily pad in the big pool at the bottom of the garden. He was saying to himself, "My, I feel so lazy today," which isn't a good way for a little frog like Francis or any little child to feel. "Oh, hum," yawned Francis. "I wonder where Woof Woof, the little dog, is hiding." So he hopped off the lily pad and into the great big beautiful pool.
Thank you, Milton Cross. The kiddies will await your return tomorrow night at the usual time. And now, who do I see approaching the microphone but that splendid violinist, Godfrey Ludlow? Mr. Ludlow will play Bach's Air on the G string. Thank you, Godfrey Ludlow. And now, Dr. Phineas T. Swan, the eminent botanist, will talk on plant life in the Andes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In discussing plant life in the Andes, we must first understand that...
Thank you, Dr. Bott. That was a most informative discussion. And now we present the well-known concert singer, Miss Sonia Newman, in her first appearance on the radio. Miss Newman, what will you sing first?
My old Kentucky home.
Miss Newman will be accompanied by Miss Winifred T. Barr.
Oh, the sun shines bright in the old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the dark hills are gay. The corn tops ripe, and the meadows are in bloom. Oh, make music all the day. Our young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes on us in
Wow. Our soprano fell apart and quit singing through nervousness. But our good old reliable warhorse pianist, Winifred T. Barr, took up the song and sang it through to the finish. Yes, and that was the way it was. Winnie was sure in there pitching in those days. And ladies and gentlemen, the incidents portrayed in this condensed version, as we said before, actually occurred in the early days of radio. And I'm just a little guy that can prove it. Very often things were very much worse. Thank you, Phil Collins, Winifred T. Barr, Joe White, the Silver Mass tenor, Milton Cross, and Godfrey Ludlow, who later won fame playing his violin on the Donna Mazo program. Thank you all for helping take us back to the good old days. Oh, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I see that our program has run just a bit short. So, Phillips Carlin will repeat The Shooting of Dan McGrew with piano background by Winifred T. Barr.
A little hearts and flowers there, Winnie. A bunch of the boys were whooping it up in the Malamute Saloon. The kid that handles the music box was hitting a jagtime tune. Back of the bar at a solo game sat Dangerous Dan McGrew. And watching his luck was his light of love, the lady that's known as Lou. When out of the night to 50 below...
Next week, you will hear another old favorite, Whispering Jack Smith. Remember? You'll hear how NBC grooms its child actors, its future stars, and more of the glamour, the tragedy, and the comedy that are found behind the mic. In addition to those who appeared on this program, we sincerely thank the following for their valuable information about the early days of radio which made this program possible. Catherine Seymour, Helen Guy, Henry Fisk Carlton, and Harold McGee. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With the switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio. Stories behind your favorite program and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are Behind the Mic. And now presenting the man whose name has long been a symbol of the best in broadcasting, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon, Behind the Mic presents an amazing story of the persistence and courage of a radio singer, Karen Kemple. Proof that radio stars and radio audiences have their hearts in the right place as shown by an incident in which radio MC Walter Compton and movie and stage star Lyle Talbot played the part. And finally, the thrilling story behind the invention of the wireless telephone and the Audion, or radio tube, presented as a tribute to their inventor, Dr. Lee DeForest, who will speak to you later from Los Angeles. Radio is full of instances of people determined to succeed in spite of handicaps. And that brings us to our first guest, Karen Kemple.
Suppose I tell you first how I conquered my handicap, Graham.
Well, that'll be fine. Go ahead.
Well, I used to be in vaudeville as a dancer, also doing a little professional ice skating. Several years ago, I played in a skating scene in an RKO picture. In between film takes, I used to sit around the rink without adequate wraps. One day, I found myself in the Cedars of Lebanon Hospital with pneumonia, leading to empyema and a collapsed lung. I was in the hospital 7.5 months, Graham. As I was leaving, the doctor said to me,
"Well, Karen, what are you going to do now?"
"I guess I'll be going back to my family in St. Louis."
"I see. I suppose you know, Karen, that you'll never be able to dance or skate or take any violent exercise again?"
"Yes, doctor, I know. But, Graham, I needed the money. So 2 months after getting back to St. Louis, I went to work as a dancer in a supper club."
In spite of the fact that the doctor had told you to take no violent exercise.
"Yes, Graham. I used to put a hot water bottle under my coat on my way to work to ease the pain in my side. It was pretty tough. In the meantime, I started to exercise my lungs. The doctor had given me 2 bottles full of colored fluid connected by tubes. I was supposed to use the tubes to blow the fluid from one bottle to the other as a breathing exercise. The first time, it took me 20 or more breaths to do it. Then a friend of mine, a singing teacher, came to me and said,
"Karen, as long as you're doing these breathing exercises with the bottles, don't you think that singing lessons might help your lungs? It's exercise, too. And besides, you've always had a good voice."
"Well, I'm not making much money now, and maybe if I sing, I could have a better future. All right, when do we start?" At first, I couldn't practice singing more than 3 or 4 minutes at a time. Then I increased my practicing to a half hour or more. Meanwhile, I found that where at the beginning it had taken me about 20 breaths to blow that liquid from one bottle to another, now I could do it in one.
You certainly were improving, Karen.
Yes. And then about a year later, I auditioned for station KMOX in St. Louis and started to broadcast. Then came a few commercials, and later a station in Cincinnati offered me a staff job as well as a number of commercials. 2.5 years later, I received an offer from NBC, and I've been in New York ever since.
And ladies and gentlemen, Miss Kemple makes recordings which are played on 240 stations throughout the country. And this is the girl who had a collapsed lung and was relegated to the status of a semi-invalid. And now Karen Kemple will sing for us Amapola.
Amapola, lindissima amapola, será siempre mi alma tuya sola. Yo te quiero, amada niña mía, igual que ama la flor la luz del día. Amapola, lindissima amapola, non sei tan ingrata, amami, amapola, amapola, ¿cómo puedes tú vivir tan sola? De amor en los hierros de tu rey. Triste queja de amor que sonó en mi corazón, diciéndome así con su dulce canción. Amapola,
Thank you, Karen Kemple. Thank you. There's certainly nothing wrong with your lungs now, and your voice is delightful. Ladies and gentlemen, radio is full of human interest, and both radio people and the folks who listen to radio are a pretty decent sort. You don't have to take my word for it. Just listen to this story, and you will find out for yourselves. This is a little story behind the broadcast of that popular program, Double or Nothing. And here is the program's master of ceremonies, Walter Compton. Hi, Walter. What is this story?
Well, Graham, as in the case with practically all quiz-type programs, Double or Nothing pays for questions submitted by listeners. A few weeks ago, a question was sent to us by Mrs. Mabel Hicken of Duluth, Minnesota, which said,
Dear Double or Nothing, I am sending this question with the hope in my heart that you will use it on your program. The question is, what is the Seeing Eye Institute? I hope you will use it because I have a son who is blind, and the money I might get for this question I will put towards paying for a course of training for my son at the Seeing Eye Institute, where he can learn to make proper use of the Seeing Eye dog.
Graham, one of the guests on our show that night was Lyle Talbot, star of motion pictures and co-starring with Alan Dinehart and Glenda Farrell in the Broadway play Separate Rooms. On that program, the first question I asked was, here is a question sent in by Mabel Hicken of Duluth, and she gets $5 for it. Lyle, what is the Seeing Eye Institute?
It's an institute which trains dogs to be guides for the blind.
Right. And that's worth $5 to you, Lyle Talbot. Now, you go on and talk for a minute, giving me as many facts as you possibly can about the Seeing Eye Institute. I'll tell you how much each fact is worth as you give it.
All right. Well, let me see. The Seeing Eye Institute is in Morristown, New Jersey.
That's worth $2.
I believe it was started in 1928.
Right, 1928. I think that's worth $4 silver.
And the Seeing Eye dogs are, usually German Shepherds, I think, and they,
Say, you've done all right, Lyle Talbot. You have $24 silver to your credit. Now then, Double or Nothing.
Shoot, Walter.
Who invented the system of reading for the blind?
Well, it's called the Braille system, so I imagine it was invented by a man named, wait a minute, I remember, Louis Braille.
That is correct, sir. $48 silver plus the $5 you've already earned, which makes a total of $53 silver in all. Incidentally, Lyle, the lady who sent in that question will be mighty happy that we used it and that you answered it so well, because, you see, she mentioned in her letter that she has a blind son, and at the $5 she receives for her question, she's going to use to help pay for a course of training at the Seeing Eye Institute for the boy so that he can learn the proper use of a seeing eye dog. You have to be trained for that, you know.
Well, I'll tell you, Walter, if that's the case, I want you to take this $53 now and send it to Mrs. Hicken to put towards paying for that course for her son. I feel she earned it.
Oh, Lyle, that's very generous of you. With the $5 she gets for a question, that'll make $58 altogether.
Is that the end of the story, Walter?
Oh, no, Graham, not by a long shot. Letters poured into the Duluth studio, the city where Mrs. Hicken lived. They came from all over the country as well, and a great deal more than the $150 for Mrs. Hicken's son was collected. The contributors were asked whether they would have any objection if the additional money was forwarded to the Seeing Eye Institute, and not one objected.
Of course not. The radio listener is a pretty good guy at heart, and so is Lyle Talbot. Our thanks to Lyle Talbot and to you, Walter Compton, for a most interesting story. And now, to celebrate the 34th anniversary of the invention of the wireless telephone, from which radio, such as we know it today, springs, we pay tribute to its inventor, radio's first genius, Dr. Lee DeForest. There's tremendous drama behind his two greatest discoveries, the Audion, or radio tube, without which radio couldn't function today, and the wireless telephone. This afternoon, we give you some of that magnificent story, the authentic details of which have been supplied to us by Lee DeForest's chief assistant, Frank E. Butler, who is here in the studio. We take you back to 1907, to an attic in one of New York City's great skyscrapers, the Parker Building, a hall of 13 stories high. where Dr. Lee DeForest, his brother, Charles DeForest, Frank Butler, and a couple of other loyal assistants living on their meager savings so that they could experiment with DeForest, were examining a remarkable device in wireless reception.
Well, there it is, boys. There's the tube.
And it works, Doc. It certainly does. And what an improvement over those crystal detectors. No cat's whisker to break off every time they're static.
And you can certainly hear more clearly with it, too.
What are you going to call it, Lee?
Well, how about Audion, Charlie? Because it does make ions audible.
That's just the name for it. Lee, what do you intend to do with it?
Well, Frank, after we experiment a little more with it, I'm going to take it down to the Navy Department at Washington, see if I can sell them on the idea of using it on the battleships to receive wireless messages.
Yes, instead of crystal receivers they have now. They certainly ought to buy it.
So not long afterwards, Lee DeForest took his radio detector, consisting of its newfangled Audion or radio tube, encased in a mahogany box with a little peep window in it so you could see if the tube was burning, a pair of earphones, and a Weatherby storage battery down to Washington to demonstrate his invention for receiving wireless messages before a board of naval experts. After the demonstration, there was a conference, and then...
Mr. DeForest, we have decided definitely not to purchase your new wireless receiver. In the first place, the price is prohibitive. You want $30 for this equipment.
Well, that includes the storage battery.
Yes, I know, but it's much too much. Secondly, this new equipment of yours is impractical. Because unlike our present crystal receiver, your equipment requires a storage battery, which will have to be replaced or recharged, perhaps in the very middle of a message. And then we don't like the idea of using a storage battery in wireless equipment. Anyway, the acid from the battery will spill with the motion of the ship and spoil the deck of the wireless room.
Yes, but couldn't the storage battery be slung in a cradle underneath the table so it would sway with the motion of the ship? Then the acid wouldn't spill.
No. And furthermore, the tube is very short-lived, and we don't think it's reliable. And, your invention is new, untried, and it isn't standard equipment. I'm sorry, Mr. DeForest.
This was a discouraging blow. The radio tube had been invented, but the Navy, which could be DeForest's only important customer at the time, had turned it down. Upon his return to New York, he broke the news to his group of assistants.
So that's that, boys.
That's terrible news, Doc.
It certainly is.
Well, what are we going to do?
Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm through with wireless telegraphy. If they won't take my tube, they won't take it. I think we're working an idea that I've had for some time.
You mean the wireless telephone?
Yes. Sending the human voice instead of just dot and dash code. We're going to work on that. Now, I think the first thing to do...
And they did get to work on it. And then one day in March 1907, 34 years ago this month, in the little attic in the Parker building, an historic event took place. At one end of the room was Lee DeForest with a rather weird-looking device to which was attached a mouthpiece, which looked like a telephone mouthpiece. As a matter of fact, it was. Instead of a radio tube, which he had not yet discovered could be used for transmission, but only for listening, he used a flaming arc located in the chimney of a lamp which burned denatured alcohol. At the other end of the room sat Frank Butler at one of DeForest's Audion tube receiving sets with a pair of earphones in front of him.
All right, Frank, I'm going to try it.
Wait a second until I get these earphones on. All right. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Frank? I'm talking now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me through the earphone?
Yes, Doc, I can.
Can you hear me distinctly?
Very distinctly, Doc. Just as if it was coming through a telephone. Let me speak through it, and you listen. You'll find out for yourself.
All right, Frank. Oh, wait now. All right, go ahead. Talk.
Can you hear me, Doc?
Yes, it works, Frank. It works.
Then DeForest and his loyal assistants experimented to see if, while using the wireless telephone, a voice could pass through a wall from one room to another. It did. DeForest grew more daring. One day he made this suggestion.
Say, fellows, let's rig up an antenna on the roof, on that 30-foot flagpole that's up there. Then we can send stuff out over the air and see if it's picked up by somebody.
It's a fine idea, Lee. Yes, let's do it.
I wonder if anybody will pick it up.
No sooner said than done. Instead of the voice, however, they sent music from 2 phonograph records.
One record was the William Tell Overture. About 4 miles distant, in the one-room shack of the wireless telegraph station of the Brooklyn Navy Yard, 3 Navy wireless operators were on duty. Their names were Davis, Wallace, and Smith. Davis, with headphones over his ears, was vainly trying to intercept a wireless telegraph message from a ship at sea, when suddenly the whispering, spasmodic dots and dashes as they fluttered over the air were unceremoniously interrupted.
Hey, fellas.
What is it? What's the matter?
What is it? Hey, listen to this. There's music. Yeah, music. Hey, it must be angels. Angels, I guess. Hey, come over here quick and listen.
Hey, give me those headphones. Why, yeah. Yeah, it's music. But it can't be angels. They wouldn't be playing the William Tell Overture.
The experiments continued, and at last, having made complete wireless telephone sets for transmission and reception, they took these sets to Put In Bay, near Sandusky, Ohio, where there were some yacht races being held. DeForest went out on the lake on the yacht Thelma, belonging to his friend, Commodore W.H. Huntington. He had the transmission set, and on the dock, 14 miles away, was Frank Butler with the receiving set. DeForest, following the course of the race, reported to Butler. Some of what Butler heard was...
I'll tell you when the first boat crosses the line. The first boat, the Spray, crossed the line at 9:59. No, it's about 25 seconds after 9:59. The second boat crosses at...
And so on July 18th, 1907, was the first radio sports broadcast. 1907. Wow. DeForest and his assistants continued experimenting, working to improve the wireless telephone. And then, on January 10th, 1908, while DeForest was in Chicago, disaster struck.
Extra, Parker building burns. Extra. Get your special extra Parker building burns. Paper, mister.
Paper, boy. Here.
Thanks, mister.
$6 million conflagration strips fireproof skyscraper to skeleton. 3 killed. 13-story Parker building on 4th Avenue, eaten to its steel frame by flames. Collier's, Judge, and great rug firm burned out. Millions worth of rugs destroyed.
Those were the exact headlines which appeared in the old New York World. The Parker building, which contained their laboratories, had been consumed, and all their precious notes, the historical data relating to the wireless telephone and the tube, and the original tubes themselves were destroyed. But in that article, not one word was mentioned of DeForest or the priceless, irreplaceable material which had been lost. From his patents, from his memory, and from the material that had not been in the building, DeForest reconstructed his equipment as best he could and went on, trying to interest the public in his invention, sometimes almost starving. For instance, one day Butler entered the laboratory, unseen by DeForest, who was leaving by another door. He saw DeForest stop in the hallway, take a nickel from his pocket, look at it longingly, and say aloud,
I don't know whether to buy a sandwich or a pad of notepaper.
Work. And then the discovery one day out in Palo Alto, California, that the Audion tube, which he thought could only be used for listening, would oscillate and could be used for sending as well. A company was formed to sell stock in his wireless telephone inventions. And then disaster struck again. Lee DeForest and the officers of his company were indicted by the United States government in March 1912. How strange that indictment reads today.
We shall prove that these defendants schemed to defraud divers persons of their money and property by false and fraudulent representations which the defendant did not believe to be the truth, but by which they intended to deceive and mislead said persons. They stated that their company would earn and pay large dividends, chiefly through a device like an incandescent lamp, which the defendant calls an Audion, and which device we shall prove worthless.
The Audion or radio tube, the very heart of radio sending and receiving equipment, worthless. DeForest accused and pilloried. During the trial, the prosecuting attorney, picking up from a table a tube and holding it in full view of the jury, said,
Now, gentlemen of the jury, I want you to consider this here as an electric light bulb similar to the one invented by Mr. Edison. It has a filament and is lighted by electricity. Why did this genius Edison labor all these years, sacrificing his knowledge and powers? Why? To make a better light, of course. They have taken this glass bulb, and have used it not for what it was intended. But for what? I'll tell you. They have said, and we have proven by the evidence here, that this bulb will talk. Not only talk, mind you, but that it also has the power to hear as well. To talk and to hear on the same device. Why, even man can't talk and hear with the same organ. They not only belittle the work of Edison, but they place in ridicule the very acts of the Creator himself. But they have presented this device to an unsuspecting public and have asked them to invest their money in such an unheard-of enterprise, promising them returns for their investments. When you know and I know, and yes, they know, that this is impossible. And now they would insult your intelligence by asking you to believe them. I know you will find these men guilty and send them to the federal penitentiary where they belong.
But chiefly upon the testimony of Frank Butler, who proved that on July 18th, 1907, DeForest had actually transmitted the human voice for 14 miles during the broadcast of the yacht races, DeForest was acquitted. In freeing him, the judge admonished DeForest this way.
Young man, give up all pretense of being an inventor. Go out and get a garden variety of job, and stick to it.
And that was the advice given to the inventor of the wireless telephone. But DeForest, with his great vision and his magnificent courage and his inventive genius, stuck to it. And to him and to the other pioneers is due radio, such as we know it today. And now here in the studio is a man who for many years was Lee DeForest's chief assistant, Frank Butler, a great engineer and a great guy as well. Frank, I'm mighty glad to see you here today.
Well, thank you, Graham. And I'm mighty glad to see you again also. But say, do you know, I passed up a lovely double birthday party of my daughter Jane and sister-in-law in Toledo, so that I might be here today.
Well, Frank, that's not the first sacrifice that's been given to the cause of radio. Frank, after all these years, what do you think of the opportunity you had to have assisted Lee DeForest?
Well, Graham, as I noticed the grandeur and the magnitude of Radio City, for instance, and think of what radio, sound pictures, television, and the other electronic marvels today mean to mankind, why, I'm stunned. I can't realize the transition. I find myself wondering, why was I, of all humanity, chosen to have been one of those that stood at the cradle of this baby, nursed it, and now have lived to see the dreams and the prophecies of this great genius come true.
It must have been a great experience, Frank.
It certainly was, Graham. And now here's a treat. After a few seconds pause in which to make the switch, you will hear the voice of Dr. Lee DeForest from Los Angeles.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, Frank. Hello. If you hear me, wave a towel out of the window there. Do you remember those first radiophone tests, Frank? Then it must be evident that I am not speaking into that old microphone which we used in the Parker building away back in 1907. Radio voices sounded rather muffled and indistinct then compared to those from the high-fidelity mics we are using today. Yes, 34 years have seen tremendous developments in every branch of communications. And you and I, with Jack Hogan, almost the sole living survivors of the old guard who were present at the very birth of broadcasting, are indeed fortunate to be alive, to compare the radio triumphs of today with those primitive but hopeful beginnings. In 1907, no one could possibly have foreseen what is occurring right now between Los Angeles and New York, because then the amplifier, which has since made possible the transcontinental telephone, was only a crude little glass baby lying in swaddling cotton in that little old shoebox in our laboratory. How well I remember those first audience tubes. And you do, too. How difficult they were to construct. How great our chagrin when one of them burned out. And what headaches we suffered to keep those first radio telephone transmitters on the air. Bittersweet are those old memories. May good luck and long life attend you, Frank. And don't forget, I am eagerly waiting to read your book of reminiscences. I know you share my oft-expressed wish that we might live until the 21st century, just to observe the state of radio and television then. Startling changes are in store. But I have a hunch that the little grids will always be found in our radio and amplifier tubes even then.
And now we return you to New York.
Thank you, Dr. Lee DeForest, and thank you, Frank Butler. I feel deeply honored to have been a part of this broadcast. And, Frank, I might say that I await with great interest your book, I Grew with an Era, which tells so graphically your story as assistant to Dr. Lee DeForest and the part he played in the development of radio. Those of you who heard the audition for the Quiz Kids program last week will be interested to know that the contestant picked to appear on next Wednesday's Quiz Kids program is Betty Swanson, age 12. Harvey Fishman, age 10, will also appear later. Next week, in response to the requests of a large number of listeners, we offer another episode of the famous Eno Crime Clues program. Arch Obler will tell some of the trials of a radio writer in Hollywood, and we'll bring you more of the glamour, the tragedy, and the comedy that are found behind the mic. Behind the Mic was written by Mort Lewis, original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. Before saying good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, when we announced last week that beginning 3 a.m. on March 29th, all stations above 72 on the dial would move to another number, we received so many requests from listeners asking at what number they could find this and that and other programs after that day that we are going to give you a chance to find out. Your local station will now announce the exact spot on the dial where you will find it.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. Ah, but there are stories behind radio. Stories behind your favorite programs and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. Yes, sir, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now, presenting a man whose name has been a symbol of the best in radio since the beginning of broadcasting, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This afternoon, Behind the Mic shows you how a director maintains cordial relations with temperamental stars, as told by one of radio's best directors, Dinah Bourbon. We bring you the sound effect of the week. Anecdotes of the early days of radio, as told by one of radio's pioneer engineers, Raymond Guy. We salute a program you loved that featured the star piano team of V. Longhurst and Muriel Pollock. We answer letters from listeners, and finally we bring you an unusual human interest story involving radio actor Juano Hernandez and voodoo. One of NBC's pioneer engineers is Raymond Guy, who was on the original WJZ staff 21 years ago and is now NBC's radio facilities engineer. Ray is going to tell us about some of the things that made broadcasting difficult in the early days of radio. Ray, one of the things that made early radio difficult for you engineers was the type of mic you had to use, wasn't it?
That's right, Graham. And we have used what seem like some rather peculiar microphones compared with the finished products that we have today.
Well, what sort of mic did you use at WJZ back in the early 20s?
Strange as it may seem, the best we had was a cone loudspeaker hooked up backwards. It looked like a soup plate and was much more fragile.
Well, does it make the broadcast sound much different than our microphone does today?
We have one of those old soup plates hooked up here. and we're going to let our listeners judge for themselves. Suppose we have the orchestra play a few bars of music on the regular mic, and then have them play a few bars on the loudspeaker mic.
Okay, let's do. Go ahead, Ernie Watson, on the regular mic. On the old-fashioned loudspeaker mic. Well, how about those old carbon mics, Ray?
Well, we used that type at WJZ after the loudspeaker mic. It was different than most types in that it had a paper diaphragm.
Uh-huh. Well, how'd that sound over the air?
Well, by a curious coincidence, we have an old carbon mic hooked up here in the studio.
Complete accident.
Yes. We're going to let our listeners hear the difference between a broadcast on our present-day microphone and what they used to hear in the very early days of radio.
Well, let's try a speaking voice this time. First, on our present-day mic.
Don't forget that if your community does not have daylight saving time, Behind the Mic will be heard next week 1 hour earlier.
Very well done. And now on our old carbon mic.
Don't forget that if your community does not have daylight saving time, Behind the Mic will be heard next week 1 hour earlier.
Well, some amusing things happened in those early days, didn't they, Ray?
Yes, they did indeed. When WJZ was in Newark, our studio was not only in the Westinghouse factory, but it was right next to the alley where all the trucks drove in.
I remember, Ray.
And, of course, men were working out in that alley also. Of course, our studio was not soundproofed in those early days, and sometimes you'd hear over the air a program that sounded something like this. But I think the funniest thing I can remember happening in those early days was when, during a dramatic scene, a foraging alley cat jumped in through the window. And, of course, we tried to chase him out. Every sound we made went over the air, and it sounded something like this.
And this is the finish? You're going to leave me?
Yes.
Oh, if you could only hear my heart speak to you.
There he goes. Get him. It's no use. You've tried too often. You can't rebuild on the ashes of a dead love.
Then it's goodbye.
Yes, there's nothing more to say except...
Go get him, Ray. You got him. Hold him, Ray. Hold him.
Yes, indeed. Radio was a wonderful thing in those days.
Yes, it was. It certainly was. And thank you for the information and those amusing anecdotes, Ray. Very much. The sound effect of the week. From time to time, Behind the Mic presents some unusual sound effect and tells exactly how it was done. Just to show you again to what lengths NBC's sound department goes in order to please its listeners, recently on the Star-Spangled Theater program, a sound effect of a Roman galley rowed by slaves chained to the oars was needed. This effect is as heard inside the galley. Now, most of the sound effects department had never heard a Roman galley in action. As I understand, they haven't been used very recently. But look what trouble they went to give you what they thought a Roman galley sounded like. They took a squeaking door. Two squeak boxes, which are leather devices giving forth various squeaks. These squeaks are the sounds of the oars in the thole pins. A chain windlass, which consists of a chain on a roller. When the roller is turned, it throws the chain against the two rollers, causing a rhythmical clanking, thusly. And a loose chain, which sounds exactly like a loose chain. These make the sound of the manacles on the slaves as they row, the sound of a gavel hitting a wooden block as the slave master marked the tempo of the oarsman. Our sound geniuses, or genii, put them all together and made a recording of them, and presto, a Roman galley complete with slaves, manacles, and oars being rowed as heard from the inside of the galley. Director is a comparative rarity in radio. But although there are a few of them, they're all good. They've got to be to hold a job in competition with the so-called stronger sex. Here's one of the best of these directors. For a long time, she directed the Camel Playhouse, and for a time produced as well as directed Hollywood Hotel. She's even been in charge of a top-notch comedy program. And right now, she's directing 2 daytime serials, Martha Webster and The Story of Bess Johnson. Here she is, Diana Bourbon. Diana, you've directed and worked with a number of very prominent motion picture and radio stars, haven't you?
Yes, Graham, I have. Especially on the Campbell Playhouse and the Hollywood Hotel.
Well, I'm sure that every radio listener at some time or another has wondered how difficult these stars are to work with or to handle.
Well, most of them aren't difficult at all.
Yeah, but some of them are, just a touch temperamental.
I'd be the last to deny it.
Yes, that is. As a director, how do you handle these people so they'll be happy and won't walk out on the program?
Oh, one way is to try and fool them into thinking that you do know your job.
Mm-hmm.
Even the most temperamental movie star usually comes to a radio rehearsal scared to death about how he's going to sound on the air. That's half the trouble. You see, radio isn't his medium, so he's afraid of it. Well, as a director, you've studied your script beforehand, you have changes in mind that will improve it, but if you're wise, you don't suggest them until you're in rehearsal. Then maybe you pretend you just thought of them on the spur of the moment?
Like most of the great radio ad-libs.
Uh-huh. The idea, you see, is to look competent. Once the star thinks you know your job, it's plain sailing. But you've got to be right about any suggestion you make, or the confidence is gone for good.
Well, how about temperament?
Well, when a star is really temperamental, you can usually tell by instinct when the blow-up is coming. Well, like this.
Darling, I'm desperately in love with you. Diana, that line isn't me. As a matter of fact, this whole script isn't me. To be perfectly honest with you, you should take this script and give it back to the Indian.
Giving a rotten performance, that's all. For a man who's capable of doing the things you do on the screen, this is the worst rehearsal I ever listened to. You aren't putting as much effort into acting as you'd put into whacking a golf ball. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, but Diana, this... Oh, well, I'm sorry.
All right. Let's try it again, and for Pete's sake, this time act. Will you?
I get your idea, Diana. When you feel a blow-up is going to come on, you just blow up ahead of them, huh?
That's right. Beat them to the punch.
Uh-huh.
Throw a worse scene than they thought of, you know. They realize they can't top it, so they calm down and get to work.
Well, do you handle all temperaments like this?
Heaven forbid. With some people, it's absolutely fatal to argue. The more you argue with them, the more stubborn they get. So you handle them quite differently, as in this case.
I can't give you up. I simply can't. You mustn't ask me to. Diana, that line is bad.
You're absolutely right.
But it isn't just that line. The whole script is bad.
You're still right, darling. I absolutely agree with you. The script isn't right. Unfortunately, we're stuck with it. We're going on the air tonight, so what can we do? Look, just turn in a good performance in spite of it, will you? If you do it as only you can, everybody will rave about your acting and forget about the script. Huh? Come on, let's do it again. Give it all you've got.
All right. I'll do the best I can. I can't give you up. I simply can't. You mustn't ask me to.
All right, dear. I'll carry along with you. Well, Diana, are all comedians difficult to handle?
Generally speaking, no. Of course, some of them have idiosyncrasies.
Oh, a $2 word, that one.
Right. For instance, there was one comic I worked with who did a lot of his own writing. He simply couldn't stand to have one of his lines touched immediately after he'd written it.
Well, what'd you do in that case?
Kept him writing several weeks ahead. After he'd finished a script, he'd hand it in and say,
Diana, I think this is the best one I've done so far. Every gag is a belly laugh.
Looks like a darn good script to me.
Good. It's great.
Well, Then I'd carefully mark out the gags that didn't seem so very hot, and a few weeks later...
Well, let's start rehearsal.
Just a second. Before we begin, there are a couple of gags here that don't seem quite as funny to me as some of the others. How they sound to you? Look, these right here.
Where? Oh, those. Hey, how'd they ever get in? Take them out. I'll give you some others.
You see? Simple. But if I'd suggested taking those gags out when they first were written, it would have been like drawing his heart's blood.
Well, Diana, all I can say is that anybody who can be a radio director working with high-priced stars should be in our diplomatic corps. Thank you so much for your information and for a most unusual interview. Thank you, Diana. Oddities in Radio, presenting odd little true behind-the-mic stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's oddity. Some time ago on the Crime Doctor program, a sound effect failed to come off as it should have and led to an amusing incident. In this scene, the hero, gun in hand, was being backed against a wall by an assailant.
Don't come closer. Don't come any closer. Don't come a step closer or I'll shoot. All right, you asked for it. Here it is. I want to shoot you right now. Shooting is too good for you. I'm going to stab you instead. Open.
Followed by the sound of the sound man committing suicide. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you love. This afternoon, Behind the Mic salutes two real personalities as we reunite for the first time on the air in 3 years, V. Longhurst and Muriel Pollack, one of radio's most famous two-piano teams. Oh, I can remember it way back in the first years of radio. They used to come down to the studio, two little kids in pinafores and pigtails. They appeared on many programs, both sustaining and commercial, from 1930 to 1938. V. Longhurst and Muriel Pollack will first play Frenesy. That was swell, girls, and now for a rather unfamiliar little number, I Hear a Rhapsody. And that was V. Longhurst and Muriel Pollock, ladies and gentlemen. And they're just as good and a whole lot better than ever. Thank you, girls. Thanks a lot. I hope you come often. Grand play. Letters from listeners. Each week we invite the listeners to Behind the Mic to write us about radio. And almost every week the questions we consider to be of most general interest we have answered on the air. This afternoon's questions will be answered by Behind the Mic in the person of our announcer, Gilbert Martin. Marjorie Meyer of Staten Island, New York, wants to know, when you write to a personality on the radio, does he or she receive his own fan mail or does the station keep it?
Well, letters to radio personalities addressed in care of a radio station are almost always forwarded to the personalities themselves or to the radio agency in charge of their programs. Now, in the latter case, the mail is generally re-forwarded from the agency.
Robert Mallory of San Francisco, California asks, what is the name of the musical introduction by which you open and close your program?
The musical introduction of Behind the Mic is an original composition of our orchestra leader, Ernie Watson, who, incidentally, we may proudly say, has a reputation of being one of the best composers and arrangers in radio, and he quaintly calls it Opening Theme.
The same listener asks this question. When the Mr. District Attorney program begins, a man's voice says, "And it shall be the duty of the District Attorney." The voice seems to echo as if in a large hall. How's this echo effect produced?
Well, the echo effect is produced by the use of what is known as an echo chamber. And this is done as follows. The voice is carried from the studio electrically into a hard-surfaced room, which causes the voice to reverberate like an echo. It is then picked up, that is, the voice and not the room, by a microphone within the room and is carried back to the studio where it goes out over the air.
Ralph Solomon of St. Louis, Missouri asks, if I'm not at home but my telephone is answered by the maid, can I win that pot of gold?
Yes. If the phone is answered by anyone, the pot of gold goes to the person in whose name the telephone is listed.
Not the maid. Sis Hirsch of Plainfield, New Jersey, writes in to ask, who plays the leading role in Big Sister?
Alice Frost, whose contract, incidentally, has just been renewed. Her 21st renewal in 5 years of starring on this program.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin. Undoubtedly one of the finest radio actors of the Negro race is Juano Hernandez. He's also a mighty fine director and a writer, too. He directed and acted the title role of the famous John Henry dramas on the air. Juano brings us a highly dramatic story about one of his broadcasts. Take the microphone, Juano Hernandez.
Thank you, Graham McNamee. A couple of years ago, I appeared on the Rudy Valley Hour in a dramatization called Voodoo.
Voodoo?
Yes. True voodoo is actually a religion and is not a thing of evil, as many believe, but rather it strives to do good.
Well, what was the dramatization about, Juano?
Well, it took place in the swampland of the South, and it was about a man whose girl's affections had started to wander. In order to bind her to him for the rest of her life, he conjured her mind. There was a very effective scene in the dramatization in which I was the man supposedly using the charm power of black magic. After the broadcast was over, a Negro woman in the studio audience from the West Indies sent a card to me and asked if she could speak to me, and I agreed.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm in a very serious situation mentally, and I feel that you can help me a great deal.
In what way?
Well, I listened very carefully to your voodoo drama this evening. You wrote it, did you not?
Yes?
I knew that was not written by an ordinary radio writer, but by somebody who was versed in voodoo. But I can't talk to you here. Will you please make an appointment to see me at my hotel? I wouldn't ask you unless I was in great trouble and I felt that you could help me.
Well, Juano, did you make an appointment to see her?
Yes, I did. It was such an unusual request, I felt I couldn't very well refuse. I went to her hotel apartment. She told me that she was a concert pianist, and that for some time she had been interested in the occult sciences, and she really was in trouble.
You see, Mr. Hernandez, through the help of these teachers, I've advanced to the point where I have little belief that I exist in the flesh. And often I have the most wonderful visions. Beautiful stretches of desert with varicolored palm trees, lovely cities, and strange people that seem to be not of this earth even. But these experiences last only a short time, and they're followed by several days of physical exhaustion and mental depression, during which I feel as if I want to run in front of every passing bus and kill myself.
Go on, please.
And that's not the worst of it. I've delved so deeply into the occult that for the past few months I feel I'm possessed by a horrible demon. He's wrapped himself completely around me. It's a humpback creature with no visible features, although he has a head. Whatever he tells me to do, I feel I have to obey.
Well, how can I help you?
When I heard you on the radio program, I knew you were a master of voodoo.
Not a master, please. A student. But go on.
In my present condition, I feel that only a master of voodoo would have the power over this demon who possesses my every thought.
Well, what did you do, Wano? Well, I knew that in her condition, she was almost a psychiatric case. Realizing that she had confidence in me, I decided to fall in with her suggestion that I help her. Before doing anything, I tried to convince her that when you have extrasensory experiences, such as the hallucinations that she had deliberately sought, you must pay for them. Thus, her nervous depression and her imagined demon. But that wasn't enough. She had faith in the powers of voodoo. So I wrote her a mantra, or voodoo prayer, which I had collected during my research in voodooism. I said to her, "Here, take this. And whenever you feel that demon mastering you, read the mantra and try to think that I'm trying to help you."
Read it to me.
Evil powers are in the earth. I am full of their visitations. My body and my spirit labor with confusion. But hear me, all the earth. Hear me, all flesh and all spirits. The infinite mind is not the author of confusion, but of peace. Peace in bone, peace in flesh, peace in spirit, and peace in mind. Such is my heritage. And henceforth, no power shall deny me this. A student of the Master gives his aid to this purpose. The student's doctrine is pure. All evil powers henceforth depart from me, now and forever. So commands Ubayos.
And did this help her, Wano?
Here are some actual excerpts from letters I received from her within the space of 2 months. The first one said,
"You're so very kind to help me. I do thank you. I'd be wonderfully grateful for a permanent healing."
Shortly afterwards, she wrote this.
"I'm frantic and without funds and rent money half of the time, all because of this sickening annoyance and lack of sleep."
Later, she wrote,
"This vampire makes me feel weak and cramps my style."
And then, after about 6 weeks had passed,
"The last 2 days are really better. Instead of passionately wishing every bus would put me out of my body, I've been thinking of my piano."
You see, as I said, she was a concert pianist. Her last letter said,
"I'm all right now, only tired. Isn't it wonderful to have the spring again?"
By spring, she meant the recovery of her mental equilibrium. She's all right now, and I don't think she'll ever try to delve into the occult again.
Wano, I think that's not only a remarkable example of the powers of mental suggestion, but it shows as well what a radio performer can be called upon to do. Thank you, Wano Hernandez. Thank you. Next week, Behind the Mic shows you how a radio dramatization of a jailbreak was written and produced at the same time the event was taking place. A remarkable human interest story involving a $1,000 prize winner and a recent prize contest. A winner who really needed that money. And we salute another program you love, and we bring you more of the glamour, the comedy, and the tragedy that are found behind the mic. Remember, next week, if your community does not have daylight saving time, Behind the Mic will be heard an hour earlier. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This program was heard in Canada via the networks of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and this is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.